system that has brought you pain. Change the balance and reset the rain. Easy said, but how can I explain? You can gain, seems insane. Break your high score, make your labor worth more. Shake your ass for, kick the belt on the floor. You could work hard, do a shift at graveyard. New credit card, who said we're not getting scarred? If you close your ears, then you close your mouth. If you're watching this and never wanna shout, you can fall asleep, smile on your face. On the winning team, but also a disgrace. We can do it if we wanted to. Burn it down so we can start anew. I think it's time, in fact we're overdue. Yes, it's true, see the view, follow through. And the system that has brought you pain. Change the balance and reset the rain. Easy said, but how can I explain? You can gain, seems insane. We can do it if we wanted to. Burn it down so we can start anew. I think it's time, in fact we're overdue. Yes, it's true, see the view, follow through. And the system that has brought you pain. Change the balance and reset the rain. Easy said, but how can I explain? You can gain, seems insane. Eating breakfast with you, and it feels like I'm home.
Welcome everyone to another RGL cast. My name is Jarrett. I'm here with Space Ghost to bring you guys one of the final casts of the season. This weekend is the RGL6's Invite Playoffs for Season 10, and it begins in just a few moments. On this stream, we have 20ZC versus Froyotech. On the other stream of TTV is going to be G6 versus Mal in the round one of this double elimination bracket. And both these teams, actually all four of these teams, have fought tooth and nail all season to prove that they are some of the finest competitors that North America has to offer. And at the end of the weekend, only one will be crowned the victor, the champions of Season 10. So strap yourselves in, because tonight, between all four of these teams, you have anywhere between 8 and 12 maps to be played. So it's going to be quite the endurance test for the players and maybe some of the viewers in production as well. So, Space, are you ready for the endurance test to begin?
Oh, I am very ready. Never felt more ready, and I'm very excited to see the matches we are watching today. Going to be some great matches, and I believe we're going to see the conclusion of this tomorrow on Sunday versus in grand finals and lower bracket finals. So again, big weekend at TF2. If you're around, a lot of TF2 to watch, and don't worry if you're not around. Always the VOD.
That's true. But this is going to be a very exciting opening. It's always nice to see the middle teams, the adjacent seeds up against each other, going right into the action where anything goes. And I think this is definitely, let's be real, there's going to be a lot of matchups that everyone's really hyped for and anticipating, but this is definitely one of the bigger ones, especially because if you've been keeping track of the off-season, well, not the off-season, but in between just a tad, you might have your extra set of eyes on 20ZC as we'll get to rosters in a moment, but there are some shakeups that kind of lead to a big question mark on how both these teams and even 20ZC versus all of their competitors are going to stack up as this bracket runs through.
Yeah, definitely. The playoff seeding, we talked about it all in the regular season, but it's finalized now. This is it. You get 2 losses and then you're out of playoffs entirely. So this is double bracket. You can lose one match. You're not totally out of it, but you hopefully want to get that upper bracket map advantage going into grand finals. So,
Yeah.
a little bit of leeway, but not that much leeway. You can still get to grand finals, but still have a bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, I will say don't let there's a small thing with the bracket on screen where it's not, you don't have to bracket bust the grand finals, like the loser of 6 if necessary. That doesn't apply. I'm pretty sure it's still the one map advantage for the grand final. So it's just going to be the one set, unless something has changed, but that's how it's been. It's like that for Highlander, we have to bracket bust, but it hasn't been for 6s in a while. And I don't think it's changed back to what it previously was. So it's going to be important still to get through the upper bracket and make sure you go through cleanly, flawlessly, because you'll get that one map advantage, and that'll be huge. It's still an advantage, just not quite the same one. But 20Z and Froyotech, I think all the teams are currently finalizing all their pick bans, so we can't really talk too much about the maps that you're going to be seeing quite yet today, but that is going to be finalized in just a moment. But first, let's go over the rosters before we get too deep into the map talk about the series that we're going to have in front of us. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the Froyotech and 20C rosters, as that is the map that is going to be showcased on this particular stream right now. Space, why don't you go ahead and go over the Froyotech roster for us?
Ooh, okay, I got the easy one. So for Froyotech, same roster that it's been the entire season. We got Yum Yum and Banny on Scout, Donovan and Sin on Soldier, Heather on Demoman, and Hubada on Medic.
And for 20CC this weekend, you have Brand Slam and High Five on Scout, Ash and Artist on Soldier, Habib on Demo, and Howard on Medic. For those of you guys that weren't paying attention too much, maybe a bit to the regular season, but not as to the happenings that went down the month while there wasn't really many games casted. As we saw in the regular season, High Five stepped down, Howard came in to fill his spot, but then another change happened. I think late in November, Zilly stepped down, so Habib stepped in, Jay shuffled his way over to Scout, and Howard went back to his Medic roots, last seen like playing for G6 like a year ago. But then very recently, like I don't even know how many, at least some days, Jay isn't able to play. So now you have High Five coming back in for one final weekend with the roster not really shuffling to accommodate him. So yeah, quite a couple changes that go along as you try to follow this timeline of how 20ZC is, trying to field 6 and make sure that they're strong and capable to put success on the board. And even though they have a roster here, the one thing that does beg the question is how good are they going to play? You got a lot of shakeups, some synergy that comes and goes. And not only is that for viewers, but for competitors as well, any patterns or strategies that you thought could go well versus the opponent that you've been practicing for this entire season is kind of thrown out the window, and you're only left to your own devices and your own playbook, really. You can't really counter-strack that hard if you've only, you're playing against a team that has barely existed for, what was it, like a week when you had Jay on Scout main calling? It's a totally different dynamic. And now with his departure, High Five returned, that's all sure that's the regular season main calling, so you have that going for you. But Habib, the wild card coming in as Demo, you got to get used to the pace that Howard plays on Medic. It's a whole different ballgame. And 20C, they might have that to their advantage just a tad, although they do have to work against being a quote-unquote newer team. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, and we'll get to see how it plays out in just a moment here.
Yeah, I agreed with all the points you mentioned about, roster synergy. A lot of them have played together. I think some of the most important synergies in TF2 are both your soldiers, and Ash and Ars have been playing together the whole season, so that is a little bit of synergy there. Even if they're not main calling, they still, they've been playing with each other for the whole season. They've played with each other before that on different classes, so they know their tendencies, they know what they're doing. Grand Slam's been on there as well. High Five played with them at the beginning of the season, so like you said, not too much there. Like he's been with them before, so he also knows how things works. Habib's new, but again, you're picking up Habib. Like while there might be some synergy issues, it's still Habib.
And this demo man of all roles, it's like it's one of the easier to slot in because it requires the least amount of coordination for initiation purposes. Because demos don't really initiate; you kind of follow through for the most part. So it's one of the more seamless changes you can make within a lineup and still have things operate pretty smoothly. So, you know, if you're gonna be, especially because it's Habib, and I mean, I don't think he's too rusty to be honest. So he should be relatively fine. But the question is he gonna be able to, pull out some of the old Froyotech tricks and just put the team on his back for a round or two and carry him to victory for a moment.
Yeah,
but,
and Howard, he played scout for them, I believe, previously, ringing for them, or ringing for someone. He's played medic with them before, so all the players are familiar with each other. It's just a question of, can they get everything to coalesce in an actual team match environment? Doesn't really. Everything's for the marbles here. Playoffs is basically like almost a brand new season. It kind of like everything that came before. That's your seeding. That's it.
We'll go ahead and take a look at the map bans here, by the way. We do have them filed through, and we're getting ready to load into Sunshine as the first map picked by 20ZC. Gullywash being picked after by Froyotech, with a third map, if necessary, will be Process Space. Anything that catches your eye when you look at these bans, they make sense to you?
Both Koth bans banned immediately, but by different teams, which is kind of interesting. 20ZC not liking Bagel, banning that. Froyotech not liking Product, that one makes sense, banning that. Sunshine, I feel like we've seen a fair amount of Sunshine. Goalie, I feel like we haven't seen that much goalie this season, at least on stream. I feel like goalie's been kind of a... Not that... I guess it's just been banned a lot. Goalie might be one of those love it or hate it kind of maps, and Froyotech seems to like it. And Process, I've seen a lot of Process this season.
Yeah, I think honestly most of these kind of make sense. It can be kind of difficult if you're only basing it off of cast, just because there's only so many games you can really see, and sometimes the matchups aren't really there. Like, okay, you'll have 2 matches at a regular season, and then what else do you base it off of? So unless you have like other knowledge of how their scrims and things like that go, it can be kind of hard to predict and make sense of a lot of the bans. But I feel like immediately the Koth bands going kind of makes sense. I feel like both these teams are maybe a little bit more slated to 5SP, at least those particular maps. And I think it definitely makes sense for Froyotech to go for the chokier map of Gullywash and 20C going for the wide open map. Wide open maps rather of Sunshine and Process, kind of leaning into the play styles they're going for and their preference on how they want to play the map. So I think that kind of makes sense. But Sunshine will be first. It's going to be played no matter what. Process is going to be the decider with Gullywash in between. So loading into Sunshine now, getting everyone on the server, and we're letting the predictions roll. So if you have any 2 cents on what you think is going to be the outcome, who's going to win? Does it even go to 5 rounds? Is another question.
I've seen a lot of 5s in the chat.
Yeah. Well, any thoughts on that space? Who's going to win? Are you going to go over the time limit or going to 5 rounds?
I don't know. That's a really good question. The thing is, with 20ZC, we've seen a lot of rosters before. I haven't seen them really that much with Habib. So, I don't know if they're going to be... I just don't... There's a lot of question marks there. It feels like a total... Not a coin flip, but it just... I don't know the speed at which they're going to play with this new roster. Because if they play really fast, we definitely could see 5 rounds either way. But I don't know. And another thing I want to bring up very quickly is I think an interesting matchup is when's the last time we've seen Habib versus Banny in playoffs before, I believe, at some point, but that was a long time ago. You're more of a TF2 historian than I am, Jarrett. Maybe you could elucidate.
The last time we ever saw like a Banny versus Habib was when he was on Froyo Black, pretty much.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Or maybe when he was on Loca Goers. And that had to be like, what?
That was
like
ESEA.
The low 20s of ESEA, like season 21, 22, 23, that era.
It has happened before, just a very long time ago. So, Habib versus Banny, it's not exactly new territory, but we definitely haven't seen it in a long time. So
very unfamiliar.
Yeah, very unfamiliar. Very excited to see. But they played with each other for so long. I wonder if they just know each other's tendencies, even if they're on opposing teams.
Maybe to a tad. The only thing that's going to be more beneficial for Habib, because Banny is still the main caller, still the person calling the shots, he'll kind of know what he'll want his team to play because he'll hear that voice in the back of his head from all his years on Froyo. But Habib doesn't have the same leverage on this team. Like, to the same degree, he's a vocal player, he'll put an input. But at the end of the day, it's going to be high 5 running the show. And I think that kind of knowing your teammate on the other team is going to be less helpful, except maybe if there's a particular trap that Habib really likes. He's not gonna be able to really use that to catch people off guard if Banny knows about
He
it,
just
because
hones in on it.
Banny's gonna be the one that is clearing the trap most likely. So,
Yeah.
but that's such a more minor thing, like a single sticky trap compared to like your entire team's strategy and tendencies. That's there's a big gap there when it comes to how useful it's going to be.
Yeah, but going back to your original topic of predictions, I think this is 20cc's map pick. I've seen Froyo on Sunshine a lot, but I don't have any really dominant memories of them on this map. I feel like it's been they've been good at this map, but not great. I feel like I think it's gonna be like a 20zc 4-3 or something like that. That's my personal opinion, but I could see it going either way. I think I'm much more confident on Froyo on their map pick.
It's always tough because you can always like in uncharted territory, which this very much is since 20cc is so new. You can never really know what's going to happen. It could be a really even game because people haven't figured out like the rhythm and flow of their opponents yet. It could also just be a straight roll because you haven't figured out a counter to what they're doing in particular. It takes a second, and then once you figure out that hole, patch it up, then things slow down. So you can never really know right out the gate. So it's kind of hard to say definitively. But what I do know is that the last time we saw Froyo play this map in particular was week 7. And it was against G6 of all teams, and they went 2-3, barely losing, but definitely showed a lot of promise. They showed that they don't slack on this map. It definitely shows either maybe a small amount of ignorance or at least a lot of confidence from 20cc to be like, yeah, we can play Froyo in Sunshine. That's not a big deal. But I also agree with the sentiment that this is likely to be a close map in some degree. I don't think it's going to be a roll unless there's like something severely wrong with one of the team's mid strategies that just leads to like too many mids to last way too quickly. I kind of think it'll be something along the lines of like a 2-1 or a 3-2 in 20cc's favor. I do not see this going to 5 at all.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a really low scoring game. You know, we've seen it a couple times this season where just like last is the impossible point and nobody can push it. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that again on this map and on Process, where it's just like teams get a lot of opportunities to get rounds on the board, but for whatever reason, it just never actually happens. And whatever team wins is the one that just happens to catch 1 or 2 more breaks on their last pushes. I could very much see that being a scenario that happens as well.
Yeah, I think in a longer drawn out scenario, I feel like you could say that maybe 20cc would probably be maybe slight favorite, not even just this map, but as a team. But because everything's happening so quickly, like they've had a week to do the full shuffle on the roster, and then not even a single day at all for this swap out of J. There's gonna definitely be some growing pains on making sure everything's all fit together. They haven't even. I don't think they've had a single scrim. There's no pregame. This is their pregame to not only warm up, but to make sure that they have everything down with all their strategies and all that jazz. So I definitely think that it's going to be hard to have a very definitive like, oh yeah, we're rolling these guys. Especially even on your own pick. It's possible, but I wouldn't say it's like a likely thing.
They do have the players, though. I think I've seen a lot of players on this team. They have the ability to fix things mid-match. They played each other enough that they kind of know, they can correctly identify when things are going wrong and what is going wrong. You know, they have the experience. It's not like they're new, and they have a lot of I think they have a lot of, they've played a fair amount of cups together as well. Those are always kind of like inherently pug scrim type teams. I wouldn't put it past them, like, even though they're new. I'm not super worried about their synergy, but I could also be very easily proven wrong on that.
Yeah, and you can talk about making sure that you're all on the same page and that you're all ready and good to go. I think that Banny in the same way can make sure that his team is, because you have to keep in mind that they were the underdogs, the new kids on the block at one point when it came to like getting all your stuff together and your synergy in line. And I think they can also make sure that if something goes wrong, if there's some sort of issue that you didn't realize was going to happen until the match actually started, they should be able to adjust to some degree. Because I feel like this team has proven that even if the core idea is from Banny, that they're all able to make sure that whatever vision he has for how like a mid fight should go or how a push should go, that even if it goes wrong, it's fixed, it's adjusted pretty quickly. It doesn't require all the players to have a 100% understanding of how it's supposed to go down, as long as you're really good at listening and adapting. And I think they've kind of shown that in this season with the success they've had. I think a lot of people were potentially counting them out to a degree, not that they wouldn't make playoffs, but just you didn't really know how good they would be and what their potential was going to look like come, playoffs time, which is now. But I think they've definitely shown that they can't be counted out. You definitely have to treat them like a serious competitor. It's not just like, oh, C2 plays C3, all right, let's see C2 be victorious. But they're in it to win it, and we're about to see who's going to take the first map. As we are starting Froyotech versus 20ZC, this is upper bracket round 1 going live on Sunshine.
Yeah, and just a brief note before we start, I think this season, if any of the seasons I've watched, is one where I think any of the 4 teams could realistically have a shot of winning playoffs. But we're going to end this with early. Habib is going to go very, very fast, spamming into Valley. We're electing to take the Valley rollout, but taking a fair amount of damage. Hubba already at 60 HP. Donovan going to get a bone coming out. We do have a bomb coming out. And Ether is going to fall rich immediately. That's a demo went down. Hubba going down as well. This is already a disaster for Froyotech. Howard sitting full HP on mid, and that was a pretty fast mid win for 20ZC.
Donovan's going in, trying to salvage, finding his way onto Howard. One rock. Oh, there's a wall.
Oh.
That's enough to make sure that Sin comes in and cleans up. Not going to be able to survive that one. And Froyotech, they do lose the mid after a pretty quick entry into frag from the side of the soldiers from 20ZC. But the cleanup, it's a late medic death. It's going to make it pretty difficult to lock this down. They do have some cap time, but Froyotech, and Bandy's peeking the shutter. He's through. Mind the stickies. He's got to clear him.
Found
But
the trap, and that's a pause.
That is a pause. That's very quick. I think in the pregame, Ether timed out. Maybe he timed out again. That's the first thing that comes to mind. But,
yeah, maybe.
But in this situation, you can definitely see a Froyotech push here. They know that, okay, yeah, you press tab on the scoreboard, you see Howard's alive. He's literally in his spawn. They know that these people capping cannot get healed. This is definitely an ample opportunity for them to go in and try to block the capper. Even if they can't block it, at least get some sort of frag. But you have to keep in mind of all the players flanking around. Ash is in an awkward angle that they might necessarily see him coming through, and he might do a flank through lobby or do a bomb onto the shutter and catch Hubbard off guard. So this is definitely it's a good move by Froyotech to kind of go in and see if they can retake their own 2, but they have to definitely be careful because all could come crumbling down if they're not too careful.
Yeah, Ash is a lot of players. I feel like that's almost like a standard spot players do stand in these days. So I think they're gonna they should have it in their minds that there's probably gonna be a player there. Froyotech hopefully knows that the players rolling out in the flank are gonna have to deal with that. And I think that's something to know is they're pushing out, but Yum Yum and Donovan, so the entire flank of Froyotech is still just literally in spawn rolling out. So the combo's going ahead very fast, and even though they have heal advantage, they could be, if things go badly for them, it could very quickly spiral out of control. And another note is, I don't know if the cast caught it, but you mentioned that Banny was clearing traps, and granted, not that it's like a sneaky trap or anything, but Habib set traps up above shutter, and Banny just literally ran through them so fast, I don't think Habib realized he had the debt and is clearing them. So not that was a common trap, but we already have instance 1 of Banny finding Habib's traps and clearing them instantly.
Yeah.
He could have died to it though. Habib,
I don't know if it was
a little slow.
It might have been him not realizing that he was you always have those moments when you play Dem where you set up a trap and you're not looking for 1 second to go get ammo.
He was setting up his other trap.
Yeah, setting up your second trap and someone runs through the first one. It's the worst timing in the world, but yeah, it happens. At least
it does happen.
It means Banny's standing still. It makes it a bit easier for Brian Sam to get some damage on him and aim at him. But
dude, look at Habib though. He's a little far up, and the medic is still in spawn. He might be a little... I'm not going to say he's caught out, but if they really wanted to chase him, they could. Habib's going to have to hit a pipe or 2, I think, to escape if they really want to kill Habib. But Froyotech has a lot of things to do. Froyotech has a lot of things to deal with, though. They only have 3 players, and they got to deal with, Ash sitting around in the flank. They have Habib looking at him. They have a scout on the high ground capping.
Argus is basically there, too.
Yeah.
He's ready to bomb in if he needs to.
They have 2 players with, guns that can shoot players, and they have essentially 4 players to deal with, so even with heals, that might be a little bit of a tall order. I'm a little worried for that.
Yeah, and we're going live now. We'll see what the pause was for eventually, but they're through. They've taken some damage. The cap has gone the way of 20ZC, but they're electing to just go ahead and play it back. They know they don't have their heals here. They don't want to go for a play to try to catch Hubbard off guard. He's playing it safe. You just started the match. Don't need to do anything too risky here. As they back up, just concede the point. Say, it's fine. We got a mid. That's whatever. But Froyotech, they do technically have
20%. It's a little less, 15.
It's more 15. You can't really use that on Sunshine, although they might not know it's exactly 15. Realistically, though, if Howard is playing, if he continues to play where he is... Oh, they're going a bit early.
I think Habib saw it, though. I hope so. If not, this could be a bit of a surprise. Ash is going to drop down. He is going in. He's actually going to die. He doesn't even get that much damage off. So that's one pick for Froyotech as they get in. You know, Habib didn't have traps up there because Ash was there, and now they're pretty much in an Uber exchange fight. But Banny is going to fall pretty much immediately. Habib going to pop his Uber. Both sides going to pop his Uber, but both scouts have fallen for Froyotech. That's going to make this fight pretty hard to win.
And Nether gets juggled. He's getting body blocked now. He's unable to get out and just melts to Artist. Bombs coming from the soldier to try to buy some extra time. Donovan in the corner, walking around. He's going to find Howard. Oh, but Howard expects the bombs. He knows that they're not coming yet and does indeed predict it properly. I think it might have been because Sin was bombing. That warning of the soldier in the sky meant that Howard had to back up, and it kind of screwed over Donovan, so bit of a misplay there, but unfortunate timings. Yum coming in for the flank, on to Howard. Howard doesn't really have Uber, so just trying to get the medic frag, blocking the point instead. Habib will die, but they've lost so much from the side of Froyotech, and at the end of the day, the first round will go in favor of 20cc. And this is where the pause was actually, so it's not going to affect the game. It's
Howard is restarting his game.
Okay, Howard restarted in the halftime. Was probably lagging or FPS or something, but got that first round under wraps, everything good to go, everyone's rolling out, and it's time to go on to the second mid.
Yeah, Howard actually does sometimes have internet issues, which is really unfortunate for your medic player. Hopefully those don't come up again. Donovan tried to do the fast bomb, I think, and unfortunately whiffed it, but is going to be standing on the Tetris here, spamming down. Howard can immediately eat a 48 rocket, so that's not ideal, as we do have a lot of players fighting in Cafe. We're going to have a bomb in from Ash. Both soldiers in. Hubba going to fall, Banny going to fall, a lot of deaths.
Yeah, only one player left alive from the side of Froyo and Sin. Well, was that just him crating or kill buying? I don't know, I just looked at the kill feed, but he was going to immediately unable to really get anything, unlike last time, and I was kind of worried for 20Z for a second there. It was alright at the beginning with how much they were distracting for the soldiers to actually go in. I think he had like Brand Slam kind of poke and prod at Cafe to make sure that Ash and Artist could get through clean, but they actually missed a lot of rockets. But I guess Froyotech, this is the second mid where they've been so clumped around a Tetris that even if you barely miss a rocket, it can still probably splash someone to a degree. And
that's the sad corner.
Yeah, so much damage coming onto the combo from the side of Froyotech that it's hard to really get a grasp on a lot of these mids. So now we're seeing last push laying in wait from the side of 20cc. Looks like they want to go lower, so this Pyro's not really going to be able to do too much right off the bat. Immediately really bombing in. They have to deal with the gun. It's only level 1 though, so it's not the biggest priority. But this Pyro,
Donovan air shot.
Yeah, Donovan immediately almost out of the server. This Pyro is locking down Ash just a tad, but they need to make sure they're able to have the mobility to get onto the point.
They have a Buddhist on the high ground though.
Yeah, they have no ability to block it. No one could jump it. They just kind of sat in a corner of the point, just got the cap time going, and that was a pretty easy second round.
Remember when he said that this match would be close except if one team is having disastrous mids? Freya's had 2 disastrous mids now. Like, they did get the salvage at the end of the first one, but even still, they've been in like the sad corner where you get bombed twice in a row, and they've died getting bombed in the sad corner twice in a row, and he has 0 points.
He does have 0 points. That's pretty unfortunate for him, but we'll see. They've gotten themselves out of the sad corner. They're at their hut, and the soldiers are immediately bombing in onto the side of Brandslam, but are both immediately dying. But Habib will die over on the other side of the map. Hubba being one of the more recent ones to fall from the side of Froyotech. All eyes are on Howard now, but once again, when the medic falls, there's only 1 or 2 people left alive, and Ether's not going to go and die for that. Doesn't want to be a late demo death. Will go ahead and escape his way out to 2, and with Habib being the only casualty, that was almost a pretty clean mid take from the side of 20cc. The trend is continuing, even with the different mid strategies. The Froyotech has not been able to find any footing so far this match.
At these mids, they need a top-to-bottom overhaul on these mids, because they are instantly dying. The first mid was the best one, and that one was only saved by like a miracle play by both Froyo soldiers, so I don't know what's going on with them, but they, whatever 20C is doing on mid is working. Habib is, I feel like, a known Sunshine master. I feel like maybe Habib is actually terrorizing them, but we do have Habib going in. He's gonna kill the gun, he's gonna pressure out the thing. He's actually getting bombed, he's very hurt, but oh my god, he 4 rockets and he's gonna fall Habib down. This might be the last hold for Froyotech, and they are gonna back up. When you see Ash gonna fall as well. This is Froyotech finally getting a little bit of breathing.
Ransom dying as well. I mean, they killed Donovan, but he actually did a lot of damage from on that quad, and this made it that much easier for them to really clean up. I feel like maybe if they had more than just Habib address him, it might have gone differently, because I definitely saw Habib shooting up at him after the gun was done. But I don't think anyone else really tried to like jump him or anything, and it just led to them getting rained down. Well, Ash is locking out Cafe.
Ooh, he's getting a both though.
Flanks coming in, they're just a tad. They're using.
The fact that Ash lived there is huge. He gets in, he gets Bandy, he almost gets Ether too, and that's gonna pretty much entirely stuff. Yeah, that kills the push. Ash, he mentioned, oh, we do have a huge fight from Brandsland though. He's gonna pick up Donovan in a 1v1 on the flank, which means Froyotech is down 2. 20cc still don't have Uber, so they have to be a little cautious when they're pushing this, but only 10% dis ad now, and they're trying to get the spam out and just trying to spam through Cafe, and they get through, but high five is gonna fall.
Yeah, I think he just tried to test if there were traps there, and I mean, he finds them all right, but it's going to be their technical sack, and Froyotech are on the move, mostly through Cafe for the most part, it looks like. I don't think Donovan's really ready to jump through Valley, per se. I mean, maybe if he really needs to, but it's actually going to be Bandy running through the choke, recognizing that Habib's stickies are pretty much cleared. They're poking and prodding. Now Donovan in a position to be able to bomb in, will find the move to go all the way behind. Maybe catch out high five? No, it's going to be the other way around, just finds a rolling out soldier. I'll take that. Free kill for me, high five says. That was a really, really late counter sack. So much so that 20ZC once again have another opening with a player advantage to see if they can find a way to break in, and Artist, he's on the move.
He is on the move, but he's actually a distraction bomb as Ash is the one who commits. He's going to fall. Artist is going to be able to get out, but we also do have Brand Slightman. He's going to fall as well, so double sack not working out. Sin was the only one who really took a little bit of damage there, and Froyotech are going to elect to move up Valley very quickly. Sin not really in a position to help here as he's just getting health back, but yeah, someone's in.
Opening.
That's Yum Yum.
Yeah, Yum Yum, he's going through. This is a much bigger opening for the side of Froyotech. 2 down. There's so much damage on Habib, and oh, Howard drops. I don't think he saw Yum Yum coming in whatsoever. It's completely blindsided, or maybe the last second just hoped that, yeah, surely the scout will miss, but some combination of spam and meat shot's gonna do it to you, and that's gonna be a drop coming from the 20C medic. And Froyotech, without needing to use their Uber for mid, they're just working their way through Cafe, ready to maybe even take 2 for free as well. No beam, no health, no sustain. Red just doesn't really have a whole lot to work with here, and yeah, they're pretty much out already. All the spam classes are just getting ready to back up, and this is looking like an Uber that's gonna get used for last.
Yeah, not only is this an Uber that's gonna get used for last, but 20CC, Froyotech can sit here and wait until everything's just right for them to push. They still have 70% ad, although they're going to pretty much use it immediately. They're going to get the gun. It is a level 2 gun. It's going to fall. They have Danny on the point. Ash going to bomb the point, but there's an invincible scouts on it. Kind of hard to do damage to that. Both Froyotech players on the point, but Artist is trying to block it. He's going to kill Danny, and we do have a Pudis here, but the Pudis is hurt. Howard's trying to block the point. It's just Hubba, and Sin's going to bomb in. He's going to get hard denied by the heavy. And that is a successful 20ZC last hold, and Hubba is going to fall at the very tail end of that late medic death.
At one point, Howard was 4 HP and still lived through it all. The same could be said for the side of high five on heavy. Unironically, it started as a meme, and now I'm really starting to believe it. One of the better heavies in North America for 6s. There's nothing too special about maintaining like your health as heavy on last, but somehow high five just tends to do it a little bit better than everyone else. And he was on below like 70 HP for ages and still somehow never died. Maybe credit to Howard, but Uber coming in through now. Artist actually dying to a trap. It's going to be 1 soldier down, and the rest of Froyotech is hightailing it out of there. Donovan escaping as well on the sniper class, but immediately reinitiating through. No Uber for their name, just going off the player, but making room for Donovan to see if he can get a snipe on us. Some of these people capping. Habib popped up in the air, beat up by the side of Banny, unable to find some remorse in. Oh, bomb onto Hubba, gonna be a little bit weak, and 20ZC, they don't got enough in the tank to really deal with this. Branson will surely fall as well as he's chased down by both scouts from the side of Froyotech in Valley, and that is a quick change all the way from last to mid to last once again. Only difference is Donovan on sniper this time.
Froyotech seems a lot more comfortable now that they're not just getting mid to lasted. Kind of much more what I expected in this match. So if Froyotech can settle down their mids, they have a very good opportunity to get back into this. But all this back and forth is promising for them. But at some point they got to start getting rounds on the board. They've had 1 failed last push already, and this might be a second if they're not careful. Only level 1, gonna fall down. They have a lot of point time. Habib gonna dead his stage on the point, but no one's really taking any damage other than Ash on the side of 20ZC, and Ether's gonna fall.
Yep, heavy still on the field once again. High five mowing him down. A lot of damage coming in, enough to take down Donovan as well. Just biding his time just a bit, but taking off more than he can chew. And the rest of Froyotech, 3 remaining alive, or actually Banny, I was gonna say leaving, but Banny's maybe going for a play, but might pay for it with his life. Will find the kill onto Ash, and is still alive for now. He's gonna get, no, will not find Branson. Almost, but Yum Yum going for the play, 1v1 versus high five, but will not find success with both Froyotech scouts fallen. Branson poking around through choke, but will not find a 3rd frag here on the table. And at the end of the day, they keep their Uber, got everything ready to go, capped up 2nd, and with no scouts, it's looking like a situation where you're probably going to want to dry in the sunshine without using, but who knows, Froyotech, they still have the people ready and prepared. Got a soldier above in Cafe and finds the force onto Howard. Donovan.
They're going back for him too, and he's living. Huge place from Donovan.
Holy distraction.
That was the most impact you could possibly have as Roamer in that situation. Other than the medic dropping, that's kind of out of your control. Donovan is going to go, and he's, the scout was literally one. Going to be a Very
the pipe,
unfortunate
the
for that
pipe
one.
from a beep through the choke onto Hubba. It gets the force early by Ether coming in for the bomb onto Howard. Living for now.
Ether gets two-shot.
Gets arrowed by the side of Howard, but Hubba, he might find the same fate. Will indeed fall into the Froyotech scouts that have respawned that are late to the fight. Flay coming in from Ash, and the hit scan is enough to make sure that him and High Five combined are enough to be able to make sure that the rest of Froyotech does indeed fall. But 20cc, it's a Pyrrhic victory. They have some people left alive for mid, but the respawners are coming in from the side of Froyotech right now and definitely going to want to contest this. Donovan is actually buying space early to make sure that there's a presence, and yeah, 20cc, they know they don't have the health or players to actually cap this through all the way. Going to go ahead and back up, settle for maintaining their own 2 and, you know, live to fight another day.
Froyotech are taking this Valley early. They want to pressure do something, and because 20cc's health wasn't great rolling out, but yeah, that was such a chaotic fight. A lot of big plays from the soldiers there. Ash getting a huge play, Donovan getting a huge play to open it up. So big plays, but in the end, that's pretty much going to be a reset. We do have both teams sitting on mid and second respectively, with Ubers literally as dead even as you could possibly be. So this is as bad as even if you get, and it's up to Froyotech to make a sack. And they've had some decent sacks so far. They've gotten a lot of space sometimes, just trying to get through the doors, mainly into mid, but we'll see how they fare getting into second.
Yeah, I think this is the second stalemate we've seen, although this time with Froyotech being the ones owning mid, and we'll see how they tend to break this. Fanny's just poking around through choke. You have Sin over by Valley and Donovan Cafe for whatever angle they want to go through. Actually, Sin's rotating for a buff now, so we'll see how they kind of approach this, but they're definitely biding their time just a tad. 20cc just laying in wait for whatever they're going to bring to the table. No Valley rotation, so no news from them, and just hanging out at choke. Looks like it's some sort of fake or double bomb or something. They're not going yet.
They're thinking about it. Yum Yum looks like he's about to go now. Yeah, Sin and Yum Yum are hiding in Cafe. They're waiting. 0 players in Valley, so here comes Donovan. Artish bombing to just make sure some space there's there. Yeah, that was a hover and a half as no one from 20cc falls. There's going to be some hurt soldiers, but they're going to get bowed up, and that's a failed double sack for Froyotech, so 20cc might have a lot of space to get in. And Ash is going in. He's in on top of the playground, and he is look how much space he's buying.
Yeah, Bransam making some moves. They got Ether really weak, and Artist will go in and
wait,
not only
that's
gets
a force.
the frag, but gets the force, finds the Demo Medic in the same location with no scout to be able to block that, and Artist will surely give up his life for this. Yeah, okay, we'll get the final rocket, but will indeed die, and that started off so bad, but they salvaged that so hard. But Habib and Howard, how confident they're playing right now against 5 players still sitting in the shutter. You know you can get flanked if you be careful. You gotta wait for your respawners, but he does not fear.
And there he goes. Habib wants to get some kills,
in.
and he's actually behind them. There's so many players, though. The Froyotech flank is trying to go to last. Sin's on last. Can they stop him? There's 2 players trying to fight him, and he does get good damage off. He brought the players back, and that might have kind of put a wrench in the works of the 20cc Uber. Ubers are only 15% even to set. Artist is going to fight Donovan, but unable to clean up the kill. So, in the end, they're actually still trying to fight.
Yeah, I think Howard's bailing out through lower. Yeah, I mean, there was some merit for the pace that they were playing. They definitely, got some damage, but lost some as well. And the fact that the flank was left open was definitely huge. It brought 2 back and made the post really hard to win on 2, and
trap.
Unable to really lock them down is the big thing. The fact that Froyotech never felt like they couldn't re-enter, they couldn't have any problems re-entering 2 after their Uber is over speaks volumes to their ability to just walk back over to the platform and take it back. And this actually leaves them with technically a small ad that looking like they're ready to use. Immediately popping through onto the gun. Ether's going to be able to take it down. Once again, playing the point. No stickies on top of it. Meaning the soldiers have to immediately bomb over. Have to be careful. Ash really
Duke from Artist.
Donovan as well. Fanny falling, but Ether taking himself on the cap, getting that capture down, or getting the rest of the cap time through, and Froyotech on the board.
Habib did his stickies really early there, and Froyotech got a lot of time. I think 20cc actually did do a good job of getting point pressure and killing the players on the point, but I think it was just that the lack of stickies on the point meant that there was a soldier and a scout sitting on it. That was, not to say it was Habib's fault, but it definitely helped Froyotech out a little bit.
Yeah, not going to be mad about the point not being trapped, that's for sure. Makes your life a whole lot easier. But bombs coming through immediately from the blue soldier.
Oh, Howard.
Onto Howard, really weak right off the bat, but there's no follow-up. Both soldiers just fall.
Not having a mid, though.
Got some damage. They're able to clean up Ash, which was one of the targets they immediately went on. So going to be able to have that working for them. Habib a bit weak, going to get arrowed up, and the scout immediately levitated. Bandy able to find the footing, has to back up all the way to his own choke. Habib still in the red, just perpetually, and Yum Yum will find himself dead in the corner, dying to high 5 pistol as 20cc. They take the corner at this time and show them how how it's done and able to take this mid. And they're continuing to roll through. They know that Froyotech only is barely getting respawned. Artist on his initiation immediately gets levitated, stalled in the air, and falling down to the scattergun of Vanny. So maybe a bit too overzealous there. But at the end of the day, it's just a sack from them as Froyotech are now moving through Valley to see if they can buy some space for a counter sack of themselves. Donovan's in.
Yeah, Donovan is going to fall, and it looks like that is going to be the sack they're going to back up. I'm surprised Froyotech were actually losing that mid. They got so much damage out of Howard that at 20cc pretty much sat in their own valley for the first like 5 or 6 seconds of that mid. The only person who knew him was Ash, and he was just sitting in a corner trying to get bowed. But 20cc able to re-push in and get that mid, and they're now trying to fight into second. You have Ash in, he's going to try to sack. He gets a bit of damage on the medic, but that seems to be it. Ransom going to fall. Actually, wait, I thought...
It was a 2-man, but Ash just
okay, I'm
jumped
crazy.
out. Yeah, he bombed in, got some damage, jumped out. He was really deep though. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I just assumed he died.
So far, these 2-mans from the side of 20cc are not necessarily going for the same target. I think Brandsam peeled off towards the miniature health pack area by lower to try to like fight Yum Yum, but Ash went super deep right on the medic. So that's 2 different 1-mans that are just coin flip 1v1s, and I mean, at least this time compared to the previous time, they didn't just flop and lose 2 people and not get a singular frag, because doing 2-mans on this point it's a little more in the high risk, high reward territory, because if you obviously it's easier to get the force. Even if you get a kill, it makes it a bit easier. It makes them only want to counter sack instead of just take the point away from you and go for some sort of exchange. But as long as you can just salvage it somehow, get a frag, you're fine, and they're able to keep control of the point. But Ash tries to pogo in. Probably not the way he wanted to go for it, but hey, it's better than nothing.
I'll take it. Getting a kill means you can send someone else to sack, it is even. And Artist actually going to get a good amount of damage on the soldier. Ransom going to come as well. This might turn into a 3-man if Yum Yum can win this 1v1, which is quickly turning into 2v1. Sin chasing very deep, and they're getting very aggressive in Cafe. They actually brought heals there, and they're just going to bust through. They didn't have the players, and Froyotech, rapid rotation for them. Branson might be caught out.
Yeah, Habib wasn't really quick enough to get to the cafe area, and he's actually taking some damage himself. Froyotech, the floodgates have opened. They've dropped one. Uber has been forced trying to find the way, and Habib will find success. One weak scout. Uber will come out on the side of Brandsam, finding Vanny, and Donovan just goes all the way behind.
He's in lobby.
Went in super deep to find Hubbard in the choke and make sure he's able to kill him with his last life.
They're
taking one out before he falls, and Donovan, he just kind of...
He's spawn camping.
If he doesn't get something here that's really bad, he deliberately went over his entire team that needed help to go for this spawn camp.
Oh, he's spawn camping Habib. This
has to pay dividends because his medic died. He has to do something huge here, and he is fighting 1v3, gets nothing. That is very bad.
Yeah, unfortunate for Donovan there. I think he went behind expecting, I didn't think my team would get rolled that hard, but...
Probably.
He delayed them a bit, which might buy them a little bit of time, but it's 40% Uber disad, so realistically, they're still going to have to deal with an Uber disad last push. So, in the end, I guess it turned into a nothing burger, but, you have to wonder about the timeline where he was actually helping his team.
He maybe didn't know that the fight was going that badly and going that on it was on their side of the mid.
Or he just thought it was lost.
Right, but Uber coming in immediately off
the sneaky gun. It's still alive. It has one.
It's still 1 HP and a dream, but will finally fall. And Donovan actually dying as well. Heavy on the field. Some stickies all over the place.
Ash is in super deep.
Immediately bombing it. Separated
damage is
Everyone
crazy.
on Froyotech is just on top of this high ground, but they're still dropping like flies. Only 2 left alive.
The quarter cap.
The Heavy doesn't have the mobility to get to the point, and they will just once again sit on this high ground. The second time, not have the mobility to actually get onto the point and block it in the second half of the last. And 20cc are definitely exploiting this and bringing the map time to 3-1 as we have 10 minutes left until you have the MP win limit reset.
I don't remember seeing this that much in regular season, but I've seen a lot of heavies on the high ground on Sunshine last. I feel like there's just like a PSA that went out or something, because I'm seeing a lot of heavies just shooting down at the point.
I mean, you're definitely going to play with Beam, and if your medic wants to sit up there, you got to follow unless you want to
I like
Shadow
it.
Heavy.
Sin is going to bomb bridge and me to get vaporized. No deaths for the side of 20cc so far, although Habib is a death. 2 soldiers for a demo if you want to take that, although Ash getting Ether means that it's all going to be not much in the end. Just Banny and Habib, and Banny's fighting. Okay, it's a scout ulti duo. We'll see who can win this, Banny versus High Five.
Yeah, Banny's mindset is that it doesn't matter. Yeah, Banny's mindset, it doesn't matter that they have more players because my players are better. And especially when he's one of them on the beam. How many people did he kill? I'm checking. 1, 2, 3, 4. He literally killed 5 people that mid.
Sometimes you just gotta do it yourself. And if you're man, Habib is a little adventurous there. Gonna end up, they don't have mid capped yet, so he's gonna respawn in time for last, but Maybe that was just a 5-head play by Habib, and he's just like, it doesn't matter if I die, I'm gonna go see if I can do something. But he is dead, and Froyotech might try to get in the last early if 20cc is not careful. They're getting spammed on the gun for free because there's no demo.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it's going to amount to, is the gun is going to eventually die because there's not enough counter spam. So, I mean, Habib, you get a little bit lucky here that that's the only thing bad that really happened, but it means you have high 5 heavy on the field once again. But Froyotech, they're going the opposite door this time, going over to the bale route and immediately finding one of the soldiers that would be eventually blocking the flank with a shot from Brantham, take down Donovan, so initiation a bit worse. Immediately going on the heavy, getting rid of it. Habib kills 2! He has 2 separate traps, one on top of his heavy and one elsewhere I didn't even see, and it kills 2 with 1 dead. Yum, the last survivor, will eventually fall, and the bait was all worth it. Did you see that? High Five was literally on a bed of at least like 4 stickies, and it actually worked.
You can kill High Five, but you can win.
You're going down with him.
Yeah. High Five heavy is so good, he's gonna take at least 2 or 3 down of them with you. It's you know, I like how it started as a meme, but like you said, High Five Heavy's been putting in some really good work.
Yeah, you believe something long enough and it turns into reality. As a Power full Uber lived through that last hole. They're trying to make their way through choke, just try. Donovan is able, with Yum to go through Cafe from a flank if they find an opening, but they haven't quite committed to it yet. They want to see how 20C adjusts. Bomb comes
Habib's getting duped.
Yeah, they recognize Howard is playing a bit slow. Tried to go for the demo man instead, but will not find that endeavor, except the Force, which is something for them. You know, finding a demo kill is huge, but Force will definitely take it. That is your goal here, and at the end of the day, both teams kind of just whatever about the happening. Sure, you got the Force, lost one for it, whatever. 20cc, you got Force, but you got a kill. At least you can set up. So, leapfrog scenario, Hubba and friends in the driver's seat as Donovan respawns. Picking a door looks like choke might be their way to go.
Yeah, we are going to have Freyo getting through choke. They're actually going to pop early. Ether's going super deep. Going to get airshot while Ubered. No damage, but definitely blocked him as 20cc is all the way in. It looks like we've settled into a leapfrog. Although Ash falling means that this might throw a little wrench in the works of 20cc. He has a 15-second respawn too, so it's going to be a hot minute before he's actually able to play the game.
Yeah, try to go behind for some sort of play, ended up losing a 1v1, but it's just the same scenario, just happened differently. Instead of a soldier dying for the Force, it's a soldier going for a flank while the Force concurrently happens, and just not really finding too much. So 20cc in the same spot, gonna go Valley this time. A bit hard to play slow because the pipes are just immediately landing in the choke, but not really finding too much.
They're going for a flank play, but Artist is gonna fall, and they sent a lot of players on the flank, but can Yum actually live here? Yum, he got a kill on the flank. He's actually still in, but he's gonna fall perch immediately. This is a disaster for Froyotech. It's just Hubba. He's trying to run away, but 20cc is on the prowl. I was watching the flank, so I didn't see what happened. Maybe you saw what happened in that combo fight.
They played very separated from Hubba and kind of left him alone. Banny went off towards Valley. Yum tried to follow Donovan over the Cafe side, and both of them eventually died into Hubba.
He should have just kill blinded. Habib even saying what in chat.
Yeah, he had time to go to spawn. He was probably really banking on the fact that his teammates would be able to get out of forwards. But
that was like a giga delayed death, like an omega delayed death.
That's like some super greed saying that no, there's no way they lock down the fort. There's no way. But fortunate, maybe misjudged the respawn timers. But the Uber is already coming in the last. The gun's still alive at this point, to make it a bit hard for the post. Soldiers dying over the barrel, just a trade. Arrows coming up from the side of Ash. Bombs coming in over onto the point. Banny actually maybe giving up his life and will indeed die as the heavy's on the field. Ether extremely weak, and it's just Ash and Howard left alive. Howard would definitely have to try to leave this, but once again, no mobility. Got the demo, got the heavy, but no one to really chase down this medic, so Howard lives to fight another day, but definitely not the situation you want for the side of 20cc, as not only do you lose the opportunity to push into last, but no back-cap threat, and you're gonna have Disad as well to boot. Hubba living through that, already on top of 2, and 20cc, they have a small window.
They want to fight.
They know they have more players for a couple more seconds. They're trying to fight it really fast. Artist taking a lot of damage. Will have the pack for his name, but Sin is gonna fall. Froyotech, this wasn't his freeze they thought it might be, and they're gonna have to go back to last and push out the old-fashioned way, waiting for the Uber, and except Sin gonna have to wait for his respawn as well if they want this with a full 6-man roster.
If Hubba didn't die so late, would have he had Uber by then?
Yeah, he would have had Uber earlier because he would have died earlier, started building earlier, and they would have had it as a fail-safe.
I don't have a crit heal buffs too. Huh.
Yeah. The only threat 20cc would really have then is
Froyo doesn't want to push out. Froyo is actually just electing
dying.
Yeah, it's a 1-3. They don't. There's only 3 minutes left. So they know they have infinite overtime, so they do have the luxury of time here. And we have Yum on the spy class, espionage already, and he's gonna be able to call out where these sacks are coming from. But he's on second, can't really see much right now as he's playing the very long con here.
He's just hoping to go either blind to the shutter or like teams will usually, when they back up bats, they'll look at top right because it's a threat, and then backpedal into bat. Unless he just wants to go early he's just going blind. He's just hoping. Trickster? No, see, that's what happens when you go blind. You just cross your fingers and hope. So
He almost got the Trickster.
Another high-risk play doesn't really work out, and they're definitely going for high-risk plays for now for Froyotech. Donovan going to fall. They get Brain Slam, which is something, but there's some more room. One projectile clasping down is huge for the side of 20C. It makes it that much easier to work your way in, but
Ash gonna fall.
Eats a trap on his entry. The
Artist
gun
gonna fall as well.
cleans him up, and Artist as well. Not being able to find his way, the Tensor Gun just chewing him up, and that's their sack. Froyotech, they got some respawners coming in. No spam is now their boon that they can work with, and they're trying to find a way to work their way into lobby. And revenge crits on the rise.
And he shot
from
the
Manny.
revenge crits at like the oxygen. didn't do anything. He was like, I think he was trying to like shoot a bee, but didn't work. Gonna go back to last. I think I would have liked to see the Banny Chad push it the sack with revenge crits. It's worked in the past, but Banny electing to just go back, build up as a sentry, play the engineer class. And Donovan's on spy. I don't know, is he checking out classes or did he actually roll out?
He's checking. Yum Yum's on sniper now, though. He's committed out of the spawn. He's not just he's rotating around. But we'll see how the defensive sniper goes when there's no offensive sniper for the side of 20ZC quite yet. So the only time you'll ever see anyone to peek is probably a sack. I mean, it's going to be good against a team that tries to work through and spam the gun before they go in. But let's be real, no one's spamming down that gun very effectively. It's going to be really, really hard. So sniper might be a bit overkill, but at the end of the day, Ash tries to make space. Will not really find a whole lot for his team, and will just end up falling. The rest of the team backing out of the lobby to make sure that a second person doesn't fall, having a good hole over the second. And they're running out of time here. He got halfway through the 5-minute timer before it would reset into another mid-fight. Froyotech holding on strong, making it almost an impenetrable last hold in this stalemate scenario. Donovan once again checking for the off classes, but 20C, they're not really going for any of that. They're just, staying cook cutter. We'll do 2-mans, try to get the gun, that have you, and we'll see how this shakes out in the final half of this last hold.
The round is going to reset if 20C does nothing. The round is going to reset before the time limit's over.
Ooh, Artist uses the turn rate. The sentry gun can't track him proficiently. Going over towards the spawn with his last
2K
jump
from
will
Yum
not
Yum.
find success. And yeah, the shot on a brand Sam's enough to make that a 2K. Ash on the side as well, but he barely got out of lower. And that's the big thing about this gun spot. You can't really just spam it down. Sure, you can kill it, but then what else do you have to actually go for this force? You don't really have too much left in the tank, and that just means that Froyotech has the world. The world is their oyster for them to just sit around and wait for this mid reset, which, I mean,
Donovan checks spy. He knows Brain Slam's on spy.
Ooh, does he?
Yeah, I saw both teams run spy. Donovan got off spy. I think they know there's a spy. At least they should. They were both on spy.
Oh yeah, look at Hubba. He's like in the corner.
Brain Slam can't literally get through the enemies. They're just all like moving around. 20CC actually want to, there's 15 seconds left. They want to get in, want to get point time. I think Froyotech want to round reset this, go to mid because they have another mid basically before they could potentially boost in the match. 20CC is gonna fall though, and yeah, that's.
Oh, Banny with the
wait,
5
Banny doesn't want to round reset at all. Banny wants to win this round.
I think he knew as soon as there was a spy, and especially Brain Sam decloaked mid-Uber instead of post-Uber, so the Uber just kind of looked at him. He's like, my team has this. I have full trust in them that nothing will go wrong at last. I'm going to go and find a way to get to 2 and start the cap so the round does not reset. So this time the risk is worth the reward. It works out in favor.
Artist.
And Artist, maybe, I don't think he caught the memo that they were not holding 2 and will end up giving his life for not, and Froyotech gets a free mid.
I thought for sure Froyotech wanted to reset that and fight a mid before, the infinite overtime started. But
think
Banny
about their
said,
mids, though.
Yeah, Banny said
Are their
no.
mids much better than that situation?
Yeah, they've had some pretty rough mids, but yeah, we are in infinite overtime now. 20ZC are in match point, 1 more round, and they win this map. Froyotech, they have a bit of a hill to climb.
Yeah, trying to work their way through. They do have a slight advance. It's dwindling, though. They almost have an Uber of their own. Habib actually will die before they're able to come out, and Ash might die to rollers as well. They're losing people, but they're actually taking the platform.
They're gonna take this exchange.
Uber coming through, trying to run over to Hubba. Maybe we'll find Ether.
Drop
He needs
Ether?
the pack.
No.
Makes it more difficult.
Disaster for 20ZC there. They're not going to be able to get out more than likely. Here comes the Uber. They're going to chase down Howard. Brain Slam is behind, and so actually both scouts are behind, going to try to create what they can, but it's going to be difficult. They're creating a bit of a chaos. Ether is going to be hurt, going to get cleaned up, and Howard is going to be a very, very late death there, so Froyotech are going to have like 25% ad to push this.
Yeah, Froyotech's really turning this around. At the beginning, you saw these high-risk plays not really working out, but this one moment of this section of the round where Bandy goes for the non-reset, and then them pushing with it was like 10 or 15 out at that point. Just knowing that even though you can't use the Uber immediately, the fact that they're going to be positioned passively to make sure that they get their Uber in time means that anyone that's too far forward on the platform is just going to just get trashed on. There's so much damage, and they're unable to be beamed and tanked efficiently. That's how Habib pretty much ate too much damage and died. He had Ash that took so much that he was out of the fight, couldn't initiate, wasn't ready for the Uber. And speaking of Uber, it's Froyotech's Uber coming in. Almost gets Habib, but does indeed use the resupply bomb to get out in time. But
spawn.
So much cap time, they're all in spawn. The souls are actually coming out now, buying actually a lot of time. They got so weak and still lived through it all. It's gonna be Froyotech that are starting to fall, and half their team dead in the grave. Out the 2, flash push did not find success, and 20C didn't drop a single player. He's spotting, but I don't think he's gonna really find much. He's actually facing Habib, and Branson is on the chase. Pack will not be up for Manny in time. They're trying to go. He's on loose cannon to knock him back and didn't switch off.
Honestly, I respect it. I love the loose cannon. Do you think he's gonna hit a double dunk? What's the yes/no on that?
I think Sunshine's too big for you to like realistically get it like a
maybe not for Habib
double dunk. Yeah, maybe not. I mean, if something gets close enough, then maybe you can get the double dunk. But I'm surprised he didn't switch off for last.
And Habib gets one, doesn't need it after all.
If your stickies are your kill threat, then who the heck cares?
Howard Donovan though, we didn't even notice.
I didn't
that's
even see
drop.
there was a spy. Yeah, that's huge.
I'm so distracted with the double dunk.
Priorities, right? Now Froyotech, they have an opening to start peeking the choke. Banny's just already in. Doesn't have his team quite with him yet. Ether's just barely getting to the choke. The spy will indeed die, head turn, and Yum Yum will finally reach their way there as well. But the trigger's been pulled. They're bombing in. The force is coming up. But how many frags are you able to get? They're able to kill Artist. Ash is trying to run away. Will go for the pack, but will indeed die. The entire team chasing him inside Valley. And 20ZC, they only have one player disad, but have to be careful. Sin actually went in pretty fast, maybe a bit too deep. And
Habib's trying to double dunk people and choke.
Might be a moment for 20CC to start poking around. Artist is going to get the good respawn. The nice pick onto Yum Yum. This is huge. Habib, he tries to bomb in for space and gets Goomba'd by the incoming soldier and just craters. What is this game? Now Ether's just going to die in too deep. Now Banny's finding himself. Howard is spinning in circles, unable to get the frag. Artist just sits in a corner, waits for an arrow. And what is the last 10 seconds of this fight over mid?
I saw Habib die and I was like, oh, that's it for 20ZC, but somehow, like, he died so his team could just kill everyone else, and, yeah, I guess, sometimes you just need those derpy moments, get them out of the way, and Froyotech back on last, and this is map point again. 3 maps, but map 1. If they lose this round, that's it for Froyo. They're on to map 2.
Yeah, it's going to be good for 20ZC. It's always nice to win your pick. Froyotech can shove it off and, blame it on, it not being their favorite map, but they still have some room in them. They could have a good last hold here, and they have picked the right door to push the Pyro. This Pyro not only is getting tanked, but has completely stuffed the Super and hasn't even died, and that is some good RNG. Didn't work the first time. They had a Pyro there before, went the other way. Wasn't really able to do too much. That was the first last hold, but potentially the last hold here definitely finds tons and tons of use, and then some. As not a single person died on either team. And Froyotech with Ad is actually on the move, and Yum Yum, he's on Sniper, question mark? You have Ad. Maybe it's temporary.
It's so small. Look at I think they think their Ad's smaller. It's only 20%, and that might be like fake Ad anyway. I think they just want to peek up, try to get a kill. Look at Branson, he's hiding in the good code. People never check that, and he gets Habib. That's a huge pick. Branson is going to get immediately spotted out. Donovan knows all the beam spots. He knows that one isn't going to work, and Yum Yum wisely switching off of Sniper on last. That's how you know he's not a sniper. It's because he immediately went and got off of it.
Yeah, you gotta find the one pick, and then it's all worth it. And he definitely knew his angle and what to expect, and it was one of the better kills you could have gotten. But it's taking some damage. They're actually running in to go for the super exchange because it's gonna be pretty easy. And they're flashing tons and tons of people. It's gonna be pretty good from the side of 20CZ, but they have to make sure their position
is fine here.
It's just a scout solo. They got some damage, but it's just a scout solo. Soldiers bombing in from the side of Ash and Artist to buy some safe, so they're just gonna find themselves dead. They're able to kill Banny and Donovan, so there is some room for their 4v4. They're trying to buy some more time. The cap is in their favor, so they're gonna have better respawners, but Brand Slam might chase down the Yum Yum on the chase. Trying to find him, but he's still alive. He'll be able to find the pack under, but Habib is actually dying to a pipe, so that's going to be still merit for Froyotech to still show himself. He was over by the point and just fell off and ended up dying to some spam, but it's rough. Froyotech, they still want to fight this. They know they have the picks, but 20CC have the better respawns because they still own mid. High 5 will fall. They're still finding some room to get some damage because they know the Froyotech respawners are coming in extremely slowly, almost getting a kill on Ether, and will find the success there to make sure he's dead in the grave as Brandsam, the final person left on mid, just running around in circles, buying so much time, and every second they have to spend killing him is less time capping, and not enough to get an extra frag, but overall, a long and hard won fight from the side of Froyotech that's gonna net them a free second, and Habib, gotta be careful.
They have really like Omega Giga Ad, so they honestly might just steamroll this into last and leave a scout the cap, but they don't have really the spawners right now, but they definitely they can go whenever they want. If you have Uber and the medic's already dead, that's a pretty pretty good situation to be in if you're Froyotech. I want to get back into this game. You do have a Grand Slam on Sniper, high 5 on Engineer, so the scouts are all off-classing. Soldiers are going to have to block the point here, and Beep is actually not on loose cannon this time, but regardless, the sentry is there. It's getting spammed down, but that sentry took a while to get down.
Oh, Ash levitated, will fall, got some damage on him, giving him his life to kill Grand Slam, so that's huge from the side of Froyotech. They're giving him some people. Ether dying to Stickies at the same time.
The final boss
only
has
two
fallen.
left alive. It's going to be ulti do, but actually no, they have an extra scout coming in, and Howard not enough to block the cap versus 3 players. Froyotech another round on the board and 1 round away from tying it up. 20cc this whole time, they've just needed to get 1 more round to bring it to 4 and the map would be theirs, but Froyotech are still showing signs of life, but we're on to another mid, which 20cc, they've been pretty dominant so far in the mids, but with how much things can change pretty quickly, the way that Froyotech has kind of swung things in their favor, who's to say this mid couldn't be in their favor as well? It could be their comeuppance, and they could be taking away this map if 20cc aren't too careful.
Froyotech finally defeating the final boss, that is high 5 Putis. And Froyotech actually Sin is gonna fake bomb early.
Habib, so much damage. He didn't address the tower scout and just dies to spam, and scout are gonna combine.
Ash is bombing into choke, making players look behind for him. He's buying a lot of time too. Artist gonna go in, he's gonna trade out with Sin, but 20cc, they're down all their projectiles already. Brand Slam gonna fall as well. It just high 5 and Howard, and they are going to leave, and that is a mid victory for Froyotech. They've really turned around the mids and the kind of the match so far. They might be able to tie this up.
Yeah, I said they gotta be careful. Winning the mid so far, but doesn't mean that the other team can't make adjustments. We talked about how both these teams are capable of fixing things in the middle of the game, even if it might take a sec for you to really realize the pattern of what's going on and what you need to change. Banny early, hello? He's gonna I guess, confidence. I guess he didn't expect the people being that close to the door, but I guess that's just a sack. Oh, maybe he wants to snipe.
Yeah,
Banny's in his sniper era.
Yeah,
so.
Banny sniper's like, as someone I feel like as a sniper, sniper expert, Banny sniper's actually pretty
opening.
good.
There's no skill. Yummy
get
is
it,
the next
and that's a drop.
drops. That's definitely one of those I should never have to use here scenarios, but he also didn't really have that great of a surf, so there's a little give and take there.
There was like no universe Ash misses that. And
yeah.
when you see you're just gonna push out early, but they're gonna drop Artist before they Uber, so
both
teams
scouts going in lobby. Both scouts in lobby. Yum Yum's going to last. No one's really quite there.
No one's there. There's no one there to block it.
Habib
Just
paranoia.
Habib. Oh,
Habib
clutches.
was paranoid. I don't even think he saw Yum Yum first. Maybe he did, but
Habib
no matter
question
what.
marked him.
Yeah, Yum Yum is like, what the heck? Bombs coming from Froyotech. They know there's some room there. They don't have scouts. They'll be bombing in. The end of the back line. Able to kill Hubba, maybe even Ether as well. Bomb from Thomas trying to salvage, but Habib putting his team on his shoulders for just a moment to make sure that the round doesn't go in Froyotech's way to tie up the game. They still are showing signs of life themselves. As this mid is pretty much free, Froyotech are nowhere to be seen. They're just holding. Oh, Yum Yum, he wants to off-class. He wants to go back in. Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't? Okay.
Apparently he doesn't.
I thought he wanted to go back into the fort, just change classes, but I guess he's staying on scout. Maybe someone said no, but free points for the side of 20cc taking mid for themselves, and they have had after all said and done as well. Howard living through it all, and it's a pretty sizable ad of 50 or 60 after everything shakes out. Just got to pick a door and roll with it.
Habib single-handedly saved this round for them. If 20cc ends up winning this round, that's because of Habib. He saved last, and then he got 2 kills on second to get them that free mid. So overall, Habib putting in the work as 20cc gonna try to get through choke here, see if they can get a big space. Artist gonna take a good rocket pretty early. Ash trying to get in as well, and they're doing the slow methodical push because they know Froyotech doesn't have the Uber to contest them. He gets the force. That was the long con.
That was the big play. I was wondering why they were so passive. Like, they were all the way at their shutter. Like, there's not even a single player trying to spam them. That's why they wanted to give him a false sense of security. Rotated over to the platform to take it like every team does normally, and Donovan just waddles out, gets the force. So nice little cheese play to make
look
sure
at they're in.
It's in their
they're
favor.
in so aggressive.
Yeah, they got their
wait,
ready.
Ash is in lobby. Okay. Devilman have spotted Ash, so Ash is going to be able to get out. High 5's going to fall. Ash is in. He's in lobby. Can he get anything done? He can drag people back, but that's it. And 20cc are still fighting. Ether going to fall. Yum Yum going to fall. Sin going to fall. This is a disaster. Artist is going to last, and it's just Donovan to stop him. Donovan does have the HP advantage, but what can he do?
Yep, buying time. Artist doesn't get the kill at the back line, but they are able to kill Habib with this Uber, so technically getting the force and, getting a demo kill for it, it's kind of whatever. But going into mid, this is going to be rough. 20cc, once again, Deja Vu, they're going to have the better respawns. That's why they really have to win this one. Oh, the arrow onto Banny! Banny was playing that pretty methodically. Like, if I take enough damage, I'll start to slowly back up. I have Hubba with me, but the fact that Howard gets the burst arrow onto him, it really seals the deal and prevents that from ever happening, the fight in the mid. So, 20cc, they got the player out. They got the Uber ready to go. Deja Vu, maybe take it a different time and make sure you don't die to someone in the or get forced by someone in the forwards is try number 2 looks like it's gonna be through Cafe.
Yeah, Vanny is going to be a slow to roll out here. 20cc Dove, pretty big ad worth. Donovan
Two-piped.
doesn't going to be able to work this time.
Oh,
Sin's going to get...
Holy Ash in
Did
the
he get
corner.
triple?
Sin just low elevated in the corner.
Was that a triple?
I think that was close to it, but going through lower, finding Ether caught out. This is the wrong side of the map, so he will find the path.
Uber's running backwards.
He's buying some time, but the demo pick is huge. There's only 2 left alive. Just Banny and Hubba against the world. They're coming through, getting some cap time, pop in the air really
Banny
low.
actually,
Will finally fall,
he
but the
delayed
respawners,
that so well.
they've come in. Both the soldiers from the side of Froyotech, they're trying to put in work. Arrow and Artist are going to continue in this fight. Sin will fall. More respawners. Yum Yum trying to work his way over the way. Immediately melts, and 20ZC will win their map pick of Sunshine 4-2.
Vanny tried his best there at the very end to block it. He avoided the air shots, bought a lot of time, but the respawns were too staggered and unable to get in. And that is a 4-2 for 20ZC. That is their map pick. And that was, I feel like Froyotech were actually, other than the 2 mids they like pretty much instantly lost, that was very back and forth.
That was, I think it definitely was a testament to when we had these teams actually both play the back and forth game, the leapfrogging, the backwards and forwards transitions, and all the little strategies that go along with breaking the stalemates and things like that. It definitely showed how close they really were. The big thing, I think, was probably the mids, I would imagine. At least before you even look at like stats and beyond stats, like patterns of who won the mids, it really felt like the fact that 20cc were always able to start on the other team's half the map it spoke volumes to how many times they could find themselves in opportunities to just go ahead and try to take last.
Look at our script. Everyone, I'm reminded to change up our script. Looks like everyone predicted it correctly, including Dolphin. Shout out to Dolphin there, getting the correct prediction.
Yeah, leaked early.
Yeah, leaked early. Love to see it. But looking at the stats here, I see Habib doing Habib things, top damaging, as kind of to be expected. A lot of sad soldiers, mainly the Froyotech ones. All of the soldiers died a lot. It is Sunshine. I think Sunshine's one of those maps that just soldiers tend to die a lot. It just happens.
Especially for, like,
you have to commit on this map.
Sunshine in particular, and then how the last goes, you basically have to give up your life for it, like 100% of the time, for all the times you're on your own last. It kind of makes sense that it's the show of the scouts cleaning up and the soldiers giving up their life. I think the big difference is less about the soldiers' deaths and more about the scouts' ability to not only do their job, but live through it as well. You don't have to put yourself in a situation where, oh, well, yeah, you kill the soldier, but because you're not dealing with something else, you end up dying in turn. So you can kind of see it in the 20cc scouts. High five.
Also, high five.
Dying
42 and 11.
Way less than everyone else. That is almost about
and
the same as Howard.
He was just like, the Howard babysitter. Someone's got to do it. And high five definitely on his, making sure his medic doesn't die. And 9 to 13 deaths is close, but every medic death is super impactful. So, maybe 1 or 2 of those deaths maybe could have been salvaged, or maybe high five plays a little farther away from his medic, and we could be seeing a different game.
Yeah, realistically, if there's any map that you could see like a scout out healing a demo man, I could see it being this one, not even stuff like Viaduct. You really see that too often, especially because it's, it just comes with it being a very big map. And I think Metalworks is exempt just because of the structure and the geometry of Metalworks in itself. So to see it is not too surprising in a way. It's not surprising that it's this map, but it's not necessarily the most common thing, and it definitely shows that you throw out the scout tanking, and if it works against certain strategies, the way that teams are made up, and chariot yourselves to victory. And it kind of shows how Howard, if he's healing high five the most, he has a scout speed, it's gonna pay off in dividends, and it makes sense. He only died 9 times in the whole game.
Yeah, like if you look at the stats, all the soldiers died a similar amount of times, but the thing is, the combo of 20cc died much less than the combos of Froyo. Like Banny and Yum Yum both died a lot. Ransom and High Five did not die nearly as much. Like all the soldiers were dying, but the soldiers for 20cc were able to actually get combo kills, whereas I feel like the soldiers for Froyotech really, they didn't have as many opportunities to go in there and actually get those, nice juicy combo kills, and had to settle for, the other sad ones.
But that is Sunshine under wraps. We're going to be moving on to Gullywash. I think we probably want to do like a short break, because players are probably taking a break. Probably means that we should too, right?
I'm down.
It's just a small one, like especially for the viewers. Give yourselves a sec to go figure stuff out, make sure everything's underway and all wrapped up, so you can pay attention to the Gullywash, because I think there's high potential for Gullywash to be even better than Sunshine was. It's going to be really hype, so definitely don't want to miss it. We'll be right back in a second. Don't go anywhere.
It's true. Thanking me with a smile all the while. You can warm my soul.
Welcome back, everyone, after that short intermission, and it is now time for Gullywash, a map we all know and love, a pretty much a staple for competitive at this point. And I think this is, like I said before, going to be one of the more interesting matchups for this map in particular. I feel like it definitely makes sense that Froyotech picked this map. I feel like it's one of their better, if not their best map. The question is how good is 20ZC, this version of it at least, going to be on it? And I think we're looking at some we're definitely looking at a closer one on paper, I feel like, than Sunshine. And that's a statement in itself, given that we just saw how Sunshine went down.
Definitely, and Froyotech's been pretty good on Sunshine overall. I feel like I haven't seen that many Gullywash matches this season overall. I have said that a bunch, but I feel like we watched like one or two, and I don't think they were. I think they were lower. I think they were like the teams that didn't make playoffs, not the upper echelon teams. Maybe my memory might be faulty, but
There's like some like the 5th and 6th place teams we've like seen,
Yeah.
but not the playoff
I don't think we've
teams
seen
too
any of these
much.
teams actually on cast play this map. Maybe I'm incorrect on that. Maybe
I think
Froyo.
I think there was one cast maybe, but I don't even know if you were there. It might have been a day you weren't there. But
Maybe
it's very low, yeah.
they're very low, so we could see not that I don't know if there's necessarily new strategies on goalie, but for this season we're going to see new things at how the teams play the map, all that different kind of stuff. And goalie is, in my opinion, a very exciting map to watch. The mid is one of the most interesting mids in TF2, in my opinion. A lot of different shenanigans you can go. There's the drop down, which is an all-time shenanigans area of the map. Love to see it.
It's a sick meme.
Yeah, it's. I think drop downs in general are just funny. I think there should be more of them, just because there's a lot of funny things just happen around there because they're inherently a little silly.
True. But for this matchup, we have the predictions rolling through. Before I say my piece, what do you think? Who's gonna win it? Is it gonna go to 5? What's happening?
It's Freya's map pick. I hope for their sake that they win it. I don't know how close it's gonna be. I also wonder. I feel like Gullywash is a good map for Habib, although I think people claim it's a demo map, and it's definitely a very good demo map, but I feel like Gullywash is honestly kind of a soldier map. I don't know how you feel about that. I think
to a degree.
To get it out of the way, I'll say I think God, it's hard to bet against Habib on goalie though. I'm gonna say like I actually think this might go to 5. I'm gonna say 5. I'll say 5-4 Froyo.
So the thing with this map, I think under normal circumstances, I would have actually said that Froyotech might have a bit of an edge here. Mostly because of the map, to be honest. I feel like they are somehow really good at Gullywash. I think it makes it easier for them to execute their strategies in the heat of the moment. Like in moments where Banny is trying to dictate how everyone should be playing, like maybe this is more of like a mid-season type of deal, but like mid-game teachings of how he wants playstyle to be. It's much easier when there's less flanks to deal with. There's less variables. Everything's out on the table for your team, and it's easier to kind of like figure out what needs to happen. And I think that kind of makes it easier for them to just kind of operate their like mid fights and junk. The only problem is, yeah, Habib on Gullywash is.
It's hard to bet against him.
It's hard. I think it's the big question is how many resources do you have to spend to address him? I think in the general gameplay of the map, I think Froyotech has an edge, and that would lead me to giving them more rounds and winning the match. But it's the mids thing, especially because we just saw how the last mids went. Like, it's a separate map. You saw how, even back and forth, Sunshine was, it could have gone either way. But then
the
you
mid
see
to
how
last, that was the difference.
Yeah, you said not even the mids to last, even if you fail the last, the fact that you start on the other team side of the map is huge. The opportunity to push last in the first place, it sets the pace. And if you could be great at going back and forth on Gullywash, but if you never get to have that because you're just on your last forever, well, it sucks to suck. So
definitely does.
I feel like I don't feel like either of these teams are going to stalemate. I feel like most of the time we saw stalemates. Spare last, they were pretty easily addressed, and even still, I think Gullywash last is probably easier addressed than Sunshine last for both these teams. It'll make
Yeah.
it like the clock will run down less.
I think we'll see less
I
failed
think-
Gullywash lasts.
I think it will go to 5, but I think it will be a.
Ooh,
Even then, I was about to say a number. I was like, do I really want to say that though?
It's well, listen. You have to do what your heart says. You know, it's.
I
if
think
you
Froyotech win 4-3.
Ooh, 4-3. Okay,
I think Froyotech win 4-3. I don't think
Yeah.
it goes to 5.
that's fair. I also think that 5. It could happen. I think if it goes to 5-3, I think it's because Froyotech might have to come back. You know, like 20cc might go up early, and then Froyotech kind of claws their way back. I could see that happening, especially if 20cc's mids are pretty good right off the bat, and then Froyotech have to figure things out, figure out the counter strats, and then get in. I could see that happening. I think one thing about Gully, it's kind of similar to Sunshine in that this is another one of those maps that your mid can kind of end before it starts. You could see just like the fast bombs. We didn't really see that too much on Sunshine. We saw it a little bit, but in general, we didn't see like a mid just instantly end. This is a map where your mid can end before your mid even arrives to mid. Like
Yeah,
if your
and it's
demo
not
just
even-
dies, it's over.
And it's not even just a solo roamer bomb. It's more. It's a bit more convoluted for this map because you can say that for a lot of maps. But most of the time, when you say it, you're referencing like, oh, a soldier went fast on process, killed your demo, and he didn't die. He jumped away. So
But
you
your mid
immediately
might not
lose the
even
mid.
get up. Your mid
Right.
might not even arrive to
There
mid.
might just be enough spam in general, like demo and soldier, maybe even like second soldier, just destroying your big demo before you can even get up and your mid's just over. So there's a lot more coordination that comes involved with you being able to really play the mid. You just kind of are forced to almost not really take a fight, but you know what I mean. Stuff starts going down before you're even able to get to your own side. So we'll kind of see. I feel like we'll eventually see that. It's generally whatever team. It's not 100% going to happen, but generally the trend is if you start losing mids really poorly, you have that out. You're going to say, screw it, kill their medic at big door. If we can't win the mid, at least make sure that we don't lose that hard. But we're going live, so we'll see how those strategies for mids eventually develop, and we'll see if 20C is able to maintain their dominance for mid fights this time instead on Gullywash.
Yeah, I think if Froyotech are going to win this match, it's going to be off of their soldiers, and they're going to die immediately. Not a great start as the demo mid. Artist also going to clean up Donovan, and this mid is kind of not ending well. As Habita is already... yep, they're already leading.
Look where his grenade launcher is on the floor. It's over by the pill bottle. There's tons of greed going forward, thinking he was going to be safe, but immediately finds a scout in his face, and that's going to spell the end of him right off the bat, and not really a whole lot to work with there in terms of damage. So Froyotech back to last is 20cc. They found themselves in a good position.
Ash is waddling under the point already.
Yeah,
I don't
he's
think...
already in
Okay,
water.
they spotted him. He might be an early death, actually. They got some pretty good
Maybe?
rockets off on him, and Banny is going to be able to clean him up. So that is an early death, as actually Artist is sacking too. They really wanted to get that medic, and that was a good attempt, but no sack. A bunch of hurt players, and actually Vanny gonna be a little caught up, but they're gonna get Habib off of it. I think you take that trade. Donovan gonna fall in G6.
another
That's
pause?
a pause. Yeah, another early pause, just like on Sunshine.
My money's still on Ether Howard.
Yeah, those if anyone's liking it, it's usually one of those two.
Yeah,
those
those the two with the worst internet.
yeah. I think Habita might have lagged out occasionally, but those are
Maybe.
definitely the I think we've seen Ash lag out like once. I think maybe not. Regardless.
If this was Mal, I'd say, oh, Dank's mouse screwed up. That's
Yeah,
why.
every team has like or Trip. Like every team is like the
Right.
one designated player who has PC issues. Hopefully, you only have one. If you have more than one, that's not ideal. But every team needs one designated. Like, oh, that player lagged out. Gotta pause.
And then it gets even worse at LAN.
Oh yeah.
Speaking
Does
of
it actually
Trip.
get worse in LAN?
Yeah.
Oh, Trip. Yeah. If you know, you know. Anyway, geez, Froyo are going to be pushing out here, and they if you're 20cc, I feel like do you have to exchange this?
Let's see. Sin is ready to bomb, but no one else is really. Maybe. I think if Howard doesn't hit a really good surf, then you have to. You can try to run away. If they start backing up right now.
If they, I
Then-
feel like if they run away to choke though, they might get bombed and might get forced and choke, and that would be very bad. We'll
Oh,
see.
Sin's going upper. He didn't go
Okay,
straight to the
so
shuttle.
yeah, on the fast, they're gonna bomb forward, so they actually are gonna be able to get out without exchanging. Probably for the best is Freya gonna settle on a second hold here. 20cc gonna have to sack into Freya into Gullywash second. I say this a lot, but one of the all-time classic stammates at TF2 is
Oh,
trying
drop
to push
down.
into Gully second.
It's in. Habib's not there. He's respawning still. They're using the opening, the fact that there's not enough players really watching the choke. Sin
They got through the
get
choke.
some damage, but they've gotten themselves through. Exchange. What is this exchange? There's a family Uber. Flash and Artist trying to jump away. Donovan working the way
This
over
Froyo
the
Uber's
choke.
so much better.
On through and
Well, they get Vanny though. Vanny got a little too greedy, but they get Habib. Another Habib for Vanny trade. Froyo, a lot of players dead there. It's just and Hubba and this guy trying to get out. Hubba gonna take a bit of damage. Sin going for the flank though. 20cc might get greedy if they're not careful. They did spot him. Sin gonna back up the last one. That was a
They were just
ambitious.
holding hands.
That was ambitious.
The entirety of Froyotech is just in a circle holding hands and choke, and they just got flashed to like nobody's business. No, I don't think anyone's health was like really pristine, but they're trying to go for.
They're trying to
right
fight
now.
again. Ether might fall too. Ether just gets ran at by a scout. Oh my god. Brandslam actually surfed out there. Lit Froyo disaster for Froyotech.
And Habib lives with 26 HP. He
Habib
says
says
stop in
stop.
all
Yes,
caps.
says
Yeah,
stop.
Vanny was pressuring him. He just says stop.
Banny's just running at Habib this game. Like, I think that's 3 lives in a row. Banny and Habib just ran at each other and traded. Banny,
Well, I mean, it's like we said, but you know, it's,
how many resources do you dedicate?
Yeah, how many resources do you dedicate? And sure, it's just one scout, but it's Banny of all players. You could say that Banny is one of the heavy hitters for Froyotech, and if he has to deal with Habib all by his lonesome in these fights, then, I mean, that kind of equalizes the biggest threats on the team and leaves everyone else to their own devices.
Habib says Habib must die. As Hubba gonna take a pretty decent amount of damage heading up to his own choke, and we're actually setting into an actual mid-fight this time. We are gonna have no instant deaths this time. Like to see it. As a lot of Froyotech players are on the ground, actually, in the enemy big door, kind of just spamming away. What is this electing to take the high ground, and we're gonna see
the direct on
Art's gonna
Banny.
fall pretty much immediately, and that's a nuke from Habib though.
Inside each other's models!
Ether and Hubba. Benny gonna fall
falling
too.
like
It's just
flies.
on Sin, and the soldiers see if they can make a miracle. Gonna miss his rocket. It's just on Sin behind it. He's gonna like to play his life and see what he can drag out. And that's another mid loss from Froyotech. It's like the same script as
I'm
yeah,
having
flashback.
sunshine flashbacks.
Yeah.
It's just a different corner.
It's a
Instead of
different
behind
corner.
Tetris, it's just behind the metal sheet in the boxes. There's
Sin went down, drop down. He actually baited the flank, although Artist spotted him.
Yeah, he's getting chased down.
Yep, there he goes. Hit a
I
good
think it's
rocket, but that's it.
A byproduct of taking too much damage early on. Everyone's weak. Everyone was like, give me an arrow, it's fine. But then all of a sudden you have 3 people standing still asking for arrows in the same vicinity, and then the bombs come through, committed on, just all on top of each other, and that seals the deal. So 20cc, they're back in a situation where they can find a way to push into last. This time with Ad instead of taking it free or going for some sort of sack play. So a much more dominant position in regards to this transitional period.
Pyro.
As they going through, you know, gotta get rid of the Pyro first. Not really tanks, the Sin will indeed fall. Gun is probably next up as bomb comes in for Artist to take it down. Donovan in water, damage on the brand.
A lot of 20cc players on the point.
Yeah. Donovan's the only person able to really block that, and once he's dead, the wall is down, the floodgates are open, and the cap goes through. 20cc taking the second round, leading the game 2-0.
Yeah. If this goes the same way as Sunshine, we should see Froyotech be able to claw back. But Froyotech gotta fix these mids. That's both maps that are in this pool are maps where like if you lose the mid, you kind of lose pretty hard, and that's what's been happening so far. Either gonna be playing more passive as this time, as Brandslam actually can really pretty much get bombed. Sin actually gonna fall very fast, but there's a lot of hurt players. Donovan gonna fall as well. Brandslam gonna be traded out. They actually are gonna be able to trade out those kills, but Ash is in and gonna kill Banny. Can Yum Yum clean up this kill? Oh, Yum Yum. Okay, he's gonna be able to clean it up. But look at the position, and Yum Yum's caught in the elbow.
You just shoot it. Yeah, just shoot the stickies. You're
Froyotech
uncaught
want
now.
to fight again. They really want to fight. They are getting
it's
in.
it's
Howard fell down.
It's the philosophy. It's okay. Our players are better, but the positional disadvantage is definitely being very prevalent. They got some weak players. It's gonna slow things down, but the fact that you put all your eggs in one basket once again to go for that 3v3 through the choke. I mean, sure, you cleared off the stickies, but they still are gonna replace them and like crunch your team. And we're kind of lucky that they're only now they're going through. Maybe you'll have a scout come in pretty late, but floodgates are open. Bombs coming through from Artist, finding Hubba. One more rocket roll, get the
good force.
They've committed through. The Uber exchange is eventually coming out. Flash into Habib to make sure he
There's
doesn't die.
body
As
blocks
the back line,
happen.
Yum Yum's
Sid is
gonna
getting
die.
chased down though. Sid, they are gonna clean up Sid. Although the Froyotech Uber is gonna last a bit longer, we'll see who can win this post fight. High 5 gonna vaporize, and the next part of the corner, Ash is gonna fall, and it's just Howard. He is gonna actually get wall shot or air shot, and that's finally Froyotech are able to actually win a fight. And I think it was 20cc that time, maybe getting a little too aggressive, just ending their Uber in this, pretty much inside enemy choke.
Yeah, definitely did a really good job from the side of Froyotech, punishing the fact that 20cc was kind of just waltzing in while the Uber was still going on. Definitely could have, 20cc could have played that a bit differently in terms of how quickly they needed to actually use, but I guess maybe they didn't want to lose anyone.
Habib might be
yeah.
caught out. Look at Habib.
He's so far forward.
Oh,
Maybe
he's caught up.
He thinks that he has his team closer than they actually do, but he's alive for now?
They're not
Surely
caught.
He dies. Okay, he doesn't. He dies.
Habib's not caught in. They're caught in with him. As High Five's also going to fall, and 20ZC are just sending players everywhere. This is such a chaotic match. Look at Bainey and Hubba. They're hiding behind the shutter doors, waiting for someone to peek out, but no one is going to peek out. No sneaky kills there for Bandy. He's going to back up and look at Bandy. He's looped. He's wrapped him. He wants the medic. He's chasing the medic and lower. Can he kill the medic? Howard's dodging. They're going to get Howard, and that was a sneaky Uber from Bandy, moving around behind the enemy combo.
Yeah, they recognized that Howard was leaving alone and upper was spotted by one of the soldiers, so just wanted to cut him off and get the Uber out of the way to kill the medic and just dry afterwards. But the trap coming in, killing Sin. You have a soldier in water. No one's really able to deal with the point quite yet. They have to wait for that. But Yum a bit early. Donovan gonna get cleaned up actually, so no soldier to get on the point. Bandy's just in. The initiation has gone through, but Evan popped in the air. He's gonna clean up in the overall push. The dry fight from Froyotech will not quite hit the mark as Habib on the chase. A bit alone, might have to fight off Yum, but the sticks on Hubba is enough to allow him to surf out. And 20ZC, they aren't able to find Hubba, but I'm sure they're happy that after losing Howard to that Uber, that they're able to work out their way out onto 2 to retake it and set up for whatever Froyotech has in store. Because this is technically like 20 out for them to work with.
True, and it's Gully. If you want to take it, you can, I suppose. And looks like they really want to.
Well,
also made the fatal mistake that last push of trying to fight High Five heavy. Very, very common mistake, as they're just getting through. They're just trying to dry. They know that Froyotech or 20CC know they have this end, but Yum's gonna fall immediately. Not a great start.
Good.
And Donovan gonna fall as well. They've lost 2 people before the Uber. Ash is gonna be a trade, and Sin might fall as well. They're gonna. Froyotech haven't used that though. They're gonna lose Arch. So they're gonna be equalized the kills, but they've popped in. They have it, and 20ZC have not. 20ZC gonna have a much better Uber.
He's just gonna die to Habib potentially. Will get cleaned up by Banny though. Sin
and he's behind.
Banny last one left alive. It's just Banny now. Is the rest?
He wants to 1v1 Ash. It appears. He's going behind. Banny's working. Ash has zero idea.
The health pack.
Banny actually. Okay, Banny is gonna be able to clean up the kill.
Artist now.
Oh, wait, can he get both? Banny's just on the prowl behind. Meanwhile, on mid, we do have a. 20CC are pressuring up, but they have 2 players behind, 2 scouts behind on Gullywash. This is going to be sneaky to deal with. They've been spotted up, but 20CC have to deal with just all these first scouts, and they're going to be able to get out and live.
Yeah, this started great for 20ZC, recognizing the fact that Hubba was playing really passive, so just kill everyone else, and then you'll have a good exchange. But after the exchange happens, the flies begin to scatter around, got some problems in lobby you have to deal with, and it prevents you from really capitalizing on the advantage you created to push it into mid. So Froyotech, you know, they kind of make sure that even though 20CC didn't get to play against them, that they're able to cause enough chaos to make sure they can't capitalize on it fully, and tables are just going to be turned just a tad, as now they finally have Uber, but it's a bit too small for them to use at the end of the day, so just chilling on 2 as we enter a stalemate.
Froyotech have been playing like absolute just psychopaths this game. Both teams have just been walking through chokes on goalie, which maybe it's because I haven't seen it this season that much, but they are just disrespecting the chokes in like the tiniest doors in the game.
Yeah, they're definitely recognizing when a demo or spam classes in general are unable to lock things down, whether it's them being dead or big doors being the thing that's trapped and not choke or vice versa. Definitely utilizing the, hey, the demo's not here. They're, you know, we can get through to some degree.
Yeah, they're getting through. They're just, the post fights are the tough part.
They do have Donovan rolling on a spy. He's out of the spawn, so it's going to take a sec. The question is this is going to be a long rollout for him to actually walk all the way through and then go for a decloak. I wonder if the paranoia is going to kick in at all.
Froyo's like pressuring Big Door really hard though, so at least they're doing something. It's not like when you have a spy and everyone just sits around staring at walls. Yeah. So at least they're doing something. It doesn't really look like they're super paranoid. Oh, actually, look at High Five's kind of on the high ground looking down.
They don't see a soldier in Big
Howard's
Door,
in the anti-spy spot. That's like
no one's going in Baby Door. They don't see a soldier Big Door for spams. Like where's the roamer? Yeah. Where is he?
Look at they're all like spinning in circles. I think they know because nothing's happened for forever, and I think Donovan knows that they know. Donovan has a lot of 6's spy experience.
Yeah. That's the thing about these situations where the timing of which you go spy, most of the time you only see spies spawn, at least very prevalently, when there's still time to kill, when people are respawning, when people are building Uber. So if nothing happens, it's like, yeah, it's fine. I'm not paranoid about this at all. But they've been sitting with Uber for so long, even as Donovan was walking up as the class, that it makes things difficult. Now they're actually getting Yum inside lobby. They're putting some extra pressure. They're pretty deep in Big Door, but the paranoia is
disguising as a soldier. I think he ran out of cloak or something.
Oh, he's going in. Oh, he's decloaking. He's going for something, but will not find the mark.
Spy class. Yum is behind. He's actually going to try to get out. That might signal his doom. He is going to be able to get out as 20ZC. That was like a 2-minute single soldier sack. So they drained a lot of clock for Froyo.
And here I said that I thought they wouldn't drain the clock out on this map very quickly.
Yeah,
shows what I know.
As we're getting excited that there's going to be back and forth the whole game, they're just standing around. Also, look at Yum Yum now. Yum Yum has found a corner to hide. Oh, and I jinxed it.
I guess sometimes you just don't feel it. You don't commit to it.
It was a good corner. I like that one. But yeah, Froyo are taking their sweet time here. They might actually run into some ground pressure soon if they want to go. They might just exchange. We'll see what they want to do. But Froyotech, I don't know if it's comfort and we ran into another pause actually.
Oh, another pause.
This is.
What was the first pause even for? I don't remember. Like the Gullywash pause.
I think Banny just paused. I don't know why. Banny just paused. They didn't like say why in the chat. Maybe it was attacked. Like, hey, what's wrong with the mids?
Maybe.
Or mid singular.
I mean, at this point, it would be like almost halfway through the game in terms of the time being played on Gullywash. So you could, I guess, tack if you really wanted to talk about the state of the game. I'm not sure what transpires to have the pause go down. So
yeah, there's a lot of scenarios. Because, like, the round timer is at, like, 40 seconds. It's going down, but, like, it was before it was at 40 seconds. Oh, that was a quick one, at least. Hopefully, that might have been, like, someone lagged out. Or, like, that might have been, like, a Howard or a kind of pause. And Donovan is dead. Artist is going to get set back, and Froyotech actually loses, too. There's a double sack, but they lost 2 pillars, and the choke points you kind of want to lock down, and Froyotech's just in.
Yeah, they're a bit slow on the rotation. They send in Donovan, but no one's really there to stop the people flooding in for a choke. And oh, Artist, a lot of pressure. Banny wanted to kill and will eventually get it via Sin, but this Uber got forced. A lot of damage on Habib. Yeah, Habib says, just drop me. That's fine. But the spoon from Donovan kills high 5, so definitely not a whole lot of chase there, but also not a whole lot to lock down. Howard, careful, there's a scout there spinning around in circles. That's where the pause happened right there. What an awkward scenario, but immediately Uber comes in. And
Froyotech players behind.
Hubba trying to surf away, but will indeed get that frag. And 20ZC, they're going for the big kills here. Got him now block the point. Soldiers coming in very quick, trying to kill the scout. Brands on top of the air, but they will get Sin.
Banny's coming in too. If they don't see Banny, Ash. Banny can get Ash. Banny's still in. He gets 2. Banny's a madman. He almost lives through that. Gets both soldiers. And the chaos from Froyotech is actually buying their medic enough time to live. They might be able to hold second here if they really want to, or at least fight it. And considering Froyotech's been playing, they might be as aggressive as possible. That was a huge clutch and salvage from the Froyotech flank, buying enough time for Banny to come in and get those 2 kills.
Yeah, overall victory from the side of 20cc, but Froyotech stemmed the bleeding just a tad to make sure it wasn't too catastrophic, because they do have some sort of foothold over their own 2, can set up for the impending push of 20cc, who probably just have to play off the Uber at this point. Another pause coming in through here. Okay.
Habib, Mike died.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, definitely want to make sure that's all settled.
Habib's the player with issues.
Yeah, so it was a tech.
Yeah, a tech.
At least it was a minor tech.
Yeah, minor tech. I wonder if Habib's mic wasn't working for a while, you know, like, that's tough to communicate. Okay, Howard gonna get forced, actually, through. They get forced and Froyotech didn't even lose anyone. That's pretty good.
I'm surprised he was able to jump out. I guess it just shows from the angle going through, but they
my
were
god,
not
this
prepared.
is a disaster.
I don't think they remembered through that pause that their ad was actually that small. So the fact they got forced and didn't really get anything, they were not prepared to run away at all. Howard was basically
here comes the bomb,
and they're trying to salvage. Hubba is on the pill, surfing around just a tad, but will get cleaned up by Brandsam, drive-bying through, and it's just Habib left alive. In no man's land. He's an upper. What are you doing?
He was just there.
Do they know?
Yeah, that he was shooting.
They're just leaving
Where
him
is he
alone?
going?
Okay, now yeah, they're killing
they found him.
That's actually gonna be huge though. There's no dome, man. Yeah. Everyone's getting respawns.
He had a 15-second respawn.
Yeah, they are gonna probably dry off that. The question is how will 20cc respond to this dry fight with no demo, man? You gotta spot them and stuff them, which is easier said than done. And it looks like
they're choosing a stuff choke, yeah, but Big Door is the one they're going to go. Brandside is going to be able to spot it early, but they can't really do much about it. And the Froyotech flank is already through choke super fast. They're going to kill Artist. And look at Howard so caught in. If the Froyotech flank can clean up on this is huge. The combo is actually rotated all the way there. Just Howard.
He gets the melee out of there.
Want to see it. And actually, Hubba might be the one to fall.
They're missing Howard. Just a tad. They eventually get their man.
Again.
They're
Habib
so
out in the middle of nowhere. You think Habib takes the 2? Oh, he's going to back up.
He's going to stun, but he has a respawner. There's a health pack right there. They can bide their time for the better respawn. Is the fact that they have upper control right now.
And he eats a pipe, backs up. Banny actually might die because of it.
Ooh, Artist.
Banny's behind. Again, he's so hurt behind. Banny.
Oh, we might find Howard.
Wait. Banny's been behind so many times, I feel like he's an expert. They're looking for him and they can't find him.
Just in locker.
Hide and go seek and Banny's winning.
You just gotta sneeze on him, but he could be a thorn in their side.
That was so patient. That was actually so patient, it's insane. That might be one of the better hiding spots I've seen in a while. They never even considered the possibility he'd just be there. Okay, they found him now, but he's gonna take the 1v1. He was hurt. Oh my god, he almost
kills
that.
Brandslam.
He almost won that. Nice,
From Madman.
a good. That was an NP by Benny. Nice try.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, they're not using this ad. It's 10 ad. That was basically a sack. Like that was the culmination
It
of
had
another
potential,
scenario
but-
where you just get a scout behind and then try to kill people. So I mean, it's whatever.
Starting the sack with Benny behind it does have a little bit more potential though than other sacks. It
For
could have gone places, but gonna sell into a sack. Hopefully, for Froyotech's sake, they're only down 2 rounds, but not that the round time matters with infinite overtime, but hopefully, you don't want to take another 2 minutes doing nothing this time. We'll see, but I don't mind the slow game personally, but Froyotech, I feel like they might not want to do that again, but they're again taking their time. They're finally rotating heels big door, going to do the staple of big door pressure. Ash is going to be the one to spam it and spot it out. Banny's clearing all the stickies, and well, some of them.
Try and get some spam. Habib is actually taking a lot of damage, but he has Howard there, so he's fine. A-okay.
Froyo Soldier and drop
see
down.
how they, I want to see how they address choke. They have Donovan and Yum Yum going in over towards the flank. Donovan just dies, tries to use a pill for his advantage, and they're not able to
They're through
kill
choke fast again, so it's the same
Arts at
scenario as
all.
before. Froyotech, it's the Froyotech choke players who are sacking, and they seem to be pretty content with letting 20ZC just walk in through choke, and Ether's taking so much damage. He gets mowed twice, but he might die anyway. He
Yeah,
took
just
so
gets
much
bombed.
damage.
Banny
Yum
trying
Yum
to get the
almost gets
cleanup.
2 though. Or that was Banny. Yeah, Banny almost gets 2. Unable to clean up Artist, and that means this choke is be a little bit tougher to defend, although they have a lot of players there. Okay, Froyotech correctly, they guessed right, and they guessed that they were going to go choke, and they have everybody there. 0 players in big door.
Yeah, Artist threw, popped up in the air just a tad, maybe a bit further than he needs to, but is it enough? Yes, it is. The Uber will come out. Howard is actually really aggressive.
Sin
with
ran out of
Sam.
ammo.
Yeah, they're gonna. Did he?
He got
Okay.
it. He just got it, but he got 2 shot.
Yeah, it means he has to go for the pack away from his medic, unable to get flash, and will get cleaned up. Yum Yum is actually on the high
huge
ground with the
by
bomb
Donovan,
from
gets
Donovan.
2.
Gets Habib and Howard. It's a clean sweep. Only high 5 left alive, trying to get Ether, but will not find success. And I mean, this started out okay for 20cc, but Froyotech, that collapse, that was
Donovan
huge.
just hit above choke. He literally just stood above choke. They knew he was there, but because they ended the post super again in the enemy's second, Donovan just walked down at them. They got 2 rockets off, 2 kills.
Yeah, both teams are having different problems holding choke, it seems.
Yeah, 20s. Yeah, Froyotech, it seems like almost like part of their strategy. I don't know, it's weird.
I mean,
they're
holding-
intentionally sacking both players.
Yeah, they're sagging both choke holding players with the assumption that they'll kill at least one of the flank members and then it won't be that big of a deal. Ether is rotating a bit slower off the sack, so maybe they're not relaying to him that it's time for him to rotate and he can't get there in time to sticky it off, but it's been a hole for now that 20ZC have been able to definitely use, but at the same time, Froyotech has done a phenomenal job of locking down their own choke when the floodgates are actually opened.
Oh,
But
here comes the Uber.
in
This
at
is pretty
time.
decent at, but there's a pyro in front of the sentry, and it's a long range spam against a pyro, so not gonna work out too well. Young does get decent point pressure though, although he's caught in secret, gonna get chased by Artist. He actually manages to get the trade overall. That's pretty good. Artist and Ash gonna fall. Means no soldiers to block the point, but Froyotech kind of losing everyone. It's just Ether, and Ether wants to keep fighting this, and he gets 2. Can Ether win
Confident.
this versus Habib?
We
It's
can
just
secret-
Hubda's gonna leave. Ether
can't
is
get
gonna
healed.
buy time for Hubda to get out, but okay, they are gonna get him. He managed to get enough time for Hubda to hopefully get out, but that was a close call for 20ZC. Ether almost clutched that.
Yeah, that was almost huge. Started out really great, but at the end of the day, Howard's still holding on his Uber and last as well. So some spam maybe come from the side of Froyotech, but they know they don't have a demo man, and they're actually going for a sniper play in big door. Banny a bit alone. I don't think he realizes he doesn't have his team with him, but it doesn't matter. Howard falls. Banny giving up his life in the corner will eventually die.
That was
but
just
that
Chad
is-
peak.
That is
Got his man.
Yeah.
Ash is down drop down though. I don't think they know. Ash is just somehow managed to work his way through drop down, and they have they have no idea.
This could be
Look,
huge. It
this
has to be the
is
timing,
this
though.
could be a disaster
Has
for
to be
Froyotech. He has to
called
get the timing. They have
Oh,
to
the
call it, and
timing
he
is
gets
perfect.
up. He gets 2
He
rockets,
doesn't
but
have
Hubda
Uber.
surfs
He's gonna
in.
die to
He
full
surfs on
damage.
top of the rock.
No way, he gets on
There's
the
no
rock.
way he lived.
He is 6
Oh, he
with
lived!
regen.
Oh my god! Grand Slam gonna get Sin on Sniper, but Hubda, that was the best surf I've seen in a long time. He was dead to rights, and he surfed on top of the rock and managed to live. So, a huge play by Ash comes up just short. He had everything other than the actual thing he needed.
They're ready and raring to go. Maybe wait just a tad for Sin to at least respawn, but it looks like it would be lower, maybe Shutter. We'll see what they're feeling. Got some setup from the side of 20ZC. No gun, just the heavy, but I think they're still spying. They're biding their time. They know the ad is huge, so they can wait a sec. I guess they're responding for gun. They don't see where it is. It's because it doesn't exist. You can see Banny in the glass just looking through. But Shutter it is. They're actually not taking a scout and just going straight in with projectile classes to get everyone in. But Pyro on the field trying to reflect some. Immediately Yum Yum goes to the point. Habib trying to lock it down.
gets
But will
moved behind
die to
the
the
point.
bottom from Donovan. They're trying to bring the souls over now to make sure the point is blocked. But Banny's coming in from behind through water. They don't spot until the last second. Tons of cap time, but it's once again just Ether and Hubba.
Ether
But
could win
confidence.
these.
Is he going to 1v1 versus Ash? It is 1v1 with heal beam, but yeah. They know the respawners are coming in just a sec. You'd have to win that so fast. to
He
make sure
has
last
to.
was
I think if
theirs.
he hit a pipe, he would have committed, but
Maybe.
I think if you don't hit that pipe, that's fair. You have to back up. So no Chad to commit to that, but that might be the wiser decision as 20cc have Uber out here, and Hubbard is actually 40%, so 20cc they're gonna have to go make sure they're pretty proactive about this, or else Hubbard might get his Uber kill at end.
Howard gets forced by Sultry just through the slit and the shutter. They're able to get out of it, which is a great pick.
Sin's behind.
Hubbard definitely get the demo in, but yeah, Sin behind. Hack is not available. I mean, I guess it was, but he didn't take it. But bring back some people, and they're trying to lock it down. But big door Uber change coming out. They've lost so many people. They're only killing.
Oh, they drop Yum Yum.
Howard hasn't used yet. Bit weak. Trying to get onto high five. Maybe that'll get him to pop instead. But or they already
both teams used it. It's just Froyotech were just on the tail end of that. Hubbard also gonna fall. They just dropped Yum Yum. He was a little too far forward during the Uber, and that was it. And 20cc, they kited it into the enemy choke, and that was the perfect play, as they're going to end up winning the tail end of that. And now Yum Yum's on Sniper. Wants to, show Bainey how it's really done.
Could lock things down pretty easily, but you gotta make sure that they're able to, protect their Sniper well enough immediately. Ash is on the chase to begin to push down and lock Yum Yum out. And with Donovan dying, that's not going to be any more room for the Sniper to really work with. Is going to back spawn. Sin and Upper unable to really go for a bomb. So 20cc are able to find some funny here on 2 with a nice ad to use and not really have to worry about too much other than maybe some dying to some traps in lobby. But they're going Upper, they're avoiding them all, and it's looking like it's an ample opportunity to try to get another round on the board. You got the gun up, the heavy, the pyro, the whole 9 yards for the side of Froyotech, making sure that it's going to be really difficult for them to push in. But the Uber is laying in wait, and here it comes.
The Froyo Pyro doing a lot of good work, but he's going to fall to double scout. He did get a couple air blast stuff, but they were able to get in. They get the sentry gun and the Pyro, but that's it. Ether is underneath the point. We have Yum Yum on Brutus. He's going to fall, and they're cleaning up the kills pretty methodically here. Ether is still in water. We have the Soldier Secret Soul, but there's no one to heal. He's going to manage the Vanity Bind, but he has no one to heal and spawn. His teammates are just dying.
Yeah, they put all their eggs in one basket when it came to hiding in Secret and lower, and the fact that everyone died, like not a single, maybe there's a small chance you get your Uber in time if you can have one person live and just like bait just a tad, reset bind in the shutter, but yeah, not really able to work too much there. And at the end of the day, 20cc take another round on the board, 3-0, with some pretty dominant mids after some back and forth gameplay. Froyotech putting in some fight, but we'll see how things adjust in this next mid.
Yeah, we will have to see, as Ether gonna get some decent damage off on the 20cc players. Habib falling down to 90 HP. Good spam. We're gonna have a drop down fight, and Ash is gonna be the one to fall. So maybe this is the mid that Froyotech can turn around and actually get a victory on. Habib has like 5 stinkies on mid, and I hope they spot that, because otherwise, okay, Ether spots it.
Yeah, Brandsam falling as well. Donovan was 8 HP at one point. He was sitting in drop down, asking Hubada to come to drop down, look down and arrow me. So not able to clean up that soldier frag. And actually, he's making space for his team to work their way into 2 early. Ether's going to die to a trap though, and Hubada's just alone. That soldier has to go back
is committing to this though. He might be a little caught out if he's not careful.
Yeah, and they know there's no demo. They know it's even Ubers. This is a great ample opportunity for them to hold 2. Maybe even get some frags on the side of Froyotech. That's pretty much pretty aggressive on top. And they're going to go ahead and use.
Hubada doesn't have. Yeah, they lose 2 though. Hubada got, and they
lost their soldiers.
They're not dropping anyone. This is disaster for 20cc.
The high five. He just got deleted from the server. What was that?
Oh my god.
It's just Brandslam and Howard.
Habib's hard holding choke. He gets in. Habib with the cheeky kill there, and he's actually gonna lock it out. But there's only so much he can do. He can't lock out every door. Yeah, Howard's gonna be able to surf the spawn. Yum Yum's on the point. Can he get Artist? Artist is gonna die to a bow actually. So Abda going in. Yum Yum actually gonna live. Habib's actually blocking out Yum Yum, so Yum Yum is trapped in lower. He's getting hunted down.
Habib is proving to be the wall that no matter what Froyotech does, they have to fight their way through him, and it's not enough. They've lost too many players, and it's going to be really hard for them to hold this. They don't have Donovan rolling out. Yum Yum is still dead in the grave. They're not even using an Uber right here to begin this push out on to 2. Showing up for a bit. Actually, I think they realized that they took too much damage walking through. Bit of a boon from the side of Froyotech. Nice spam using what they had to make it difficult for them to really push out. And 20cc don't want to do anything too risky like Habib. Talk about risky. He's alone in lobby. I don't think he caught the memo that his team had completely left. So is going to die. And that's going to be huge on the side of Froyotech as their Uber is ready to go if they want to.
Artist is in the corner. Like the good corner. I don't remember the last time I've seen someone do that. They're gonna be able to spawn too, and he gets the spam mark. He actually lives. He could have committed to that, but he's not gonna go for it. He's just gonna go for the spam. They are actually gonna get Banny. That might have been actually a pretty wise play. They're not committing to that because the damage was enough that they get 3 off of it.
Yeah, it's huge. It's very key to make sure you're shooting the right target, and that was definitely some focus fire there. Ignoring the medic to make sure that we don't need to force it. We can get these players enough to take 2 and. Yeah, that's definitely really good for them. Sin, late death, not going to be able to respawn in time for mid, but Yum Yum is going to respawn as Sniper, sitting in the shutter watching Big Door, so you might lose some flank members from the side of 20cc on a potential entry here, if there's an entry at all. It is even Ubers, they have a one-player ad, but it doesn't look like they want to go for any sort of push or counter-sack, just sitting, chilling on 2, letting Froyotech stay in the driver's seat, trying to break the eventual stalemate.
Froyotech, they have infinite overtime, so there's no time pressure, but at some point they gotta start getting rounds here. They've had a lot of failed last pushes, but no real rounds. We're gonna see Yum Yum on Sniper. He's gonna like to go Big Door slowly, and Habib might, if he's not careful, he might need a headshot. He's peeking the sideline. I don't think they know there's a sniper yet.
Yeah, the first shot is always the most important because that is a surprise factor.
They spotted
it. Yeah, they've seen it now for sure.
Yeah, I saw High Five did like the classic scout jiggle peek where you jump and then immediately jump out. They know it's there. Yum Yum's now looking to drop that. Ether's actually gonna fall. He goes a little aggressive. Ether gonna fall, and Yum Yum is staring at choke now. So if 20cc are careful, they might run into the sniper here. Howard's gotta be careful about peeking the sightline. Yum Yum misses the shot.
Ash is in now. He's not committing in, but he's just there. Actually, he might just find Hubada on accident. Actually going for the sniper instead. Yum Yum's gonna fall in Big Door, and it's just Banny and Hubada.
It's just them. They need to get something here. They're not getting anything.
The marionette strings have been cut, and Banny and respawning Ether tries to dive for Hubada. Isn't going to be enough, but he's finding Brandsam in the back line, able to kill Hubada, and that's a medic dead in the grave. Just Donovan left alive. A respawner trying to salvage for his team, taking the pack with a Soldier of Ash there to lock down the spawns. Might be able to get one, shooting through the shutter, able to make sure that his friends were able to get through, but the upper direct onto Howard, committing into the corner, but isn't enough damage. Howard still holding on to his Uber. Banny committing
Howard's so hurt though, he can't really commit.
Entire chaos, using the time to rotate through the choke now to get behind them, the slow roll, but they're running straight into the shutter. He bumped into one of the scouts, and now he's revealed. They know the spy is in play, and now it's just 10 times worse. He has to go for something. Maybe work his way back to spawn.
Look at Habib, he knows.
Oh my god.
Habib is psychic.
Did he run around on a cloak, or did he say screw it? Either way, he's trying to work his way out of Baby Door. The chase is on. Sin coming in to make sure that he
they got the force off that.
But it's just a ruse. The Uber coming in will maybe find Sin jumping around in circles. His life for now will get rocketed down by Ash, able to send him to the grave as the heavy is still on the field for both the teams. Hubada out in the open, taking a pipe. They've lost one each side, but 20cc in the corner,
High Five, 2 shots.
Losing players, Brandy will die, but they've lost so much. It's just Habib and Howard left alive. Howard running away, and Froyotech, it was a bit disastrous, but they were able to hold on through all of the chaos, and 20cc a last push almost given away as Howard runs away with his life, and Froyotech reclaims their own 2.
They wanted to kill Bandy so bad, they took an Uber through main on Gullywash last. That's how badly they wanted to kill Bandy's spy. They were chasing him.
They can catch him.
They were chasing him so hard, and they were unable to.
Donovan, and then they found Sin instead. It was just a bait. Sin's like, I'll help you, Banny. It's fine.
He got a bunch of damage off.
But then not only he gets the damage, helps facilitate the force, but then lives forever throughout the entire turn. Now they're just pushing with their ad through mid.
Hubada and Donovan's so hurt. They're gonna have to force very quickly. Brandslam's still on Sniper. They get 2 kills for the force, but Froyotech might be able to get into second if they're not careful, but they got a lot of cap time to make up. They're going to be going through Cafe, and they're pushing into a sniper. If Brandslam doesn't hit a shot here, Habib actually might be caught out. He has to surf past the shutter. He is going to die, and that's going to be a lot tougher to take this Uber out, and they only have to heal a sniper. They can't even build, so they're going to be building a bit slower. Froyotech back in the driver's seat might be able to finally get a round in, but there's only a minute left before we get to the infinite overtime.
Yeah, it's going to be looking like a 4-point win limit. But actually, they're pushing early. They're just going in dry. They know this Uber is coming in, but I guess it's just a sack. They want to go for it. Maybe they thought that 20cc would be on the move and that they would find an opening while they're pushing some other doorway, but rushing through main didn't really find much other than just a 1-for-1 trade, so the cheap play does not really work out. But I guess technically it worked out in a sense where you bought time for the Uber of your own. So in a way, I guess it did work out, even if it wasn't exactly what you were anticipating as the play. But both teams running a spy. Artist is not committing, it looks like, and Yum Yum is. So I think if they check properly, they should know the spy is in play.
He checks spy and sniper. Yeah, he's checking back and forth, and Artist is... I think he knows because he checked back and forth like 8 times. And then either signals to me he knows, or he doesn't have the 3D controls and he doesn't know. And they found him anyway.
Yeah.
So a lot of I gotta say, the spies today have not been very sneaky in terms of actually, not people not knowing they're on spy. There's been a lot of Yum Yum chose the wrong door to go through there.
Yeah, and there's where the MP win limit changes to 4. So get to 4 and you win. 20cc once again are leading. Just need the 1 round. While Froyotech has a long way to climb as Ash is finding himself in Big Door, trying to go for the play for a counter sack.
Brandslam on sniper.
Trade. Donovan
Brandslam might get a pick
for it. And he almost died to a trap in lower. Big Door.
Yep, Brandslam on sniper. And that's a pause. I wonder what. That could be a lot of things.
That could. Maybe tack. Maybe
I
tack.
thought I saw GG lag there that they got the round, but I don't think so now. I think that someone might have genuinely lagged out.
I mean, we've seen both so far. We've seen, actually, no, we haven't seen tech yet. It's only been tech, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's been tech. That first mid might have been attack, but I don't know. We'll see.
I feel you don't tack after one mid.
Maybe. I think, didn't Banny do that the first mid? Oh no, that was someone lagging.
Yeah, that was someone lag. Especially because it's Gullywash, so like...
If anyone did attack after 1 mid, it would be Banny though. That's like, I feel like if someone was to like break the ice on that one, it would be Banny.
Maybe? I feel like you don't need attack as long as you have a plan B. Like, I feel like you don't go into a match not having a plan B. It's you attack to get like, alright, what's our plan C? Because we didn't talk about plan C. So,
Maybe.
I think it's probably just tech for now.
Yeah, hopefully it's not something too disastrous like a medic lagging out. But, you know, we've seen some pretty disastrous things happen in pauses. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. I gotta say, there's been a fair amount of pauses, but they haven't been too long. There hasn't been, like, egregious ones where you get into story time, so hopefully we don't reach that point.
I will say that I was definitely wrong about the pace at which Gullywash was going to be played. And maybe that's my fault. It is Gullywash after all. You look at this map and you're like, oh yeah, it can be more likely to play slow. I think I kind of just believed that both these teams wouldn't play into it as hard, and they would try to make it play faster, but...
They played like, alternatively fast and slow, though.
They were active, but didn't actually pull the trigger until it was beneficial for them. They didn't pull the trigger because it was time for them to, like, oh, okay, well, it's time to sack, so I guess let's just go. They waited until the ample opportunity. Even in moments where, like, they had, like, Froyo had the spy on mid and 2. Even when it was spotted, they were like, okay, well, let's just, like, we'll hold on to the spy forever, and maybe their paranoia will die down, and that's where you'll find your success. So I guess it's just a mindset thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at the loadouts right now, and I think High Five has a... Is that a new cosmetic? Look at the little teddy bear he has.
There's always a new cosmetic. High Five?
It's so cute.
High Five not wearing the...
season
he has the classic. Oh, this is his dark era.
Yeah, it's his dark era. I was wondering if he would change it because he left the team and then came back, but it's still in his dark era, it appears. But he has the very cute little engineer teddy bear there. Love to see it. And that's an interesting sentry spot. I feel like I haven't seen that one before. It's like behind the column. Like you see like the particular like spot of the sentry.
Yeah.
It's
it is
like
behind the column.
I feel like that's more you usually see like in the corner or like somewhere sneaky. It's like kind of like way out of the open in a weird spot. Maybe they think they're gonna go through river and just like get caught out.
It's harder to shoot it and spam it when you go and try to peek. Like whether it's a push or spamming. If it's like the column's in the way, it's kind of harder to get like a full direct onto the sentry when you're peeking through river. So I think he just wants to keep it alive no matter what.
That's fair. I wonder if Brand Slam as well is going to get a pick here because he's in like the sniper spot where you're just like you're in river, you're posted up. If you hit your first shot, you get a kill, and if not, a soldier poke goes into you and you have to surf out of your dive. It's happened to me many a time. It looks like Sin's probably going to be one to peek it if anyone peeks it.
Maybe he will. I feel like he won't because the positioning of Hubba. He knows that if he peeks that far, he's going to not really have like beam if he sees anything that's worth going for. And they're still waiting for Yum Yum. So they're probably going to wait for him to respawn before they actually try to do anything per se and be really active. Maybe he'll peek it, but I feel like he'll just lock down the corner and just try to pre-fire spam it and play close to Hubba.
I also wonder if Donovan comes up in off class 2 here because it's even. You think they come up spy? I don't know if they come up spy again, but if anyone's gonna off class, it's gonna be Donovan. He is a spawner.
We've seen some moments where players will go spy multiple times because surely they will like expect me going spy another time. But considering 20cc have been pretty good about checking in the spawn, so I mean obviously Frey don't know that per se. I guess how they know the spy is happening or if there's paranoia exactly. But I feel like with the success of spy and Gullywash dwindling just a tad, it might make them shy away from it. Maybe they haven't really tried sniper too much without finding much.
It can be tough if the other team knows like where you're spamming in advance. It can be kind of tough because they want to kill you, they can't kill you before you can see them. But like they also have to commit to it. It can be tough to get in. Honestly, I think the best, my personal player opinion, I think the best way to snipe is you go immediately, you just peek like kind of where like Habib's standing, like from the other side. Because usually it's so fast, people don't expect it. You get the 150 like feet body shot on the medic. That's a good one.
I will say that since Yum Yum has already respawned and walked out of the shutter, I don't think Donovan's going to go sniper because you definitely need a soldier to spam out the gun. Soldiers especially really good on Gullywash Last in general. So I feel like it's just gonna be cookie cutter. They're gonna try to find a way to deal with the gun, go for 2-man, maybe get some sort of like weird pick, maybe go for water plays. One thing that you can do if you recognize that a team is playing, I don't think 20cc is playing too defensively per se, but you can try to go for water plays and make it really difficult for them to block the point, get spam in that way. So many people will be looking at water and stuff that it makes it more difficult to lock down with the sacks when they actually come in through like lower or through river. So you could see something like that as a play.
I was about to launch into why Gullywash water is called
my God,
water.
Artist! Oh, Artist clears the shutter, ends up launching 3 stickies almost towards Howard. Luckily, the Ether did not randomly right-click.
Yeah, I feel like demos, if you launch stickies into someone, even if they don't see them, the demo just always deads anyway. There's like, it's just like cursed, but is Donovan on and off class? He is on Sultry. Yep.
So just normal stuff.
Yeah, cookie cutter, pretty standard stuff. The gun's in a tough spot to spam. I wonder how they're going to spam it, because like you said, they're going to have to peek very deep in order to shoot it, which makes it a lot tougher. And it's also in a pretty good spot to deny whoever's trying to sack onto Howard. So they might actually need to off-class here to break it, or they need to come up with something, because they have the Pyro as well on the Squirt Shot, and that weapon is very good at controlling people who are trying to spam.
You could, I could maybe see them jumping a soldier into water, and then it puts a water threat, right? So you immediately, on the defense, have to put a ring soldier to make sure that you can look down, right? Yeah. But then that soldier doesn't commit to water, and then shoots the gun from the bottom of the ring.
Oh, Ash got caught up by a trap.
That's
Ether had the they spammed from plat, and Ether's just getting the ult. Okay, and
there you go. That works too.
The Pyro can't reflect all those pipes, and Yum and Donovan both perfectly point. Habib's staring at it, so seems that they know. Sin's actually going in on Habib. Habib is super hurt. Habib might be caught out here. They got the round.
Yeah, 2 in water the entire time. Habib turned around, meant the floodgates open through shutter, and immediately, because water wasn't completely addressed, when they all were like, oh no, the team's running through shutter, we have to shoot them. 2 people came through water. I think the bomb from one of the soldiers just like didn't quite hit the mark, wasn't able to get to the point in time to block it. The Uber didn't as well either. So
they just kind of walked through every door other than the Ubers, and something had to give, and it was the point that gave. Habib had too many things to do, was getting shot by too many players, but onto a new mid, and it was actually Danny was the one who paused there, so maybe it was attack to see, alright, we need to get 2 rounds now. Yeah, they need to win these next 2 mids, or at least need to not disastrously lose, as we see a double bomb coming in for 20cc, and Ether and Danny immediately die. And Artist, he got the pack,
he's still alive. He's like a
they got Howard, though.
Hubby just turned his back to him. They did get Howard, though. That is a consolation prize, and it's, I guess, a very small victory. It's not even a victory quite yet, as Sin can still be a thorn in their side.
Sin is spamming around. This is. Oh, and Habib gets it. Habib standing still, hits the pipe on Sin. Noble attempt there, but he's going to end up being a late death.
As V2?
Is that Yum? Okay, I don't know if that's Yum or Banny.
That's Banny, and Banny probably wants to poke around still to a degree. Maybe.
It just occurred to me that Yum and Banny are also matching loadouts. You think Banny copied Yum's loadout, or you think Yum had to go to Banny's loadout?
They made a new one, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, did they make it together? Yeah. Oh, that's a coordination. That's synergy.
They're just like, hey, what items do you have? Do you have this?
I can imagine that conversation quite well. But Froyotech gonna be holding on to second. Gonna be chilling. Both teams on, or I guess my HUD's broken, but approaching Uber building. It's only there's only one who's watching big door. So 20cc, they want to do some big door pressure. Might end up working out pretty well for them. All right, now they got us.
Just have to get through the sticks is the big. And when you try to clear them, you might get piped. So gotta be careful about it. But we'll see how they end up going through. I feel like most teams will try to avoid the demo, just because they don't want to deal with clearing stickies and then getting shot as they're clearing the stickies. But yeah, see Ash tried to jump through, immediately eats some, has to back up, kind of kills the push. And that just bought enough time for Froyotech to rotate over, so now the heals are here. So now they've actually walked in, yes, but there's no surprise burst through big door or anything like that, as the team is ready and raring to go to make sure it's hard for people to get through. Ash is behind, you're right, he is in shutter. They're actually poking through choke Donovan just a tad.
He might, 1v1.
These blue soldiers might end up biting the dust, but no, they're fine. They backed up just a tad, jumped away, Hubba rotated over to give him arrows, and this fight from Yum and Ash.
Yum has really like a million hours in MG. Bransam came behind too. I don't know if Yum was expecting that, and he is. Oh my god, he is so hurt.
He is.
Oh, he gets cleaned up. They get 2. They get both Froyo scouts. That's
actually crazy.
And the others, he's fighting one of you. They have to Uber to save Heather. He is going to get high 5, so that's a consolation prize, but this is going to be a tough force to get as the demo. You pretty much have to hit both pipes, and they are going to get the force, but at what cost? As there might be a lot of Froyo deaths coming in pretty soon. And
nice shot from Artist.
and as a reminder,
backline as well.
if 20cc win this round,
Habib
that's the
on
match.
the Hoda. He's finding the medic, but he's a bit alone. Isn't able to find him. As the team coming to bail him out, Artist is on the case to make sure that his domain stays alive. And great play from the side of 20cc. A lot of chaos and getting both scouts at the same time through 2 separate plays, showing their dominance in that fight.
Most definitely, as now they're going to be putting Stickies on the point, and Froyotech backs against the wall here. They gotta win. If they lose this round, that's it for the match, and they're down into lower brackets, and that's elimination. So Froyotech, not an ideal position here. If you're 20cc, I feel like you're probably pretty content to take your time at this one.
Yeah, it's even Ubers for now, so there is a bit of a stalemate to go on. We'll see how 20C begin to try to break this. The only off class we see is Yum Yum on Sniper, which is not really normal for Gullywash per se when everything's said and done. Like, maybe you see snipers that will begin to try to pressure River and stuff, but River is definitely not in blue team's control right now. It's at best neutral territory, and they're kind of flooding it for the side of 20cc. They've recognized that Ash is in lower. He's buying some room to bring some people over to the point, and that's giving some space for Habib to try to launch some stickies over that direction to make him weak, but then the play's not really working out too well. They're not really finding. They found a bit of damage on a Donovan maybe, but actually it's Donovan on the move to get some slam on a Brand Slam, and Ash actually finds the kill on a Brand Slam, so before 20cc can even make the initiation work out in their favor, Froyotech on the move, not only through that play, but in through up the staircase, trying to get some damage on Habib, but will live to fight another day, and they're slowing their roll just a tad. They're trying to poke and prod, but they got a whole lot to work through if they want to be able to go for a counter sack, and it doesn't really look like they are trying to go for it, especially because 1, it's too late, 2, it's looking like slim odds when you have the entire team stacked up and upper, so definitely chose the wrong door there, and Brand Slam bolt.
Yum Yum as well. We might end up with a sniper v sniper if we're not careful, but Froyotech's already shown that they have a sniper. Brand Slam, I don't think they know quite yet, although Habib is he's playing with fire here. He's close to the sticky. Yum Yum actually, I'm watching Yum Yum right now, and Habib, okay, he's out of it. He beat the sight line, but still, Yum Yum's playing defensive sniper. Brand Slam actually has to peek a door to go do something, so it might be a little tough for Brand Slam here if Froyotech are able to spot where he's going pretty early.
Yep, well, sniper, it's SBS, but actually Yum Yum gets a kill into Artist, and Donovan using the shotgun to go into lower into Baby Door to make sure that Artist is dead as well. So overall, 1 pick in favor of Froyotech, but they had some off class, had to swap off of them. It takes a sec for you to respawn and get things underway. Habib actually peeking the shutter. But
Yum Yum got out. Yum Yum's in big door. Yeah, Yum Yum's in big door. He might die to the trap though. Oh, he just barely jiggle baited the trap. As they're peeking up very aggressively. Yum Yum's going into mid, going for a pretty long flank. He's actually still in big door. High Five might take this 1v1. Is High Five going to win it? Yum Yum, he is actually going to lose it with help from Habib, and that is their sack, I guess. It was all just for a sack. Yum Yum unable to win the 1v1. And yeah, this is going down at 2 minutes, so Froyotech's already wasted 3 minutes of this last hold. They might end up 20cc might end up going to the whole round reset thing, just dry push at the last second.
Oh, the nice
they get forced though.
Yeah, there's no engineer. It's just Banny. It's not.
Oh, that was a 3-man.
The 7th player anymore. That is a 3-man though, so they can't immediately push. So it definitely makes sense. But that is definitely what you want, because for the most part, 20cc, the giant wall they've been able to really break is getting Froyotech out of their own last via the stalemate scenarios. The fact they have this, and they get the kill on the Donovan so early. It's gonna make it really
Froyotech are still going for this. This might be a little risky. The respawners are here. Looks like they're in big door, and Froyotech realized, oh, we can't fight this. We're gonna go. Bandy though gonna clean up Artist, gives them a little bit of breathing room, but this is gonna be full ad. And they're just going through main, and Yum Yum's caught out. He was going for a play, getting caught out. They're gonna go through main. They're gonna be on the point. Eder's behind the point, but there's an Uber scout at his face. There's not that much you can do. There's still Uber. This Uber's lasting for forever.
Yeah,
and that's going to be the game.
On entry. 20cc take the game 4-1, bringing themselves into the upper bracket where Froyotech will have to fight for their life in the lowers.
Yeah, Froyotech down to the lower bracket early, so they're not out of it yet, but losing their first playoff match with the the Neo Froyo roster, not a great start, as they're going to be facing against whoever the loser of Mal versus G6s.
Yeah. I think this was another case of, I think both the teams definitely show what they're capable of in terms of the back and forth gameplay. There's maybe some slight disappointment in that I thought that Froyotech would have their back and forth gameplay slightly better, but at the end of the day, I think the main story is once again a lot of mid-fight dominance, it feels like, from the side of 20cc.
Yeah, 20cc definitely
same story.
Yeah, have their mids on absolute lockdown. Even when they got the consolation prizes of the medic, Froyotech they couldn't get off their own side of the map a lot of the time. It was very difficult. This time, A lot of correct score guessers once again. Looks like the 20ZC fans in the chat getting the correct prediction out for the 4-1. So it didn't go to 5, but 4 was pretty close, considering it was 3 and then it went to overtime.
That's more than you can expect from Gullywash games sometimes. There's plenty of moments where you can see like, oh, the game was 2-1, so happy to see some rounds on the board. We do have some stats in front of us to see who kind of led the charge, and holy Habib, KD, and DPM. I mean, I know it's Gullywash, but dang.
Habib top damaged again. Wow, who could have seen that?
Yeah, Froyotech.
Habib fell was pretty good.
Froyotech didn't really find too much room to put themselves on the board when it came to a lot of pretty stats. I mean, Banny's leading the charge in the kill department in the server and damage for his team, but he kind of stands alone just a tad.
Yeah, looking at the stats here, a similar thing happened on Sunshine, where the 20ZC scats died a lot less than the Froyotech scats. Like, Banny's on Pocket Scat, and he's still dying 10 more times than High Five. Banny, I feel like he has a lot of fires he feels like he needs to put out, and sometimes I think it might lead him to overextend or die in situations. He also goes behind a lot, so that could be part of it, but at the end of the day, Froyotech just, if you're looking at the deaths alone, you can tell that the key players of 20ZC, the two Skets and Habib, they're just not dying that much.
Yeah, it is a bit of a domino effect, though, because you could say that the fact that, if their soldiers are able to go in, do their job, and live afterward, we saw plenty of times, I think both teams, but definitely some more than others when it comes to particular examples, that it can be huge. You get that pick. As long as you're able to get an arrow or a health pack, 5 seconds later, it's a 6v4 or a 6v5. That is huge for your team overall not wiping. So, you could say that there might be a scout difference, but it could stem from a different in the way the soldiers are able to execute as well. So, might be a bit of column A, bit of column B. But at the end of the day, you wrap the teams up in one total bundle. It is 20ZC coming up on top for both maps, winning their choice and their opponent's choice. So they're going forward. Froyotech will have to. I don't know if we're waiting on the results of the other game or not.
Looking at look.
Oh, yeah. It was 5-0-5.
Two 5-0s for G6 over Mal. So Mal getting thoroughly dominated by G6, it appears. Down to the lower bracket where they have to face Froyotech. And Banny's, Froyotech and Mal both in a chance of getting 4th place here.
Yep, it's definitely going to be a pretty precarious situation for all the teams now as you're getting to really precious moments where for one team, you're 1 win away from being a certified grand finalist, and another team, you are 1 loss away from being out of the competition in 4th, or I guess last if you only look at the playoff teams, place. So definitely got to put in work now to make sure that you land at the spot you want to. I think we're following we're following the lower bracket team.
We're following Froyo, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to the lower bracket, so we get to see them versus Mal on this stream. I can only imagine TFTV is going to be covering the upper bracket of 20ZC versus G6 then. So you know where to go if you want to watch the matches that are going to be coming up in a bit. I'm pretty sure after these this best of 3, both these teams, actually all 4 of these teams probably at least given somewhat of a break to recoup. They have to do the map pip bans.
Yeah, I was going to say they have to do map bans, so
yeah, they got
a little bit of breathing room there.
So there's going to be a small gap, but probably won't be too huge. So do we know how big the gap is going to be? Surely not the same amount of time. I think it's pending. So to be announced, the amount of time remaining. So potentially 9 o'clock for G6. Okay, well, worst case, check back we'll put like a timer or something. We'll put like a banner to let you know when the games are happening. Maybe one will happen a bit earlier than the others, and you get to watch both of them. That could be the best of both worlds, but either way, we're going to have to figure that out, let the teams do the pick bans. So there'll be a break no matter what, but thank you for watching this game of 20ZC versus Froyotech. We'll be back later tonight, maybe a small amount of time, maybe a longer amount of time, but the lower bracket and upper bracket matches are still yet to happen, and they will be happening here on TIFF and on TFTV. So you don't want to go anywhere too far away, because we will be back shortly.
We will be back. See you guys hopefully soon.
and on the way. I think we've heard I think Froyotech versus Mal want to go ahead and not wait a whole lot of time before they want to get their next match underway. Just want to they're here. They just played matches. They're kind of ready to go. Just need a small break. So it's looking like that's going to be next up on the table for us to cast. It's going to take a second. I think they still have to go through their map bans in general, but that is going to be on the table for us to be watching. So we'll see how that transpires. So I'm ready to. We haven't seen Mal yet today. I'm ready and raring and excited for it. Space. Your thoughts on this matchup?
I'm pretty excited. Mal had a very unfortunate showing against G6, but I think Mal, they tied their matches in the regular season with Froyotech. They won one, Froyotech won one. So I think this could be very close. And Froyotech have shown a fair amount of weakness this season. It's a new roster. They don't have everything together, and I think Mal have their stuff together. They could definitely win this match. It's not over yet.
I feel like these are probably the two teams that are. I don't know if it's closest in skill level, but at least when you actually put them in the server, whether it's their matches or their scrims, they seem to go back and forth the most, which I think makes it the most hype, realistically, because it's like anything can happen kind of scenario, not because of ignorance of the team and how they play, like it was with 20ZC, but more of a you never really know who's going to come up on top this time because they take turns, like coming forth and taking a victory, and then you learn from your mistakes, fix it up next time you play them, able to turn the tables and win over them. So I think it's going to be pretty important, the maps that we play today. I'm looking forward towards that the most. Still have to let them go ahead and through their pick bans. Any initial predictions on what some of the maps you might see end up being played?
I think the thing, at least according to your helpful chart, is that Mal has Fro's number when it comes to cough. That Froyotech just has, at least so far, has been unable to show that they've been can win versus Mal on King of the Hill in general. That's two maps. That means that Froyotech they have to either allow one or just hope Mal doesn't pick one of them.
You can't ban both. So
between Product and Bagel, I don't know which one Froyotech is going to prefer. But if I was Mal, I'd probably pick one of those as the middle map because Froyotech's the higher seed. They get the map pick, then Mal gets the map pick. So if I had to predict anything, map 2 is probably going to be caught. The question is, which one does Froyotech think they're more comfortable on?
I feel like they definitely ban Product.
I think so too, but Mal also had a pretty, Mal had a very unfortunate showing in the regular season on Product, so I could definitely see the reason if they would maybe think that, but Froyotech themselves may not be ideal on the map either. So I think we're going to go back to Bagel, which is fine by me because that's my favorite map to cast.
Yeah. It's going to be a rematch as well if we end up going to Bagel, since that was a
4-3, right?
That was a 4-3 in favor of Mal. Ended up playing that as their second map later, the second half of the season. It was pretty close. Some really good plays, and I think I don't remember actually how many overtimes there were, but I know that it definitely was
it's Bagel.
It wasn't
there's always
sweep.
overtimes.
Yeah, Bagel is definitely the Koth map where you see overtime the most, I think, out of any of the three that you've seen playing in whatever season, whether it's Clear Cut or Product or Bagel. So it's definitely pretty exciting. And the way that you see it play in terms of cap time makes teams less focused on Uber exchanges and more about getting picks. You can see them overtake one of the houses and things like that. I think is a pretty interesting strategy, whether or not you lean into it too hard. So if that ends up being one of the maps, I think that'll be pretty exciting. It's always nice to see a matchup, a rematch in playoffs of a map that you've already kind of seen, especially one that's so close. So I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing that. I'm not really sure what Froyotech's gonna pick though.
I wonder myself. They did okay today on Sunshine. I feel like Froyotech likes Sunshine, even if they've lost a fair amount of matches in it. I feel like they just like to pick that map.
I could see them running it back on Sunshine.
I could see them running it back
because that would
especially
also
if they
be a
don't
rematch.
think.
The first match was Sunshine.
We could
5-1.
We could see running it back on Sunshine. I don't think they're gonna pick Gully. I think they might. Do you think that Froyotech's gonna pick based on what they think they're good at, or pick against what they think Mal is bad at? Because I think Mal definitely has a couple maps they might not be very good at.
It depends. I feel like if there's any.
What does Mal ban?
Mal probably gets rid of
Process
or something, or maybe even Sunshine themselves.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Sunshine wasn't a total wash for them though. I could see them maybe. I could see them being okay with it.
It was just their last pushes, and that was so long ago. That was like week 1 or 2. There's been a long. They had the entire regular season. You had whatever the month between the ending of week 8 and up until now. So who knows what teams really worked on? Because you pretty much had to make sure that if you were going to have a good map pool to work with for these pick bands, that you can have one bad map and that's it. You got to make sure that everything else is cleared up. And I don't really know what all these teams prioritized per se, and all their scrims combined versus even like the non-playoff teams on what they were going to make sure that they're ready to let through and not be banned. So I think the biggest question mark for me is in terms of curiosity, which I'm not sure about, is I don't know where Metalworks is going to fit in the picture because I feel like Metalworks is a pretty even-ish map for them for both these teams. Like I can see both these teams being like confident that like yeah we could take Metalworks, but I'm not really sure if it's going to go all the way through to be one of the final picks of the third map. But Dolphin's right. We got the rosters on the screen. We've been talking about these rosters so much. You just saw Froyotech, but you haven't seen Mal quite yet. So probably important for us to run over the rosters, and especially it kills time as we wait for the map bands to go through.
Oh, I love killing time. It's my one ability at casting. All right. I'll take the Froyotech roster again. So for Froyotech, you just saw them, but just to reiterate, we got Yum Yum and Banny on Scout. We got Donovan and Sin on Soldier, Ether on Demoman, and Hubada on Medic.
And for the side of Mal, you have Shamu and Scratch on Scout, Trip and Aim on Soldier, Psy on Demo, and Dank on Medic.
Yeah, definitely Froyotech, very familiar. I don't know if Mal isn't. Both these teams haven't changed their rosters at all this season, if I recall correctly. So they should be, no roster turmoil here. 20 ZC. I don't think G6 have changed out there. It's just 20 ZC has done like the musical chairs with what classes and people are on the roster.
Like 3 separate times.
Yeah, like 3 separate times. And they still came out pretty alright every time. Like they've gone like, I think you could argue that all of their moves are like sideways moves, not necessarily up or down.
I mean, that's the best you can really hope for, realistically. I mean, maybe there's some like moments in history where you can point to replacements that end up being like a hard upgrade. But
I think that's called cutting someone.
Well, maybe because sometimes you can cut someone with baggage and just replace them with some other baggage you didn't realize.
True.
The hidden stuff. But the best you can really hope for is just some sort of side grade. So if it works out, it works out. And for 20CC, they definitely pulled out the stops to put themselves in the uppers. But Froyotech, and Mal, on their last legs here, the loser of this BO3 will indeed go home at 4th place. So, you put in a lot of work, had a 3-month culmination to this moment to make sure that you can, put the nail in the coffin and solidify yourself as a better team. As both these teams, they've taken a map off of each other. They've shown moments where they can be the dominant one and others where they kind of fall flat just a tad, don't really quite take the match away. So, got to put it all on the line here as we go through 2 to 3 more maps to see who's really top dog.
Yeah, definitely. Curious to see what the map bans are. You mentioned earlier that's kind of like the big question right now. I'm actually still in the Froyotech server, and the only person who's moving around is Sin. Everyone else is just AFK, staring at walls. So looks like they're all busy, either getting water, doing hygiene activities, whatever they do in their free time. But they're going to be able to do some map bans. And like I said,
it's not like there's a timer for them, so it makes sense if it takes a sec.
Yeah, plus they want to think about it. Again, this is an elimination match, so whoever loses this is out. That's it. You get 4th place. You're done. And I expect 1 cough. There's no way there's going to be 2.
There's no shot.
I wonder if we're going to see Villa or Sultry, because those are maps neither team has scrimmed that often. And I'm really curious about that, whether we see Villa or Sultry at all as like the 3rd map.
I feel like we'll see. You can maybe see Villa or Sultry as the 3rd map, but the fact that I feel like it could be Villa or Sultry or Metal, it just kind of shows one.
I feel like Froyo might be Metal.
Obviously, there's a lot of variables, but also 2 that if there's that many maps that are, at least we think are even enough, it kind of shows how even these teams can really be.
Definitely. I think Villa and Sultry are also maps that not only are they even maps, but they're also kind of unfamiliar maps. There's a lot of X factor for like maybe new strategies or just new tech or just unfamiliarity in general, kind of messing with any of the players in the server. Because everyone in these servers, Froyotech has a lot of newer blood, but still a lot of old players in the server. Old players learning new maps. Sometimes things can go wrong.
I wonder if there's going to be any moments where there's like vetoes or like just because when you talk about or think about teams playing against each other, a lot of the times you just have to play the map because it's the opponent's map for that week and you didn't pick it at all, and it's just kind of like, oh, well, they need this map, I guess let's just play it so we can make sure we get our scrum on ours, right?
Yeah.
So you can have that as an excuse for how much you've practiced the map, but this is like a willingness to like, yeah, let's leave that in. We're willing to play that. That's a whole different story since both teams are allowing themselves input and it's not just like scrims, it's actually a match. Um, and it makes me kind of wonder, like, is there going to be any point, maybe less on Froyo and more towards Mal? Are there going to be maps where players will be like, I don't want to play this map, just get rid of it?
I can definitely see some soldiers where he's gonna be like, I don't want to play Process. I don't want to play Sunshine. Get him out of here. I could very easily see that scenario. I think, yeah, I would be very surprised if the second map wasn't Bagel. Maybe Mal throws people for a loop, but Froyotech, I think they have to ban products. They have just, from what I've seen, they have not looked super clean in that map.
Yeah, the only thing that they could pick it or at least leave it in the pool is if they're confident that whatever they did in the off season, or not off season, but in between
Yeah.
week 8 and up until now was enough to amplify it. Because they got to be in that month you got to be playing something, right?
Yeah, I
You literally
definitely
don't have to
Froyotech could go
prepare.
back.
You don't have to prepare for any map that was influenced by the other team. If you want to scrim an entire week of a certain map, you can. There's nothing that can really like stop you that hard. It's because you're not flooded by 2 matches. So you can put a lot of emphasis on not just whatever map the match ends up being on, which is usually like some sort of middle ground, but you can deliberately pick your worst maps and really refine them. So that's the time to grind. That's the time to really fill in the gaps. Maybe you played a bunch of scrims on a certain map that you didn't really pick that up much, and because it wasn't ever your focus, so you were never really able to find a good footing. Because there's something to be said about the idea of like, oh well, we played like one match on this map, sure, and every other time that we've played it, it wasn't our pick. So the other team we were scrimming against, they were super practiced on it. They were focused on it for that week, and it was kind of an afterthought for us, and that's why we didn't do so hot. So you can definitely have that as an argument to where like, well, it's fine because once we actually focus on it for like an entire week, we patch up all the holes, all of the things that were going wrong are all of a sudden fixed, and we were able to have a much better performance. And that can be kind of a surprise factor for a team that deliberately leaves it in or picks it, thinking that like, oh yeah, well it'll be fine. Like these guys are trash at this map, it'll be good for us. But they didn't realize that things their team were really bad at are no longer there. It can be kind of like a snafu scenario where you're a bit surprised at the performance of the other team based on how they've been grinding. So you gotta be mindful of that. You gotta put in the research, not just for yourself before the matchup. I think recognizing not just what you're good at, but how the matchup is going to be between the two teams is extremely important. I think a lot of the times in the regular season, teams will. It's not a guarantee because you don't have to think like this, but there's plenty of teams that the only thing you really think about is, what are we good at? What do we want to play? What do we want to practice? And maybe there's some moments where the match you're playing, it's like, oh, we played these guys on process the other day and we rolled them. Let's pick it. You can do things like that. But other times you're going blind. You're just like, let's play this because we think we're good at it, no matter how good they are. But this is a whole different ballgame where it's all the teams that you've played tons and tons of times, not only matches, but when it comes to scrim partners, I'm pretty sure 80% plus of the scrims you played the past month have been one of these 3 other teams in the playoffs. You're much more familiar. You got to make sure that whatever you pick is something you're extremely confident on because you can probably have really fresh flashbacks on what, like recent results of all these maps on the table, all 9 of them. Maybe not all 9. Maybe there's 1 or 2 you didn't put focus on, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming to Jarrett's TED Talk on map pools. I've been SGC here with Jarrett.
Professional time killer, everyone.
Expect the manifesto to come later this month. It's going to be 100 pages, very epic. But yeah, I'm very
certified podcast moment.
that was really. You kept going, and I was like, oh wow, he has so many things. He has so many thoughts on map pools.
It's a mindset.
Oh no, definitely. I listen. I've lost map pools before, and for very unfortunate reasons. Where like map pool's not great, or we lost playoffs not because of, but partially due to the fact that Highlander that a map wasn't in the map pool that we were very good at, and it made me very sad. So definitely, map pool is much more important than you think. It's a small decision. Like when you think about it, like, oh yeah, just ban this one, but it can really, it can be the difference between winning or losing. Very possible.
I think the most relatable thing is someone having the feeling of like looking at the maps in a row and they think to themselves, there's too much to ban. Because if you think that, then your map pool isn't set for playoff.
I agree. Just kind of if you have too many like maps, you're just like, I don't know about that one. Like if you're nervous about other maps, that's not a good sign.
Because if the too much to ban feeling bleeds into the third map, then it's over.
Yeah.
If the third, like the choice between the final 2 maps as the third map is just like, oh god, what do we play here?
We're
And
changing
then
maps.
you've like almost lost at that point.
I might change it to MGE,
We are
though.
changing maps.
I might be to MGE. We'll see. When I first
Maybe.
joined the Street server, we were on it's product.
Product?
Oh.
They didn't ban it.
Oh.
They banned Bagel instead, I guess. They work on their product. Mal
Well-
definitely picked this.
I thought Froyo got the first pick. Did Froyo choose to be Team B?
Well, you only get 1 ban, and then picks go through. So
Oh.
we'll probably see pick bans in a moment since
Okay.
we're going to a map.
I'm
which is
looking
good
at
news.
him in the text, and Froyo banned Bagel.
Okay. I mean, we knew it was going to be a Koth. It wasn't the Koth that I expected, but I guess they played both Koths in the.
Mal got the double pick. Okay.
I guess Froyotech played both Koths in the month after week 8. They just decided that Bagel was the one they just kind of wanted to throw away, and that they had a better chance on product. Which, I mean,
As Metalworks is the last map. Oh my lord,
I
this
called
is okay. It's product process Metalworks. Froyotech Mal banned Villa and Froyotech banned Sultry, so neither of them wanted those maps in there. Mal actually banned Sunshine, and I can get that. I was wondering the most about. Well, first I was expecting Froyotech to be. I thought it was gonna be the other round for Froyotech. Got the 2 map picks, but Froyotech elected to get the extra ban in. It looks like.
yeah, I think the graphic is being made, or for the screen. The screen
Yeah,
is
we're,
pending for the pick bans, but what it is
1 million
Mal-
hours in pain.
yeah, Mal banned Sunshine, Froyotech banned Bagel. Mal picked product, Froyotech picked process. Mal banned Villa, Froyotech picked Sultry, Mal picked Metalworks, leaving Snake untouched. Which
I'm curious.
This makes sense.
I thought the map pools are going to be the other way around in terms of which team was picking and which team was banning. I know the
Well, when
team
you're
with the
the
higher
higher
seed gets to
seed-
pick which one.
Yeah, you get to pick if your team A or team B.
I'm just surprised. I figured Froyotech would want to pick maps and not ban them. I guess Froyotech maybe feels like they have a lot of some bullets they need to dodge in the map pool.
Well, what happens when there's some overlap between skill level of the teams and they're really close, and there's a lot of like maps that are kind of you're not really sure like who's gonna win it, because they're pretty even. A lot of the times, you could argue that it's better to let the other team go first, because maybe they will ban the thing that you also had the same idea of banning. So it's like perfect. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, they banned that for us. Okay, great.
Yeah, I've had that
So-
before.
So Froyotech, they're probably in that mindset where like they recognize that there's so many maps against Mao in particular, they're actually relatively even against. We talked about Metalwork, you talked about Sultry and Villa, how it's a little more coin flippy per se than dominant for these 2 teams in particular. So to let them go ahead and go with the first ban might make your bans a bit easier.
I also think
they
it's
probably
interesting Froyotech banned Bagel. That's the most interesting to me because the Bagel match was a 4-3. It wasn't like it was. I don't know. Something must have happened, or Mal got better at Bagel because it was a 4-3. That was winnable for Froyotech, that match. It wasn't like it was a hopeless in any way, shape, or form. It was very winnable. But Froyotech actually, I think maybe they went just like the hyperbolic time chamber and really worked on their product or something. Because, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you don't want to play both, so you got to ban one of them.
Yeah, you have to ban one of them. I just thought they'd ban the other one.
Because you're not going to waste a Sultry or Villa ban like that early. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I guess it's just that month. I mean, to be fair, Mal showcased themselves on product of it and didn't really have the best results. It was mostly through like maybe scrims or something, like where they play each other just not casted, where you would see like, oh, Mal's they're doing all right. They're able to do a pretty good job versus Froyotech, but you got a lot of time to refine things, and I guess this was the call. They know what they want to change. You go into it, but the game plan. The question is, how fleshed out is the game plan? Because this is a different scenario when it comes to like, you're doing the pick bans on the fly. You didn't really know probably what you're going to pick per se, like up until maybe just maybe a few days. I don't know. You got a lot of time to still work things out. Not definitive. So
Definitely. I'm just curious what Froyotech brings to the table too on product, and I'm also curious what how Mal's gonna fare in process, because the first Mal ban was what was it? They banned Sunshine, which makes sense. They lost the match to Froyotech on that. Probably didn't feel too comfortable in it.
Mhm.
and they could only ban. That was like the map that they really wanted to dodge. You get one, they dodged it, which means they're at least maybe feeling better on process. They knew like it wasn't bad enough that they felt like they had to ban it first. So they felt like they had to leave it in. Have you seen Mal on process this season in a match? I feel like we watched a lot of process. We had to at some point.
I can check their page.
Yeah, we can check their page. We got the time. But at some point, looks like we're going to do predictions. Also,
any thoughts?
Well, first, it is on the score, but just as a reminder, Koth goes to 4, not to 5.
True.
So, no, there's no 5 O's in Koth. There's only 4 O's, of course. But, I mean, Mal picked the map. I'm worried there's like some Froyotech like just got vastly better on the map, but Mal picked the map. They seem pretty good at Koth. They seem comfortable on it. I'm gonna give Mal 4-2.
I believe that if Froyo picks us, they genuinely believe they've fixed their problems, but I don't
No, they didn't
know.
pick it, Mal did.
Oh yeah, sorry. If they leave it in and not ban it, like Froyotech's not dumb. They know a Koth map is getting picked. First off.
Yeah.
But if they pick like product by deliberately leaving in, right? Like that mindset by picking by banning bagel instead. If
They've
they
gotten very good at it.
If they quote unquote pick product, then they probably have a good reason for it. They're like they have a method to their madness of leaving it in. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I still feel like that they would need to prove to me otherwise that they actually have this map on lockdown. So I feel like they'll be able to put in some work, but they're still kind of climbing an uphill battle in just a tad. I'm actually gonna say Mal wins 4-3.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I think you brought up a good point that maybe Banny's like playing 60 space chess, and he's actually leading Mal into an elaborate ruse and a trap by leaving product in. Mal thinking it's one of their better maps. So Froyotech's actually done the homework. They've done all the map reviews. They've gone all of their metaphorical stuff together, and they fixed their issues. So maybe that's what Froyotech's betting on, and they're doing Banny's done like 1 million map bans, so he knows what he's doing. But I guess that's what Froyo's thinking. That's the most logical scenario to be with how the map bans went.
I think the biggest thing for the matchup that I'm going to be looking at is probably the level of aggression that we see from Froyotech. Not that was the problem or whatever, but I think that is going to be the key to their victory that is most prevalent and obvious to the eye. That in times past, you saw Mal matches where the timings of them approaching the point when they didn't have it was a bit lopsided, and it made it really easy for you to get free picks and flank pressure and making sure that you collapse on players that are a bit overextended are a good way to find recipes for success that are kind of handed to you. In Froyotech, even though it's not necessarily like our game plan is to catch someone overextended, like it's not that simple. If that's still a prevalent thing that Mal has not fixed themselves, then I don't know if Froyo's fixes are even going to be necessary in the first place, whatever they decided that they did properly that leads to this map getting picked. So I kind of want to see how aggressive the flank is for the most part from Froyotech. I want to see how much they want to sit on the other team's concrete. I want to see if they go for plays on the flank to see if they can try to kill Trip and Shamu when they own the point.
Yeah, Old Froyo used to do that all the time. They would send Slimnish, they'd send whatever scouts they had and just ran it at the flank and just overwhelmed it, and that was a very, very clear path to victory for them, and they were very good at product for a long time. Yeah. I also, I think, we talk a lot about the maps, but talking about the players... Oh, for an average? Or is it just me?
No, we're good.
Okay, that's just me then. So, talking about we talked about the map a lot, but the players, look at the matchups here on this map, and in general. I feel like the Froyo flank versus the Mal, I have to get out of the 20ZC habit, the Mal flank is going to be an interesting battle, because I feel like the Froyo flank can be hit or miss at times. I think they're definitely show up big sometimes, and other times they just feed. Or the Froyo flank and Sin will feed.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a possibility. I think that I've seen also hit or miss things from the Mal flank, but I also feel like Shamu just has that ability to teleport into the other team and just two-shot your med sometimes. I'm just worried for the Froyo flank in terms of they have to have their stuff together on product or things could go very poorly.
Yeah, I think the flank is even enough until we see otherwise that it could really be anyone's game in that regard. And I think it mostly comes down to playstyle. I think the execution is close enough to where either one of them can kind of come up on top. It just It's just your flank in relation to the rest of your team. I think a common trend that we see for product is a separation between a combo trying to accomplish something and a flank just kind of getting everything handed to them, and the back line's unable to really like find their footing and initiate properly, just because of the execution of when things happen and how everyone responds to the first like jump at a target. Whatever team that ends up being, whether that's a defense that decides they want to go hyper aggressive or an offense that's trying to take back the point, and this being their first step. Uh, so there is something to be said about the response. What it might be more of a focus in my
Yeah.
eyes. Uh, I talked about how I kind of want to watch the Froyo flank and see how aggressive they play, but at the same time, I kind of want to also in tandem watch the combo of Mal.
I was
Because
gonna
if-
say, Sai had a rough time last time we saw this map.
Mm. You have to be in sync, not just within your own combo, but with your flank. Because if there's a separation at all, then it's just easy pickings for you to turn like a 6v6 into an immediate 6v4.
Yeah,
The fight ends before it begins.
yeah, we definitely saw some rough things from Sai last time, but yeah, Sai's been playing this game for a million years. One of the best demos in TF2. I'm sure he, if they're gonna play it in a playoff match, I'm sure they feel of the utmost confidence that everyone will be doing their part. I think if there's any standouts, I mean, this is definitely, I would consider product, if not a scout map, maybe potentially even the scout map. This is the map where you see scouts get top healed, you see them dropping crazy stat lines that are gross and disgusting. If there's any one scout in the server you think it is, who's gonna like, have a pop-off performance on this map, do you think it's gonna be Bandy or Scratch? Or maybe even Shamu, or, I mean, yeah, all four of the option, but like, between the combo, I feel like the combo scouts traditionally get better stats, but I could also see Shamu pulling a really good KD,
I think it's going to be harder for Shamu just because I feel like he thrives more when he's actually able to flank a lot, and this map is way more compact than the side of Bagel. If you use the Bagel match as a reference, all the time he found success was he did a healthy amount of baiting until the timing is right for him to go in and get the key picks. Like
Hey, he just goes in at like Mach 5.
Find the medic, and he'll die for it, but he'll get his man. But this, it's much harder to sneak around. It requires more participation in the fights, which he's able and capable to do, but it's less of a hole that they can use against Froyotech and more of a general gameplay thing. I kind of feel like this could be one of those moments where Banny just pops off and gets 400 DPM and kind of just puts a team on his back for a moment with a lot of the Uber exchanges if they're able to have those kind of work out in their favor, as long as the team's not crumbling around him. Like, flank is going to be a pretty big deal to try to work with that you might not be able to influence too much, like in the middle of an Uber exchange, unless you like deliberately run and go and help it, I guess, like leave Dank or whatever, or leave Hubada, rather, player names. I kind of have my eyes on him. I also am wondering about sniper gameplay. How much that's going to affect things.
I don't have any real sniper mains in the chat, per se. I think Shamu's probably the closest thing to a sniper main in the chat, or in the server. We do, by the way, have all 12 in the server. We're just waiting on teams to ready up, but I'm curious about off classes too. Froyotech has more off classers in general than in previous seasons. Donovan and Yum Yum and Sin known for off classing at various times. Donovan especially, you might see a spy. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one. I've been usually right on my Donovan spy predictions. That
we haven't seen Donovan Sniper though. I mean, he's playing it in, he's playing it in pregame, but like I don't. Yeah, I think when you see Donovan, you don't really see him as a sniper. At least not.
You see him occasionally, but it's not like you see Donovan spy a lot more, in my personal opinion. But
it's not a mainstay.
Yeah, it's not a mainstay. For Mal, I don't think AIM is gonna play sniper. You can maybe see someone else playing. If Mal's really feeling exotic, they could pull out the Trip Scout. We've seen it before.
I don't think Trip will though.
I don't think Trip will.
I feel like if
it's an
we
option.
see a sniper,
I don't think we'll see it though.
If we see a sniper, it's a scout going sniper, and they are
two soldiers.
Yeah, they're just running two soldiers.
Really? Because I can like Trip's played Scout and Invite, if I recall correctly.
He's played Scout, but I feel like he is going to be of the mindset.
I think Trip might veto it himself.
He can do his job better on Soldier is going to be his mindset.
Yeah.
Like, even though like the argument is like, oh, Scouts just it's easier for you to operate, there's also the mechanical aspect with you as a player, what your comfort zone is.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to see any class swapping from these two particular teams.
I think it'd be funny though. I always like seeing Trip scatter. Even didn't we see Psy get off demo? I feel like I've seen a product match where Psy got off demo at some point.
Yeah, but
they had Phelps demo. I remember that.
Yeah, he like got on Scout or whatever that one game.
Phelps just took the demo class hostage. That was a good match. But yeah, don't think we're gonna see any of those shenanigans today. Although I would think it's amusing, but probably not. Just mainly the normal off classes for a product. Probably some pyros when you're pushing out of forward holds. And one player we haven't talked about that much, I think you briefly mentioned it, but I think one of the standout players to me this season, on a class that's hard to stand out on, is actually Dank. I think Dank's been one of the better medics this season. He's really stood out to me in terms of just how hard he is to kill. I've seen him have crazy surfs, crazy plays where he lives and I have no idea how. So I'm expecting good plays out of Dank, considering that product I think it can be a good medic map where you can keep yourself alive.
Yeah, I think it depends on the medic you ask, because some medics are like,
Some medics hate this map.
This is amazing because so much is happening all the time, and it just makes it really active and fun, and it's a constant challenge and puzzle to like try to survive through the onslaught of the other players just running into you. And then other medics are like, this is prison, get me out. I don't want to be here. Next map, go next, end. Right? So
Yeah, I've heard a lot of medics complain about the map directly proportionally to how much sniper they play against as well.
That's also true.
Medics hate playing against sniper on this map because it just shuts down so many places you want to stand, and it's very punishing to play against. You really have to be super, super careful with your positioning. And there's still a soldier that can bomb you, just nuke you, and you can't really surf into the sightline. So definitely,
it feels very out of your control as well, because the
yeah.
success of a sniper is also going to depend on. I mean, guys, that's a lot of medic in general, but even more so, if your soldiers aren't able to hit the mark and punish the sniper, then there's nothing you can do. It is done deed.
Definitely a done deal. Someone actually either timed out. Love to see it.
Classic. Rather now than later.
I think Mal is ping maxing. Everyone has literally Everyone has exactly 5 ping. That's unchanging.
Trip. Okay. Well, one thing, Dank is restarting his router. But 2, look. What are these heavies?
Oh wait. There's a Oh, they're doing the thingy. They're doing the thing. Oh, they're doing the T-posing.
They're on the move.
This is the powerful energy. Banny, ruiner of fun, kills aim. Unfortunately.
If there was
Banny's killing the
non-heavies.
non-heavies. Wait, Banny's actually allowing the heavies. Banny's usually one of those players who kills anyone who's like trying to have fun in pregame. But
reformed.
Yeah, Banny's reformed. Not like Corsa. I've seen Corsa ruthlessly slaughter friendlies in pregame.
Oh, they are pushing. It was just a ruse.
It was just a ruse.
One fall.
Wait, Donovan's perfect. Well, hate to see it. Well, oh, now they're on Pyro. Even Psy's on Pyro. Oh, Psy's doing it too. So I think someone just taught the rest of Mal how to do this, the T-posing thing.
Yeah, they're just biding their time, waiting for first other had internet issues, and now Dank's restarting his router to make sure that it doesn't like screw up. Yeah. I'd rather them do this stuff than shoot the bell forever inside spawn. Which
My hit sound doesn't bother me.
They did for a minute, and I wasn't gonna say anything because I thought it was gonna curse us. But I'm happy they stopped doing it.
Well, Scratch is now T-posing, or I guess it's kind of A posing. You're not T-posing. TF2 is A posing kind of game. Hey, here they come. It's
they're on the move.
If you're playing against people T-posing in pregame, that's like psychological dominance, you know. Like the other team's having much more fun.
These are some of the best players in North American TF2 on the move
in
their natural habitat.
Well, Manny couldn't help himself. Shot Psy once, but
it's reflex.
Yum, terrorizing the friendlies, killing them ruthlessly, without a shred of emotion. Hate to see it.
Ruthless.
I wonder. I think they're getting on their main classes now. All they need is who's missing. It's not
Dank
Trip.
probably got
That's
back to Mumble.
Oh yeah, probably. I'm glad that they had a little bit of trolling. I wonder if you think Banny knows how to T-pose? I feel like Banny doesn't. I don't know if Banny's capable of like trolling at that level.
I mean, to know how to do it it just takes one person explaining it to you, and then you just know how to do it. The question is willingly doing it at any point.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before. That'd be pretty good to see. I can't think of the most troll thing I've seen Banny do is when he has to follow his medic who's also trolling, you know? Like, you know back in the day when Shade would like run in funny corners during a match?
And if you
Banny
don't follow your medic,
Banny had to follow him, and you could just like see him seething through his like you just know he wasn't happy about it, but he had to do it because it was the best play. That's like the most I've seen Banny troll in a match. Even that's just kind of like Shade dragging him, kicking and screaming into trolling.
Dank has rejoined the server.
Yes. Everyone has 5 ping except for you. Even didn't get the memo.
Now we wait for, now that Dank has returned, someone's bound to go to the bathroom right now.
Yeah. There's no one shooting the bell, I'm surprised. Froyo's all running around trying to get...
No, you're gonna curse him.
I am gonna curse him.
Dank is already on heavy and he shot the bell.
Oh no!
No, he's doing it! You screwed everything up! I heard you.
I apologize. I have a
it's
good
just
hit.
him.
I have a
I'm-
good hit sound.
I'm,
Well,
I'm zooming
I
away
think you
from
jinxed
though.
that too,
I'm
probably.
going to the other spawn where I can't hear it.
yeah,
Love to see it.
I only go to the other spawn. No, I don't think. I feel like Froyotech might have an anti-shooting the bell policy.
Sin shot it twice, but
Yeah, well, he's on Sultry at least.
yeah. But I think everyone's here for the most part.
Yeah, everyone's here for the most part. Sai is on Pyro shooting an ammo pack in Swalt and he T-pose.
Froyotech's ready.
I feel like Sai just learned how to T-pose. I think that's why, because he keeps doing it. No one else is doing it. It's just Sai.
Everyone on Mal is moving.
Yeah, everyone on Mal is moving. Vanny's killing friendlies again. Actually, Fro is Ubering in the enemy spawn. That's
Oh,
another
okay.
another
We're
traditional
starting.
sign of
We got the under 60 seconds.
Yes.
We're starting shortly. They
All
got
right,
the shenanigans out of the way.
any serious notes? Mental reset for the
Um,
lack of trolling.
I'm curious to see if anyone's gonna get locked down hardcore by forward holds and if a team would be able to break it effectively. Kind of curious about the presence of Sniper. Don't really expect like anything silly like crits or spy or anything like that. I mainly just want to see what Froyotech picked this map. They didn't pick it, but they left it in deliberately knowing it'd get picked. I want to see what they bring to the table that makes them able to be so confident in product.
Yeah, advanced Froyotech strategies here. Going into the first mid, remember this is an elimination match. Whoever loses this match, there are going to be 3 maps. This is map 1, but whoever loses this match, they're 4th place out of playoffs. And we're going to see a quick bump immediately from Trip. Gonna get launched and knock that demo in back, and he's still alive. Lived a bit longer than I expected, but Donovan also gonna fall. Eam gonna try to get up, is gonna get cleaned up running away with the escape plan. That is both soldiers for the side of Valve down. As Sai's getting very aggressive, gonna actually surf his way out. Good surf there, but Gullywash gonna fall as well. That's a late death. Mal might have the take advantage here, but Dank is hurt. They're might have to back up here. The spam from Froyotech is very good right now.
Yep, able to get the cap just barely, so the clock will start working in Froyotech's favor, but Mal responding in
the
kind,
spam.
putting some cap time on themselves, and Sai, too far forward, is gonna end up dying to the spam from Ether, still on the slope, showing face, and Froyotech, they have to be ready to go if they need it. It's technically a 10% ad, but they're taking things a bit slow. They're actually getting relatively aggressive, but slow in terms of the Uber not being quite used. They have this ramp position to use the Scratch.
Here's the exchange.
Go ahead and force the exchange. A couple flash from the side of Froyotech. They almost drop Ether, but he's still alive at the end of the day, and Scratch running around in circles, trying to find Banny. They are able to kill him over
Donovan's behind on Sai. They killed Sai, but at what cost? They lost 3 people for it. It's a 3v4 right now, and even neither team has a demo, and it just Sin's behind trying to make a miracle happen on Dank, but they know about it. Oh, Dank got a headshot rocket! That was a huge rocket.
Into the floor.
Into the floor. That's a crater. Sin even dropped a bind over that. That's pretty good, and Mal still has the point time ticking down. They did a good job. Shamu trading with Ether, that's a very good trade, and it's going to buy Mal a little bit more time because that means they're going to have to wait for Ether before they actually cap the point.
Yeah, less time on the clock for them. It's going to give Shamu a respawn up and ready to go for this team. And I mean, Uber's eventually going to come into play. Probably by the time Mal actually approach and really get down to trying to push the point or going for their sack is when the Uber's going to actually be able to be available for the side of Froyotech. And they got it now. Sack coming through, bombs coming in. They're running across the point. Aim is actually really deep. They're able to get Yum Yum, giving up his life for us. Overall 1-for-1 trade, but they're actually playing this a little bit slow. Not going for the force, but a lot of the players are unbeamed. Trip really deep. Same with Shamu, but unable to get the frag onto Donovan, who was a bit weak and alone, isolated. But at the end of the day, Mal not really going to find too much success more than just the Yum Yum frag as Froyotech still have the Uber intact, still have the point spare, a little bit of cap time in the other direction as Mal. They're still out on Cliff to make sure that this territory is not lost.
Yeah, Froyotech backed up gave so much space up there, but at the end of the day, nothing's going to happen. As we do see Sin, he actually lived there, Mech Crater. We do have a sniper from Yum Yum, our first off-class up the match, and he gets an immediate pick on the Scratch, and he's just AFK on China, not playing the game. Mal is going to have to force the Uber here. Hubba does have the better Uber there. Froyotech Uber is going to last a bit longer, and they have a sniper to deal with as well. They're running back, chasing aim from behind, but Yum Yum's still on sniper. I hear SMG sounds as Mal is just dying, and they're going to have to deal with a sniper, and I hope they were prepared for it because that's definitely a staple on this map is seeing the permanent sniper off class.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait for your soldiers as well. It's going to be really hard to deal with them until they respawn as a lot of time wasted off the clock. Just got to wait for Trip and Aim to go ahead and respawn. And Yum Yum is on the rock with his old team, so he's buffed up, ready to go. The cross does not quite see it as they rotate over to the concrete side, but because he's sitting on the rock, at least pretty centralized, it's kind of difficult to kind of dodge him, but the soldiers trying to make space, not quite finding the sniper, but at least he's backed up and a bit difficult to kill. Trip might find his way into Hubba, but is going to be fine on the windowsill. Is Donovan going to give up his life? Shamu might be able to get one, but no, going to get blasted away.
Ooh, gets
shot
dropped
from
by
Yum
the
Yum.
sniper.
Drops him down as Mal, once again, this drive fight does not work out in their favor. As no Uber Force. They got the cap time, I guess a little bit, but only so much as Froyotech's here, ready to recap it in their favor.
Yeah, Yum Yum right now is impossible to kill. Whenever the Mal soldiers try to get onto Yum Yum, Froyotech just holds S, runs away, and cleans up the free kills. Mal soldiers unable to do anything, and the medic and everyone else, they're too afraid to run forward. You can just instantly die. There's not much you can do, but that's the medic class. Yum Yum is going to be on Japan, looking down into main. Mal is going to use, though, a lot of some players to shoot, but Uber is once again better.
Yep, chasing down Dank, a lot of damage on him, backing up. Trip is actually going to die in the backline. The bomb comes in from main, a lot of damage on Hubba. 1 HP will die to Shamu, giving the other kill on a Yum Yum instead, and tons of frags going in Mal's favor. They are going to lose Psy, which is going to be a bit harmful for them. They have to delay the cap a bit to make sure their Doman can respawn. They're biding time. They're making sure that they don't accidentally extend his respawn. 1 second, size up, cap goes, and Mal takes it.
Yeah, so Mal, they gotta have a pretty decent holder. I don't think Froyot's gonna go sniper for the offense. It could be a little tough to get it sometimes. But Froyotech, they have this set to work with, so I think they're gonna have to either dry push here or just try to edge point time, see which one they prefer. Now they gotta get some spam, and actually Donovan's bomb did not go where they traded Trip out though. Vanny actually running over the flank. Vanny on an 8 kill streak here, killing Shamu means that they traded kills in a. The defense has the worst respawns right now. Abe gonna jump away, get time in. Scratch actually be fault too, so Froyotech's doing a ton of damage inside. Super caught out.
Yeah, I don't think he caught the memo that his team backed up to get healed because they're really weak, and not having a demo for this ad
They do have the Uber ad right now, though.
Yeah, they technically have it, 20%.
And here it comes.
Scout zooming in.
They get Yum Yum.
Maybe you finding Ether.
Ether got bowed. He's so deep. Oh, wait, with the damage to Soldier. He gets bowed so many times. Ether has been bowed 8 million times and just barely gets saved by Hubba there. That was so much damage into him.
And the Super's ready to go. Shamu is actually really deep, trying to find a way into Hubba. Bomb coming in from Trip. Launched back and
they got the force.
But they did get the force to make sure the Super is expended. So overall, giving up 2 for a force, not bad, but be mindful this forward hold is starting to go into effect. They're trying to lock down this cliff area. There's 4. Gotta make sure they're crunched up. And
Psy might be caught out again.
Froyotech going into the corner, making sure that all these players on the side of Mal are dead and locked down, able to get out of their spawn. Vanny's somewhat behind as well as Ether. So much pipe damage, unable to get through the tiny doorway, and Froyotech taking the first round.
Yeah, that was a close round, but in the end, it was just Mal was unable to push against the sniper. Froyotech held that point for so long, and I feel like that was really the difference there. Like once Froyotech recapped that point, it was a tall order for Mal. I think they had the right idea of lingering around Cliff because walking through those doors are tough. You don't have time to get to the point, but it was kind of an unwinnable situation when Froyotech capped that.
It was a pretty close game until the sniper came into play, so I'm kind of curious if they're going to lean on that a bit more and how Mal is going to adjust dealing with it. But before we see that, we have to see the next mid. Shamu is actually really weak early on, has to eat an arrow, backed up just a tad, so it's going to stifle the initiation. Up until now, we're Trip going behind, first one to go for it. Actually on to Donovan.
He's getting hard chased.
Did he realize that Shamu wasn't quite ready because he was weak? But either way, that's a solo play that doesn't really find anything. Yum Yum might land on some stickies, have to be careful. He's just laying on a carpet of them, but will not die. That does not come through by Classic laying out the carpet, but
there goes Donovan.
Going on the
Big
flank.
bomb from Aim. Vanny's gonna get cleaned up by a pipe, and Aim's behind, and getting chased behind. And put this pipes from Psy. Psy trades with Ether, but getting Hubba for that's pretty good. Dank already on full Uber, and they're gonna be pretty happy with capping this point. Psy getting a lot of kills there. Sin's actually going behind, kind of in the downtime here. He might run into some. I got for a second.
Rocket. Oh, the rest of the team's coming in tandem. So Dank's alone. Ether's on him. Dancing, juke, and jiving. Vanny, last one, really able to get anything, but will get cleaned up. And overall, only lost Trip for that. So we'll keep your Uber intact. Probably unable to forward. Down a spamming class makes it a bit too difficult. There are going to be some forward traps, and they're going to spam,
but silly traps.
Yeah, not a lot really locking down the doors per se.
Although they're picking the right door to walk into the traps. They did. Froyotech indeed. If they want to die to trap, and Ether just walk.
Oh, almost didn't work, but yeah, knocked
the traps into him. So Froyotech didn't walk into the trap. So Demo Down is gonna make this a lot bit. They didn't have Uber ad anyway, but now they can't even press the point. Psy is going to be just raining all of the projectiles around them. Mal going to be sitting pretty for now, and Froyotech are going to have to exchange or sack, whatever they prefer, but a minute's off the board already for Mal.
Yeah, and I don't think they sacked because maybe they were afraid of like a forward coming afterwards if they didn't get any frags, and having no demo is a lot of firepower down. But oh, the pipe from side immediately gets rid of Banny's buff. No exchange there, at least quite yet. As a spam,
Banny,
Yum takes another pipe. Sai is a monster right now. Immediately, the soldiers are trying to bomb in to buy some extra space, maybe make it easier, but the exchange goes off. Donovan will die in the backlines, able to get cleaned up, and you know, Sin's trying to come and help, but Will maybe find Trip, and Will succeeds.
Oh, but Scratch is getting ran at.
Banny dying to aim. Dank is trying to stifle off this frag coming in from the side of Sin, and he will indeed die. Yum chasing back to the point. Will get bombed.
Oh, Yum's so hurt.
Aim still behind the fence, but will eat an arrow.
Oh, they're trying. Shimu's still in.
on the chase.
Can he live? No, he gets bowed. Huge bow by there by Habana, getting the air shot onto Shimu, cleaning up that kill, because otherwise Shimu is free to live his life. But during all of this time, Froyo still having kept. But Sai caught out. He's going to fall, but he baited the Froyotech players in. There's a lot of hurt players there, but Mal unable to clean up. Mal also with slight uber decide Trip going to fall. Mal kind of crumbling a little bit down too. Means that Froyotech are going to be able to cap this point, and they have a small uber to work with.
Yeah, so if things go pretty wrong as the Mal approaches, they do have something to work with, but they're actually getting really aggressive. They want to repeat of the previous time that they were in this scenario and able to get a lot. Losing a Sin for is not too bad. Jamu's in, getting a lot of damage. Yum Donovan a bit weak. Have to be careful they don't fall here, and after getting the 2 frags from on the side of Mal, they're going to go ahead and back up to their own side of the point as, you know, the Ubers are starting to even just a tad. Dank Cass is ready to go, and they're walking through main. Mind the stickies, eating a little bit of damage, but the Uber has not been popped quite yet, as now they'll finally pull the trigger, running across the point on Ether, getting the pop out of the way, and the Uber exchange is not really going to lead too much as both teams kind of in on their own half of the point. Maybe Scratch is just a tad more aggressive, but spam out of Ether, getting him a bit weak, making it hard for him to get a whole lot of spam. His flank initiation has not quite arisen yet. Some damage on a Yum and making it a bit weak. Has to fight for arrows, but the bomb coming in from the side of Aim and Trip. They're actually getting a lot of damage on themselves, and Scratch almost gives up his life and will indeed get chased down by the side of Banny. Shamu trying to make sure that Banny falls, but will not find success there as the soldiers are buying extra space to make sure that Shamu is the one that dies instead. Mal, playing with a knife's edge, will eventually lose 3 in total. Just barely die. A lot of weak players from the side of Froyotech will not quite find mark to kill any.
Donovan just got rolled.
This arrow from Dank.
He got air shot by Aim, and Aim actually lived and walked down and got rolled. So Donovan sent out of the server, and that is going to be Mal. They're going to be able to get through. Froyotech still has Uber Ed. Mal had to pop earlier, Froyo popped later, so still 30% ad to work with. Hubada might know. They know that Mal popped earlier, but again, it's a 5v6 until the soldier gets here, and Mal has a small bit of opportunity to try to get this, but this is quickly turning to a very strong Froyo hold.
Mal has given up so much of their health. They have this Uber to work with, they didn't get it, but they can't lose anyone. Pop comes from the side of Froyotech. The sniper of Donovan, which we talked about in the pregame, is able to kill Shamu. Trip's going to die in the backline to fall damage. He's going to stay down with him, and Sniper,
okay. They got the sniper. They killed him. Shit, Scratch is going to die for it, but they got it. Aim is behind. Sai is in. They have a crossfire, but they can't hit the bullets, and it's just Sai and his medic right now. I get the point, but they kind of delayed their spawns a bit, but now still have the players to fight this. They can fight it if they want. They just need to get the damage on the right players, and the Froyo scouts are getting pushed back. Sin on the high ground spamming, and now they do have the point, but Froyotech, I feel like they're permanent Uber at this game, but they haven't really taken these aggressive Ubers. They've been fine with Mal getting in, but there goes Dank.
They recognize the rolling up players from Mal and just immediately pull the trigger as soon as they arrive. Donovan, not only the bomb comes through, but he's able to make sure that he gets the pickaxe kill and the arrow to live. Aim gonna get Sin as a consolation prize, and Banny dying as well, so there is something to say that, you know, all is not for, it's not all for everything, you know.
They gotta get the super rat though.
Do lose some people with that, but yeah, they gotta get rid of the super rat. It's a thorn on their side for the side of Mal.
Yeah, they gotta do something here. And look at Hubada. They might just actually elect the edge of the point. Trip is gonna die to a trap. That's pretty rough. But look at the point time. They're just gonna give it to us. That's gonna force Froyo to walk forward. But Mal's already lost one inside. Oh, tried to bomb, and he just gets actually nuked. So Mal, they're buying a little bit of time, but you know, Mal's not building super well. They're just trying to play the game, and they got point time, but that's kind of it. Otherwise, they just kind of wasted time. Didn't get any kills. Didn't get anything. And Froyotech, they're sitting pretty right now. Now, Mal did have the advantage of getting very, very good point time, so they can fight this in overtime. They, once it rolls around. I think, did they get the bug?
I
think they got the bug.
Either way,
look at the point. I think they got the
ready
bug.
To go. Yeah, that might be the bug, but Uber is available for the side of Froyotech if they feel like they need it. They are doing the aggressive flank plays. They've killed everyone except Dank and Sai, and they will indeed get the next round. I think so far we're seeing the aggression that I was wondering if it was going to arrive from the side of Froyotech. So far, both times on like once per round, really like stark aggression onto the enemy team's cliff, and this time near the tail end of it over on the concrete side. So they're finding the recipe for success so far.
They just can't push the point. Neither team is. Both teams are kind of struggling, but Freya's getting those like the third point captures a little bit faster. Whereas Mal is taking. It's very hard for them to break this Froyo hold.
The execution of their initiative on Froyotech so far is just a tad better, but new you
jumping
potentially.
behind. He's gonna get cleaned up. Froyotech is very content to just hold S and farm the people trying to jump behind. That seems to be their main strategy here, at least on this map, is just let Tripper aimbomb behind. Let's kill them. Fight the 6v5.
Yeah, they're almost not even showing up to mid, which can be a strategy if you think the team's gonna go extremely deep, and it's worked for now. But you know,
here comes Donovan. They're sending sacks.
Yeah, going in. It's even Uber, so I mean, they're just trying to buy some time to see if they can get some sort of frag or distraction, but not really gonna find too much other than a couple watchful
Donovan
eyes.
traded with Shamu. That's huge.
Yeah, so Froyotech actually bought a lot of space with that, and they're actually recapping the point, so that was almost free to a degree. They did extend Donovan's spawn by just a tad, but not to a large degree.
Shamu bad.
It should be fine.
Hate to see it, as they're going to be able to push up. Mal, I've seen them in this situation before, and it's not been clean. They have cleared the stickies on the left rock, so no trap to worry about there, but it looks like they're just going to exchange in. Hubda going to be forced to pop pretty much right away, and actually you have a flying demoman in the skybox, and now it's a dry fight. You do have aim, or that's Trip, excuse me, jumping behind, but immediately sees his scout, and he is already dead.
Yep, bomb coming from the side.
Oh, but the sniper, they had a sniper, and I didn't even realize, but they're getting pressured back so far. Mal just gets the point pretty much for free.
Yeah, so far, I mean, they're trying to pressure all these sides. Oh, side dying to the sniper. Almost another onto scratch as well. It feels like Mao, when they own control of the point, their initiation to try to make sure that everything's locked down is not really working out. It's making it even more difficult with the sniper in play. As we see a forward hold coming through, and it's not even the traditional forward hold. They're just expecting, like, yeah, they're going to roll at Cliff. Let's just bring our entire team over there as rotations
now they're rotating the other way.
Yeah, back to the point side. I think they didn't want to do a full-on forward hold, just make sure that if they go...
They have a pyro, but there's no forward hold to block. They spotted that Nash, and we're going to go back to spawn, switch off a pyro, but...
Just using the sniper.
Yeah, just using the sniper. So Froyotech, they've had a sniper before, it's worked very, very well for them. This time it is Donovan on sniper. We saw him once before, did pretty alright, but we'll have to see how they want to hold this. And they're actually going to elect to take these exchanges across point, but look how far back Froyo is. They're just holding S so hard. Yeah, that is a very, very early exchange. They're going to get Sin off of it, so bait it in a little bit, but they're going to scratch off of it, and they still have Rupert to work with and a sniper, so Mal is just unable to push the point here.
I'm kind of surprised he's not a second person in the Uber to, like, put the firepower in to make sure that this force comes out, and that person could just be, a soldier that uses the flash to go behind to make sure the sniper is gone on. Like, whoever he is if you're at the rock, you can just jump him, and you're not going to get stalled by, like, if Yum Yum's over next to the sniper to protect him, and you can't really get shot. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But they're just, the solos are starting so far back because of the sniper, but it's not really working out.
Yeah, I think
gotta find a different approach.
Yeah, I agree. They've been trying the solos into them over and over again. They just have not been working. Definitely need a plan B, and we hope they have one. No sniper shots ringing out yet. Donovan, not sure where he is, but I see a lot of red players behind. They're going for the sacks, but look at Froyotech. They're just holding S behind their own cliff, sitting very pretty behind the point. Mal capping for pretty much, again, for free. They lose 2 players, but Mal just passed away that really contesting. Banny can be very hard to connector. Might get caught out here. We'll see. It's actually since we were caught out. They barely just got, and they're going to be caught. Hubda hasn't used it. It's going to be a Banny solo running a tank. Tank is hurt. But they're going to like to kill Sai and Gank live as well.
No scout
Banny
speed,
beef,
but they are in no man's land. Hubda's definitely done. Oh my god, they're serving a sentry. Is he going to get out?
Wait,
is the health pack for both?
No, they got him.
No, okay, yeah. I was wondering about the respawners coming.
They make it aim though, and they make it Shamu.
But yeah, Shamu's able. Actually, going in for seconds.
Oh, Chad?
Finding
Yeah, he
Donovan.
actually got it.
Yeah, but with you owning the point, is that really worth it though?
It's not worth it, but
and Yum Yum gets both. That's crazy.
That one's definitely not worth it. Mal is just playing. I don't want to use undisciplined, but they're technically taking fights when they have the point, and if you take fights when you have the point on top, you have longer respawns than the offense.
In general, I feel like they're kind of forced because they can't just let the sniper shoot over and over again. Maybe they're conditioned for even in moments where it's not necessary that they feel like they have to.
Yeah, maybe they're just panicking, they're down 0-2 on a map they picked. Not exactly what we like to see is Donovan and Young Trip are going to trade on the flank. Trade a bit of damage, going to have to back up. But Mal's just electing to spam here. No Ubers they're exchanging. They're just going to sit back, see what Froyotech actually does to spam the point. That's going to be Trip who's bombing behind. And look at Froyotech, they're sitting 4 backwards, just running a Trip. And Mal caps the point. Mal seems content to cap the point and just sack a player or 2 for it.
Yeah, they're on Shamu, we're on the flank.
But the Froyo flank's the one who's getting run down now. Although Dank died.
They just all turned around. Not a single person was looking towards the point. Dank dies with 95% Uber as Ether just barrels across and is able to clean up that frag. So much chaos that's happening from the side of Froyotech. This is definitely the key for them. 1, the sniper plays. 2, the flank aggression. It's really the recipe for success, and Mal doesn't really know what to do with it.
Yeah, Mal definitely doesn't know what to do with it. Hubada sitting on full Uber, and I think if you're Mal, you can't let them cap this and get the Uber. You have to get the force out at some point, but they're not really ready to fight quite yet.
Yeah, maybe you're starting to run out of time for a sack, really.
Yeah, I think they're just going to edge the point. Yep, there comes the Froyotecyh. Sai is going to die pretty much immediately, but Mal's pretty far out, although Froyo is getting very deep as well. Shimu going to be caught out. That's another kill, and the rest of the players are just in spawn. Aim going to fall as well, and Froyotech's very aggressive. They can forward hold. They didn't lose a single player.
Yeah, there's a small amount of overtime. Scratch and Dank have worked their way through over onto the cliff side.
They have to fight the point.
Yeah, they have to go. Dank is going to be the martyr running around. Shamu able to kill Bandy.
He actually
Scratch killed Donovan. A lot of damage on a Yum Yum. More cap time. Dank's over to try to extend it, but
they can't get there fast enough.
Yeah, not quite fast enough. But for how close of a match this is, the way that Froyotech is playing is definitely proving why they picked this map. It's small adjustments, but they're impactful enough that it's tipping the scales in their favor, which is the biggest thing. It doesn't matter for these KOF matches on how close the timer is. It's about, do you actually win the round at the end of the day? And that's what they're doing. So they're 1 round away from taking away the opponent's pick, which is huge. So Mal, they got some work ahead of them.
Yeah, and remember he said, what if there's a Scatters of pop-off game? Bandy has 71 points, which is 30 more than any other class in the game other than his medic. So Bandy, I can already tell he's having a very good stat line.
Yeah, spam coming in, a bit of a slower mid. We've seen that so far with the way that Froyotech is playing, and I think Mal is kind of caught on trying to bait in some of these players instead of going in right off the bat. But the Froyotech flank went on the move. Yum Yum will fall in the connector. Trip might fall as well over on the side. Actually, no, lands on the boxes A-okay. Donovan still lingering around somewhere around the house, just trying to spam boil cleaned up as Froyotech. Yeah, the passive gameplay didn't really work this time as their hand was forced, and it just ended up with their flank being dead. So Mal went a bit slow mid, but you have to be careful. Sai.
He got launched in. They're going to get the force. Yeah, Sai got launched in by a couple stickies, and Sin's going to be able to get 2. But Dank is already at the spawn, so Froyotech going to cap this point late, but Dank has full Uber to work with. And maybe this is what Mal needed to turn around, but they got a hill to climb. They got to get 4 rounds in a row without dropping 1 to win this map. Yeah. It's going to be a tall order.
But do you want it to start like this? It feels like they almost threw it away. They just could have used the player advantage to not... I mean, I guess you would have gotten the force either way. You could have been more greedy about it.
There's the Froyo flank running a trip.
Then you have to deal with this. The fact that you had to leave the point in the first place is it's such a big deal to work with.
Sai's getting caught out. Sai's getting ran at.
He's getting
Although the Sin, they're going to be able to clean up Sin. So Matt was actually stabilized somewhat. They're going to be able to use. They're going to chase Froyo to spawn, but Hubada has Uber ad again. This is 70%. So they're all going to get the point, but they're going to have to forward. I don't know if
the spy timing.
Oh, the spy timing. Bandy on the spy.
This is some Highlander stuff.
Did he bump into Shimu? Wait.
Maybe not.
No, I don't think so.
This is because he expects a forward hold, I think. He recognized that everyone was alive. So like, okay, I'll just go out and spy and I'll backstab him. But no, it took some damage. I think they recognize it. Has to go back onto Scout. Have to break it some other way. You have to probably use the Uber, which you don't want to have to do if you don't,
Yeah, you don't want to.
You can help it. At least if they had to use the Uber, he could have gone behind like Dank and backstabbing or something. But Highlander classic, but.
Aim is in the skybox. Yeah. Even Sin's also very far behind, and Dank's actually gonna die without even them popping. They just got through, and they're killing everyone. They don't even need Uber.
They just find the opening. They're able to clean up these nuisances that are behind, but they only have 3 people left to their name for the side of Mal to really defend this point. And they're not even crazy healthy either side is at half HP. The scouts don't have buffs. They're just letting this cap go through, not even going for a sack. Want to wait and allow their players to respawn before they go ahead and do anything. The only saving grace is they can't have a forward held be done on themselves, despite Froyotech having all their team, because they literally just arrived. But we've seen this scenario before, where they have disap, they need to go for a sack, some sort of play, and they have not found success. Something in this recipe has to change in the execution. Bomb coming in, at least Trip doesn't die of the trap that time, but they're trying to go for it now. In the air, in the skybox, going over towards Hubada, but they haven't even got a single piece of spam landed on him. Sai's gonna die, Train's gonna die, the sack has only found Ether so far, which is something, but it's not quite what you want. Able to kill Yum Yum. That is a little bit more than they can work with, so at least there's gonna be no forward hold, but you do not find your man. These sacks, Froyo's reading them like a book. They recognize, hey, it's gonna be a sack no matter what. They're not gonna slow play the flank. Let's play up on our cliff. It'll be fine. Now, the option of going for the sack play or going for the slow push, they're not choosing correctly, and it's leading to these Uber exchanges, which a little bit coin flippy, so we'll have to see how it ends up.
We'll have to see how it ends up, as Mal does have Uber, and they're going to try. Froyo's passivity might give way, because Mal just capped the point for free, and they got the better Uber. So I think Mal might be finally realizing, hey, we can just cap this point. Mal's gonna play passive, but there's the sniper again. The sniper's been wreaking havoc on Mal. They're just dropping everywhere. Ether's the only casualty. We have Yum Yum on sniper. Ether, he's taking sideline. Mal saw it, gonna die. Shimu gonna die. Tank back to spawn, and I think Froyo might have baited Mal with this map pick.
Mal was not prepared for the sniper. I don't think, of all the times that they've probably played, these two teams played against each other, on product, let's be real, Banny teams are not sniper teams, realistically. Yeah. Especially product, historically. This is not something he's gonna try to teach his team how to do. This is not something you know from the regular season scrims. So, this is plan B. Scratch as counter sniper. Let's see how this kind of works out.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out.
Also, probably uncharted territory for the side of Mal.
Yeah. Does Trip come up Soldier or a Scout, you think?
He comes up Soldier.
Yeah, okay, he's on Soldier. You're right. So Trip no Trip Scout, but Scratch gonna come up counter sniper. We'll see if the Mal sniper can make way, but you know, Froyo still with pretty sizable Uber at to work with here. Now gonna try to edge the point. Scratch is just aggressively taking the SVS, but Trip is tied to the sniper again. Trip's rolled out, died to the sniper, rolled out, died to the sniper. Hate to see it.
Yep, Uber exchange coming out. One player down for the side of Mal. As Bandy's actually going through to make sure that Psy-Died, who jumped behind, took World into his hands, but was unable to find Yum Yum and just finds his death instead as Froyotech runs really aggressively. Able to find aim at the bottom of the cliffside. Some damage on Shamu, able to clean up as well, and they're chasing on to Dank through the spawn. Sin jumping through one door to another, making sure that Dank has no escape to his spawn area. Psy and Scratch respawning in. Not a whole lot they can do as with 10 seconds left on the clock, no overtime. This spells disaster for the side of Mal.
Yeah, you know, I was really questioning Benny's map picks, and I gotta say, I sincerely apologize because Benny clearly has the theories down. They are gonna be overtime, but again, 2 kills already for Froyo. Not looking good for Mal. Just Shamu on the point. That's it, and that's a clean 4-0 for, you know, the rounds were kind of close, but there was no double overtimes or anything, and that's a 4-0 for Froyotech. I think Mal got very baited in the map picks.
For sure. I think that was the big thing. Like, what was the change that made them so confident? And it was definitely their ability to play more aggressive. And then the sniper wildcard.
They also just held S. Like, Froyo was so far back, but they were still getting picks, you know? Like, every time someone ran behind, Froyo sent pretty much their entire team to deal with it, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, if you recognize the pace of the enemy team's soldiers are always hyper aggressive, and it's not like backline stuff, it's like they want to bomb onto you right off the bat, and just hold S, easy farm.
Oh, Banny went 40-7.
Yeah, I was also kind of wondering if it was going to be one of those games where
it was one of those games. Banny almost did 400.
On his back for a moment.
He did.
If there was any map to do it on, it's going to be product. It's not even a because of your teammates thing. It's because you are able to dominate that hard.
Yeah.
That your teammates don't really get a chance to shine. You just shine through.
Yeah, sometimes you just get all the kills. It does happen. Yeah, I'm also having a good game, 26-11, going 7-1 on sniper too. So actually, pretty dominant on sniper there.
Impactful.
Impactful, very impactful.
It's a little thing. Like, the clock on every single one of these was like around 1 minute left.
Yeah.
There were not any rolls in that product game. It was pretty even, despite Froyotech taking every round. So I think that really tips the scales. It shows the preparation that, you know, you have a month to grind out a map, all the maps you consider bad, and in a way, it makes you almost want to ignore the maps that you feel like, oh yeah, we crushed them on that. It's not a big deal. And you kind of put them on the back burner, and if you don't readdress them at any point, you could find yourselves like, oh, our plan A doesn't work anymore. You move on to the plan B, but it's too little too late. Yep. I mean, Scratch shows up at the last round as their counter sniper, and that's their plan B, but it's not enough. They tried so hard to get the soldiers in to be able to make space and kill Yum Yum, and they did it one time out of all the times he was on sniper. One.
Yeah, and Mal's got to be concerned that they haven't won a round yet since playoffs have started. They definitely not ideal. They gotta make some changes or do something. I don't know. Gotta reset their karma. I don't know what they have to do, but they gotta do something because so far they have not been playing very well today at all.
Realistically, I think you honestly have to cope for this match. You have to forget the other match, and you have to cope for the product one and say product is really close, even though we didn't get rounds. That we got tons of time, and we just didn't have an answer for something that we weren't prepared for. And
Tactical cope.
That's just the map pick.
Yes.
The only problem is now you have Froyotech's map pick, which obviously they picked this map for a reason. They're confident on it. I'm sure that this is. I don't know how close Pross is going to be in comparison to product.
Looks like we're gonna be doing some ads according to the Dolphin. Some. Oh, fair enough.
Okay, well,
Regardless, yeah, Froyo's already like pretending like the game's actually going and like moving into the enemy last. Mal is just running around the map trying to enjoy their time. So yeah, Mal, one map away from being eliminated, and that's it. That's the season. That's over. Froyotech, they got 2 maps to work with. They can if they lose their map pick though, then it's for all the marbles. That will be on
Metalworks.
Metalworks. True. That one's been a very back and forth game. So maybe Mal, they might have got baited in with the map pick, but I wonder if Mal how they feel about Process. Do you think Mal thought that Process was going to be like a gimme map? Like, okay, we win our map, they win their map, we win our third map, or do you think that Mal actually has a hope and ideas on what to do in Process?
I don't think they have that many even maps where either of these teams pick a map and expect it to be difficult. I feel like if Process is picked, it's picked for a reason. Like, sure, there's one band to go through, so it might not be Froyotech's first pick, but they're probably confident on it enough that how they've scrimmed in the past has probably shown something in terms of performance. Mal, probably in the same vein, thinks back on the scrims and recognizes there's probably a reason why they picked it, and there's probably some scrims they didn't do too hot or something like that. So I'm not really sure. I mean, you kind of focus on some of your worst maps to make sure that you can have things under wraps and only really have to ban one and not worry about the others. So maybe Mal is focused on this just a tad to make sure that if it ever came into play, like a team picked it against them, it wouldn't be too bad. Especially because it's Process of all maps. It's probably one of the most played maps out of all the teams. Probably scrimmed this map the most out of any. It's kind of the standard, the gimme. So it's not unfamiliar, but it comes down to the execution and how your strategy is going to be. So you kind of have to craft it over time. The question is how will Mal come to the conclusion of what the changes need to be for them to come out on top when it's picked against them? I feel like pred-wise, it's going to be difficult. I feel like Froyotech are probably the favorites for this matchup.
Yeah, I would imagine by a pretty decent margin, Froyotech are the matchups. And I think one thing for concerning for Mal too is that Process is a scout map, and Product is also a scout map, and he just got hard rolled by Banny on the scout map. So you gotta figure out some way to deal with Banny on Process as well. This is, it's another map where you see a lot of sad soldier stat lines where they just die and they can't really get much done. And I definitely, if I'm Mal, I'm worried that it could be a repeat of the last map where you're just getting, the scouts are just running a train on you the whole game.
Yeah, with that in mind, I've had the predictions running for a bit. Any initial thoughts on actual score lines?
My heart wants this to be a close game and say like a Mal 3-4. My brain says that Froyo's gonna win by like 2 or 3 rounds.
I really want to see Metalworks.
I
Metalworks
do
is
too.
the map that I thought that if we got to see it at all, I didn't think it was going to get picked per se, maybe. But at least as a third map, I'm really happy that it landed on Metalworks. But I feel like
Mal has some
I feel like
bullets to dodge.
Froyotech wins 5-0.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's Froyotech. I think if Froyotech loses this, they're gonna have to beef or something where it's gonna have to. Like, I think Mal definitely has a chance. They're an invite team. They made playoffs. They're good. But with how poorly Mal's own pick went, it's not a comforting sign for Mal. They haven't given me any reason to believe in them yet. That might change during the game, but as of now, sitting here watching them play, they haven't given me any reason for hope.
At least you can say that, we talk about the month of prep. Obviously, Mal was not prepared for Product, and then they picked it because it wasn't their focus. They did so well on it probably in the regular season. They're like, we don't need to touch this. Maybe the same thing could be said for the side of Froyotech, where, they feel comfortable, obviously, on Process enough to pick it first, that maybe it was somewhat ignored in the past bit. It wasn't a hyper focus, even though it's such a common map. They focused elsewhere. They played a lot of Koth to try to refine that. So maybe there's some room for Mal to kind of surprise and start being on a roll. If you win these mids really dominantly, you can set a deficit that's really hard to climb back from, and that could be the thing that tips the scales in your favor. So I don't think you can necessarily count them out, despite my very hard-leaning prediction. But we are going live into the first mid, so we're about to see how the match is going to get kicked off.
Yeah, Mal does have a hill to climb up, but this is a new map, new them, as settling into Process here, the Froyotech map pick. If Mal loses this map, they are out of playoffs. And Yeah, both teams actually electing to take the slow game. Just play high ground, play both. Froyotech, actually, Cy has the sticky carpet. He's just like raiding stickies on the high ground. That's the only thing he wants to shoot. And Froyotech's kind of boxed in a little corner right now. Look at them. All 6 players kind of on the low ground in the corner. Mal's winning the positioning fight so far. And Trip is bombing behind the choke, spamming them. Froyotech are going to rotate to the enemy team choke, which definitely could be a dangerous maneuver, depending on if they die, and they already have 1 death. Instant. Although there's a lot of hurt players on Mal. Trip hurt, a scout hurt. Abe's going to get spooned.
Donovan.
But Abdo got forced.
That's huge. Trying to run forward and see if they can get this force happening. In the corner is Dank. Will have to use it. Fanny might be the cat. He's trying to run away, but it's actually Hubada that is the first frag. Trip going in to make sure that frag happens. And Yum Yum just in the sky, zooming around. Isn't quite dead yet, buying some time, but they're just capping. So, I mean, it's not tons of time bought, but will not quite find a frag. And that was some serious ring around the rosy stuff from the side of Froyotech. It just ended up on the wrong side of the map, not really finding tons of frags. I think the initial bomb in from one of the soldiers of Mal was either aim or Trip really set things in motion and made it really difficult to play that. But Trip was, getting a little adventurous inside.
Donovan's behind too. He's going for the long con flank. I think they know. Oh, they know.
Oh,
look
and
at
Cy's too far forward.
They know
left
the.
Cy off the drive. They left.
They
to
did
get
leave Cy off the
Donovan,
drive. Froyotech's in super deep, but they're gonna immediately get those 2 kills back, and now it's Froyotech who's lost 2. Granted, they haven't lost a demo, but still, Froyotech still streaming in. Mal has 2 scouts to work with on process, which is pretty good. Although no demo is pretty rough. Look at the positioning Froyotech is taking. Mal is uber.
They have respawner advantage. This thing though, long term, they win this fight and the advantage. So Donovan Sniper is gonna be the play. I think this is the most Donovan Sniper we've seen, and did we see much Donovan Sniper in the regular season?
It happened occasionally, but not like a lot.
If it was more spy that we saw,
it's
but
more
either
spy.
way, we see it now. It is spotted.
Oh, he missed.
Goes off,
He saw
doesn't
that
connect.
they know him now and they missed, but Mal might have a crippling weakness to snipers. We'll have to see. They immediately lose 2, but their Uber is significantly better by 50%. But again, they actually have to get kills to do so. It looks like they have not gotten any. And Sin's bombing and choking, they're all so hurt, but they're unable to clean up the kills. But Mal's still down 2, down a scout and a soldier. Means that this is gonna be tough. Although Banny tying to a trap is that's pretty good from Cy.
Yep, I'm gonna fall. There is a respawn advantage for the side of Mal here, so they might poke around, but have to be careful. Don't lose too many people. Scratch really weak, but will be able to escape. So there's some room for Mal to poke around. They know there's a sniper that's still on the field, but I think they're just waiting just a tad.
Yeah, just waiting.
Is IT the play? What are they up to?
They, I don't. This is weird because Cy's an IT.
That is weird.
How about took a bunch of damage? I don't know. Who knows? But Scratch can be the first to die. But
Trip gets the combo.
Trips gets the whole combo, and they're still on the high ground. There's still a sniper to deal with, but Donovan, I think I heard a headshot ring out. Shamu hurt. He has to get Bone in the corner, but Donovan's peeking choke. Can Donovan get the sniper? It's just, they just can't, Mal just can't kill these snipers. It's like the impossible challenge.
Yeah, not even the same map, and it's being a bit difficult for them. It's the execution of it all. They're unable to find the path to get in, and even with the different geometry, so they're gonna have to figure out something. You can't just let them take shot for shot for shot. Sin is gonna end up dying, taking too much damage to get this cap, but gotta make sure you don't lose too much. Actually, Cy
is bombing, Banny.
He's just dying. So much confidence that would be okay,
and
but
gets air shot.
gives himself up for it. They're actually losing a lot for this. Aim pretty weak, and Sewer might get cleaned up if they put a lot of attention to him, but the scout of Shamu able to clean up Yum Yum. Trap goes off, and the headshot rings out. It's just Shamu and Tank left alive.
He gets headshot. He gets headshot. They have to use...
Yeah, Uber goes out, but unable to get anything more than just the sniper.
Yeah, these snipers have been doing work on Mal. They need to go back to the drawing board and how they deal with snipers, because it is not look good.
You can tell the way that Cy jumps in that they feel like they are out of resources to deal with him. He's like, fine, I'll deal with him if you guys can. Which you don't really want to see happen because he just dies for it, which is like
not
trading
good.
a demo for a sniper is not really a net positive. You know, that's like the best case scenario, and that's barely saying something.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And Froyotech have 40% Uber out. They're going to go through choke. They're actually they are going to bomb pretty aggressively. They're going in very deep, but Mal is already out. I don't know if they're going to get any picks from Froyotech. They're going to be streaming through lobby. Aim is going to be the one death. He is going to fall on last, but Froyotech is in lobby very aggressively. Mal's still not on the Uber quite yet, so Mal's going to have to Uber out into like a 5v6 essentially. Although they have the time, they can wait.
Trip's behind, they don't even know. He jumped above them as the Uber happened. Yeah, he jumped. Oh my god, he's got waddle them. He jumped behind
He's just
them
waddling.
as the Uber happened.
He's just waddling. He gets 2.
Them.
Or he gets 1. Is he going to get the 2?
Both
he does.
Died, one of them being a drop.
Wait,
it is a 1v3. They tried to push out, but ended up dying. Dank unable to use his Uber, and that's going to open the floodgates for the rest of Froyotech to go in and get the cap.
What just happened? Oh.
Was that a lag out? Was that what that was?
That's unfortunate.
Oh my god. No wonder he reset his router earlier.
Yeah, that Dank does have internet issues sometimes. That might be the worst case scenario possible.
There was no like pause, so it must have been like a stutter or something. But
Well, if your medic drops and you lose the round, it's like, yeah, maybe it was just like the temp flag, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, just a wash. It happens. But Froyotech already on the board, 1-0. Mal did win the last mid, but it was one of those really slow developing mids, so it wasn't a really dominant win until the very end. Froyotech actually electing to go very deep. They're just running it at Mal, but Donovan gonna fall immediately, and this looks like it's not going well for Froyotech. Trip is in super deep. Sin is gonna be able to escape, and Trip is still alive. He finally gets cleaned up, but they get Yum Yum off of that, and Mal is all fully healthy, ready to go. Yum Yum and the rest of Froyotech out into their own second. So Mal, I'll give them the saving grace in their matches that they've been winning the mid so far.
Yep, they've been able to find some way to, even though, I guess it's only 2 mids, you can't really say it too convincing, but Froyotech have done 2 different mid styles so far, and neither have really worked. First they tried to death ball, and other time they went really aggressively, just straight across, and it didn't really find a whole lot. So Mal is doing a really good job at adapting them on the fly to make sure that they come out on top against whatever Froyotech throws against them for the mids, but for the rest of the gameplay, it could be said something different as the thorn on their side of the sniper class is once again on the field in the stalemate scenario, so we'll see how they deal with this.
The defensive sniper.
The defensive process sniper.
It's actually pretty good.
I mean, it can be pretty good, but it can only be so strong, so we'll see how things work out. Strip bombs in, one rocket and that is enough. Overall, 2-man. Shamu distracts some people going through lower IT, but Trip is able to find his man.
It did find his man, and Froyotech are going to try to get in off the 2K. Dank. Oh, he actually milked that. Respect to him. They have to watch out for potentially. They did still use, but they're going in with this. Sultry saw it. Dank, he can't actually Uber his players in. They're going to be able to get. They're not even going to be able to get through the trip. Aim's going behind. I think he's been spotted by the sniper. He's actually just going to let the spam players in IT. He's going to back up. So overall, that was amounted to just kind of a trade, just a really derpy one.
Was that a fear pop?
I don't know.
I feel like Dank thought that the sniper was going for a hero shot, like walking through the choke or something, and that's why he popped it.
That's what I was worried about him for, but I didn't see.
Yeah, sniper was IT.
Aim might die in the. Oh.
Yeah, they're trying. Aim is
like an aim to get the pack, but Bro Sniper again getting scratched. So yep, another kill to the sniper collection is Mal is unable to deal with the snipers. They're actually going IT. There's the stickies there. Sai had the trap prepared, but he's gonna get forced. Froyotech, they don't have Uber quite yet, so they're gonna be able to get. But Aim is gonna fall, trying to just buy some time. They still okay now. So now Froyotech has the like ad sniper where they have sniper and they have Uber ad. It's only 20%. I don't know if Froyo goes off of this. It looks like they want to peek up their sniper.
They're peeking at least. They know they can't really like go too quickly, but they can at least buy some time for the sniper to get a pick on someone getting out of the forward, or maybe Mal isn't set up quite yet. As you can't let him take shot after shot, and stuff like that's gonna happen if you're not able to execute the hold properly. And one demo down, that's gonna be huge for the side of Froyotech to try to break in. They might be just they're just
exchanging. They know they have to do something.
They predicted that so hard. They're like their only play is to Uber exchange. Let's rotate to a different door. And they catch him off guard. This Uber's not finding anything. The blue Uber, that is finding a whole lot. They're able to get a lot of damage to scratch. He's living for a long while, but never mind.
Trip is behind again.
Trip behind as well. They're getting damage on a Hubada, able to get the frag. Only 2 left alive.
Are they gonna kill anyone? It's just Donovan who's very far behind in IT or in lobby, excuse me, and they know. And Aim hits the 2 directs.
Did they just beef when that Uber so much better for blue? How did they screw that up?
I don't know. I was watching Trip behind, and Trip distracted 2 players, so maybe they just didn't have enough people in the Uber, because the sniper and a soldier just weren't in the game.
They baited the Uber to go into sewer. They rotated choke, popped second, had a better Uber chase them down, and failed to really get like any meaningful frags. I think it might just be a circumstance of missed shots, but we do have the.
I'm still on snipers, and fourth Baby has the engineer.
He has the gun.
Sin is gonna fall though. Having no scouts does make it a little bit challenging to keep kills up. As Scratch gonna fall as well. Off plus might have to be working. Yum staying in forwards. Oh, he's gonna go for the shot on Shimu. That's really smart. He misses his shot. He's actually still. I don't think they know. I think okay, Shimu knows. He's like
Uber in the last.
Yeah, Uber in the last. We'll have to see. So Manny's gonna fall purge immediately. Mal has on the point, and they can't block this. And Mal gets the first round in playoffs, and this might be closer than we thought, Jarrett. Maybe we were underselling Mal on the enemy map pick. Did both teams just pick like the other two maps?
I mean, it's one of those things where like you have flashback to like scrims you've had, and like, yeah, we rolled them on that map. Little do you know, they've practiced it so much that they have some new tricks you have to get used to. So, put themselves on the board. We'll have to see how the rest of the map transpires. We still got 20 more minutes left of gameplay, unless maybe less if one of these teams finds a way to reach 5. But another mid going underway, a little bit slower. First we saw a wraparound from Froyo, the second time we saw immediate bomb, and now it's just some fades, and not really wanting to commit. It definitely seems like Mal is playing a bit more dynamic, trying to wait to see what Froyotech has in store. And
Looking for his positioning. They're
yeah,
like
they're
so
just
passive.
biding their time. Both teams are just waiting for the other team to do something, and they don't want to go for it. Scratch is trying to corner peek now.
Oh, there goes Trip.
If you don't want to show up to mid, we're just going to cap.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good strategy considering that they have to force Froyotech to do something. Donovan gonna bomb and they're gonna get dragged out behind, but Fripp is so hurt. But can they clean up the kills? They can't clean up anything. The Froyotech players are behind. Banny might get Shamu, but that's kind of it. And Banny's gonna die for it. These Froyotech mids, they're 0 for 3 right now.
Yeah, they I think Mal definitely made sure that their mids were gonna be on point for this game if they ever came into.
They've won 2 slow mids and a fast mid, which is like, those are like the 2 main flavors of mid. So now Froyotech's got to try to do something exotic or just change up where players are standing or something.
It's every single style almost. They've won the mid where it was a wraparound. They won the mid where it was a full send. They won the mid where nothing happened.
Yeah, those are pretty much all of the mids. Unless you're doing some really root stuff. The thing I'm noticing with Froyo is that they're like behind the point. They're playing so passive that Mal's getting like high ground, and Mal's not even that aggressive in the high ground, but Froyotech's just standing like, you know, in the middle of nowhere. It feels like they're expecting Mal to go in like on product, but it's not Koth. They don't have to go in if they don't want to.
Yeah, it's product deja vu where maybe they just know like, oh, okay, well, aim and triple bomb, so we'll farm them and then go from there. But I think they've kind of learned from product that you can't just full send it, but they haven't learned about lobby presence. Holy, that was not locked down at all. And the spoon almost comes out into Trip as well.
Well, at least their medic lived. That's the best I can say. Froyo sniper peeking through choke. He's just running through. Okay, it's Yum Yum. He actually, he misses the shot onto Dank. Dank's gonna be able to get up. Aggressive from Yum Yum there. Had a shot on the medic, but unable to hit it. So hate to see it. Scratch on the counter sniper in spawn, and he almost got synced, but he managed to bind in time. And now Dank's gotta be a little concerned getting through choke. And oh my god, he beat the sniper again. I'm so worried.
Sai can't even jump in. He's getting headshot and body shot. He wanted to bomb, and maybe that's where the best is. Maneuver exchange is coming out.
Okay, they're gonna get the sniper,
everywhere.
right?
There's like half of each team is red HP. Everyone's so hurt. Trip's gonna be the only death though, as everyone just sits around in a corner, gets arrows. The sniper is still on the field, actually looking through his own shield.
Aim's going in very deep, and there's a lot of hurt players to clean up on. Or is there? Look at Froyotech, they're all in the red, but they don't have anyone to clean up because Mal is so passive. Aim did so much work there, they have to back up, and Sai might die at the very tail end. He's going to be able to collect the pack. Actually, against Donovan? Okay. And the Sin's really hurting Choke too. Okay, so that might be a good turnaround from Donovan, but they have a sniper staring at Choke. If I'm Mal, I don't want to beat this Choke, and Scratch is standing AFK.
Trip's flanking as well. Spying room onto the sniper. He wasn't able to really watch, and they try to work their way through, but Shamu immediately shut down in the sewer area by Sin. The rest of the team, they're trying to find something. Sin actually found a way on the aim, make sure that kill is secured. Scratch tries to come to help. A little bit too far forward, will end up dying as the 4th death for the side of Mal. They've lost entire control over their second point.
They're not building Uber too. They have Uber disad now.
Oh, watch the forwards. Oh, Sticky's inside the door.
Shamu, are they doing the gigabait with Shamu where like they see the soldier and then okay. Oh, they both they both back up. I think that Mal, they might have to just run at the sniper and hope he misses. Bombing him is not working. They cannot bomb the sniper. Froyotech every time counter jumps them so hard, and the Froyo sniper just has a 1 surf and then he's out. Like, I think Mal just genuinely might need to run at the sniper and just say, like, yeah, you're not a sniper, you're not gonna handle these.
It might just be like, high bomb, fade, where you high bomb, the sniper feels threatened, so he backs up so he doesn't die, and then you recognize that and go to a different target. Ooh, there is a SVS.
Yeah, 1 SVS. They actually saw each other, but I think they both whiffed.
Oh, the hero play.
There we go. They found so hero play. That's I guess they just wanted to get him on scout, but and that is a trade actually. So Froyo going to doing a 2-for-1 down their flank pretty much, and Aim is peeking it pretty aggressively, knowing that he can get some free spam off. Although he's got to be careful because the Froyo flank is running at him. He's going to manage to get out. Other Mal players there to clean him up. So in the end, it just amounted to not much. Scratch still on sniper, and we'll see if Donovan goes sniper or spy or what he does. And he's actually he's on the spy class.
It's gonna be another scenario where we'll see where the paranoia sets in, if it does at all. Where there's gonna come a time where you're wondering, like, why aren't they doing anything? Like, what's happening? And then you think, like,
Mal hasn't checked though.
They haven't checked, but it depends on how long it takes for Donovan to decloak. If he decloaks pretty fast to go for a play,
might stab Scratch on sniper. That's a psychological impact play.
It might be. Yeah, it might be psychological. But if he sits here for too long, then they're going to start to wonder, like, why aren't they doing anything? I think he's going to,
like, Scratch will, I don't think Scratch will turn around.
Decloak's out in the corner. Super close decloak.
Yeah.
Do it. He's doing it.
Yeah, there he goes. Oh, they sapped the gun.
Shamu
That's the
had
play.
ears.
He forced.
He gets the force with the revolver.
He got the force with the revolver.
It's crazy.
That is crazy. They're gonna sack 2 for it, but getting a force for 2, I think you take those. Mal's gonna have to push out, and although they have a sentry, I don't know if they want to push out. They already have the level 3 up and in the good position.
I mean, the fact that you lost Trip as well makes it a bit difficult. I feel like that, yeah, they're just gonna sit still, back up. It's a bit risky as well because you have to swap off the gun. They have an extra player that can go and do some sort of back cap. You can't really cover the flank too much. Like if you do a demo bomb with like, or you do like a push off the players, you can't really do a demo bomb. You have one less person to initiate to go for the counter sack. It's not really gonna work out in your favor.
Yeah,
So
level 3
Froyotech-
dispenser is kind of pog.
Seems like they're taking lobby presence. That's a standard. The gun is actually really close. They should probably.
That
Oh,
tank
they
is
knew.
80% already. Tank already is 80%. How did he build so fast?
No, just enough time transpired, but Manny taking some damage on the
Tank
point.
is
bringing the
95%.
soldiers
Is he
over.
gonna get the super? They have Shimu on Buddhist, but they need
Captain
to block the
knows
point.
mobility.
They were so close.
They blocked it the first time and knocked them off, but there was no initiation to block it the second time when they returned to the point. I guess Sai didn't retrap the aim, wasn't able to bomb it, so perfect start. Froyotech brought enough attention over, baited them a bit, and got back on at the right time to add another round on the board, leading them 2-1.
Definitely 2-1 as going into another mid here. Mal has won the mids there, but that's the first, they've won 3 mids and they're down 2-1, which definitely not ideal, because if Froyotech can turn around these mids, things might start going very badly for Mal. We'll have to see how they want to go, but Froyotech's been winning the back and forth game so far. Mal just needs to keep winning these mids and potentially get mids to last. And Froyotech electing to do the slow, passive mid again. This time they're getting a little bit more high ground. I notice Yum Yum's on the high ground, although he's kind of off on an island. Okay, now Banny's there.
Scratch is getting cap time again. Gonna force their hand to some fate. Not really gonna amount to too much. Actually, Shamu is gonna die, so that's 1 frag in Froyotech's favor.
And
with
Mal's
the-
just gonna leave.
Yeah, they had really bad health as well. I think they ate a bit too much damage up on the high ground, so has to hightail it out of there. Down a scout, down basically almost a full player with their health combined. Froyotech's on the move. They don't even have it capped yet. They want to make as much space as possible for this sack coming in.
They
No
get
damage
Donovan.
onto Dank though. Just a
Yum Yum
tag.
might die too. Look at these sacks. They really want to go in. There's so much pressure going in on the sewer area, but Mal, they only have 1 pick to work with.
Cap?
We'll have to see. Yeah, they also haven't kept it. Does Mal want to dry? If you're Mal, do you dry here because they haven't kept? There's no respawn advantage.
It's definitely incentive to counter sack.
Oh, they're both bombing onto Sin, watching sewer. Aim is gonna fall though, and but they get through the choke successfully. But both flank players down. They have to force to save Ether, but they're already down to just getting in through the door and shoot. Scratch might be caught out. He's gonna be able to get up, but Froyotech are gonna want to cheese. They still don't have the
Oh, he
point.
got juggled. That's
And
true.
Yum- oh,
but
Yum
they-
Yum's
But no
behind.
one died on their team though, so it doesn't matter. They don't have any forwards to abuse
Yum Yum
because
might
no one's
shoot.
dead, and Yum Yum's definitely gonna kill
He's on
someone.
last. He's oh Yum Yum.
I'm surprised he didn't go for
Oh,
Sai.
he got the horror shot.
Just got destroyed.
He did.
Melly
but,
never though.
yeah, I mean he did his job. Mission accomplished. And yeah, for Mal, that was the first mid they kind of actually. They didn't even lose that hard, but back on last. And now we have Donovan on sniper again.
Yeah, but he actually played tons and tons of sniper. I feel like I keep saying that, but you
Yeah.
see it occasionally. But this definitely seems like they know.
I think they've
that
realized
the
that Mal
weakness
just can't handle
is-
it.
Right, the weakness is sniper. It's less about what your team is good at per se and what your playstyle is, and more about what wins you the matchup. And this is definitely winning them the matchup to a degree.
Yeah, definitely.
Mal,
You
I
can tell
still
that
feel
Mal
like
is
don't
very
have a good
uncomfortable.
answer.
Yeah, they're very uncomfortable playing against it. The way they play the game just kind of changes.
And it changes for the better for Froyotech. It's
Yeah.
just, it's not a thing they're. I can't even think of. Maybe there's a handful of teams that run a ton of sniper. Maybe G6, but even
Yeah.
then, that's still G6. So like.
Oh, there goes the sentry. They're so afraid they got to just peek 1 for free and just have it. Donovan is gonna eat a bit of damage, but Froyotech holding pretty strong on this
Sai?
lobby. Oh,
Oh,
Sai?
they used. I think did AIM want to go for like a random
I think
exchange?
he did, yeah. I think he knows something's up, but they're able to get anything. They're gonna get the sniper, so Uber for a sniper. That's not a great trade if you ask me. And Scratches on sniper. Froyotech going
They're
through
just
2.
in
They're
through
gonna.
too.
They're just in through 2, and they're gonna be able to get point time. Mal's already behind in lobby.
That's
Wait, this is
a
actually-
really
this is so chaotic.
unfortunate execution from the side of Matt. That Uber was disastrous, and Froyotech was in the right place at the right time, and now even
Wait,
in a
they're
better
taking
spot,
their time though.
taking advantage of the situation. They definitely want to use the
Ooh.
health advantage here to make sure this heavy is mowed down. Finally getting on top of the point, aim bombing in to try to save it. Barely any left alive from the side of Mal. They're
Wait.
barely able to do it though. They might lose Trip,
Trip-
and then
Trip
that's
Legacy?
going to be all
Aw.
she wrote. That's another round on the board. Froyotech taking 3-1. That execution, aim as soon as he wanted to go for the exchange, he got juggled. There's no shot that works as soon as that juggle happens.
Ooh. Was that just unfortunate for AIM and Mal as 3-1 again with 3 mid wins. So Mal, the back and forth game is not going in their favor. They need to get these mid wins and need to go mid to last and get these rounds fast, in my opinion, because the mid to last or the overall gameplay has not been favoring them. They
For sure. They
definitely
gotta start on their half of the map.
yeah. Trip is gonna bomb and he gets sent. He didn't even get a chance to bomb. He just gets sent back, and the Mal health is so poor. I think Sin's just gonna bomb into him immediately. He's gonna go behind and draw some eyes behind. But Froyotech, look at their aggression. They're just in everywhere. Aim's gonna fall. Mal is kind of crumbling right now. But they get Donovan as a courtesy, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, Mal
And Cy's dead.
They lost high gun control as soon as the soldiers wanted to bomb, and it was a bit difficult. Shamu tried to save it at the last second to try to get back on top of it, but it was too little too late. They're able to make sure that Aim and Trip weren't able to really find anything. They got Donovan, but that's about it. Losing Cy at the tail end of that is going to be disastrous for the holders. Froyotech, actually, they're not peeking a bit early. I thought they might peek early to see if they could like spam down a gun to get an easy sack, but just taking it slow, getting the cap up. You see some peeking through too, but Aim's there to kind of stop it, so they're not really going to be able to find an angle. And to be honest, there's not even a gun to
Bandy's
deal
in the
with.
corner. Oh, he actually goes in. This is a sack, I think? Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
they're in the
Bandy
driver's
got
seat.
two.
He gets two. He gets the entire flank. He gives up his life orb. That's huge. That's more room for Donovan to go in.
That's more room. They can just peek doors now. I mean,
Donovan's just going to walk through one on Spy.
Yep. He's just gonna walk through one of the spot. I don't think Bandy expected that sack to go so well.
Probably not. But he's just closely cloaked on a Dank. Revolver once again. Taking a little bit of damage.
And
He
Dank
drops. Ether walked through three. No one was covering the doorway. Just thought that everything was under control, but it was not. No Uber available for the red team as they're trying to block the point, bringing over towards it, but the flashes come in, prevent anyone from those
You're so hurt, though.
from dying. Spare the Spy, and then Sin will be the sacrificial lamb. But actually, the scout, Shamu, putting in work, Scratch cleaning up kills. It's
Wait.
just Ether left alive. This post is horrible from the side of Froyotech. One pipe from Ether is not enough, and what should have been just a free push from the side of Froyotech goes awry as they get like a couple kills, but not enough cap time. They block it perfectly, and the scouts from Mal just go ham, lending them the point to be able to take back Tekken as their own.
I was saying before that these Froyo last pushes, they were winning, but they were like kind of a little close sometimes, and that
A
one...
little sketch.
Yeah, it was a little sketchy, and that one ended up being very sketchy. In the end, they got that drop, and they Ubered in, but it was so chaotic just from the sacks they were unable to get in. But they're gonna 2 for 1 again, and not in their favor. Dank getting the kill onto Sin means that the Mal, Aim, and Scratch are both dead, so Froyo gonna be on the aggression here, but they have to remember Dank does have 20% add, so if this fight extends any longer, they could just get Ubered in on.
Yep, still showing face. I know they have this in their back pocket. Donovan tried to go in. Is finding some damage at the Uber will finally
they
come
just
out. They're
used,
not
yeah.
really prepared for it per se. They might be able to find one of the
Sweet
scouts.
Sai hit his head.
Yeah, they find Yum Yum,
They got
that's about
2.
it. But getting 2, that's not bad.
No.
Ample opportunity to find a way to get this fourth. Have to be careful
Trip's
though.
going
Don't
through
wanna...
IT. He's going IT. They are looking at him. It's just Ether watching Choke, but they
Aim
now
stuff.
just can't get through the doors. They finally get through the doors. Trip in. They're unable to get that much damage in. I think Humda's going to try to milk this. Can he hit the shots? He cannot. Although Sai's in, he shoots Ether actually instead of... But that doesn't matter. Sai is just in so deep.
He's still in. He's still not dead. He will actually die to his own roller. But they were really trying to go for it. They full sent it to try to get this force and did not succeed. They got Ether, which is something, but it's not enough. They're working on initiation that involves Soldier waddling through the sewer shutter and jumping in. But Sin's just there. He's been there both times to just stuff it. Aim can't get through. They need a different entry into mid. I mean, maybe just...
Trip waddled through IT and got a couple rockets off, but that's it. And
I think it's a byproduct of the choke being stickied and them not clearing it properly, but the Zuber is immediately coming out.
Dank is a... Okay, both teams had Uber. I don't know if I expected them to get that fast, but Ether is...
Oh, he's dead.
That was a sad time. So Uber exchange, Ether gonna fall means that Mal do have a free pass to get in. Maybe it's not free after all. Donovan does get in, Aim is gonna fall, but Froyotech is still in pretty deep. I think they didn't expect to lose players that fast. They're gonna be able to get out to mid, but Mal's finally showing some signs of life getting out of last, but only a couple minutes left in this match before we get to overtime. They might want to get a round or 2 before then.
Oh, the corner scout. The corner scout going in on the side, some damage.
Scratch is behind.
Just a distraction for Bandy to go in to find a
Wait,
way
the
on
Mal
the
scouts
Dank
are
and
cleaning up.
Sai. But so the side of Froyotech, they've lost the entire combo. For what? The respawner, they're going to be favored for the side of Froyotech over fighting
Bandy.
mid, and Bandy able to kill Shamu inside the sewer. Scratch trying to find his way to Donovan, will not find success, and it's just Aim left alive. Both teams having a hole in their defense as they begin to try to push into the choke and fight it, and put Banny and Co just coming out on top.
Manny says you like that Shamu. The Froyotech is doing a fair amount of typing this game, but Mal gonna equalize, get a courtesy kill on Donovan at the end there. As Banny gonna respawn. Banny also having a lot of points this match yet again, and yeah. Fred's pretty much sitting even. They have a small ad to work with on mid, but not too much. And Mal looks like they want to peek up and do some stuff. They want to dry. They want to get back in.
Scratch got piped though, so aim's time.
Yeah, this is that's the push. Although they get Ether.
Distraction.
Okay, that's a distraction for Ether. Well, there's a 1v1 happening against Super Kid. If they get 2v1, that's pretty good. They do get 2, so neither team has soldiers, but there's the only soldier on the field actually is
Well, the sniper though from Donovan.
Yeah.
Scratch doesn't get He's totally separated. I think he tried to go and find Banny, who went inside IT, tried to loop around, but ended up getting shot.
Needs to win this 1v1.
Yeah, this is a.
She moves behind. He's fighting Banny.
He's definitely gonna die. He's beamed up, Banny. He probably won't lose this. Yeah. Cleaned up, but bombs come in. It was a bait to get Hubba a bit far forward.
Hubba is so hurt.
Oh, he's on top of the point. Is gonna be okay. Spam will not quite hit the mark. An arrow. Oh my god. The arrow from Dan almost nailed Hubba against the wall, but he is going to preserve his.
Dude, what is happening? Yum Yum's behind now too.
It's just chaos.
Yeah, it has turned into chaos. So this is gonna be Uber exchange, but Scratch is gonna get nuked by a soldier. They're gonna have to pop. Sin is gonna trade his life for it, and there is a red soldier going behind. There's a scout cleaning him up, but he does get the pack. And now Froyo's caught between the Mel flank and a hard place. They're gonna clean up the players behind actually, so the Mel flank unable to do anything. But there's a lot of hurt players on the side of both teams.
It's starting to look like a DM server, but just not on mid. It looks like a DM server of the second point of process, which is always weird to see. But Psy and Dank will be the only survivors after that scuffle. Both teams finding a way to get people behind, but the execution of Froyotech, making sure you clean up on those kills first. The initiation is in their favor, and what's in their favor is this last push. Mal have 2 still dead, unable to find their way to block the point. They have to put the extra effort in to make sure that Froyotech are unable to work their way over to it.
They're getting on the side, and Psy
They
gets
got rid of the stickies. Dank is dead as well, so no medic to heal up the side of the red players. Hubba, a bit weak and alone, will end up getting cleaned up. The red team, they have the players, they have the resupply cabinets. Froyotech, another situation that's advantageous for them for pushing last, that is almost thrown, actually realistically, thrown in the garbage can due to execution. They did, but...
Banny's going to last. Oh, Banny's just... Okay, Banny's just running around. He's having a good old time. Banny feels very confident, I can tell with just the way he's running around. The Mount players on the point are so hurt. They got to be careful that they don't die here, although a lot of hurt Froyotech players as well, but not getting the point. Actually, they didn't even get the point. They're going to have to back up, so... Mal, unable to get a second means they're back on the last, and Froyotech want to take advantage of the aim death. Although they're down of it themselves, it is a 5v5.
Yeah, good redemption from the side of Froyotech, recognizing that even though they got some point time, they don't have a grand positional advantage. They took that fight and won it handily, but oh, scout through one.
Psy has stickies behind the combo. They're just walking through because they know Psy's sticking the other doorway. There's going to be bombs onto Hubda, and he's going to be able to get out. Ether might be quoted as well. Looks like Ether's going to be quoted, unable to clean up the kill. Aim going to get in. So that's another last push where Ether dies, and he's the only sacrifice. Froyotech might, they have a slight Uber ahead here. I don't know. I don't think they realize it's ahead.
Yep, they're going through. Donovan is actually might give up his life. They've given up so much. Both soldiers dead before the Ubers are exchanging. Ether's not there for the post. He has to roll out his way there and get him to sewer. And this is
Psy. Wait, Psy.
Hubba is just dead. Bombs in. Scratch cleans up, and that is a bomb from side the U. We're very welcome to see. Flank coming in from the side of IT. Yum able to find Shamu. Maybe a kill from Trip. Finding his way. No,
Yum is behind.
Works his way behind into lobby. So gonna be a thorn in their side still. So Mal, maybe they get.
I think they know it's not a threat though. He was so hurt he has to collect packs. So
true.
Froyo does have a player behind, but Mal's not super worried about it. Scratch might get spawn camp, or Shamu might get spawn camp. We'll see how it goes. They spotted Yum Yum. The question is, what is? Oh, okay, they got Yum Yum. I was worried for Shamu there, but they did get the 2v1. Froyotech, they're getting pretty aggressive. They have a sniper chook in. Oh, Banny. Okay, Banny.
He goes for the hero shot.
He went for the hero shot. Did not work. Might have to leave the sniping to Yum Yum and Donovan there as a. Maybe Banny sniper, or they need Banny on scout in order for the sniper strategies to work.
I mean, it's worked in the past. I think the most recent example is the Gullywash big door play where he shot Howard. The one time we saw him on sniper in the previous series.
True.
But they're walking through early. They have an ad and they know that there's extra room for the players there. So they're just walking through 5 and only using the Uber once they're actually reached the point. Chasing down the scout. Over by 2 is actually living. They're not getting any kills, nor are they getting
kills. No, they got 2. They got 2. Aim is above. Aim is nuking. Aim
so much damage. Helveto surfing into Psy, not giving up positioning though. They've recognized
Ether has not dead these stickies. Ether refuses to dead these stickies. He will never do it. Psy is he's padding his DPM on Banny. And that's a failed last push for Mal. 18 seconds left and a half means we're gonna be going to overtime with Froyo needing 1 round or to win.
And Mal needing 3. Last is looking a little cursed. It's difficult because you have to.
We've seen it a lot this season. I feel like this last is the impossible point. It's just no one can do it.
You gotta decide: are you getting this kill in front of you, or are you going for cap time? And if you choose wrong, you just lose. And I feel like so far, almost every time we've seen a team that was about to win and then they lose it, they just pick the wrong option. But the Uber coming in, maybe
Aim
we'll find
might be a
Aim.
casualty.
Oh, not enough pistol damage. Lives with 18 HP, so lives to fight another day. Hoover gets the point, but not much else as we're entering a leapfrog scenario.
We are entering a leapfrog scenario. 50% ad. If I'm Mal, do you try to get in for free without using, or is that too risky? Do you feel?
You can if you think that they are afraid of your demo bomb. If you think that Psy is going to bust through IT and you need to be at your choke, you can be like, oh, well, see, look at where Hubba is now. He's basically already in his IT. You could try this if you wanted to, but they've already decided they want to bust through, and Froyotech has decided.
They get 2K!
They get 2 on the flank. What? That was through sewer. They put the trap onto sewer, and the deck comes in from Ether to make sure that they were able to have a foothold over this point. It's just
trying to
trying to lock them down through IT.
Yeah, it's just Psy and Aim. They are going to be able to get through for free, and Mal's going to back up. They know that those 2 kills are unable to be overcome. Ether is going to bomb forward, and look at Froyo. They're getting so aggressive. They know they want this dub. They want to move on, and yeah, Froyo's getting very, very aggressive right now. We'll have to see if they actually can turn this in, because this is 50% ad again, but process last is sometimes the impossible point. We'll have to see if they can break it. They're actually going to end up going through 4 using, they're actually not even using, they're trying to milk this through, and I kind of can respect it.
Yep, no sniper. If there's no sniper, a free point, you just walk in immediately, bombing through, trying to find one of the soldiers, able to find Psy, which is huge. No sneak is on the point, but they're not
they
even
get
the cap
everyone.
times. They just get Dank and Scratch. There's only Scraps left alive for the side of Mal. They have to. Their point time and lives in this playoff race is at stake, but they will fall. They will die, and Froyotech will eliminate them. It's GG 4-1 in favor of Froyotech. Froyotech moving on, Mal eliminated at 4th place.
Yeah, Mal getting 4th place. Froyo gonna be the they're gonna end up being 3rd place, still in lower bracket, so they're going to refight whoever wins G6 versus 20ZC. So if 20ZC gets sent back down, Froyotech might actually realistically get 3rd place considering how the first match went, but that will be for tomorrow. We do have one more match day. I don't know if we're casting it, but we do have 20ZC versus G6.
Yep. I don't know the time exactly. Okay, well apparently it was 9 o'clock, which is right now, so it's going to be right now. So good news, there's not going to be a big gap between the games. So
holy, holy Marmaloo.
But,
yeah. Marmaloo got the script.
Yeah, he got the script early. We sent it to him. But
love to see it.
I think Mal put up a really good fight. In the regular season and this playoff run, they definitely show what they are capable of, but at the end of the day, only one team can get through the lower bracket. Elimination start to rack up. Someone's got to go home. And they put up a good fight. I think Froyotech deserve the win for the amount of prep they put in for not only locking down a map that they might not have put too much effort into in the off season, but one they definitely did. They put the work in on product, and it showed, and it makes it so that they don't have to fight like a coin flippy Metalworks, which is why I was so excited to see it, and a little sad that we're not. That was, I think, going to be, if it was needed to be played, one of the more hype matchups between these 2 teams when it comes to maps. But look at the log. Bandy's pulling out again.
I think Bandy might have beaten Mal. Like, the rest of Froyo did a lot of great work, but Bandy got all the stats, he got all the damage, he got all the kills. The combined logs for this could be gross for Bandy. That's one to post on the fridge, tape that one to the fridge, print it out. Because Bandy had some pretty good games today. On product and on process. Pretty good.
Sometimes, especially when it comes to like process, which is a scout map, it all comes down to making sure you can have at least like 1 or 2 players that are enabled. And if they can play their game, then you're good to go. So as long as everyone's working in a way to, like, whether it's Yum Yum or Bandy, just let them shine, then you'll find your footing and you'll be able to take it home. And Bandy definitely utilized as much space as he possibly could to make sure that his team was alive and still kicking in the lower bracket. And it definitely shows in the logs.
No one else in Froyo even did particularly well other than Ether. Ether had a very good game, 23 and 10 on demos. Very, very good. You like to see that, 300 DPM. So Ether having a good game as well. But everyone else on Froyo went negative. And granted, it's Soldier on process. I don't, Sin's playing Pocket on process, so he has low deaths, low kills. Donovan is playing flank roamer on process, so kind of to be expected. You just die a lot. It's a sad time. Trip is kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, at the end of the day, someone's got to initiate. Someone's going to be the first person shot. Unless you're crazy, someone's going to be the casualty, even in a victory of a fight. So it's the way of the road sometimes. Especially in moments where you win so hard, it can be kind of hard to get tons of like damage and good stats and maybe kills to a degree, because you can see Mal, like, they're a bit higher when it comes to their lowest, and I think it's because if you're in a losing position, they kind of run into your spam because they are entering your area and you are slowly backing up. So it can be hard sometimes. If you win so hard, it's like, oh, well, there's nothing to do because there's no one else around. Like if an exchange just works out that well, and, stats just roll out that way sometimes.
Yeah. Well, Froyotech gonna move on lower bracket. That will be watch tomorrow. But G6 versus 20C, I guess. Unless you have any wrapping up thoughts on Mal season or Froyotech versus Mal in general.
I think both teams did a good showing. Like I said, only one
I
could
think
come out on
Banny
top.
kind of had a very 5-head play on the map picks. Banny, I feel like we were kind of I was roasting Banny a little, being like, they had product, they weren't good at that map. But Banny proved me wrong quite easily.
Yeah, I mean it's surprising to a degree, but it's like I said, you got to have some method to your madness if you quote unquote pick Viaduct by leaving it in. So props to them. And I guess the big takeaway from this match, because Froyotech is still going on, what else is going to happen to the pick ban process between them and their future opponents that might catch people off guard? We might see some more mystery maps based on whatever these teams prepared.
I hope Banny throws in more chaos maps. I kind of enjoyed it, just the chaos map picks. Just we'll let you pick the maps. You get the ban some. I like it, but I guess we're moving on to 20ZC versus G6 pretty soon. It says it's at 9 o'clock, so that should hopefully be soon. It is actually currently 9 o'clock exactly.
Yep. We're already getting info.
And we got info. Love to see it. Moving right on.
Have they already done pick bans?
I don't know. I'm joining the server. We'll see.
I'm enjoying it now.
Yeah, it's on Product again? Oh my goodness. If it's Product again, that could be... Last one time we saw 4-0, but G6, I feel like G6 versus 20CC could be pretty good.
Okay, there's no pick bans. This is just a default map.
Oh, okay.
Server's got to be on something, right? So we don't quite know what it's going to be.
I'd expect it to be on MGE. It's usually MGE.
True. That is a good point. Maybe it's left over from like a scrim or something.
Yeah. Who knows? Because when I joined the Froyo server initially today, it was on MGE. But maybe, they were just warming up. Whatever. Some Product right now. Maybe they also played Product or, looked at the map. Who knows? But if they haven't done the map bans, yeah.
Oh, it's because this isn't a home server as well.
Oh, okay.
It's like not owning to either of the teams, so it's not just on default MG or whatever. Okay,
that makes a lot of sense.
While we're still waiting for map bans, I think it's important that we take a small break. One, don't want ads to run in the middle of the game because that would blow and that would suck. Two, they get breaks. Why don't we get breaks? I need to go to the bathroom. So we're gonna be right back. The games are starting. They're doing the pick bans now. It's gonna be in like probably less than 10 minutes, but we will take a small intermission, 2 minutes, etc., etc. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. BRB.
All right, yeah, BRB.
chase now. You float ahead with ease, like a breeze. It's what you believe. You have the one little secret. If you're not scared, then you'll rise up always. Do what's not dare. Yes, I can't stop you. For anything you do. It's falling into place now. The finish is in sight. There's no fight. You'll do what you like. As you drift by all the people, you see the race manifesting in their smiling face. Oh yes, I can't stop you. For anything you do. Well, you've set the pace now, but there'll be more to come. And where there's some, it is never done.
Corset queen, diamonds are her body, silk and lace, watered wine and high tea, ripped up tights, rings of gold and ivory. These riches mean nothing to love. Broken nails, they tell a different story. Dusty crown, none behold your glory. Empty halls, the red queen isn't sorry. Heads will roll, her word from above. When it's over, no, they won't remember her name. An empty kingdom, and now she has no one to blame but her fame. Autumn winds bring the news of the fall. Some would say that's when she'd lose it all. Till this day, no one broke through her wall. Cataclysmic proof that money brings fear. Winter winds ignite the darkest hour. Bloody stains upon the frozen flowers. Silent fears at the collapse of power. A throne ignited and they cast her away. Empty words, no one came when she'd called. A sorry sigh from she who once had it all. Darkened doom screams behind her cell wall. Tarnished silver on Judgment Day. Now it's
Welcome back. We have the final match, or matches, I guess, if you say that based on the maps. Today, between 20ZC and Leica G6. This is the upper bracket final. The winner will be a confirmed grand finalist, the loser going down into the lower bracket to play up against Froyotech tomorrow. So there's a lot on the line. You definitely want to win through the upper bracket to get that upper bracket advantage in the grand final. It's huge. There's plenty of times where you can have examples of that being the key to victory if it wasn't otherwise given to you. So it's definitely very important to, even if you think that this could be a rematch, if you're that confident about the strength of all the teams, that you win here and now so you don't have too much of an uphill battle to climb later. Space, both these teams have showed a lot of prowess. They've shown their success against their respective opponents in the round one of the playoffs. But now when the two Titans clash, I mean, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
On the matchup, well, I think for one thing, we might have to throw out a little bit of the old storyline just because of all the 20ZC roster changes. Like we saw them that they looked pretty comfortable against Froyotech. The matches were close, but in the end, 20ZC did pull out the dubs. But with new rosters, we might have new storylines to go in on, and new hurdles for G6 to overcome. Because I think going to the season, G6 were considered the favorites because whole new Froyotech roster, 20ZC is a new team at J on demo, and Mal's coming up as like the dark horse playoff team. But I think the fact that they have Habib now, lack of Jay is concerning, but Habib, again, if there's any one player you want to replace Jay, Habib's a good choice.
Yep, he can definitely do a lot of work, and we've seen that so far. There's plenty of times where you can point to him as like the savior for a round going wrong. So it's definitely good to have someone on your team, especially in a very odd role of a demo man of all things, to have that as a wild card, maybe in a playmaker of sorts, even if it's not like traditional, like, oh, this person's an off-classer and stuff like that. It's always a really unique thing and a really strong thing at that. But let's probably go over the rosters, because I think we're waiting for pick bands to go through. They're doing that as we speak. But for anyone that was unaware of roster changes, or maybe even the rosters in general, if you didn't keep track of the season, it's important for us to really go through. So I will go ahead and go over the G6 roster. It is Bot Mode and Caps on Scout, Soapy and Kobe on Soldier, Logan on Demo, and Logai on Medic.
For 20ZC, you have Brand Slime and High Five on Scout, Ash and Artist on Soldier, Habib on Demo Man, and Howard on Medic. If you've been watching this season, you might notice that roster is, like we said, different than some of their previous rosters. This is their third big roster, or third roster, I guess, not their third roster change up. But High Five is back in. He's on Scout. Jay is unable to play, so he is not in. And in for Jay, they have Habib and Azili as well. Step down. They now have Howard in on Medic. So a lot of roster changes, a lot of roster switches up, but they still have the core. And all these players have played together before. Maybe not Habib, but they've all played together
to a degree.
Yeah, they all know each other, even if it's not from together. They're just pugs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They always play together in pugs. They're all very familiar with each other, so not like it's a brand new roster either. They're all very comfortable.
There's still a relatively big disadvantage when it comes to refining things in practice. And when it comes to the top of the top, which is what we're getting down to, every little thing counts. I mean, we even saw the last matchup that even the smallest things can pay off in dividends. So not having certain things prepped could be disastrous for you. So it's important to make sure for the side of 20CC and all their fans that they got things locked down in a little amount of time they've had. While G6, they're riding high, they're the first seed, they're the favorites, and they got to prove that no matter whatever roster that 20CC shows up with, it they're going to be top dogs and take it away. So a lot on the line for both of them. I think both of them are probably pretty confident they can come out victorious. They just got to make sure that everything goes their way. And it's going to start with the map picks and bans. While we're biding time for those to come in, any initial thoughts about what we would expect these teams to be potentially playing?
I think with the new roster, it might be a little hard for G6 to ban against 20ZC, just because new roster, they have a bunch of things. They might not be super familiar with the new incarnation of 20ZC, what their foibles or tendencies are. I think they're probably just going to pick to their strengths, what maps they're good at, what maps they feel comfortable on. 20ZC, I'm not sure what their map strategy ban is going to be. I feel like they can kind of wildcard it up, do whatever they really feel like. They looked pretty comfortable on the maps they played earlier on against Froyotech. And one thing to point out as well is, in their two matches in the regular season, G6 won both of them, but they were both pretty close. One was a 4-3 on Metalworks, and the other was like a 4-2 on Process, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Yeah, it was a 5-2 on Process. So a Process match that actually went to 5. But that was, again, very early on in the season, and that was before many roster changes for 20ZC. So we'll have to see. The most recent one was a couple weeks ago on Metalworks as a 4-3. I don't know if we're going to see Metalworks considering how close that was. Or if we are, it's going to be maybe a 20ZC pick. But again, with a different roster. So it's hard for me to predict really what we're going to see. I don't know. Do you have any ideas on the maps that G6 or maybe 20ZC really like, that they're just like, oh, I want that map in there at all costs?
I feel like it's much easier for the side of 20ZC to kind of pick, only because since they're such a new team that
they have like the freedom, because they don't have any they don't have any stigmas against them, like, oh, they're bad at that map.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, maybe there's a couple of scrims these guys have had, but those are just scrims, which are kind of like throwing an idea out in the open and see if it sticks. And even then, that can be quickly adjusted having a rematch on the same map. I kind of feel like that 20cc might lean towards maybe like wide open maps, maybe like the Process Sunshine sort of deal. But then again, they just played Gullywash, which really enabled Habib in the same vein, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like I feel like both these teams, and it's gonna work for a G6 as well in this way. They have multiple avenues on who they can rely on to be the heavy hitters for their team. It's just about what route do you want to go? Do you want to play like a Process and have your scouts carry to victory? Do you want to play Gullywash and have it be your explosive classes? Like, well, pick. You can pick your
we're getting
thing,
pick
but-
bans
oh,
in live.
We're getting them live.
Woohoo!
Sick.
All right.
Okay, first
All
ban,
right, ban-
Sunshine.
That one makes sense.
That fits. I said that they maybe wanted wide open maps. I'm a
And-
little surprised that they didn't open it up with a really crazy
Bagel.
like custom map like Villa or Sultry. But yeah, there's Bagel on the floor.
20cc does not like Bagel. They banned it against Froyotech as well. That makes sense. And G6, all right, we were on Product in the pregame. I was wondering if they're going to do G6. They know they want to play Product, so we're going to get round 2. Maybe this one will be a little bit closer than the last one, but it is Product. The rounds are usually close, even if the score isn't.
I'm
and I'm
really
curious-
curious on where Villa comes in. I want to see whether or not it gets banned.
Or Sultry. We've seen 20cc play Sultry, and I think both teams actually have. I don't know if Habib play Sultry, though.
I don't know. I feel like
I feel like you might
G6
want to avoid a new map. Like, I know Habib knows Villa. He's definitely played it before. I don't know if Habib's played Sultry. What his extensive knowledge of the map is. I know Logan's had practice on it because he's played it before in a match.
I feel like it can maybe be one of the last maps if it's not touched. But I feel like
Yeah.
if it's something like I don't know, unless you actually have a tons of practice on it, I feel like a team's not going to want to touch Villa or Sultry in these scenarios because they're not the pug maps that you span forever that everyone knows every inch of, all the updates that they receive over time. Like you can't be like, oh yeah, I played that map last year, I know it. Well, no, you don't. It's been changed since then. Like that type of stuff. I don't know if you lean towards that.
If you're 20cc, do you just go like, hey Habib, what maps do you want to play? Like, hey Habib, what's your favorite map?
No, I mean,
You don't think so?
maybe. But it's like I said, it depends on who you want to lean towards.
That's
Like
true.
who you want to be the person that is leading the charge for your team. We talked about it before in the other matchup, where there might be player vetoes, where it's like someone feels really uncomfortable on the map, so like let's just not deal with this.
The scout means vetoing Metalworks.
We're dealing with picks right now. We see the pick of Viaduct go through.
Yeah.
So,
I think they
just
knew in
wait
advance
for-
they wanted to play this. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but they did happen to start on the server on Product before anyone's in. We do actually have 6 players in the server, so they're going in, but they're doing map bans right now. I see. Well, okay, some people are doing map bans and some people are just running around DMing people. So we'll see. I wonder who's doing the map bans for each team. You know who the leaders are?
It's
Ash
Ash
and
and
Cap.
Caps.
Okay. So we got Ash, who's played like every class, and we have Caps, who's a scout main.
Yeah, but they both.
Yeah,
consult the teams to a
it's
degree.
obviously a team thing, but it would be funny if like the scout main just picked a Product.
What did 20cc pick?
I don't know. That's a good question. Like, what do you pick here?
I don't think
Their
there's a
pick was
good
Gully,
option,
right?
per
Their
se.
pick was Gully. Was it? No, that was Freya's pick, I think.
Honestly, I think they picked Processor Villa.
Really?
Yeah.
What about
I
Snake
think,
Water?
I
How do you
think
feel?
both these teams,
I'll never
Dolphins
guess.
will never guess what they picked. I think because
think they
Dolphins
just
says
picked
that. I think they
Process.
picked Sultry
Sultry? I
because
think
of
they
Dolphins.
just picked Process.
Oh, I'm right. Let's go.
They picked Sultry.
They
Oh
picked
my
Sultry.
god.
Okay.
Okay.
So they're going with the wild card factor.
That Chaos pick.
Yeah. I'm a little
And-
surprised.
Yeah, they have. I guess I don't know how much Beebs played it, but he must feel comfortable enough on it. Or, it's just like, oh, it's a Beeb, he'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. Just run around
I mean,
play demo.
you don't pick this if one of your teammates has never touched the map before.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you could, if someone feels uncomfortable on a map, they'll say so. That it's probably would be one of your earlier bans, if so, unless you really think that the other team wouldn't touch it and you don't need to ban it. But
Yeah.
those are the first 2 maps. Now we just got to figure out what the third map's going to be as a tiebreaker.
Well, they also have to do some bans in the middle. If G6 wants to ban maps that are like Sunshine, maybe we see a Process or a Snake Water ban. Because those would be the maps that are like Sunshine.
Yeah, I see a process ban from G6 potentially. Unless there's something about the geometry of the map or like the mids, which is why Sunshine was banned in the first place. But process is a whole different beast they don't care about.
Yeah. My game just crashed. Yes. Well, I guess I don't need a game to discuss maps. So yeah, Process and Snake Water seem the most likely to me. If you're G6, you're picking the last map. if my map ban knowledge serves correctly. Maybe I
Yeah.
think. Yeah. So if you want to pick a map that's like Product, they might end up dealing. I wonder what the last map's gonna be.
I think the final 2 maps are gonna be between Metal and Snake, and then G6 picks whatever one they want out of Metal and Snake.
Okay.
I think Process has gone away. I think Villa has gone away. Well,
Yeah, I could see it.
actually,
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know.
maybe.
It's a tough call. I feel like if 20cc had the same rosters before, it'd be easier to predict. But 20cc is such a wild card team. I'm not gonna say it's
I
in
will
their
s-
favor, but they just have the luxury of picking what they want.
I will say for the side of 20cc, High Five was saying yesterday you actually expect us to do anything other than just go into that pick ban and just rip out maps like whatever we feel like.
Yes, I feel like
So-
if any team has the chaos energy, it's like, yeah, we'll just play this today. It would be 20cc. They
No,
would be
are
the team that
100%, yeah.
they're just like, yeah, we'll figure it out. You know, but it's like oh.
Well,
We'll
that's
see.
true. They could pick, yeah. They might
Yeah,
pick
they
this
could-
map and then decide the rest. That is something that
Yeah,
It's
it just
technically
bans
possible.
the thing. Caps is well, okay. One team has 6 players and is readied. 20cc has who is that? Is that who is it?
they're
I
getting
for-
everyone in.
Yeah, they're getting everyone in. I'll figure it out. I think that's High Five. That's not High Five.
I guess there's technically nothing wrong with like you might not need the rest of the pick bans
Yeah,
if the first 2 maps are just what they are, right?
yeah,
So
yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's odd, but it's like it's not odd in a way that I feel like it's like it's whatever. We'll deal with that if we get there. I do see Artist and Habib have joined the server. Yeah, the people are 20cc is starting to stream in. We might be going into live. Actually, we do have all 12 on the server. High Five is in spectator, just waiting on him. It appears. And I
Yep.
guess for predictions, well, it looks like map picks aren't gonna go out. Yeah, one team is readied up, just waiting on a High Five and spectate and 20cc to get together. So predictions on the
Product.
map. Product. This I think this could be a coin flip.
I think it's going to be a close game no matter what. And that's difficult
Yeah.
to say for Process and Koth in general because you can have tons of close games, like overtimes, that just end up being a 4-0 with a bunch of overtimes, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's one of a close game on a Koth map is literally the hardest actual scoreline to predict. So I'll just bring out a G6-4-2-3.
Yeah, I'm saying a 20cc 4-2 just because I think G6 might be the better team, but I can't bet against Habib in good conscience. I have to be proven wrong on that. Betting against Habib just feels something wrong about it.
And we'll see how things go, I suppose.
But Logan, not to undersell Logan at all. Logan has been an absolute monster this season, running around doing some terrifying things to to the other teams. I recall the eat sticky jump from a couple weeks ago.
That's
that was
true. That Process week.
yeah. He
Eight
was
stickies in the choke.
yeah, he was doing some terrifying things, and that was against this. Well, no, that wasn't against this team. Who was it against?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. I just remember someone exploded.
So many games, it feels like a fever dream.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of them were so many process games that it just like they all blended together.
There was tons of Process. There was
Yeah.
an unbelievable amount of Process this
I-
season by all the teams.
I see process, and I just my mind turns to mush. But
But it makes sense. Like it's
Yeah.
the map that everyone's like okay with playing, so it's
Yeah,
the
you-
one left in.
yeah, it's the one where like literally everyone's played the map 100 million times, especially in invite. It's I think probably I don't know if I'd say it's the most played map in sixes, but it's definitely like top 3 minimum.
I think it's probably up there.
It's up there. It's like Snakewater, Process, and Gully. I feel like Gully's gone out a little bit in favor of Sunshine, but not as much as not that much. Although I haven't been a sixes plugger in a hot minute, but we have all 12 in the server. Everyone's running around, just waiting on both teams to ready up.
Any expectations when it comes to off classes on this map?
Ooh, off classes. Bomb mode is a known off classer at times. He's pulled out the sniper. We could also see the high five. I don't know if we're gonna see
You can see Brand Slam maybe.
yeah, Brand Slam. Brand Slam's on Flying Scout now, so actually I feel like we're more likely to see Brand Slam Sniper. Actually, I think that's more likely than High Five. When High Five was playing Flying Scout, we were like no, Brand Slam's always been a Flying Scout. I'm dumb. But Yeah, for G6, I feel like it's gonna be either Kobe or it's gonna be bot mode. I don't think Caps or Soapy are the off-classers, although I feel like I've seen the rare and famed Soapy Meister off-class.
Bot mode's probably the most likely in this server.
Yeah,
I
bot
would
mode's the
imagine.
most likely, yeah. Bot mode is known, he's known to dabble in the off-classing on occasion.
I think it'll be all sniper though. I don't think we'll see any spy at all between these teams.
Who's the pyro on each team? Is it High Five and...
Probably just the combo scouts.
Yeah. You always need, like, one designated pyro player to get out of the forward hold.
True.
Yeah, this,
We have everyone moving around.
yeah, everyone is moving around. They're just
This is
waiting
a much
on...
more peaceful, like, pregame.
Yeah, there's no just, like, T-posing pyros
There's no-
running
there's-
around.
yeah. There's no T-posing pyros, there's no,
They're
there's no
just like-
bell.
They're like, yeah, no, well, why would you say it? You might have just jinxed us forever.
No, I don't think we'll curse this hard. But
Yeah, I do see...
the
One of
only
the scouts
person
is AFK. I think
the
it's
only
Caps.
the only person AFK is bot mode. I think everyone else
Oh,
is
is that bot mode?
moving.
Okay. I don't recognize his loadout. He does have the, oh, he's got the new tattoo. Okay. He's got the, I'm noticing a lot of new cosmetics. I do like that the invite players, like, some people have the same loadout for, like, forever. Like I'm one of those players, and then some people just, like, they always get the new cosmetics, and they gotta update.
There's always the people that are superstitious that if you change your loadout ever, then you'll start losing.
Yeah. Like High
have to keep
Five,
it.
like High Five said the purple cockfighter forever. He did recently change it, go into his dark era, and change it into the black painted cockfighter, but it's still the same hat.
Yeah, true. As long as it's still the same hat,
Yeah,
a little paint doesn't hurt too much.
a little paint. Yeah. Oh. Okay, we're just waiting on bot mode. Bot mode. Once bot mode arrives back on the server, we will be good to go, according to Mr. Soapy Meister.
Yeah, it says it's bathroom time.
Yeah,
But he
bathroom
didn't.
time.
He was a bit more descriptive than saying bathroom time. I will not repeat the words.
Yeah,
spoken.
I will spare the stream.
It was a
well-
bit too much detail, to be honest. There's a part of me that
It's still
regrets
going.
reading
They're
those
still
words.
talking about it.
Yeah, there's a part of me that regrets showing the text on my screen right now. I kind of wish that my eyes could unsee things. We do have news that while bot mode has been AFK, they've continued to go ahead and go through with some of the bans remaining to
Ooh, okay.
figure out what the third map would be, and that G6 has banned Gullywash, so that's something. There's some progress here.
Oh,
even though
that's
we're
like-
waiting.
That's like the opposite map of Sunshine.
Yeah.
Kind
So
of.
there's not
It's
really
definitely a
a-
different map. It's definitely a
Yeah.
different styled map.
So there's not really a pattern there per se.
Yeah. I guess I don't want to play that map, and I don't want to play that map for different reasons.
Definitely just going off of feel, probably.
Yeah. Also, they maybe they're trying to ban the common pug maps, knowing that new roster.
Oh, good news. Under 60 seconds until we go live.
Yes.
So things are going to be underway pretty soon.
Any players to watch? Who do you think? We predicted that one of the scouts would pop off in the previous match, and Banny had some pretty good games. So, do you think anyone in this game's gonna have a Banny-esque performance?
I want to keep an eye on the pace at which Soapy plays the game, and I want to see how well Logan matches up to Habib. Only because we haven't seen G6 on this stream yet, so I want to keep an extra eye on their players because we don't know their performance showing up to today at all yet. So because 20cc could pop off, but we also have seen a bit of them, so we kind of have an idea of what to expect.
Yeah.
But
I think
G6 is the wild card.
I'm gonna watch. I want to watch Habib versus Logan. It's turning into a very powerful matchup between the two. And I'm curious to see whether Logan can overcome Habib or if Habib's gonna reign supreme as the demo man to fear.
Yep, we are going live into the first mid between 20cc and G6 here on product. No one going right off the bat, just a tad of spam going back and forth between the two teams. It's a little bit slow pace, trying to bide their time for an opening, whether it's damage or
Ash
someone
is waddling
quite
through
out of
connector.
position.
That might be the big. Oh, he's gonna back up. So not too much there, but they're actually
Logan weak.
Yeah, Logan is weak. He's gonna get bowed up. That is gonna buy a little bit of space, but it's actually Red who's getting the cap time, and neither team really wants to do anything. Soapy finally gonna be the first one to blink and go behind, but he gets immediately hunted down, and Red is gonna get the cap for that. But Logan's actually gonna get bombed. And Red got way too aggressive, and Artist is actually gonna live. That's a huge play from the Blue Soldiers. Going in, getting that thing. Ransom actually gonna fall, but they're gonna recap this point pretty much immediately. Ash is gonna bomb Kobe behind. Can Ash get the kill? And Kobe actually is the one who gets the kill. Huge wall rockets from Kobe and is gonna secure that. Both teams have Uber, but 20ZC does have the point now.
Yep, Uber available if they need it, if they want to use it to buy some more time. And high five, he's ready to go on to bot mode. Uber hasn't been used yet. They're so deep. We'll finally use it on to Lol Guy, using in exchange. Habib has to be careful and able to get flashed, but is all right, at least for now, as 20Z back up. and potentially concede the point. There's actually a lot of spam going down.
Almost.
Bombo dies to a pipe, trying to get the rest of the cap away, and the scouts are running forward from the side of 20ZZ. Some damage from Logan onto Branson. Bomb forward from the side of the explosive classes to make sure that kill is cleaned up, but Kobe will die. So
A lot of hurt players on the
finding
red
some
flank.
room to buy some more space for his team. There's so many weak players from the side of the weak team that RS will be unable to escape. It's only Ash is still behind that's maybe able to go for
A
a flank.
big bomb.
Oh, yeah, not
he
really going to hit
couldn't
the
live.
mark, though.
Just barely down 3 with the point. That's going to be rough. They might have to back up here. Habib looks like he doesn't want to back up, though. High 5 is going to fall. And G6 is on the chase. Huge pipe there. Howard is so hurt. Oh, another pipe going and killing Habib. Howard is going to fall as well. The collapse. They just overstayed their welcome a little too long for 20ZC, and that's going to sell into a forward hold.
Yeah, there's the execution of the post was great from the side of G6. They made sure that it's okay. You don't have to go super aggressive for the post. Find the kills alone and work off of them, and they definitely did that to the best of their ability and to make sure that things came crumbling down, and chef's kiss at the end, getting Habib and Howard, making sure they were unable to escape. Is yeah, this forward hold is going to be pretty menacing. The Pyro's coming out from the side of Brand Slam to try to reflect the soldier spam coming in, maybe even the demo spam as well. You see Logan rotate, but he has his own hands full as Ash has found his way through and will eventually die to caps, but a broken forward hold is nothing to scoff
Ooh,
at.
Habib?
Pipe from bot mode. Bot mode able to get the frag, but giving up his life first. So overall,
Kobe going to fall as well.
2 for 2.
Still
Can't
huge
be mad
Uber
at
ad.
either team. Yeah.
40%. And G6 looks like they want to back up. Somebody just ate up. Oh, I heard the sound. I don't know who, but Howard out there doing some good damage. And yeah, 20ZC are buying time, but overall, you know, G6 still has the point, still has Uber at. So if they want to, you know, pull the trigger and just bomb in really deep, they can. Arctis is going to be hurt. 20ZC are playing so slowly because they know if they get too close, they will also get Ubered on. They do finally have Uber. Habib is so hurt. He's literally won.
Yeah, losing a couple, only have to give up Soapy to clean up 2, and the Ubers are even now. 20ZC, I mean, they could technically use it, but without 2 available for them, might be just better to go ahead and wait for your better respawners and go off of them. There's going to be a window where Soapy's not really available to participate in any capacity when you have your full 6 roster, and that might be the moment to try to go in and make sure that even if you give up a little bit of time, they're able to hold on to the point for a long while with a 1-5. Immediately the Uber coming in once the reinforcements have arrived. On to Logai, Uber coming in, they're able to get through and find the way to kill Cap, so going to be down a scout immediately as this post breaks out. Logan running forward to see if he can get damage on the Howard is dropping into the corner, but not be able to find the frag. A couple missed pipes and stickies. They've been able to clean up the red dome, and the bombs are coming in from the side of 20CC. Ash able to get some frags, and they've given up a couple, but overall finding the frags onto G6, giving up their explosive classes to make sure the cap goes their way, and it's overall 1-5. But G6, with this cap being lost by them, they do have some better respawners. Habib is in the dead in the grave for a bit more, and yeah, this is Scout Ulti True as they immediately stack it, immediately get back on top of it, and reclaim the point is theirs.
Yeah, so the immediate recap means that 20CC are going to have to edge the point here. The onus is on them, especially considering there's only 30 seconds left. G6 wants so much time with that Uber ad. The Uber ads today on Froyotech have been very, very dominant. What if your team happens to have Uber ad? No real disasters have occurred yet for the team with the advantage, but G6 taking a fair amount of damage here means that they're going to have to back up, and there is some point pressure being had. Grand Slam hurt, going to get healed up as Ash is trying to spam. Both teams really want to play this slow spam game. They don't really want to have to do anything too crazy.
It's good for G6 though. Look at the clock.
Yeah, look at the clock, and Logai is going to come up on his Uber. Ash is so hurt, he has to just go get it back.
Ooh, cap's really low. They maybe want to get this frag, but they will use the Uber to save it. There is some overtime, but they have to make sure they're unflashing. It's going down really quickly. You have to get on it. You don't Cloud9 this if you're a 20ZZ fan, but they are able to get on the point right as the post ends. Brand Slam is taking so much damage. The bomb comes in, trying to get the frag on the people that are standing on top of the point, but the overtime is still kicking. You got to get on the point, and it's not enough. The cap goes down so quickly, and they did not win the fight fast enough, and overall will lose the round. G6 claiming it for their own 1-0.
Yeah, that was... The round started out pretty even, but I feel like once that just one fight where Habib and Howard stayed in too long, it was just like, they just kind of snowballed that, and from then on, the kind of slow pushing play didn't work when they had that much Uber to set and time to set, so that was really just, I feel like that one decision really kind of snowballed out of effect.
Yeah, another mid breaking out between the two teams. Once again, a bit of a slower pace. No one's really going in super aggressive, just trying to get some spam. And Kaz is actually a bit weak. Same with Logan. Red team is, they're getting the work put in from the side of the spamming classes from 20ZC, but it's not really leading to too much quite yet. Ash is getting bullied on his own side over on the flank, has to back up for a pack, so that's some space for the side of G6, but they're not really using it too much, just a little bit of a corner capping. Soapy is getting a bit aggressive, might be able to find Ash, but actually gets a lot of spam, so both roamers take each other out of commission temporarily, backing up, so no one will launch themselves forward to really claim ownership of this mid-fight. Returning is Soapy over into the connector. once again, this roamer battle, they're not initiating, they're just doing a little duel, and it's not really leading to too much as the spam rings across the point. Both these teams taking turns, damaging each other,
Nobody
scouts and
wants to
demos, and
play
no
the
one
game.
wants to go forward. They don't want to go forward because they know that if they go too far forward, they're just going to end up feeding. They're trying to find some sort of pick, someone left alone. There's a carpet
Habib
that
has a
Buffalo might run
carpet.
into if he's not too careful. Might be
Cap?
able to find someone,
Oh.
but the debt does not quite hit. Some damage on the cap,
Habib
but
piped
it's
the
not
scout.
right, not quite enough to actually deal with anything.
Artist is the one who's
On the
he's gonna
the
get
air
it. He might
shot.
get
Oh my
air shot.
god.
Oh, he almost hit the spoon. Not quite, but that's gonna mean that finally the first death of the round. Nobody wants to cap. Nobody wants to be the first one to die. It is gonna be Artist who's the first one to die. And look at, they're finally going for it. They finally gonna pop Uber. There's a lot of hurt players. Well, G6 gonna immediately pop the Uber back, and this is just gonna be exchange. And no one's capped the point yet. This has just been the mid fight.
This is a mid-fight and a half, but they're still kind of poking around. There's a lot of cap time for the side of
Are they
G6.
actually
They
gonna
might be able
cap?
to get the, oh, nice shot from Sophie on the high five. Takes him out of commission and slow things down, and the pistol from Cass is able to take down Ash as well. But 20CC, they still found somewhat of a foothold. There's a lot of weak players on the side of G6 despite giving up
Logan's
so much.
getting
Howard,
ran at. He has to back
Howard at
up.
21 HP dies on the point, killed by Kobe. I think that was just a spam rocket across the point, able to hit the mark with no medic available for the side of 20CC. That's going to be all she wrote probably for this mid-fight unless they rip out a sack that's out of this world. They're backing up slowly. They don't really have the health, and G6 Habib
they
hit the
got
trap
Kobe in
onto
the
Kobe,
trap.
which is something, but overall, one of the longest mids we've seen in a long while is won by G6.
That they have a small opportunity to dry push here if they want to sack or do something. There's 15% Uber left for G6. So there is a small window here. Ash is going to get a bow in the corner. And look at G6. They're backing up so much. They're just getting the pressure. There's so many hurt players. It's not gonna, Bombo's going to end up trading for Ash. Sophie's going to get Habib. That's a pretty big pick, but Sophie's going to get traded out as well. Caps is running forward at the enemy combo, but they are going to get forced by a bomb from Artist. And 20ZC is way out, but there's still bombs coming in.
You can just consider that a sack despite everyone kind of dying. But Branson might be able to find someone on his way out. Not quite enough damage, but at the end of the day, running a 4-man, getting the force, when you had disad, it's not, can't be too mad at it, but the spot mode sniper could be a thorn in their side. We've seen how Sniper has worked against other teams in this playoff race. So we'll see, one, how successful G6 is at protecting said Sniper, and two, how successful 20CC is at addressing it at all. So first shot rings
And a
out,
body
the
shot on
Sniper present
Habib.
is known, as we'll see now how they begin to deal with the threat.
You'll have to see. They're going to pop around the corner. Bombo didn't even get an
body
opportunity. Yeah, nice body shot by him. Bombo didn't even get an opportunity to hit the thing. But they're still in
Ash.
so deep, they're going to get low, guys. The collapse is insane.
It's just Logan, and he's gonna
Oh
die
my
quick
God.
after his team. That soldier bomb in at the same time of the Uber. They were so worried about like a damaged or a flash to Beeb going in deep and sticking your exit off. I think it was, what was it, Ash that just full sent it in? Just in that
Habib
corner,
got body shot
inside
too.
main.
He would have gone in deeper. Habib would have gone in
True.
deeper if he didn't get body shot. So that's a crazy thought to think about. But regardless, Bombo is still on Sniper trying to peek up and get a shot. He's going to switch off, and now they have to break the forward hold, but 20CC is looking pretty hurt. They're going to have to get healed up. Grand Slam is very hurt. I don't know what happened to him, but they have the power. They're going to break up bot mode, holding the wreck by Keen. He's going to get instantly nuked. They did get an opportunity to get a soldier through, but he gets nuked on as well. They're through the door. They do lose one, but 4 for 1, I think you take that trade even if you're on the defense.
I mean, worst case, if you go for a second try, there's going to be one less soldier there to really deal with, which is something to be said. Makes the forward hold much weaker. The question is can you get through the second try?
Yeah, and what door do you pick?
On paper, you should be able to get through the second try, but if you execute this bad, that's so much time wasted just
Yeah.
thrown in the dumpster. And they're trying now. Sophie's
They're
box
getting
space,
nuked
they're
in the
still
doorway.
walking
Look at
down.
Logan and
They got
Kobe's
through
health.
main, though. They got through main. Bomb was able to get the way through.
Doesn't matter, they're all
Grand Slam back.
dying. Oh, wait, actually, they traded. Kobe's gonna get traded. It's a 2 for 2. Look at the no one's popping Uber. Look out, the low guy finally gets popped. It's just the 2 of them. But Howard hasn't popped. They're just running away. They have to cap this, and they have to pop the Uber. This is a disaster for G6. Can Caps make the
he's
play though?
milking it.
He's going in. Howard is 18 HP. He's running to spawn. He still has his Uber. He milked that the whole way through.
Yeah, bit of a greedy play, but it works out. And apparently he killed 2 people along the way as well.
I
Never caught that.
heard the
maybe.
crossbow sound. I didn't know he actually got the kill. G6 gonna try to get this point cap just for a little bit of time, but with this Uber at, it might not be too clean. They might have to worry. Habib almost he like accidentally dodged the sticky trap, and they didn't even cap the point.
Yeah, they might want to actually go with this if they see them
Yeah,
close
looks like
enough.
they do.
They're going for Lol Guy. The bomb's coming in. He's surfing away, but it's not quite far enough. They're going to be able to get Ash as a consolation
That's a
prize. They
family
need
Uber.
to collapse on Howard. He's at the other team's rock, and Logan running forward, sort of cutting him off, blasted up in the air, and Cass is able to make sure that he does indeed die, but they've lost so much. But the same could be said for 20ZC.
They still have the
Weak,
point,
but
though.
surviving for now. They own the point. There is a heal advantage that will exist for the side of G6, but they don't really have the players for it. It's just
They also
Waffle.
have it's just Habib, and like you don't want to like look at Habib. He's just He's delaying
Buying
so much
time.
time. Yeah, buying time. He has to be worried he might get a little caught out. He is going to surf out. Actually, oh my lord. Be playing with fire there, but it's going to surf out. The Uber's only 20% ad from the side of G6, and nothing super huge. It's going to be a dry fight. Bombo's actually behind. He is going to clean up Ash. So that is an opening pick to work with.
Grand Slam Sniper.
Grand Slam Sniper as well, but Kobe tries to get the sniper again. Unable to, and they're going to sack both of three. Habib doesn't know.
Sophie's unanswered. Oh, Final will die, but everyone's so weak on the side of the blue team. Finally, two of the red health players will indeed die. I almost thought that was going to be like some
Almo doesn't know.
mishap,
They're just all dying.
Yeah. Gonna lose
Ash is
one
walking
there.
through connector, but Logan, he might be. Oh, Logan is.
He's
not
definitely
as well.
caught.
Let's see if he can get a kill on the way. Looks like he cannot. Ash is very hurt though. Wait, no, it's Artist. Artist, they don't know he's there. Artist might get. Oh my god, Artist.
Seems to be okay, at least for now. Cap's gonna go in favor of 20ZC, but Bomb comes in, they recognize it, they're close.
Habib is
It's
very hurt.
ample opportunity to go for a sack away, but all this damage on Habib for what? Not really gonna find too much there. Target too far away now is ultimately a 3-man that results in nothing. They do have their Uber available for them, but they might lose it if they're not
Artist is
careful
sending
enough.
it deep, and he's nuking Logan in the doorway. That's bot mode caught out. They're going to be able to trade out, so that's a decent trade. Actually, Kobe's behind it. Okay, they did spot him. He managed to work his way out onto, and they're going to back up. Even Ubers, but 15 seconds left for Uber on the defense. That's pretty good. G6 are going to have a gnarly post-fight here if they want to get this round.
And Habib's put on so much damage. This pop comes in early, trying to chase down Howard. He's a bit
Howard.
weak, but not. Oh my
Oh,
god, it's
no.
not coming in. The Uber is being held. A
Oh.
drop is what G6 needs at this point. They have some cap time, but the Uber rings out. Sobi in the backline will not find success. Botmo dies. The Uber Logai is just alone. Logan's above him, and they're the two survivors left. No cap time available. Game tied 1-1 in favor of 20ZC.
That was that Uber was very disastrous. I gotta say, Habib getting that. I don't know, was it Habib who got that Uber out early? Whoever did, well, that was kind of the win because that Uber was so incredibly awful. They couldn't get anything.
Yeah, he owned the enemy team slope, and they did not have the resources to actually make him back up in ample enough time. So
But-
paid off in dividends.
New round, new them for G6 as yeah, 1-1. We're pretty close in the half so far, settling into mid, and maybe hopefully this is gonna go a little bit faster than the last one. That last
Yeah.
mid was a journey to Mordor in terms of length of time. Could have watched the movie there.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to break
Look
that
how
record.
aggressive Logan is. Oh, he
Oh, and
he
dead.
didn't see the sticks and he's dead. Habib managed to outsmart Logan, putting the carpet behind him, and Logan walked straight onto it.
It's a classic Khabib.
That is a classic Habib. I saw how aggressive Logan was, and I was like, wow, they're just letting him do that. And now I know why.
Yeah, definitely got punished for it, and that ends the mid much quicker than the previous one. As 20ZC able to hold onto it, and they get the kill on the Kobe as well. Overstayed his welcome over at the cliffside. Didn't think he was going to take that much damage, but Stickies do a lot at that range and will indeed end up at the grave. And that means they have less to deal with. Habib sitting aggressive on the point. They don't really have too much in the tank to really blast him back. They're trying to walk forward on the slope just to tap. They have the Uber available to use, but might as well just wait for Kobe available to help, support, and he's up on the high ground, help and spam now as they inch forward. But Cap sees the opportunity, runs forward with the Uber on Habib, try to get this Uber to come out.
Habib
He
is so
almost
hurt.
gets dropped, but is indeed saved as Cap sent at the stratosphere almost, but hits his head. His Ubers are going to end on each other's side of the map. Not really anything too crazy, but battle inside the connector. Ash is going to fall. One player advantage for the side of G6.
Oh, High Five
Kobe
gets nuked as
jumps
well.
behind. So much damage onto the blue players. They're actually capitalizing off now, running forward. They're off in no man's land as they're actually getting pretty aggressive. Kobe
Artist
behind.
cleans up. That's huge.
Yeah, will fall.
Yeah, will fall, but that is still a 5v6 to work off of, although not anymore, as a 5v5 as a pipe from Logan is going to be able to clear with deep. There is a okay, the flank for G6 just managed to nuke the flank of 20ZC, and it's a 2v4. They're just going to have to back up the spawn, and G6, they don't have the players to really settle for a forward holder, but they can peek up aggressively and cliff at least.
Yeah, they can get some extra spam. You don't really have too
They
much
didn't
spam.
have-
Kobe
yeah.
just got there.
They could have
So.
peeked up a little bit, but, they wisely elected to back up. I'm not going to blame them for that.
Yeah,
Don't want to
we're
get
ready to
caught out
go.
here, as definitely they're going to settle into this. Actually, G6 are just kind of, they had like 10% ad. I don't think they realized it because they didn't.
Probably not.
Yeah, pretty tight. But regardless, they're going to get a decent amount of point time. Habib actually eating a pipe, and Logan as well. Logan is so hurt. Logan's going to fall just off the spam. They're going to trade out too as well. There's just chaos everywhere, and they're going to
Oh,
pop.
Habib saved too. That's actually crazy coordination from the side of 20ZC. They recognize that, okay, just go in and then trust that I'll do damage, it'll work out. But this post might
Taps
catch
in on Howard. Can he
G6
hit the shots?
Almost.
He got
Caps will get him with his last shot, sealing the deal, making sure that even if you lose the fight, that you can take the important class down with you. And that's definitely going to set the pace for the rest of the game. As we're at a point where you almost have the clock pretty even. It's going to be pretty important. Could be looking back at moments like that on who overall wins the round. Is no heals. It's going to be rough to hold this as 20ZC. They do have the sniper rolling out surprise pick coming from Bransem on the
I
China
like it.
side of the
They're
point.
gonna, you know, they're gonna be it. And he gets low guy
got the best
immediately.
pick available. First shot's always the best, but immediately flank play going in, trying to move Ash back, and he is rotating just a tad and making sure the sniper is protected. Soapy bombing in, but will die to Habib. Bot mode on the move as well. On to Howard.
Oh,
moving
Howard
around,
get launched
but
in. Can Caps kill him?
gets
Howard,
the
it's
melee
actually
kill.
Howard the one who
He's
kills
still
Caps.
alive.
Botwood's still in, and Botwood's gonna clean up as well. G6 saw
Oh my
Sniper,
God.
and they just all ran at the Sniper, bombed him, tried to kill him, and just 20Cs are able to clean up. It's almost, it kind of reminds me of the Froyo match a bit, where they just, the Sniper makes the other team play so aggressively that you can just hold S and clean up the kills.
That's very erratic.
Right.
You're kind of forced to. Your hand is
Yeah,
forced.
they did have to sack because the medic died, so
Oh,
that
and
is
the
very much a
trap.
thing.
The trap kills Caps as well. That makes things so much harder. It's so much, like, you have to run your sack now or just call it.
Yeah, it's gotta go either now or never. It looks like it's gonna be
It's looking like never. They're going to
yeah,
wait
look-
for Caps.
yeah, but
then
look at the point
Uber's in
time.
play then. That's
Yeah.
the thing. That was such
Sophie's
huge...
gonna go. Oh,
Oh,
Sophie
no,
beat
now
the
it's going
jump,
in.
but I guess it doesn't matter.
Logan's
So-
behind. He's going for the sack. No, oh, finally a rocket from Kobe. Will indeed
Howard
get the
is
force.
They can't kill Howard. Oh, he actually is going to force at the tail end of that. Logai is going to have massive Uber to work with here, but the point time is still ticking down, and they still got to get out of spawn. They don't have the players to really forward hold this, so it's going to be a fight on the point. Habib setting up the sneaky cliff trap. We'll have to see where they go and if they spot this. Looks like I'm really watching this cliff trap, and looks like they're not going to. Oh, Kobe.
Probably won't hit it. He's been on the sheet metal for a long while, but this Uber
Yeah.
is available for the side of G6.
Oh,
So
Habib
if it's-
almost got it.
They're a bit separated, but the Uber will finally come out trying to chase down High Five. Looks like at the first target. The sniper is still a threat on the field, but Howard surfs away, goes to find a health pack. Not really going to find too much other than
not
except
finding
maybe
any
Sophie.
kills, and they
Sophie
lost
in the
Kobe.
spawn gets Howard, but the shot from Bransam gets two. First Kobe, then Guy. It's a massacre out here. Logan will fall as well. Bransam salvaging, even though Sophie did the giant skybox play to kill the medic. It's not enough. There's only 7 seconds left on the clock, and there's not enough overtime at all for G6 to get there. Botman's running through main, but he has to touch, and he's just not close enough.
These snipers are making the teams play so just scared of them. And you have to be. Look what Branson did. They didn't shoot the sniper, and he just got a 3K and won them the game. But these snipers are coming in so huge for a lot of both product matches today. I feel like it's almost deja vu a little bit. Not entirely, but still.
I think it's something to be said that I feel like you see occasional sniper, but it's not something you lean on really heavily. So when you pull it out, teams aren't prepared to practice against it. The same could be said for something like a crits play. You know?
Yeah, same thing, yeah.
Crits is easy to counterplay, but the first couple times you have to play against it, remind yourself how to operate. It can really catch you off guard. Where I think we might be seeing that now even against the top level teams.
Ooh,
As
they're
the
gonna
fight
get
rings
Habib.
out, lots of explosive classes expended. Ash bombing in to see if he can get Logan with the final breath, and will indeed collect that frag. Will die, a bit weak, but only 2 players left alive from the side of G6, just Caps and Guy. Actually separating different direction, but will not matter. 20ZC not on the chase, just gonna go ahead and settle for the cap. Has got some people rolling out themselves. They've set themselves in a good spot here, technically, and like an artificial ad for the side of G6 will probably just even out and be a normal Uber exchange as both teams collect the rest of their squad, and we'll see how things kick off as G6 begins
another
to
trap.
approach.
Habib
All right?
has been-
That's how it's going to kick off.
I feel like Habib's been the MVP so far. He's been putting in so much work, getting picks, getting everything he needs for his team, and I feel like it's been really showing that just maybe you don't want to pick Viaduct against Habib after all, because he is getting so many different trap kills and just creating chaos.
You can't let him stand on the point and spam. You have to put so much into the spam before you begin to walk up the slope, and if you do, you might just
well,
die.
there
But
they
that,
go.
but that could be a way to make sure that he's eliminated, to kill him.
Oh, he dropped!
I guess Howard thought that, no, I don't need to pop here. Howard's played a little greedy and it's worked off for now, but that is definitely a drop that you're going to remember as the rest of 20CC are just scrambling around, seeing if they get anything. Only 2 scouts really left alive and only 1's in the fight. He's going to get killed by bot mode, and overall, the play from 20ZC, it's
Habib
not
looks
really...
like he's ready to sack.
Yeah, not
he's
really
just
working
walking
out.
alone. Yeah. Well, Habib looks like he's ready. He's on cliff. They still have the point time, but 2 players spawning. They do have an opportunity if they want to dry fight this. It's going to be pretty much an even fight, actually, despite all of that at the end. It's going to be small ad, but Logan is instantly so hurt. They're just going to
Holy.
pipe 2 kills from Habib.
Yeah, got
Huge
piped.
plays out of him. They're
Pipe
going to get
plus
Ash,
spam
but that's a
from Ash.
3K. That was
Yeah.
insane.
Fragments left alive from the side of G6 as they try to scurry away. They were inside each of those models, and the wall guys separate from Caps. They leave the different direction, and that time it's punished as the chase is on, but oh, Soldier bombing in, not able to quite find Howard. No ammo loaded to take down the medic with the wind. Overall, 20ZC, I think they recognize the the backward transitions from G6 are not quite on point on Viaduct, and they're definitely making
Sniper,
sure
I like
that,
this. If he gets to this angle, he
oh.
might be able to get a medic. It's a pretty good. Oh, they spotted it, unfortunately. The spam managed to scare him off, but that is a very scary angle if you're doing the forward hold, because you can just
Pyro
instantly
time.
lose your medic. Ah, I do love the pyro time, as it is bot mode on pyro. They're sending full sending through this. It hasn't worked out too well. This one's looking a little.
They're getting through.
They got
at
through
least
the
one
door,
kill.
but
They
they
need something.
They got Ash, but they got It's another 4 for
That's
1.
deja vu. That's
Yeah.
how it worked last time. They got one frag.
Yeah. They still don't have Uber, only at 70%. They can't really build up. He's actually out. Oh, they're katana.
the katana.
That's some technology. I like that
Yeah,
one.
either
Bot
that
mode
or just hurt yourself with
on
the
pyro again.
ammo.
So they're gonna try to push out. This time, I feel like I'm literally watching the same route.
I think this time they're going for an Uber exchange route instead of a pyro. Last time they had a pyro, this time they don't.
Sophie got
There's-
behind, and Bransom's gonna
Oh,
fall. So,
on
alright, that's
Bransom.
already better. But they get the force pretty early. Artist is gonna commit for the thing. They do get it, and they're gonna be bombing it. They're gonna pop immediately, but this blue Uber is so much better, at least time-wise. And Logan did.
Yeah, had to go really deep to make sure that force happens, but gives up his life for it. So it's gonna be difficult for G6 to fight short term, but they do have a demo man that will eventually respawn. And I guess Artist has the same respawn timer, so it's not really the biggest deal for the side of 20cc. They're still kind of capable of holding on to this, as G6 doesn't really have a serious way to pressure until Logan's arrived, and by then the full squad of 20cc is here as well. Immediately. Oh, the flank
Ooh,
spam.
Ash might be
Toby
caught
gonna
out,
fall.
actually.
One
Gonna
for
be a
one.
trade. Yeah, that works in favor of the offense. That means they're gonna be longer. And Habib, Ash gonna fall as well. Kobe gonna be a trade. It's a 2 for 2, but that does favor the offense here. They're gonna go for a play with Artist. Not gonna end up working yet, and 20cc on the back foot a little bit. But look at the point time. They only have 20 seconds.
So much time. It's a one fight for G6, but it's still a very big uphill battle to climb. You gotta hold on to this point for your dear life and never let it go. Maybe you can let go of it once, but only for a brief moment. Both
You
teams,
can let them cap once, but it's gotta be. You gotta give it to them.
both teams have Uber, so they do have that as a tool for the side of G6, but 20cc also have it as a way to break in and find a crack in the armor to work their way in and take back the point as their own.
Yeah, here comes the Uber. And look, they were ready for the counter Uber, but look at the space they got already. There is flank players from G6 behind, and they're getting ran down by the Uber bot mode. Can he get anything done? He cannot. He's going to get cleaned up, and that's already an opening pick. Howard is a bit hurt, so they're going to have to wait just a small amount for that, but Howard bot mode does have a 15-second respawn, which is going to be a pretty long time for a 5v6 with no scanner product. And Logan can be immediately bombed and knocked back, and this is just, look at the damage. They just can't handle the damage of the bombs. The players who are far forward just can't get healed enough because there's so many hurt players.
And Logan surfed behind house from the initial aggression from the side of 20cc, but it didn't matter because the second soldier bombed behind the house to where he was landing and killed him anyway. So taken out of commission, it's going to be really rough to hold on to that point that way. As G6, they have no overtime. They have to
5
get onto the
seconds.
point, and it could be a meat grinder if they're not too careful. Their hand is
Habib has
forced.
sticky somewhere.
Bombs in, trying to find their way under Howard. They're launching themselves forward. They have the captain, but the counter initiation from the soldiers coming in. The spoon comes out from Artist. Wall guy found alone, no one to heal him. Will collect that frag. 2 left alive from G6, 1 falling. Bot mode, the sole survivor. He has to fight, but he also has to
fight the
cap.
point.
He needs to kill Habib. This is the scout matchup you're
Habib.
looking for, but Habib gets the frag, leading the charge 3-1 in favor of 20cc. They're having a hold on this map.
Habib just typing a simple no period in chat, and I can respect that. As Habib, he might not be the highest on the score, but his impact is immeasurable in this game. Doing loads of work for teams. Logan's having a good game too, but it just, I feel like Habib is just, the trap kills alone are doing a lot of work.
Another mid. So far, it's been relatively slow, spare like random explosion, but oh, Soapy's pulling the trigger, actually going towards Ash, and Botmo's coming alongside for the ride, but they've actually
That's 4 people on the flank.
4 people on the flank.
Oh wait,
but
Habib just
fights
bombed
all
low
by
guy!
alone.
He got bombed!
Almost like my
Taunted.
entire team is going to the flank. I guess I should go there too, and then you find the enemy demo. Cap's able to get you
He's
with the
been
consolation
fine
prize,
this whole time.
but overall, a 20ZC victory.
Habib bombed the enemy combo, killed the medic, and Scout taunted and walked away with 5 HP and lived. He's just built different. I don't know what to say.
Well, at the end of the day, if the train keeps rolling for the side of 20cc, that would be the last product mid we've seen for tonight. We'll have to see if G6 are able to turn things around and get the time back in their favor. Don't know Uber's in play, just draw almost akin to another mid fight, really, in terms of the way it's performed.
Yeah,
A lot
Logan
of damage
gonna
on the red players.
A lot of damage. Logan gonna get knocked back, and remember, this is G6's map pick, and Sophie's gonna fall just trying to make some space through connector. Ash might be going for a playoff, but that looks like he's gonna go behind him. Look at the
Oh,
hell!
Logan's in the skybox!
He's gonna crater. Look how aggressive there. That's just the dry fight.
Gotta make sure
And
you
Kobe
use
got
every
Kobe.
single bit of room that you possibly can. G6 is not addressing the way that 20cc CC stands on the point. They don't have an answer. I mean, there could be answers, but they don't have one in play yet that's actually working to Habib and friends. I mean, it's mostly Habib, but everyone participates with the spam to lock down the slope. Even now, Caps is taking so much damage, and they haven't even begun to get him out of the side, get him away
they
from
had
the
to pop
side.
and he
They
got knocked
finally
up.
Uber.
This is the worst. This Uber,
they'll kill him.
They let Habib die. They let
That's
him
about it.
die. That was literally, hey Habib, you can go die. You're too far forward. Now they're gonna Uber in. It's just a scout trade. Sophie and Ash gonna end up in the air. They're getting 2 kills. They didn't get a whole lot with that Uber. G6 maybe try to refight, but again, G6 haven't camped once this round. Look at the point time, and they're still down players.
In 20cc, they're using the player advantage they have for now.
Logan's
The G6
hurt on the
players
flank.
respawn. Oh, Logai almost
Wait.
dies, but Ash is gonna die to crater damage. They're actually really deep, but Kobe finds an opening, getting onto Howard, actually gonna kill I5 first, but does not get the kill quite yet. It's gonna be Soapy that goes in.
Alright, just-
Cleans up,
Habib's
gets
going.
out. Oh, he's in.
Oh,
Doesn't
that
quite the mark.
close, but no cigars. They're finally gonna get the point after 2 minutes. But watching G6 try to fight the point just in dry time, it feels so oppressive just playing against the spam. I
Yeah.
feel for them. It looks horrible.
They are definitely skipping the step of making sure that a Delman doesn't get to stand for free on the point. You put a little extra soldier pressure on the cliff in China, Habib has to leave immediately. It's too much for him to deal with, but they're kind of going
Bomb mode
without
sniper.
that step.
They know they need a really good iron defense here, and bot mode sniper is their play. They're hoping that 20cc can't handle the bot mode sniper like a lot of teams
Oh,
today.
the
But
perfect
he gets
shot.
Howard. That's a pretty good start.
They're
Although, and they're full
setting it,
sending.
though. Oh my god, the projectiles are so deep. They're not really finding too much though, but their shot from
Bomb
Bombo
mode
brings
got
out on
Habib.
Habib.
They get bot mode. They get Kobe. Actually, they're getting some cleanup kills at the end here. They didn't get the Uber, which is the important thing.
Could be worse.
Ransom's, yeah, could be worse though. Ransom's going to be a late death, and Habib, they can even go for a second sack if they really want to.
There's actually so much room though. The fact that G6 has all these players rolling out, they're not.
Yeah,
gonna
they're
be
just.
in
I think
position.
Habib might just walk in.
Be
Oh,
mindful of the
Habib
Uber though.
actually, although did he just get baited in? Caps is gonna get baited in by Habib just walking forward. He thought it was a free pick, and it turns out it's not gonna be. This might be a free recap. They're gonna have to pop Uber if they want this, and Bombo's still on sniper. I think Artist got airshot headshot by bot mode, so good place out of him, but Soapy's gonna fall. They cap the point, they have Uber ahead, but they don't have the players.
Yeah. They still have this sniper to deal with though. Actually, Ash is going in for the play. Not really finding it though. Artist coming
Are
in
they
to help
just
assist.
sacking? They are.
They're just trying to deal with the sniper. They can't let him take
Artist
shot for
got
shot.
a
They
2K.
will succeed in getting that sniper frag.
Logan
That's
might
huge.
die too. They popped to save Logan, but they're Ubering
Oh,
on
and
their
Ash is
side of
getting
the
out
map.
as well.
Oh my god. And the bow, Ash got saved. Wait, and then the scout gets sent back to this other side of the map. They are going to be on the point. They're going to be refight here, but Habib is ready. He is going in, and here comes the bomb from
Oh,
Ash.
the bomb from Ash. Well, guy's alone. No one's with him. No one's turning around. There's a soldier on your team medic, and you're not turning around. G6, they have their hands full. Too much to deal with. They're able to kill Howard, which is something to work with. Logan able to get the kill on the high five, but Ash getting the frag in return. And this sniper still kind of around. Against, okay,
bomb mode.
shot into Ash. Artist might be able to deal with it depending. Bransam showing face. Bomb mode will surely die. Gets bombed in. Pistol battle over on the flank side. Capsule Rain victorious. Bomb coming in. Artist gets that frag, and overall, I mean, G6, it was scrappy. They're leading the charge for a bit, but they really gotta keep holding this point for a long time. And oh, nice shots on Habib from the side of
Habib
Sobi,
getting it.
but it is not enough.
Habib getting another kill, so just this is going to be tough for G6. They have to dry fight again, down 2 soldiers. They're going to have to wait for these soldiers to come, but look how aggressive 20cc are on the point. Habib has stickies ready up, and he's just ready to stand on the point and spam pipes at them. That's a
A little bit of lag. The
little bit of
Sam's coming
lag,
through.
but regardless, they are going to be getting in here. We'll have to see. G6 need to figure out some way to cap this point. Habib getting hurt early is a pretty good start, but Artist going to bomb behind, getting Kobe again. They just can't push this point without losing everyone. They get Habib, but at what cost?
And only 3 left alive. It is a one-player disadvantage, which is workable, but oh, Logai might get shot in the back by
Right,
Bransam.
Sam's
He's up
going
on
in.
the chase. Sobi's weak as well.
Ash
They're
is
actually gonna find
behind.
Howard
I don't
and
think they
Artist.
know Ash is behind.
All red health. Ash finds one. He's still kind of lingering around on the fact that Logai dies when they want to cap the point. Could be disastrous, but there is overtime to work with. Ash will get cleaned up. Gonna go ahead and let the cap go through. Logai spawns, and now it's time to lock things in. And now the hold begins. They can't give this up or this map is lost. You have to hold on to it for dear life and not relent whatsoever. Spot mode, coming off on sniper, has to pray the first shot rings out because we've seen the aggression of 20ZC. It's monstrous, it's hard to deal with, and they could reign supreme on this map if G6 is not too careful. They're the favorites. You can't lose this map if you're the favorites. Running in, going for the plank
Ash is
play
behind.
immediately. Both
They
soldiers
don't know.
going in.
I don't think they know Ash is behind. He's bombing
Finding
in.
the sniper.
He's bombing on the medic. He gets a TZ2 rocket.
Artist gets a sniper as well. I wasn't even looking at the right shoulder. The initiation
gonna
is
fall.
too much.
It's just caps.
versus
It's
the
just
world.
caps versus heals. It's an impossible challenge. and that's gonna be a 4-1 for 20ZC. That was 20ZC was. I'm not gonna say dominant. Like the round was close, but that was very good. Their holds were iron. They were impossible to break.
And they picked this map, right?
I-
Oh no, G6 picked
G6.
this map.
That was G6 map.
Oh god. Yeah, that's not a good. That's not a good.
Not
feeling.
ideal. But maybe you might maybe you just got Habib. It happens, especially on product. I feel like it can happen. Like you pick a map you think you're dominant at, and then Habib shows up. It can happen.
Yeah, some deja vu of the match we saw earlier, where you pick a map, you think, yeah, we got this in the bag, and then you lose, and you're like, oh, well, what do we do now? Because now we have to go to their pick. Sultry is next. That's going to be even more of a wild card than this was, since we barely see it. I think even the players are still, in a way, there's a small part of you that is still trying to figure things out about the map and try to figure out what you can and can't do. Try to push it to its limits. So that's definitely going to be a treat to watch, and I really don't know what to expect. But we can take a look at the logs and see what's up with product. Anything that immediately catches your eye when you take a gander over at them?
Both demos taking a lot of damage, actually. Habib doing the most damage in the server. Brandslime having a great performance. But I see there are some sad soldiers on the side of G6. The soldiers for 20cc were significantly less sad. 13 and 21, 13 and 22, almost identical stat lines for Kobe and Sophie. So rough time on there. And I gotta say, Logan actually, he took 400, so Logan was doing a lot of damage, but he also had to get hard tank. There was a lot of focus fire on Logan that game.
They had so much trouble walking up the slope.
Like Logan had to take damage to do damage, but
Mhm.
he just had to take so much because I don't think it's even necessarily his fault. He just, in order to play the game, he had to take a ton of damage.
Yeah, you can't walk up the slope effectively against a team that is willingly just standing on the point. You have to address it first and then begin the walk up. And I think they eventually started doing it near the tail end, like on the last round, but it was too little too late. And it kind of tipped the scales really early on that allowed 20cc to really get the ball rolling in their favor, among other things. Their aggression was on point for sure. They dealt with the sniper pretty handily, even though bot mode had some really sick plays.
Yeah,
But
I think the
after
sniper
the sick
wasn't the
plays,
problem.
after the sick plays, it led to his death. It wasn't that the sniper was a bad thing; it's that it wasn't a saving grace. It did the bare minimum job, and then 20cc didn't screw up on nipping it.
The sniper immediately got a med pick, and they still the sack just got so many kills they were able to refight. They literally got an opening med pick with 0 damage taken at the start of the fight. And yeah, you're down a scout, so that's one less hit scan class to deal with. I mean, sniper's hit scan, but actually, I think he even got another headshot. So Bob got a 2K there on a demo and medic, and they still just 3 people died. The coordination and the sacks from 20cc were very on point that game.
Yeah, I think it's night and day when you compare the sniper showings that we've seen so far in the earlier matches, where there's moments where a sniper comes up on the field and he does his bare minimum job, and then he gets to keep doing it because the team doesn't know how to address it. And then you have moments like these where he does his job, and once the team is able to deal with it, it's not much different than having a scout, if that makes sense. Your impact isn't scaled to further beyond than you would normally expect. The sniper gets the kill and then gets punished subsequently.
Howard got 5 kills on medic.
Yeah, I mean, considering how much
someone in chat
G6,
said it, he had a better KD than the G6 soldiers on medic.
Considering how much G6 were sacking towards him, even in moments where he didn't have Uber, so it's fine to have your crossbow. It's not like you're gonna drop and you need a pop or anything like that.
Yeah.
In a way, it makes sense that you have a couple, but the fact that it's 5 is crazy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weak players running after him.
Yeah, there was. They really wanted to kill him. I think 20cc did a great job of kiting backwards. I felt like when G6 kited backwards, 20cc was they were so deep it didn't matter anyway. They ended up getting caught trying to run back into the little doors through spawn, the little tiny baby doors you'd never want to get caught in.
Mm-hmm.
But it's disastrous. But here, G6, new map, new you. Even though it's not your map, you gotta figure out a way to break it. They have. I think G6 has had good performances on this map before. I think they've played it before.
Yeah,
I remember I've seen them. I think
they played a match. They picked it versus Mal and went 2-1. But Soapy said in the interview that the reason why they picked it was just because I think he was alone in the picking process and was just like, screw it. We haven't played this map yet. Let's play this map. It's whatever. It'll be fine. Even if we lose on accident, it's whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's just play it because we need to play it. So it's been a long while. That was early in the season, so I don't think a 2-1 score line against Mal can really it doesn't carry that much weight since there's been so much development between I would say both these teams at 20cc is new, but at least for the side of G6, they've probably played this in scrims one-off. Like other teams have had matches where they've had scrims against where like, okay, we'll get some experience on this map. So they're probably a bit more familiar with it. The thing that I'm curious about is 20cc picks this. I mean, I guess the teams are even enough where it's like in some maps where it might be kind of hard to say like, yeah, we can win on Snake Water, or like, yeah, we can win on Process, right? So I guess you just go with a wild card, and that you think you maybe have some sort of like new or cheese strat or something to like turn the tides.
I genuinely have no idea how this match is going to go. It could be like, I think any outcome is possible here. We could see a 5-0. We could see it like a 1-2 with like that takes an hour. I don't know what we're in for. I think we could genuinely just have any outcome.
I'm just gonna rip my prediction through a random number generator. Not really, but I feel like it.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Do you think this is going to be a 5-round game or a low-scoring game, or do we still not even know that?
I think
most of the I think we saw a 5-1 low-scoring game and 1-5 something game on this map. I think.
My theory is that the less you know about a map, the less you know how to take advantage of certain extremely small situation to lead yourself to victory.
Or it could just turn into a DM server.
Because this is a newer map, and like it's its first season, I find it hard for me to generally predict 2 even teams having a map go to 5 rounds. Like it can happen for sure, because you could have mids that roll, but I feel like it's much more common for a scenario to end up being we're going live. Okay, yeah. I think it's much more common to end up being like things stalemating out, them figuring stuff out. I'll say like a 20ZC 3-1.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm gonna bet G6 just so that way we can maybe see a map 3, and they have to do map bans again.
Yeah, they have to finish them.
Because that'd be funny. So I'm gonna say a G6 4-3 just based on the chaos.
Mid rings out, both teams arriving. Logan's a bit weak. Actually, Logan got 21 HP. He gets the pill, but that's not much better. Immediately, he's kind of baiting, and 20
Artist
they know, even if they can't get Logan, these players aren't beamed. They send an Artist, but overall not getting the frag. So ample opportunity kind of squandered as now G6 and the drivers need to run forward. Getting some damage with Kobe dying to fall damage. Now the floodgates might have opened. Now,
look at the damage actually. If he wants to refight, they want to go in. You're getting the point time. They might get the point here, but they're going to get forward. But actually, Howard's going to fall, so maybe they got a little too greedy there on that refight. Ransom going to end up killing Caps as a courtesy pick, but that's it. Habib and Artist going to be the ones backing up here. They're going to end up on last with Mega Disaster.
That was such a weird beginning of the mid. Logai immediately weak. I guess he just died to like a weird trap or something. 21 HP. Immediately not like able to heal people. They push off the fact that these targets can't get beamed, but it's just Artist that goes across. The frags aren't collected. And then they lose their player ad because Kobe just dies to fall damage falling off the Tetris. It's just the most awkward series of events I've seen in a long while.
That's you know, it is a kind of a newer map, so the chaos is to be expected. They're gonna be bombing in. Oh, I remember this last. Now it was like hard to hold.
Yeah, there's nowhere the soldiers to really go. It's super
Although
safe.
no one's died yet, and they have high five on heavy. The impossible challenge of high five. Oh, he actually died. They killed high five on heavy. It's doable.
Yeah, Howard's still alive. Howard's running around in circles around the map, and overall, most of the kills are ending up in trades, but Howard might die to bot mode on his tail. Will indeed get the kill. That's one collected. Logan. Oh, they are going to be able to kill him. Okay. I almost thought that was their turnaround. Logan popped there, was going to get cleaned up, but no. Able to reign supreme in the day. G6 taking the mid, taking the round, leading 1-0.
I think Howard has more kills than some players in the server again.
Maybe.
he keeps doing it. No, Ash has a 0 burger. He definitely does.
New mid, new you.
Yeah, new mid, new you. As they're going to this mid. The initial tournament started out well. I want to see what the spam was from
It's Art's shotgun? Did I just see him quick switch to shotgun, or was that... No, he's on... Okay, he's not on shotgun. Never mind.
Alright, well, I'm watching Habib seeing what he is spamming. He just has a carpet, and Kobe immediately jumped onto it. Okay, that's not a great start there. One soldier dead, one soldier hurt. Brandslam is very hurt though, and Habib's gonna fall, and Brandslam gonna get nuked by Kobe. High five is gonna be able to clean it up, but overall, G6 is gonna be the losers of this mid as Caps is caught out, and Logan actually, they might be caught out here. This might be a disaster.
So much room from these 20cc soldiers. The world was their oyster this round. So much damage immediately from Ash onto Logai and one of the scouts chasing behind him to kind of make it hard for them to stay in the mid, and then the chase after they were able to kind of kill Soapy in the back line. It's really good. The only Actually, no, they got both their people. So the late death from Log is going to be huge as well. It's going to be really hard for you to get the Zuber in the middle of the fight. You can take this as slow as you want. You want to spend some extra time to spot the gun, go for it. You can get all the time in the world.
Yeah, definitely. They have the World of Swords. We'll have to see how they want to push this, though, because I don't think we've seen 20cc push this quite yet. I want to see what how they elect to take it. Most teams seem to really take it like that lower thing and just bomb with the demo. It seems to be the very common strat. And yeah, it looks like where Habib is, and Habib, yep, there he goes. He's gonna find the gun. He actually gets knocked back. This is gonna get saved. Caps is kind of caught out in the middle of nowhere. He's actually, oh my god, Caps lit. That's a huge play from him. He is behind. He's very hurt though. He's gonna collect that pack, and 20cc, they're losing a lot of players here. We'll have to see if they can salvage something out of this. Bot mode is a little caught up. Take a 2v1. I think, yeah, they're gonna try to back up here, but the key word might be try. Yeah,
high five gonna be the sacrificial lamb, and Caps, yeah, he was huge there. A lot of space for his team. Got behind, he flanked around and killed one of the soldiers as well. And that plus the Uber didn't really go towards the gun right after that. It's kind of the nail in the coffin.
Almost.
Oh, he almost got the kill on the Caps.
He had to commit there, I think, so Howard could live. Otherwise, they would have kept chasing. So, fair to Brandslam there, keeping his medic alive via his own life. And
ooh, Ash?
Yeah, 40% disad on there. Bombo's actually going to fall immediately, going to get nuked by Ash. And Ash actually is going to okay, I spoke too soon. Ash is going to fall. Habib actually might get a little hurt here. He's actually peeking up. He doesn't fear at all. He's going to try to spam some more pipes, and he might be caught out here. He's in for a sad time. He got booed. Okay.
Overall, G6 able to take the point relatively for free. They got both the soldiers out of the way, and they denied the soldier spawns as well. So even though the 20cc have this Uber available, there's so much room for G6. There's very little spam. It is just Habib and then the scouts. So they're actually working their way through Frog. They've got a lot of room.
Soldiers here now.
Oh my god, the pipe from Habib. Goodbye, Soapy.
Kobe also falling very low there means that G6, they got to be a little careful about the 20cc aggression here. You know, they only lost one soldier, so not super big deal. Ash is going to fall in, and actually, they have both soldiers in like kind of spamming positions. They're able to get through the choke.
Yep, Ash working his way through.
There's a lot of hurt. Look at the hurt players. The spam. Oh, they're out.
His life though.
Yeah, they're gonna get healthy now. They're gonna back up. They got a lot of space on that counter sack just through choke. Even though it's only a one man, they got a lot of space in 20cc. They a lot of players on the side of that. Okay, Habib pre-fired to heat it, so good for him. Sophie gonna bomb out, realizing not gonna end very well for him. Doesn't want to get air shot like last time.
Yeah, bad RG. Walked through the door as soon as Habib started sticking it. It just happens.
Yeah, it does just happen. As Habib does have a sticky on that flank again. Doesn't want them to go through that door. As yeah, G6 gonna be settling into an actual kind of like slower pace stalemate.
Kobe's deep in front.
Yeah, Kobe is very deep.
But it's actually Sobe that's bombing in though. Gonna get skyboxed almost, shot into the sky and cleaned up as that's their sack, and 20cc, they're on the move now, kind of poking and prodding. They're over by choke. You have Ash that might go through. Oh, he kind of messed up his bomb. I don't know if he's gonna commit now. He has the pack if he really wants to. Habib is so
Habib is
not
just
even funny. He might actually die if he's
stunned. There he goes. That I don't know if that was that might have been intentional. He got so deep. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, no demo.
Miscommunication.
Miscommunication maybe. No Habib means that not going to be ideal here. No traps. Don't have to worry about it. You can just walk through the doors. Only have to worry about soldier spamming. But there might be an exchange coming. Kobe might be getting good spam on Howard. Howard's very hurt. They're going to end up killing Soapy, but Howard is going to get popped here. And there's a lot of hurt players. This is going to be tough for the post. They get Logan on the back end, but that's it. Ubering for two people. That's okay, but they'll have to deal with the G6 Uber pretty soon.
Yeah, gotta use the fact that these doors are open, otherwise it's gonna be all for naught. And we're starting to poke and prod now. Now is the time where G6 figures out when is the point where you pull the trigger on the Uber, if at all. Biding their time. It seems like 20cc are not biting off more than they can chew. They're kind of afraid of them coming around Tetris, kind of blindsided and just dying to sporadic Uber. And they go ahead and back up to their own half of the map. And G6, they're kind of waddling through the choke right now, trying to buy some room and some nice stickies from Logan to kind of flush them out and get them out in the lobby all the way to last. But the chase is on. One person left on the cap. They're entering the lobby now, and they have room to use still if they still desire. 25% dwindling, but it's still possible. Working their way through the left side of last. Logan's actually really deep and the heaviest on the field now. Brandslam holding down the fort. Cap's trying to corner cap, but not able to get the cap time quite yet, as both teams are arriving at the point where they both
Soapy got launched in.
Oh, he's in. Onto the heavy, onto the medic. Howard surfing around, still alive for now as the two-man rips out. And
he gets rolled by Kobe.
Holy.
Wait, actually, Habib gonna go and get the cleanup kill. Logan gonna get Ash, though, because it's still a 4v3 to the side of that. Ash confused as to what exactly happened to him there. As Habib is going in and getting a lot of early damage onto Logan. Logan have to back up and look at the bomb. And they're gonna pop pretty much immediately. Howard got the pop, but Caps is gonna get dropped.
Small guy got sent up
There's
into
no
the
scout
sky
speed
as a
now.
pencil. And then Caps didn't realize the low guy's just dead. Miscommunication. Didn't realize the medic couldn't follow, but all the bombs from Soapy. He's missing too many rockets.
We're just spun in a circle.
Something else is falling off his desk almost, but he's still alive. Kobe, unable to find the target. Howard on the health pack, eats it up. Logan, the sole survivor, will back up to mid. And 20ZC, reigning supreme, getting out of the last, retaking 2, and this mid is looking pretty free.
It is looking pretty free. Logan might have some sneaky. Oh yeah, yeah.
The Tetris trap.
Ash found them, trying to shoot them into his own team, unable to.
There's a second. Might kill. Oh god, the artist, he's dying. Oh, he didn't find it off damage. Oh my god, he ran on the Tetris.
Tactical. He found the sticky trap, found it with his face, lived through it. Optimal gameplay from Artist.
Calculated.
Yeah, very calculated. As 20ZC, they have a 30% at to work with here. I assume Habib's gonna send a deep nuke, but they could also try to go and look how far back Low Guy is. Maybe they want to try to get in for Frio though.
You either walk early secret or you just bomb straight
Is this
through.
so far back that you can refight even with this amount of dissent? Look at this. Like, look how far back they are.
It's gonna be hard to re-push this if
You think
20ZC
so?
are fast enough. They're slow though. Howard's actually not really healing. The people that are trying to take the high ground might
Habib's hurt
sell
too.
disasters for them. They don't have the health.
They're just gonna back up, yeah.
I
The
think
spam.
they were very heavily anticipating a bomb coming from G6. Like, they're holding far back, but surely there's a soldier hiding somewhere that's going to bomb and force Howard. But they're a bit wrong. Instead, they just shot the players who were forward. Howard unable to really heal them, and then it makes the push unable to really work out. So 20C kind of just read that wrong, and G6 were able to execute the correct play to let them hold on to the point.
Yeah, definitely. As you know, that's 1 minute down off of the timer. Ash gonna be the noble sacrifice, and we'll have to see. It seems that I noticed that on this map, a lot of teams seem to be very content running just 1 minute. Ransom's actually getting very aggressive on the flank here, trying to pressure people up. Logan getting aggressive in the choke as well, trying to sticky, seeing if they can make any space, but no real sacks so far. They just poked up, made a lot of players decide to back up, and yeah, I noticed a lot of 1 minute. I don't know if that's just the map's new, people aren't comfortable with running 2 or 3s, or if that's actually part of the map where it's like running 2 mans or 3 mans like kind of hard.
The thing about 2-mans is it is slightly more risky because if it goes wrong, then you're left more open. So you need to at least, like, your game plan is if you can't get the medic, you at least get like 1 frag. So if you lose 2, at least they lose 1, and it's not the end of the world, and player difference-wise. But I feel like it's a bit difficult to actually find that 1 frag. Like, either you're full sending it onto the medic, and you're gonna succeed or fail, and that's it. High Five gonna find himself some traps.
Artist might be caught out too. That's a 2-man, and
oh, the bomb from Soapy.
yeah, bomb mode getting a little too aggressive as well. Soapy's all the way
in there,
behind.
Frog.
Do they know?
He is so behind. I don't think so.
Howard's
Logan's
looking.
also
Oh,
very
Howard got
aggressive as
piped
well.
looking the wrong way. Soapy going in. Soapy gonna get piped as well. Gonna end up killing Habib, and he's gonna live. Oh my god, a lot of air shots there, but in the end, it is gonna be 20ZC having to back up onto their own second. No Ubers popped, but a little bit of a scare there for 20ZC. But still down Habib means that G6 do have an opportunity here to try to get in on the choke and get a sack in.
Really good play from Soap earlier, and now the ball's in his court once again to try to go for some sort of force play. I imagine they'll make some room for him as he jumps over towards the frog area, but the soldiers are locking things down for the side of 20ZC. Soap will finally try to find his way over to Artist and will succeed and actually live, taking the pack as well. Ash dying over on the secret side.
Habib's 1.
Habib,
Habib's so
1
hurt.
HP. Oh, he almost got rocketed by Kobe, but 20C are just falling like dominoes. They only lost Caps, G6, and they're on the move. I mean, it's even Ubers, but they still have so much room. They're just walking in the last, taking all the positioning. There's no gun, there's no heavy, no sniper, no nothing. As Kobe's just waddling over the point. Might bite
Kobe
the dust,
gonna
will
fall caught
indeed
out.
die. Yeah, they think they've spit off more
Habib's
than
bombing
chew.
forward. Say what you will at Habib, but he does like the bomb when he can. Kind of a Chad.
He sees the opening,
and
goes
Brand
for
Slam.
it. Speaking of seeing opening, I guess Brand Slam saw one. but-
Brand Slam saw something. Is actually Habib gonna fall maybe a little aggressive in lobby to Soapy means that they're gonna get bot mode as a consolation prize, but again, no demo. Oh, Ash is in the perfect position though. Those 2 soldiers, perfect position to stuff this, and they're doing a lot of damage to G6. They're down a demo. They can't get it. Soapy getting died at
Another
Howard
kill for
again.
Howard.
Yeah, another Howard kill is Howard is just raining terror on people who try to kill him.
It's definitely the medic with the most crossbow frags this season,
Yeah, definitely.
by far.
At least for in terms of like number of games played to crossbow kills.
Like Ash tried to go in for a counter sack there. Didn't really get deep enough to. I mean, he hit low guy once, but that's about it. So, bot mode sniper is gonna be the play. Found a lot of success so far, and for a 5 CP for last push, that might be all you really need. I mean, something to be said about making sure the push afterwards goes well, but the
well,
trap.
found him. Caps
never
almost died
mind.
too. Actually, I was distressingly close to a 2K for that trap.
Yeah.
Habib gets that one out of the way real fast. Don't have to worry about it. We'll have to see what they want to do for these sacks. And these sacks, a lot of these sacks have been it's been tough. They've been tough.
Not easy for sure.
They're not easy.
But Oh, Ash tried to bomb and didn't really find too much.
there he goes.
Is gonna die. Habib's
He's-
trying to escape. Fine for
Habib's
now.
almost getting caught out on these transitions a lot. He's definitely been playing with fire. Got caught out a couple times, but Habib is here. He's ready to stuff at the door, but Sophie gets him very... Oh,
The gun.
he didn't even get... It was a level 2 as well, so the knockback was even further.
Ash is committing. He's on spy.
Oh, I'm glad they're doing something. Artist is actually bombing. They're doing the 2-minute... Oh, the headshot rocket!
Almost.
so
So
close.
close to getting that mark.
I don't think they'll expect the spy at all.
I don't think so either, unless someone hears it.
Unless somebody hears it or sees a shutter
He
door
deload
open.
too far away. If
Yeah.
he screws this up, it's on him or
Oh, or
bad luck.
if someone like does something rude. And
There
they
you
get him.
go.
There we
Gets
go.
him.
Very heads up play by Ash. They knew they had settled to this like just one man so often. They just didn't expect that Artist would be the one to sack, and Ash was going to come up to spy. So really good job by Ash. They're just reading how the game flow was going. That they were just trading one mans over and over again.
A good change of pace. I don't think
Definitely
we
a very
really
good
see
change of
Ash
pace.
play
That was
spy
like the
much.
best change of pace I've seen today. Also, Ash says he's 2-0 left.
And it's the way of the road for Sultry sometimes. And Sophie's able to find the force. Kobe's actually going behind as well. Will not get chased because there's actually 2 players in the lobby that he will indeed find. So Bombo tried to ring out shots, but Sophie.
Oh,
Sophie's
well, he kept getting
once
denied.
again-
He never could land, so he's like, oh, I'll go man tread so I can actually at least land on the medic.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's thrown out tech before. He went on beggars on Metalworks before in a match.
Yeah.
So to see him go on men treads, that's. I don't think I'm too surprised because at least even though
He's back on gunboats now, but that's
Yeah.
because he's not sacking.
it's fine for
I-
the sacks.
I could understand that for the sacks because he literally couldn't even like touch the ground before he was dying every time. He was just getting like mega levitated.
Especially for the gun, right?
Yeah, yeah,
If you don't think you can kill the gun effectively,
Oh,
screw
yeah.
it, leave it up.
yeah. Maybe you'll land on the medic's head too. You know, get some crater damage, all that good stuff. As a G6 getting pretty. They do have a 30% Uber at to work with here. They're getting a little aggressive, but not as aggressive as I would think. I guess they don't really feel comfortable pushing in on this ad, considering how close the scoreline is.
This is also a very large mid. This
It
is
is,
very,
yeah.
It's akin to Sunshine, where sometimes you can see a 30 ad, unless you feel like you can walk in early and start drying it, you might see teams that be like, no, let's not do this.
Yeah.
So it's not crazy or too surprising.
Oh,
even though
and
it
we
was
have
technically
now
an
bot mode's on
opportunity.
spy. It's his turn, so
Oh.
Ash, he can go on spy, and this is definitely an off time for spy, so it might work. Bot mode is doing the good old crab walk on spy, trying to get behind. He's be able to spot everyone, and he can spot where 20cc is going. Bot mode's on the roof too. He's in a weird spot, so I don't think he'll bump into them.
Probably not.
Oh, as
did you say that?
Brandslam literally backpedals into him.
Cloak. Oh, Brandslam sees it. He just wanted to rotate
Brandslam
over
was
to the
like
flank.
lost. Brandslam like he was just like wandering in random directions.
He was like, wait, do you want me to be here or do you want not want
He
me to be
literally
here?
didn't know where he's going and ended up getting bot mode killed. Hate to see it as Ash is going to be the one who actually dies. He didn't even get through Cook before he died. Although
Habib.
Habib's the one who's been getting caught in these transitions, getting a little too aggressive. And
The drop from Kobe! He gets Howard and Artist, the Skybox bomb coming in. Soapy cleaning up Brandslam as well. A nuke is an understatement. Holy!
that was disgusting. That was a meteorite hitting in 20cc as it's just Ash left alive. Papa typing skis and T. Very good bind. As 20cc gonna settle up onto the second hold and yeah, full Uber disad. I don't think I'm gonna see. Oh, Ash is hiding in a corner. Might get the kill. That's a good kill for Ash. He's probably gonna trade for it, but I'll take a trade there just to cause a little disruption by some time. They might actually get 2. They get 2, so 2 for 1 when you have full Uber disad. That's fine. You can work with that. Branslam's running behind too. They
Oh,
left.
but
He
Howard's
left
died.
Howard. He just left Howard.
Yeah,
Wait! High five got the force and he killed Caps.
It's just Logan and Logan.
That was Brandslam. That was Brandslam.
There's 2 separate sides of the map you're watching at the same time. It's impossible. Logan popped up into the air. Is he going to be able to escape? They're trying to find Logai, but not really going to be able to get too much more than just, half HP on him. Logan barely living with 34 HP, and even though they got all those frags, the fact that Howard died is going to be pretty huge for the side of G6. Logai living. A poke and choke now. There is some presence still from 20cc. They down a player, but Ash high bombing in.
Sophie got in very deep. I'm getting uncalled. They're gonna be just off the chaos of him. He didn't even do any damage, but just him being there. Ash gonna fall. Habib gonna fall. This
Crumbling.
whole thing
Howard's
disaster.
gonna die again.
Howard's gonna die again. Oh, yeah.
the
Looks
shot?
like it'll. Yeah.
Pet.
They're I was gonna say.
I thought they were going to. I thought they were going to leave him in the corner and be like, no, pet medic, just leave him. Bigger ad, but no.
Yeah, bigger ad, but this is they are getting spawners, I guess. They're going in before Uber. If they can kill Logai somehow before the Uber starts, I don't think that's gonna happen. But I've seen weirder things happen.
Haven't gotten the cap time yet. They're starting to get it now. The Uber rings out.
They
launching
kill
forward.
bot.
That's so much cap time. Brandsam's on top of it, but they actually got the bottom kill. This
This
Uber's
Uber's
killed
doing
no one.
literally nothing.
It's
This
killed no one.
They got
finally
Ash.
over on the
Soapy's
flip
gonna
side,
fall.
but
They
got
had-
Soapy. What is?
Okay. I don't know what's happening anymore.
It's like I said, I find it hard to see like, yeah, this will go to 5 rounds because there's so much that's not refined from either of these teams. That even in moments where you should win on paper, the execution is just not quite what you need.
Their Uber just like stood around just like on a tour of the map. It was very unfortunate.
It's process flashbacks. If you
Yeah.
can't get kills with your Uber into last, get point time, the kills will come to you. But the decision making on whether or not to chase frags is just not quite hitting the mark.
Yeah, there's like a 10% ad. It's not enough to actually do anything off of. Unless they're really adventurous. I don't think they're that particularly adventurous. As yeah, we're still in a 0-1, and there's been a lot of last pushes, but no real. I feel like before we used to see a lot of last pushes, it was like the impossible point to defend, and now it's kind of turned around a bit.
Full Uber for both the team. They're actually poking around a bit through a secret, but not really going to amount to too much. G6 in the driver's seat. 20cc is actually pretty passive. I guess they're afraid of Logan just sticky sniping through the choke, softening up Howard, and then the force, if it comes through, it's a bit easier. But they're finally up on the high ground once again. I think they realize that because they have Uber, their positioning can adjust accordingly. But
Yeah,
G6 has not ripped out anything so far. They're just biding time.
Yeah,
What is Soapy on? I'm checking Soapy's weapons.
Yeah, I'm checking. Sophie's just like waddling around.
He's on the... Oh, he's not showing his beggars. He has the spoon out, jumping around, and now his beggars is out.
All right, I'm on the Soapy camp. He's doing some bomb. This is all right. Here he goes. He's in super deep. Hits the first rock, or misses the first rocket. Almost gets the
No
second
damage.
one. Oh, he did 0 damage. His rockets kind of went. They looked on target, but the rockets are not on target to where you're looking. So. But I like the attempt because he actually got to land that time, which is an improvement over the last couple times.
You can just blame the deviation.
Yeah, that was the GG run of.
The
honestly,
Ash has no excuse. He didn't hit any damage either. He was
Yeah.
on normal rocket launcher.
well, see, he wasn't on the beggar, so he couldn't even get in.
In moments like this, sometimes cope is all you have when you're on soldier and have to just
Yeah.
play suicide for your team.
I was gonna say he's back on beggars, and I don't blame him. Like that was his best attempt because he got the land on the floor.
He's in secret now.
Maybe he's going for a different attempt. All right, here he comes.
Different wall.
Oh, he's in so
Oh
high.
my.
Oh, he's
It's
going for
not
the
enough
3.
distance.
Wait, he hit Habib. That's actually not the
Habib
dumbest.
got arrowed though.
Habib
No
got arrowed.
frag.
If Habib just get arrowed there, he might have died. But yeah, this is Habib said no again, and this is I feel like these one-mans are just very, very sad for the Rovers.
20cc is just through. Oh my god, the entire team.
They got
Brandsam's gonna fall,
Branson
though.
died though. Oh, wait, Logan died to Habib. Habib just did so deep. He got shit. Okay.
They used the Uber to save him. Don't want to
And
lose
bot
your
mode might
domain.
die. Bot mode's so hurt. They have a lot of hurt players on the side of 20cc, but the red Uber is a little bit better, and they are chasing so deep with the scouts. It's just a scout train. Artist isn't in the back line. Can't clean anything up. It's just high five. See if he can make some sort of miracle, but unable to get anything. That's pretty much a full wipe. And
Oh, Kobe's so deep. Might be able
Kobe.
to cut off Habib, but oh, Branson coming to help. To not being able to find that is going to slow things down a tad. The player advantage is going to get stifled a bit, but they're poking, prodding. Yeah, not really going to find anything. Going to cut their losses, take what they can get. Got the second point after that fight victory, and they still have the Uber ad to work with at the end of the day as well. So once again, another ample opportunity. But we saw the last time G6 had an Uber ad. It was curious. There's definitely some fixes to be had, but you'd rather be in this situation than any other. 20cc being on last, probably not a fun thing. Got the gun, and that's going to be all she wrote in terms of the off classes and setup. And the Uber has arrived, and they're Ubering through lower.
They're Ubering through lower, the classic Mr. Uber from so far. They're going to be able to kill the gun. It is a little bit late, but they do have a fair amount of point time. They're actually getting not as much as I expected, but their artist is going to try to bomb for a collapse, and there's a lot of hurt red players, but can they actually clean them up? And it looks like they might be able to, although Ash going to fall means it's just Habib and High Five. High Five going to get the kill onto Caps, and Logan is on the point, though. They're going to have to block the point at some point. It's just Habib. They actually are going to be able to get this Cap up 2-0. G6s. And it's on 20cc's map pick. So if this is going the way it's been going, we might see the classic win each other's maps kind of deal.
Man, that wouldn't be very good news for the side of G6 as they picked the last map.
Yeah, let's go. Well, they haven't picked it yet. That's the thing.
That's also true.
This is just the chaos upper bracket finals, I suppose.
We'll see another mid go out for both these teams. It's kind of interesting to see which teams favor which side of the map because it's so new and nothing's really set in stone.
Yeah.
It's about
He
your
took a bunch
intuition
of early damage.
It's more about your intuition and what you learned throughout the season, and rather what you've been like figuring out throughout the years of playing the map. Is a lot of weak players from the side of the blue team actually. Branson got a bit weak, same with Habib. G6, I mean, they're pretty much unscaped for the most part. A couple scratches here and there, but they're all right. They actually have some positioning over on the high ground. Bomb coming from the side of
very
Sophie.
deep. Sophie. Okay, Kobe's actually in
They
the
get
He
Howard,
actually
though.
does get Howard, though. They do get the 2-man. Ash gonna fall as well, but they're gonna get caps. And Bombo's very hurt, hiding in a corner, trying to get. Look at the hurt.
Right.
They're so
Alone.
Logai
Cass
isn't
uses
even able
Uber.
to heal anyone. He Ubers to save Logan.
He had
Habib's
Uber to
going
save
forward
himself.
anyway. Look at Habib. He's just running at them.
Oh, no fear.
Habib, this man has zero fear. Look, he just ran it in Uber and he just ran away.
Yeah, I think we saw this a bit on product. The Logai was leaving in separate direction from the rest of his team. He was alone at the outside of Frog while his team was at choke and just had to use because there was no one with him. As he walks through, the only target he finds is Logan, and G6 their exits. I mean, I know their first seed, they probably haven't backward transition much this season, but so far it's not looking too tight. They're not on the same page in these dire moments. They are leading the charge in the rounds, though. They do have that working for them, but they can't let 20ZC, you know, utilize these moments if they want to make sure this map is theirs. There's only 5 minutes left, but there is even overtime, so it's not much of a hill for 20ZC to climb to tie it up, even if the clock runs out.
I think Ash is about to sack. He looks like he's like mentally preparing himself.
They're not pushing with the ad.
Yeah, they're not pushing. I think Ash was like in the position expecting to sack, and oh, there goes actually Kobe trying to buy some space. But yeah, they actually don't want to push out. You know, they're up 2-0, and these single sacks have not been working. So I think they're content to let G6 or excuse me 20ZC just eat out the clock, trying to just ruin Artist and Ash's KD.
I feel like this is gonna be one of those games that goes like 50 minutes.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be forever. I've already fully mentally prepared
Mentally
myself.
prepared, yeah.
I am in for the long haul.
Yeah,
You
we
see,
talked about
yeah, look at
endurance
Ash.
tests.
Ash is mentally preparing himself to do something too. Yep, here he goes. See what he can get done. He almost got to the medic.
Got a
you know,
little deep.
He got like 30 damage in. Ransom gonna fall as well. So 20CC actually electing to sending 2-mans now, feeling a little more comfortable with it, or at least okay if 2 people dying is. This is going to be tough. They're going to have to. G6 is going to be able to walk through the door pretty much for free. The Habib spam wasn't quite, you know, a lot of choke points to shoot. Now Habib is actually very far forward. They might have to exchange here if they're not careful. Artist bombing to make space, but got the bomb out.
Oh, the force comes in from Soapy, able to kill, actually not kill, but get the force from Howard as they're running forward. They get Soapy afterwards, but no one to really put damage on
Ash
the
is
combo
behind,
of G6.
and I don't know if. Oh, they know. They chase
Oh,
Ash
they're gonna
very
clean him
hard.
up. Oh, he eats the pack, slows him down, but not enough damage to get the force to get any frags. There's
Yeah.
some presence around Frog. G6 running through it. They have their Uber in tow. Did not need to use in that.
Oh, he kills
technical
Caps.
exchange,
Caps is
but-
a little too far forward.
Oh, wow. It's a lot of damage coming from Habib, and the Uber will finally go out. They're trying to chase down Habib as
Artist
the
is
initial
behind.
target, but actually changing their mind, going for Brain Sim. Artist worked his way behind, so the Uber has found some targets, but maybe not the targets you're really hoping for.
Oh, someone
G6,
took that pack from him,
They
though.
still have a large presence. They've lost 2, but if they can lock this down, they can hold on to it. With G6, they found a way through. They're beginning
Oh, they're
to
sending a
push
sack,
20cc
and they
back.
almost got low guy. If he got a second rocket off, he actually would have gotten that, but no dice there, as G6 gonna be able to, you know, avoid a couple bullets there and successfully make their way onto mid. Uber dis had this, so we might be in a leapfrog situation.
Yep, it's 40%. It might fluctuate just a tad, but depending on how quickly you push this. But building the rest of it, 20C in the driver's seat, trying to break out of 2. Looking like they want to go towards the choke side, maybe. Habib was thinking maybe Frog, but no, they're going through choke now, making space.
Oh,
Sophie's
they're bombing Habib. I love it. And he gets
and he
him!
gets the whole guy. I didn't even see that. He was
got
in the
Bobo
skyblock.
too!
Oh my god, giving up Habib, but definitely getting 2 impact frags. Soapy is behind, causing a ruckus for the flank of 20DC, and he will
Good word.
indeed probably die. Yeah, gets cleaned up by that side of Branson. But using that opening, they know with the flank backing up, there's some room to walk in, but Kobe's going to die, not really going to find too much. Cap's able to kill Ash, but I don't know if he's going to really find too much more. All these players are beamed, and they will get cleaned up by High Five, so Cap going in favor of 20DC after the monstrous play from 20DC, mostly Habib bombing in, collecting those frags, and second, it's Baron. It's free for the taking. 20C locking things down, and they don't really have tons to utilize to initiate anything in the last, but sitting on 2 for free, taking it as your own, a spot to be able to find a way to get a single round on the board in the first place. We'll
Looking at
happily take
sneaky.
that.
Looking at some sneaky lobby traps. He's calling him early. Oh, Habib. Oh, Habib. Oh, he's holding him. He's holding him. Oh,
They
did they?
see him.
Okay, they spotted him. Yeah, he could have killed Habib. Habib kind of bumbled into him, but Logan, a little greedy there. Wanted to kill her, maybe just wanted to delay them, and he actually did delay him enough that they got Uber, so mission accomplished, I suppose.
They're exchanging. It's even. They're just going in. I guess they're gonna try to play the post, but Habib kind of caught out. Sandwood decided to
Oh,
play
they got Soapy.
They lost Howard. They got Soapy though, but might be.
Oh, someone got air
Kind
shot.
of curious.
Oh, that was
They're losing
Ash.
a lot of players.
Wait, they got
They
Logai.
got Logai.
That's pretty good. Habib getting chased by Kobe, and Logan is too hurt to chase Habib. Oh, he got one. There's no way. Okay, I was gonna say Habib. If he wins that was even for him, that would be insane. But
Did they think it was Ad?
I think they did.
I feel like that's the only way that really works out that situation. Is
They
it's
had
kind of
Ad
forgot.
again. It's baby Ad, but it is Ad.
True.
It's like 20%.
I mean, this is a long and convoluted way of like Uber exchanging and cycling Ubers. You also lost a point in the process, so I mean, at least there's something for them to work with, and it's not all disastrous. But, yeah, that probably wasn't the way they thought it was gonna go.
Yeah,
at least I would hope.
Probably not. Although maybe they're just chads. They're like, I don't know how to push last. Let's just exchange.
I
We
mean,
don't
if you can get the exchange, you get a couple picks, and then maybe work like the 64 to force them in a bad spot. Then maybe you can find something. But they didn't really get too much other than the force itself. So
Yeah, Habib just walked over 4 stickies and Logan didn't.
they are recognizing that they have small ad because Howard died first. Habib's taking a lot of damage, and
Habib just
G6
walked
know it
over
too.
stickies, man.
They know it too. G6
Oh my god,
know
they're about to get.
small ad.
They lost Logan. Artist is gonna fall, but look how deep this Uber is there, and so deep. Are they gonna be able to get out? Oh, they just barely be able to get out. That was a clutch arrow. They do get Logan, but there is full Uber. They're gonna have to push out of last, but this might be a little tight. There's a lot of doors, a lot of potential opportunities for backcapping if they aren't careful. If 20cc want to go for some sneaky backcap attempts, they might be able to. Although, like G6 do have like the maximum time possible to take this slowly and methodically. But that might just play into Habib just spamming stickies, and they're actually gonna bomb Logan.
It comes out, damage on a Howard. He's actually at half HP, but no more chasing onto him. Actually able to get some damage on the Artist once again. Not enough to secure any frags as G6 use the Uber, take the point. Probably could have gone better if you're able to get some sort of frag, but at least you are outside of your own last as the clock is reaching 0, and it is the wrong config.
Logan says, uh-oh.
Deja vu.
Oh, they did this before.
This happened
Wasn't
once,
it-
twice.
Who was it? Who was it last time?
It was these teams.
It was Jay last time. Jay's not even here to blame.
Yeah, you can't
Last
even
time
blame
it
him
was
this time.
Jay, but it's not. Jay's not here.
That
this
was a
time.
mess of a match because not only was it the wrong config the first time, because they double header, they forgot that they were getting casted for the double header. So as soon as the first map was over, they cut us off and changed levels, so we didn't get to see the final round get played out. We saw a team fight end, and then the server was changing levels. Like, oh, okay, I guess they just capped last after that.
They're trying to figure out Ubers in the chat, and there's some fake news happening in the chat with what happened. There's some gaslighting happening with what the Ubers actually were.
I mean, worst case, there's
all in
literally
good
a
fun.
VOD.
Now, all in good fun, all of good fun, of course. But still, they quote, "I don't know how to reset this." Howard, can we get a free round, please? So, team's got to figure out something. They gotta.
They figured this out before.
There's some what's the word? There's some logistics they have to figure out here, as they're making some rather inappropriate jokes in chat instead of actually figuring out what's going on.
I mean, the first time it happened in the regular season, it didn't really take them that long for them to figure out how they were going to solve it. So I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out. Little guy says he will not start healing until they tell them when they're at 50%. And Howard says okay. So I think it's on Little guy and Howard to not troll. They're the only ones who are like. I think everyone else is just gonna walk around. We're going to rip off cooldown, not lie. Be ready, says Howard. So when they get their Uber, they're full sending it.
Was it 50 ad?
That's what their consensus is.
I'm not gonna lie. I usually don't try to memorize it because I can just look at my screen and see, so I don't remember exactly how big the ad was.
Neither do I.
I mean, I could.
You can
I
tell
could
that both
look
teams
back.
are friends here because they're talking like they're just in the same mumble together. You know what I mean? They're talking like they know each other very well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I could go back in the VOD. I can look back. I could open the Twitch chat, and there's probably at least one person that was like, "I looked back. It's this." It's not my problem. I'll let them figure it out. I just watch the game.
Yeah.
So whatever they decide, we'll cast whatever they decide. It sounds like they're waiting for 50 ad.
How many times that one? Well, the match we casted where they kept messing up the config. How many times was that? It was like multiple times in that one match. Do you remember? It was like 2 or 3.
It was both games because when they
double headed, right?
when they double headered, So it was the wrong config because it's a base scrim config. When you change level, it resets
Yeah.
because they mostly scrim on it
And
rather
Jay
than play
never
matches.
changed it either
And they
time.
never changed it, and then they fixed it. They double header. They changed leveled, so it cut us off early. And then when they went to the new map, the config reset again, and they didn't change it. Then it happened a second time.
Yeah, that was a good match. I'm glad. Yeah, there were some technical difficulties in that match, but hopefully no more this game, as we're still on map 2.
True. And if things are going how we've been seeing them with G6 in the driver's seat, granted it's a slow roll with the 2-0, you could be seeing a third map as well potentially.
Yeah, we could be here for the long haul, depending. We had, I'm not gonna say it, I'm not gonna curse it. I thought it, so I might have already, but not gonna say it.
Yeah, we've had enough cursing.
We had enough curses, and they've all. I think this curse has been successful every time.
For the most part. At least once. If you repeat a curse, it doesn't really work out that way. The first time you say something that's like, I hope X doesn't happen,
Yeah,
it usually happens, so you just hold your tongue.
At least we're self-aware of it. A lot of times when, I hear casters say things, and they're just saying it genuinely, and then they curse it, you have to, if you know you're gonna curse it, you have to be aware of, oh, I know I'm saying it, cursing it.
Yeah, caster's curse is a thing for a reason.
Yeah, it is
or
a thing.
Phrase.
Well,
There's cheese on the map? Where's the cheese?
Is there? Where is that? There's even a mouse,
The flank
Ooh.
to second?
There's a lot of flanks to second. Hold on, let me, I'm investigating. Oh, I found it. It's by top secret. Oh, it's by secret.
Oh. I can't see the hole in my config. And also the mousetrap is black. It's not, the texture's not
Oh.
there.
You have the I need good frames config.
It's just, I can't see I see the shape of it, but it's literally like a black blob.
G6
So I wouldn't know
is,
otherwise.
Yeah. G6 is just I think they're AFK or something. They're just there's 2 players AFK in spawn. Kobe and Lolguy are exploring into spawn. They're
Which
bouncing
team
on
is-
things.
Which team is calling it secret? Cheese is a much better call. I
Yeah, I
called
don't
it
know.
glass.
Well,
I
the
watched
door
it-
literally says
well,
secret on it.
Well, that's true.
You literally go there and it says top secret. Well,
Yeah.
Ash is insisting that they have 100% Uber out and their medic is dead. Love to
If
see
only
it.
there was some sort of.
If
some
only,
sort of
yeah,
thing
the
you-
only some
yeah.
sort. Yeah, I think they're deciding now. Reset on second. You have 70% or whatever, and we have 30 something. Habib says he's built different. Actually, quote different. I don't know. There's a fair amount of trolling going on, which I personally am enjoying. Always a bit for a good old bit of tomfoolery in the chat.
Sometimes you just gotta. You'd rather have the trolling now than.
I mean,
than
I'm just a
elsewhere.
memer. I love memes. I can't help myself. It's just fundamental personality flaw.
It's in your in your
It
blood.
is. It's just I literally can't help myself.
It's just one of those genetic things you
Yeah.
can't help.
Yeah, well, they're still deciding. Okay, they decided on the same thing they decided the first time. Now, Ash says, I think Ash is just soft trolling in the chat. We'll see.
It's
Whatever.
definitely a soft troll.
Yeah, but they've decided
How do
on
we
the
know you're
same
not
thing they
cheating?
decided the first time. They have readied up. We're all ready to go. They are going to reset the Ubers to where they were, at least where they think they were. Both teams agreed to it, so it's pretty much set in stone by now.
Yeah, let's watch this not mid fight.
I am very, very ready to see. According to Howard, when they get it, they are full ripping it, and I am very excited to see what that means.
Lolguy's not healing. We'll see if Howard types appropriately.
Yeah, we can fact
The
check.
40. You should be saying it right about now.
The control point is being
Yeah,
50.
okay.
Okay, that was actually literally at 50, so there was not even a.
Lolguy says 100.
time has been added.
How would you even?
Yeah, how would you know? Well, I'm expecting the full rip once they get this. I was promised it. I don't know. You think Habib wants the full rip?
I mean, the last time Habib jumped in, he got 2, and one of them
Habib
being the
looks-
medic.
oh,
Hey,
Habib
he
wants
wants
the
to go
bomb.
again. Oh, his sticky got moved. Still going in, but it's
Oh, look,
too
they
late. They're gone.
knew they're all last.
That's what you get when you warn them. When you say they're gonna full rip it and they believe you, that they're nowhere to be seen. I mean, you get the
True,
point
but,
for it.
This
but
might go into their plan though. They got second for free. Now they might have to backhand. You don't have to push last if you backhand.
That's also true. That's honestly, given the way that we've seen a lot of teams try to push this last, you might be better off
Yeah.
giving
Like,
them
literally,
incentive to push out and
If
then
you can't
backcapping.
push last, your best opportunity might be to just whiff the last push and backhand, or just get the really unfortunate second push, and then beat them when they push out of last. It's actually a strategy. Could work.
It's the classic, if you can't win, just make them lose, if that
Now
makes sense.
Now they're trying to figure out the command to change the round timer, because it's on 10-minute round time. So they're sitting on last, building a sentry, because they can't figure out how to change the round timer. I love these teams.
Oh my god.
No one knows. They're saying to ask Zilly. No Chang had empty.
Zilly, help.
Yeah, Zilly. Paging
Message
Zilly.
one of these fools on Steam.
Paging Zilly at all costs.
Alright, well, that's Uberad squandered due to a messed up config.
At least they admitted it. They're not gonna like, they're not gonna pause. They're just like, who cares?
I don't know why they wouldn't stop. Isn't this?
They had Uberad. They had 50%.
This must be G6's server then.
Artist
but
is
the
just
bomb's coming in.
He actually got
gets
caps.
caps.
Yeah, he actually got caps. Our artist types like, don't in all capitals in chat. I think that was his first successful sack of the night.
Yeah, these soldiers are not having a very successful time. It's pretty difficult. Ash is waddling forward. We'll find the Cinder going to immediately die into rockets. And they're finding some room. Kobe going to be able to find Habib. So they found some room, but they've paid dearly for it. G6, they have some room.
Bombo leaving the sentry on last. Looks like he is going to switch off, or Bombo very content with just holding. Actually, no, Bombo's staying on engineer. He is enjoying a good old time.
Actually, going out in the alley. Not really leading it too much. 20cc is actually backing up because they know that they have some people laying in
and
wait.
Howard has to walk. Okay, he does walk over the stickies. My fight might be a little caught in. We'll have to see. Bombo's moving up his teleporter. That's very smart. But Brandslam's actually might be going to last. They get 3.
Now the collapse coming through. The sentry been on last the whole time. Bombo kind of showed and poked around a bit, but they weren't able to really lock things down, and they've lost
the
a lot.
sentry might do a little bit of trolling for them. They do get the sentry down bot mode. He's still an engineer. He has a tele, but it's going the wrong way. Like, it's actually helping. Oh, okay.
The G6, they have the respawners now. They just have to block the cap, use them to launch themselves forward towards the point. Only 3 of 20C are here and are live, and Habib's gonna be not one of those in the moment, just pistol down by side of caps.
Even when you kill Habib, he still hits the pipe.
Yeah, not quite enough damage to secure that frag. As overall, the late demo death is going to be huge for the side of G6, and yeah, they want to use it. Ash is not even there either, so there's only one soldier available to really lock things down, and that's Artist, who's immediately bombing in, actually committing, finding his way on the wall, popping into the air on top of the box. The second rocket will not connect, so overall, a sack attempt that's not going to work out. Brainstem tries to clean up, not going to find anything either, no dice. So G6, just had to deal with the sack wave, and overall, getting the point for relatively for free. Uberat dwindled, but at the end of the day, you certainly have a couple picks to work off of, some open doors you might be able to find a way through if you want to go for a sack or maybe even a push.
Yeah, Ubers are even, but I think this map has evolved into memes and chaos at this point, so we'll see. Maybe they'll settle back into the stalemates we all know and love. But for now, we'll have to see are there any funny weapons, what's going on. Oh, they have Brandslam. Okay, that's a change of pace. I can approve of that. I don't know.
We've seen much sniper on
I haven't seen, because I don't think the angle, like, you have to peek into the choke to see anything. Although the angles are quite... your team has to basically dry push to make space for you to see anything, I personally think. Yeah, look at Brandslam. He didn't even get to see anyone, and he already took like 100 damage. Like, he's gonna have to either miracle shot, or his team's gonna have to walk in front of him. He can't be the first one forward.
You have to flush out secret and then like hero shot or something. There's no way you can. You
have to stand in the choke and dry, and then just like hard scope behind him. I think Artist is trying to do a good job of clearing out secret, or not secret. Oh, he gets someone.
There you go. It's like the one angle that you can actually see passively.
Yeah, I'm watching. I didn't even see how it happened, but so he just walked in the sight line. Okay, Ash is gonna fall. He's the counter sack. Ash might have a world record miraculous worst PD this match, just because he has to sack over and over again.
Still has 0 points after the reset. The life of a soldier sometimes. It's a bit rough out here.
Yeah, Ash is having a wonderful time. As Brandslam's still on sniper. He has the full 10 minutes, I suppose.
Ooh,
I don't think the teams care. And Ash is okay. They're doing the double off class, which I think at this point, if you're 20cc, you want something to happen.
I think this is totally fine.
Yeah.
You have the explainable pace of like, oh, they have a sniper, so they're gonna play slow, sure. But as long as Ash doesn't take too long, they shouldn't really expect a spy per se. The paranoia is not really gonna hit too hard.
Yeah.
He just has to find the target.
Yeah, although the one thing about this map is it's so big, it's going to take ages and eons for him to actually get in position. Like he's on Cloak and Dagger, and he's just waiting. Well, Brandslam is going to fall. Kobe does get the kill, so this actually might be a benefit for Ash, because he might actually be able to, do something off of them rotating. We'll see. He can't spot where there. He accidentally opened
Soapy's in mid. Gets some damage.
He got
popped up, but he was a bit low.
Habib died somehow. Ash might just back cap. Or no, he's going, okay. I don't know what's
meandering his
happening.
way, but the force actually happens, comes through. Kobe bombed in, bought the space, and actually lived throughout it all as well. But the stab comes in from Ash. He's still alive as well, even though he's known on the team. The fact there's no demo was huge for this post. Is 20cc, despite losing their demo man earlier and getting forced early, the long con of the spy play works out. As you know, they
He's
still have
still
some
on
room
spy.
to work through, and had no demo man just walking through choke. This is a free second.
They're trying to extend the server currently.
Still poking around. Actually, it's just a scout. It's not even there. Caps dropped to 27 HP. Is able to escape, just barely. Not going to die there. And Ash, yeah, still on spy. I think it's known because it's not like he died or anything. So there is some paranoia to be built now. Mind your back, but it could be a way for them to like get a sap on a gun. He can revolver people as like artist bombs in or Branson walks in or something.
Logan, yeah, okay, Logan just had like a blind trap that I guess someone else could have spotted it for him. That's fair. Yeah, Ash still on spy. I think he's probably having more fun on spy than he has on any of his older lives, to be honest.
Probably.
Yeah, he's actually at least able to play the game, even if it's just standing around not doing anything. So we'll have to see what he wants to do. He is looking through the grates at the sentry. He can kind of call where everything is, which is nice. I feel like look at Caps. He's just we're seeing some good Highlander gameplay right now. The dispenser is going down repeatedly over and over again. Very unfortunate. Oh, he's sapping the gun.
Here comes the sack in from Artist. Finds the opening. The medic is in spawn though, so can't really go for that target. The targets they actually go for are the explosive classes in the backline. But
the gun actually got full set.
Yeah, not really gonna find too much. Some damage, but not enough to get a frag. The low guy just in the spawn is not gonna be a target. Gotta go for something else, and it might just the way that you address going for those sacks. Speaking of sacks, Dopey's in, trying to find his way onto Howard, getting some damage. 60 HP. The pack is up though, so he's gonna be all right. So the counter sack doesn't really amount to too much. As 20cc, now it's time for them to go for a sack play that probably doesn't involve spy.
I think I like to see more spy.
We could.
I've seen enough soldier sacks. I want to see. At this point, the soldier sacks have gone so terribly every time. I want to see like meme weapons or just something. Or that works too. Or 3K for bomb mode. Bomb mode just got 3 kills with the sentry. He better. I hope he's on rescue.
Revenge crits. Yeah.
Oh no, he's on normal shotgun. Maybe he's gonna. He's pushing up on engineer.
With only 3 for 20cc, you'd think they'd be more passive than this. They're actually pretty aggressive. They beat Cold in his ground and finally going through. They're able to get the kill on the cast as the Uber
they're
rips
chasing
out.
down Pablo
as well. The confidence. They get 3. They take a 3v6 Uber exchange and get 4. 20cc. It's like I said, if you can't win, just make them lose, make them do something and screw up. They can finally put themselves on the board. 2 alive, still be bombing in. Maybe to clear the point a little bit for now, but low guy last one left alive will die, and overall it is a 2-1 in G6's favor, but 20cc put themselves on the board.
So this is a 1-2 now with infinite overtime, I believe. If the config is not correct, but I'm sure both teams can remember those numbers. They're not very high. Yeah, settling in. We are not on the 5-minute timer, but I don't think it'll come into play. They even though it's been slow, I don't think either team cares. To be honest, they're trying to get the map done.
Realistically, it's not the biggest deal. The match is the match. They're playing it. We'll see the rounds convert one way or the other.
They both agree to it. It's not like anyone's complaining, so that's a nice thing at least. They're getting it
Soldier
done.
bombs in from Sophie. They're actually really deep on Howard in the corner.
The nuke.
Oh my god, the double soldier bomb and nukes them like you said.
Oh, nice air pipe from Logan too.
It's just the scouts from 20cc are on either side of the Tetris trying to find a way to work themselves in, but they can't find an opening. It's just too much for them to deal with. There's a wall in front of the little guy, and they're going to be unsuccessful at finding the frag. So great play from the soldiers of G6, just wiping the floor with the combo of 20cc and made sure that any threat was immediately thwarted on the little guy.
True, and G6, if they win this round, they win the map, right? Then we go to map 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the scenario here. Oh, that's right. They have to pick map 3 first.
That's true.
A lot of experimental things happening in this game. If it was gonna be any team, it would be these 2 teams.
It would.
It would be these 2 teams. Now I can see Mal doesn't get
Logan's bomb is just penciled up in the air. He's not able to really get anywhere. That means the gun's gonna take a long while to die.
Logan just died. He got penciled and then died. Very sad. But Kobe and Sophie gonna combine for a couple of kills. Howard is gonna die, so they do have heal advantage, but not for much longer as low guy goes in, and that is a whole way.
I'm unsure what made Logan just pencil up in the air.
Did somebody have I feel like Habib might have had anti-demo stickies. That seems like something he would do.
It was probably a singular roller that moved Logan Sticky to a weird spot and propelled him up rather than
he just
forward.
went literally straight up.
That's like some serious PTSD where you're about to sticky jump in and then you eat one piece of
Yeah.
spam and all of a sudden you're not going where you want to.
Your Uber's terrible. G6 actually looks like they want to dry fight this, and I can respect that. They're trying to get on the point. G6 do currently have the heal ad. Bombo getting wall shot by Artist, so huge plays out of him there, turning a soldier for a scout. And Popey looks like he might fall too. Actually, a huge bow, or actually pack, but that's still going to be 2 players down. Howard hurt, but not much else really. And Cap's going to fall as well. That means it's a 3-for-1.
Oh, and Ash is cutting off their exit. Same
Oh,
with
they're
They're
in
just
a very...
stuck in fraud. Are they able to get Ash, Beeb laying down some pipes onto the team that's still just in this corner? Branson finally committing, getting a lot of damage, but I don't think the team comes out. They will finally walk in all inside each other's models. The damage from Habib and High Five is too great as the rest of the G6 squad will get wiped, and the remaining of their team will be on last, ready for the onslaught. 20cc seems like they want to walk in early. They don't have their whole squad. Ash is rolling out. Branson,
Kobe's hiding in a corner.
They have to win this fast. He's in the corner, immediately gets checked. The shot from Caps, though, takes down Artist. Uber ringing out, trying to go over towards the spawn area, seeing if you get any frag. The cap time, there's none. They're chasing down bot mode as far as they can, but barely getting this frag.
He gets high
bot
five.
mode lives, gets high five. Will get arrowed up, but it's another scenario where you had to decide, do you go for frag, do you go for cap time, and it's a 3v3 even scenario with respawners in G6's favor. Able to take down Ash, 2 left alive. Howard and Branson trying to leap through lower, but Howard is surely
very
dead.
dead.
Will get cleaned up. Branson just barely escaping, and yeah, they tried to go for frags instead of cap time, and they pay dearly, losing the last push, and they're going to lose positioning for 2 as well. And with the disad, if things go wrong, Howard gets his spawn extended. It could be mid as well.
Howard is going to have a very, very sad spawn. Branson on sniper looking at Chook, so if they bomb over Chook, or if they are not vigilant about the sniper and forwards, I haven't ever sniped these forwards, so I'm curious to see. Looks like he is going to take a shot. He is going to get bombed. He's going to back up. But actually, that was a huge bait as both soldiers went in for the forwards and ended up dying to the counter jump. So that's a big play. There's a sniper so far back, and he's still in forwards. They're going to use.
Pop Logan's in, trying to find some
the
sort of
sniper's still
frag.
forwards. Artist can get it forwards if he wants. Artist.
Yeah. Oh no, he wants to go for the kill. He's with his team. They're doubling on to the demo.
Oh,
Logan,
bomb was caught too. But he gets a beam and he gets both.
Ash went all the way behind, able to find low guys, so it's just the scouts trying to salvage.
But it's the scout trade. It's the scout trade. Can Caps win this? There's no way. Okay. So it's going to be 2 soldiers versus Brand Slam and Howard. How do you think these soldiers do?
They probably don't win this. The respawners are in blue team's favor. They can back up and play as passive as they want. Only initiation they could ever have is if they think they can actually get one of these kills. And yeah, both these teams realizing that, yeah, let's just cut our losses, whatever. What happened is 20cc coming out on top with that fight, have a really nice ad to work with. The only thing that I think the red team really has working for them, assuming Soapy gets out, is Bob mode is... Oh, he was on spy. He got off it. I thought we were going to see a bomb mode spy, but no. Besides go engineer, which he's done so far. And 20cc, we'll see what their target selection is when it comes to priority between the point and frags. They immediately go through lower.
If they immediately go for
bomb goodbye, bomb mode.
Oh, that was a sad time. Is bomb mode going to get instantly sent. Just tried to build his gun. Artist actually going to get air shot. Ash going to go in. He does get Soapy, but there's still a lot of kills going the way of 20cc. Howard is 6 HP. And they managed to get it. This is a tied game. 2-2. Can 20cc come back and actually win the 2-0 matches? That'd be a 2-0 for maps. They won map 1.
They're climbing back. But yeah, this would be it. This would send them into the grand
finals.
This is
map point.
With the 1 map advantage.
Yeah,
this is going to be really huge. If there's any, like, I think G6 was sitting pretty for a long while, but you know, they got to shape up if they want to make sure that this is going to a 3rd map and they can reclaim their #1 seed. 20cc are on a roll.
20cc are on a roll. Love to see. I believe G6 actually did win the last mid, so the mids have been going pretty decently for them, at least recently. See, there's a huge bump from Artist. He's going to go in super deep. Asho is going in. They want the medic too. But they're not really going to be able to do much of anything. They're going to get Caps just off of the damage. Sophie's a little hurt, but that seems to be it. Habib falling, that means they're going to have to back up, and that's going to signal the retreat.
Yep. Pretty good to make sure that you farm the soldiers. It's behind your own Tetris, so if you can back up and make sure that it's difficult for anyone like Habib or any of the scouts of High Five or Brand Sam to follow up on the double soldier bomb from 20cc, you farm that and go from there. And that's definitely what they did, and it netted them the victory. But trying to move maybe a bit too quickly, so if he's going to give up his life, they are able to at least get Artist. His top mode on the point, pop in the area, is going to die, and G6 execution of that dry did not really work out in their favor. Just they saw some positioning, but it might have been just a little bit of a bait as 20Z have some initiative to begin to walk through. Yeah, Kobe's really weak. Bomb coming in from Ash. Extra damage on the wall, guys. Uber available for both these
Oh, they're gonna
teams, and
pop.
it will finally ring out. On Habib finding him alone, unable to really be saved. Oh, barely saved at the last moment. So many weak players from the side of 20ZC, but only Ash will fall. Logging
Little guy is gonna fall though, but they might
and
be in the
Team
sad
Frog.
corner. They're inside of the sad corner. Can they escape? Left to see. Oh, the huge collapse from Logan, getting 2 kills to Stickies. That's a wipe.
Yeah, I mean, they went so far forward to try to kill Lol Guy, and they got him, but at what cost? They were unable to escape, caught in no man's land, and paid dearly for it as G6 were able to capitalize on the positioning and retake 2 as their own, the opponent's 2, that is. It's even, so there's a saving grace for 20ZC is they have some room to work with. There's some time they ran off the clock, and they're not immediately facing a last push incoming from the side of G6, but as we say, last, never really a fun place to sit, and G6 are definitely earning the position to potentially take this map.
Habib is putting all 8 of his stickies in that one doorway. They definitely don't want anyone going through that doorway. It appears to be the one that Habib has on lockdown. No stickies on the point for this. It is dead even, so I guess no reason to bother. Has G6, I feel they have bot mode spot. I was gonna say they might want to take their time with this, especially with the unintentional longer thing. And yeah, bot mode's on spine. I can understand that if they can get the drop. Kobe's actually gonna sack, and I approve of that too because they need to give 20cc a false sense of confidence that there is no spy up.
Artist checked as well.
Did Artist check? Okay, I saw Habib shooting like a random wall, and I was wondering what he was doing, and that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think they might know about the spy. That's why they're so paranoid. Ash tried to go in for a counter sack, got some damage on Logan, but that's about it. Bombo's in position whenever his team is ready, or whenever he feels like he sees an opportunity. It's just about
He's
the
gonna
timing
get.
of it all.
There's a non.
Deep
Yeah,
look.
I was gonna say. I
Bomb
felt
in
like he's
Logan.
gonna. Oh, the
Bait
distraction.
from Soapy, just in the skybox. No Uber. We've seen this position before. G6. It's not a one fight yet. There's plenty of opportunities to try to nail this down. They have to get kills or cap time. On to high five. Maybe they've lost Kobe. One player down. They need to get more than just that. They finally got 2 frags. Habib trying to put some damage on. You have to get this cap, and they do indeed take the point. That is G6 taking the map 3-2, and we are going to a third map.
We are going to a third map. They're saying GG.
That's yet to be picked. I mean, it's
That's yet to
GG
be
in
picked.
terms of the map.
Yeah.
But
Now
Not
they
even
changed
done
the
with
win
the
limit.
pick
Okay, yeah, they
bans.
changed the win limit, so they're at least learning how the server commands work. That's nice. As they have yet to pick the map. How much do you bet? Do they just go like, "Hey, want to play X?" and everyone's just like, "Yeah, fine." Yeah, you don't even do like the bans. I don't know. We'll see. The little guy
I guess
says,
we
quote,
just wait.
the little guy says you need the ban. They're gonna do it in the game. I'm like almost sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
now we
Looking
bide
eagerly
our
at the
time.
chat. Yeah. We've.
I
what
guess-
are- yeah.
We can look at stats. That's something.
Ash quote Dolphin. Okay. So looks like they banned Gully.
Yeah, the Gully ban's been sitting there for a minute. They banned it last second before I think product went underway.
Marbleu got it again. Marbleu had the script again.
It's too powerful.
He's just a genius. Unstoppable.
All right, I'm loading the logs. I'm seeing what's up.
Yeah,
that
wanna-
was a long game. I want to see who's under the 200 DPM club.
It was
who's in the
definitely
sad zone.
Ash. I want to see Ash's stats. He looked so sad.
Ash was saying in the chat as the game was going on that
Ash
his
went
KD was like,
4-24 the first half, and the second half Ash went 6-14. he went 10-38.
probably take a sec for things to combine because it's a
Yeah,
manual
people gotta
process
come.
because it
Someone's
was
got to come on him.
yeah because it was a separate 2 separate logs. But
Yeah.
are these combined, Dolphin?
No,
Oh, they're not
those are
combined
the.
yet, so
That's
this is
the
the-
most recent half. I think.
The most recent, so the last moments of the game.
Yeah. Habib and high
There's
five.
definitely a
Yeah.
lot of players in the under 200 DPM club.
Yeah, a lot of sad players just in general. Soapy and Ash particularly. You can tell the roamers weren't having a good time because they just kept sacking into like 6 players staring at them. It was not a good time. Definitely.
Bombo has really low DPM as well because of the sentry gun like shenanigans that was
he
happening.
got more kills. I think how many NG kills did he get? He got like 3 that one time. Let me check. Bot mode. He got
NG
six, he got
frags,
6
but-
kills. He got 6 kills on NG. He went 6-2 on NG.
Yeah, he farmed a lot of the sackers, but until that happens, he's kind of just sitting, waiting, and biding his time. He doesn't have the mobility to really do anything else.
Oh, look, are these the combined? I see. Oh, okay, there's our combined. And yep, Ash is very sad. Artist also kind of sad. Soapy also sad. Just
Hey, but
these soldiers.
it's
How
okay
did Kobe get so many kills?
if you have the sad stats. You can say that's okay. I just did what I needed to do for my team to win.
Oh yeah, they're doing it in the chat. Okay. Ash says we ban Snake. Pick whatever at a process metal villa. Cap says Metalworks. So it looks like we are going to Metalworks as our third map.
Ooh, okay. That should
You
be
did want to see
interesting.
Metalworks today. Different match, but we are going to get to see some hot Metalworks action.
That's technically a rematch. Like, even though the 20ZC's roster is different, in the regular season there was a Metalworks match between G6 and 20ZC, and it was like a
That was the 4-3.
Oh yeah, the 4-3.
Yeah, for 420cc, I believe.
So we get to see how things change for the 20ZC roster.
Yeah.
They're able to like find a different result based on the roster changes they've had.
I wonder if they're going to have the right config this time.
I mean, I'd hope. We'll see how things go.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, it's the possibilities are endless. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them either way. As hopefully, at least they don't have the King of the Hill config. That would be not ideal.
That's the worst one, but that honestly, that one's the easier one to spot.
Yeah, I've seen it happen before in matches. Well, definitely seen it happen. But a lot of people wandering around the map in random classes. I think they're trying to change the map. I think the Heber's trying. I see bot mode and Lol guy are AFK on the side of G6, and I think it's their server.
Whoa, quadruple Metalworks. Oh, never mind, single Metalworks.
No. Metalworks sweep.
No, thank you. I will not take 4 doses of Metalworks. That's way too much.
Depends what class. As a spectator, no. As a playing the game, depends what class I'd be on. If I'm on
Yeah,
soldier,
probably.
if I'm on soldier, maybe. Scout, no. Demo, maybe.
All right, well, I think it's time. We're seeing the era where you got half of each team just sitting in spawn AFK. They are taking their break. Probably time for us to take ours as well, so we can make sure we're all ready and prepped for the Metalworks that is going to be the next map. So we're going to take a quick break, get everything under wraps, make sure we're good to go. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. 2, 3, won't be very long at all. So sit tight. We won't go anywhere too far. Welcome back after that brief intermission. Metalworks is up next for both these teams. One will find themselves victorious and finding a spot in the upper bracket, or actually not even upper bracket, this is upper bracket. The grand finals with the one map advantage, while the other team will have to go down into the lowers to play against Froyotech tomorrow. It's going to be really interesting to see how Metalworks plans out. This is one of the maps where I kind of wanted to see one of the overall maps we would play today. Definitely wanted to see at least one matchup of Metalworks, so happy to see that it is going to be played at least once. And I don't really know what to expect between both these teams on Metal, especially because it's a third map. It's the first third map we've seen, and usually when it comes to like the final maps, it's one of those maps that's always like, they're always the ones that both teams are like kind of okay with. Like it's kind of whatever. Like it wasn't picked and prioritized, but it was never banned. They didn't really see it as like a big issue. So this is one of those games where I feel like it's probably even more difficult to guess what the scoreline is going to be than Sultry.
Yeah, because they're trading out Jay for Habib, and I don't know if Habib's like a particular, like Habib's good on every map, obviously, but Habib and Metalworks probably pretty good. So probably as good as they were before. And before it was a 4-3 their previous meeting, and the 4-3 was in the side of 20 ZC. So apparently G6 feel confident enough that out of all the maps, so it was Process, Villa, and Metalworks, I believe, they actually feel confident enough to run it back on Metalworks and change their fate from their last match and actually get the dub on it.
The question is, will history repeat itself, or will we see a shakeup? This is a big thing. Predictions are running out. They're actually, this is the closest we've seen predictions so far. Out of any of the predictions we've run for any of our casted matches, anything come to mind immediately when it comes to what you lean towards
Leaning towards
for the score? And
the score.
you want
I feel like I've seen a lot of Metalworks turtles in my time. I don't know. We might be here a while. We'll see.
I feel like it's not going to 5.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like we're definitely not going to 5. I feel like we might. Not that I mind. I actually like the longer games, but we might might be in some overtime for a while. Who knows? Definitely going to be. This one is for all the marbles, though. This map. Whoever wins this map gets into grand finals, where they will be playing against the winner of, well, whoever wins the match versus the loser in Froyotech. So
I'm thinking about who I really lean towards. I think it's even harder than Sultry, like I said.
Yeah, Sultry was just like a literal coin flip. This one was close before, so it's like, have G6 fixed problems that they had on Metalworks, or is 20cc going to be even better with their new roster on Metalworks? I could see both scenarios being very likely, because Habib has been a monster all night tonight.
I feel like I'm trying to remember how the mids went for.
I think they went back and I don't remember. If any memory I have of it is long gone by this point.
Yeah, it's too many matches and it's too far away.
Yeah,
I'll say
G6 were the ones that got reverse swept by Froyo on this map, right? Not reverse swept, but like they got the
no,
crumble.
it was a reverse sweep.
It was a reverse sweep, okay, because I wasn't there for
4-0,
that,
yeah.
but G6 did get like reverse swept to this map. So if they have issues on this map, they probably hopefully fixed them after losing. They lost both their Metalworks matches this season to Froyotech and to 20ZC, so they were all close, which is good, but they lost them all, which is bad.
I think I'm gonna say 3-2 in favor of 20cc. I think it's still gonna be close.
The 20TC upper bracket. That's an exotic timeline. I like that.
Yeah, I think it really could go either way. My line of thinking is, I think that because Metalworks is a much more familiar map, that it's more difficult to have a scoreline that you would expect from a map like Sultry, where it was started out really, really slow and barely any points were gained on the board. I think it might be a bit easier, but I don't know if how it's going to be. If it's going to be a slow-paced game with lots of stalemates, or a bunch of leapfrogs, because we've seen some serious chaos on Metalworks.
Oh yeah,
There's
this map has a lot of
behind.
chaos potential.
We didn't see very much chaos on Sultry when it came to like people flanking.
Yeah, it was mostly just a lot of very sad sacks. But yeah, I actually kind of agree with your prediction. I'm actually going to go for a very crusty 2-1 20cc. I think it's going to be one of those games.
Oh god.
I mean, I am in for the long haul.
Maybe. Usually you hope it's not a game like that, but it's the way of the road sometimes.
Sometimes you gotta hope that it is one of those games, so that way it doesn't happen,
That's true. If you think that your pred's gonna be wrong, that's a
Yeah, I
that's
think
one way
my
to do
pred
it.
is. I hope my pred is wrong. Definitely sincere. Also, in the chat we have a lot of hand wringing about how to actually exec the config. It turns out the question of how many invite sixes players do you need to exec the config, the answer is more than 12.
Yeah, that's not a joke I thought would be a setup for. Very light bulb-esque.
Yeah, how many? It seems to be the case is without Zilly to exec the correct config, they're hopelessly lost.
Well, not too much longer until things get going. I think Soapy is restarting real quick, a disconnect or something, but I'm kind of curious the pace at which these teams are going to play.
I'm also curious about the mids. I know I'm sure you can elaborate on it in the future, but as the Devilman class, Metalworks mid is very stressful. It's another one. I feel like I've said this a lot. Sultry was not one of those mids, but Metalworks you can have disaster mids. It can happen. I don't think it's as bad.
Hardcore.
I don't think it's bad as Gully. I think Gully's like the king of just like disaster mids, but Metalworks you can just like eat a ton of damage. Like someone could just drop down to like 50 HP before the mid even starts. It's very possible.
Yeah, the only good thing, at least for both these teams, is I feel like in moments where a demo man gets bullied, there are some things that are slightly out of your control, like the soldier going super fast or whatever to try to kill you. But otherwise, if you're getting hyper focused down, it's kind of just up to you to defend yourself, and as long as you have the mechanics to do so, you can usually like find a way to, even if you kind of eat it and don't really do too much, your team will have so much more space at least because they're all putting all their resources on you. So you can take some room there, and at this level of play, you can find a way to make that work. You don't have to have your dome and be the recipe for success. And I think Logan and Habib are probably proficient enough to where they can kind of hold their own, and even if they're focused heavily, they can make it so that you have to spend so much to kill them that it's not worth it at the end of the day. The only thing that could really be a thing that turns the tide is if one of these soldiers end up going super fast to kill a Delman before the mid even begins, like the fast pogo through
I
lower.
could see Soapy doing it. I feel like Soapy, he hasn't done it that much, but I could definitely see it. Okay, they're all just talking about skis now, but Howard has readied up. So 20ZC is ready at least, just waiting on G6, but the topic of skis in the chat is much more important for me.
That's good news, though. We're at the under 30 seconds mark for the game starting, so... Bad news is this is the longest roll in existence, so when I say we're going live, there's tons of dead air as the entire team walks throughout the whole map. So,
right. According to quote caps, no idea is config is good, but fuck it, we'll see what happens.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, we'll see. And, oh god, we're on the right config. We did it!
Are we?
I see 5 minutes.
Oh, let's go.
I think we actually did it. Mission accomplished.
Well, the 5-minute thing works for the scrim config as well.
Does it?
It's if you reset when you hit the 30-minute cap.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that time's over. They've arrived at mid. We'll see who is able to take the leading fight, as Habib actually took so much damage at the very beginning.
So is Logan. Look at Logan.
He's in These Delmen are having a rough time out here, but they are alive for now, as both teams are not really initiating quite yet. Logai's taking some spam, so it might be a bit weak if blue team decides to get really aggressive. High Five is taking some initiative to get on top of the point occasionally, but Pass is relatively doing the same. No real initiation or bombing in from either of these teams. Soapy's kind of poking and prodding. Not really
both medics arriving at Uber, so we might see some Uber changes if there's no drops happening. And neither team is about to do anything. Grand Snipe is going to peak lower. Cap's going to be very hurt, going to surf his way out, and that might be an opportunity to do something. But
Soapy.
High Five is going to be the first one to fall, getting kind of a nuke, and they're actually going to back up off of that. They just, one was just one too many. They figured, oh, Habib got... Caps just ran at Habib and he actually get down, so that's huge because now they can just peak Valley. And 20cc has Uber, but we'll have to see if they're gonna force or they're just gonna go. Artist is falling low too.
And it's all about the timing, and getting those 2 frags is huge. And Ash is not really able to play right now. He's pretty weak in the backline. The Uber will ring out. Both these teams exchanging over by the point side as the red team's getting pretty aggressive. There are some frags to chase down.
Artist,
he's zooming. Oh my god, he's all the way at the truck, and he's on the chase. Cap's trying to make sure that he's locked down and killed, but blue team doesn't really have tons of space to work with here. They're kind of locked out, and I think they've realized it's been off more than 2. But Habib, once again, left out to dry. The second backward transition where the Doman is left alone, dead.
Oh,
Ash tried to get an arrow too close to the wall.
Might be turning into a disaster for 20ZC for the first round as they're on the point. There's no one to fight in.
Very convincing.
There was a mid, there was an Uber exchange, and then they kept last, and that was all that happened.
Burst of like a play that works out in G6's favor, followed by a failed backward transition from 20ZC's side, just spells wondrous news for the side of G6. That's a probably one of the quicker rounds we've seen so far. I mean, granted, we played Koth the first time, so there's not much 5 CP to work with when it comes to, you know, spiraling out of control when it comes to a round. But like we said,
Ash,
round new you
Ash
and
is behind. He's doing that mid. He's already
in
on
their
second.
alley.
Yeah, I love that bit. Ash already so far behind. Bomb mode is on the roof, and he has to look down. But the rest of G6 went far forward. They got Sophie, they got Habib, they got Artist, but both teams are pretty much trading the same kills. Kobe gonna fall, that means a disaster. But Howard, they try to kill Howard, but at what cost? As it's just bot mode and one guy left alive. Bot mode gonna fall, and he has a lot of players to kill. He's gonna get Brand Slam. That's a pretty good start. If he kills high 5 here, you might actually be able to win this.
Bot mode could win
Oh
this.
wait, bot
He
mode
could
legacy. Bot mode legacy.
Frag
Oh,
movie
bot mode
in the
legacy!
making.
That's a taunt.
Taunt
That
well
is a
deserved.
taunt. He just 3v1'd. He actually 3v1'd.
The chat moves like lightning.
That, oh my god. That was one of the best plays I've seen yet. He actually got the 1v3. Insane as, yeah, that's a G6 mid.
There was a point where Logai went into the other team's lobby to take their pack because they just had so much control over the other team's high ground. It made it really hard for them to really work with too much. Like, they barely had any room. I think Artist was the only person on 20cc that was maybe on top of the point at any point. But otherwise, the dominance there just, you know, paid off really well. Made sure that they were kind of just walking into spam for the most part as they tried to fight. And I mean, near the end, it was almost good. But bot mode just going ham at the last second made sure that even though it was a bit scrappy for for G6, they're able to shine true, and they technically have an ad to work with. It's kind of dwindling a bit, actually. It's getting to a point where there's no ad at all, but at least they own control of mid and are in the spot where they can try to go for some sort of force play or maybe get a pick on Habib or anything like that. But just playing it slow. It's the beginning of Metalworks. Got one round up, don't need to do anything too hasty as Sophie's going in for the sack. Not really going to find too much. And now 20cc on the move.
Yeah, on the move. Looks like they're actually going to send a lot of players lobby. That's where they're going to go for. Maybe they actually want to... Kobe is going to be able to get some... he shot the spam, but really hit much. As actually, Ash is going to go in. Not going to get too much. Kobe's going to back up. And just settling on single mans. Back and forths. Maybe he'll send a double at some point. But for now, at least G6 is content. They got mid. They got a lot of things. You know, they're in the driver's seat right now. So they don't want to do anything too risky immediately.
I feel like we'll eventually see some doubles, or at least maybe some sacks that aren't necessarily on the medic. I feel like a lot of the times you can see medics in either of these positions play at a point where it's actually so hard to just travel the distance to get to them that you settle for the targets that can't be beamed. But Sophie not going for that quite yet. Howard popped up into their 60 HP, takes some fall damage, but there's no other spam coming from the side of the red team to help. And Bob, who was on sniper, is actually going to die, not really able to find too much room, and that's overall going to be a 2-hand. I don't know if G6 were expecting, but 20cc are on the move to try to utilize it. They've taken control of house. They're inside alley. There's some traps over by Z that won't get utilized. They've actually found so much room. Uber rings out.
There's
Try
a
to
change.
flash as many players as
Habib?
possible. Habib barely saved as they're trying to work their
Oh,
way
they
out.
gotta, yeah, G6 know they gotta leave. Look at the way they backed up there.
Oh,
Caps
and
might be
Caps.
caught out though, although he mentioned by some time. Artist
Eats
actually
the
might
pack.
fall, and Ash is gonna fall actually, so Caps might free them. Ash is also super hurt. He's gonna get cleaned up. So what I thought Caps was dead for sure, and he was, but he managed to bait in both soldiers for 20cc. Although Brandslam gonna kill bot mode, getting a little bit of revenge for that
Oh,
earlier
Sophie.
3v1. And
Gets the
Sophie's
kill
in.
on Habib.
He does get a kill on Habib. It's a 3v3 currently with 2 scouts versus a scout and a demo, or a soldier and a demo. So hit scan versus projectiles, which is better, and it looks like this hit scan is winning.
Yeah, but you do have to keep in mind that G6 does have respawner advantage. This is a mid point that they control, and here's the first one. Caps coming in.
Brandslam
lot of
might be a
damage
little
on the
put
low
out.
guy and Kobe. They do have the player had to work in. Oh,
Oh,
Brandslam
Caps
takes so
got
much.
baited in. Oh, they can't clean him up. Little guy is able to get the kill onto high 5, and Brandslam just barely, or high 5 just barely not able to kill Scout there as they're going into Valley very fast. Neither team actually has Uber, and they just want to push into Valley. Look how aggressive they're getting. They're just going in.
Yeah, it's not a spam class, but it's something to work with. Is they're kind of poking and prodding. There's no bomb yet. Actually, Artist is actually kind of weak, so is not able to make tons of space. And you could say the same for Ash as well. The entire blue team is not really in a healthy or advantageous spot as the bomb comes in from Sophie onto Howard. Some extra spam could ring out, but it's juking and jiving, and oh, no extra spam comes through. I thought for a second there that he was actually going to eat something. I think it was Kobe that was peeking through the bridge side, but none of them really land. So Uber's going to be retained from the side of the blue team as they're once again Deja Vu working their way through alley. It's a little bit of a smaller advantage to work with in terms of player.
Habib is very far
Kobe.
forward.
Kobe's really deep
Oh, bomb
onto
mode.
Howard.
Oh, the
my
drop!
God.
Kobe!
There was so much trust from Howard that Kobe was going to get cleaned.
Kobe dropped a question mark too, and after that, I don't blame him. That was, I don't think that was a misplay, but he just trusts his teammates to hit it. They couldn't kill him in time. That last rocket was huge, and that's a, not only was a drop that it also killed Artist. That was one rocket drop with an extra kill thrown in just for fun.
I was pretty much speechless after I saw that. I was like, oh, okay, well, that happened. Sam trying to get out, will find success, and G6, they're on a roll right now. Some great plays coming out from them, and Kobe really sealing the deal in the last moment there. As they get this cap, they got the Uber ready to go. There is a pyro and gun they're gonna have to deal with on last, set up over on the right-hand side of the map from the defender's perspective, right into where the Uber is going to.
Oh, they have
a lot of damage.
They can maybe get some point. They don't even have point time. They might be able to get Artist. Nope. They got Artist.
Grinder.
That was not the door. There was a lot of doors there. That was definitely not the door. Pyro.
RNG favors the bold, and 20ZC definitely chose correctly.
That's a good quote. As yeah, they're gonna have to push out. They do. All right. It looks like they're trying to get out before they have actually the Uber. They don't want to have to pop here to get through. But Logan does have a lot of stickies above the thing, so they're gonna have to go break the stickies, and they're actually taking their time here. They looked like they wanted to pop up, but they decided they you know, just buy some time, make sure that nothing disastrous happens. They're actually gonna try to pop through, but Soapy had such a huge juggle.
You say as long as nothing disastrous happens, and then the entire team walking through the shutter just gets juggled to all hell. As G6, they almost have their Uber ready to go. No one's able to make space and try to get the bomb, and it's actually Soapy that's buying room for G6 to walk even further. Uber rings out. They're finding Ash. They might find Habib. They found Artist as well. That's 3 explosive classes down. Branson on the back line. Maybe he could go for a back cap. Soapy's staying though. I think no, they don't recognize his presence. Branson could back cap right now, maybe.
Oh,
actually, Soapy's staying
Soapy
behind.
knows.
He has to win this 1v1.
Oh,
no, not possible.
He hits the taunt too.
Yeah, free point otherwise. As G6 leading the charge 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0, and so far the rounds, I feel like G6 have had a lot more momentum than 20cc overall. Every time 20cc tries to make something happen, they just get something disastrous happens to them.
I think the counter initiation from G6 is definitely working out really well. Obviously, there's some plays that are just normal, like the Kobe play was insane. I'm not really sure why there wasn't enough to really turn on for him, but even when 20cc is in a good spot and they're trying to make something work, G6 is able to find the little nooks and crannies to work themselves back in out of a bad
stuffed the entirety of G6 in that top right. He just walked at them and put stickies in. So G6 could be a little late to mid, but maybe a little healthier. As Caps is very aggressive on the high ground, shooting down. Caps going to take a lot of damage, going to have to fall back, and Ash is actually in. He's behind. Look, they have to chase him back behind so far, but he's already in Valley. Look at the space they gave up. They're just on the point.
The counter initiation, they're going on to Habib. They're able to trade their explosive classes for him, so gotta make sure you get a little bit more than that because it is a demo man. But Caps on the point, getting cleaned up. They're not getting enough, but one dome.
They don't have Uber yet. They don't have Uber yet. They need to get it. They pop just as they get.
Try to get Howard, 97%, 99. Will get the Uber in time, but the question is, will it ring out? No, yeah, not gonna pay the mistakes the last time. But Ash on wall guy, getting him in the back line. Oh, final rocket onto Logan, not gonna really find too much as Artist trying to fall damage, Ash getting killed, and they gave up both their soldiers for the medic, which is fine. It could have been working out differently, but hey, you'll take it if you're a 20cc fan, as they get the cap, they get the medic frag, and they can't take 2 for free per se, but they are definitely gonna poke and prod. They can work for it, and in the worst case, as long as Howard stays alive, they technically have a really small Uber to use.
All they have to do is not die to this trap, which they have identified. High five down the trap. Soapy's hiding in the corner, looking to go for the big bomb. It looks like he is. He's actually going to commit to the super high bomb. Actually, he managed to just barely get his way out, but they might have let Logan out the dry. Artist is in. Oh, just can't barely clean it up. But Ash might be on the counter. Can he get Logan? They can't get Logan. That was such a good attempt, but that's 2 soldiers. For naught, they're going to back up. They can do, and G6 really wants their change.
Oh, and Soapy's behind. He went through house, finds Howard. Definitely a great play coming from him, recognizing the position that they were in. Saw that they were winning that hard, goes for the flank play, works out. And 20ZC, I mean, they tried to drive. It was a risky scenario. Like I said, it wasn't free. They definitely had to work for it. There was a small window where G6 wasn't there, and when they got there, they didn't really do a great job of locking down the doors. G6 had tons of room to go back onto their own too, and not only did they get tons of damage, but the initiation from 20ZC, Ash and Artist did not quite hit the mark on their coordination to try to find the Logan kill. Maybe it could have been differently, but G6 are once again in a fantastic spot to potentially take another round.
Oh, Logan's jump got kind of trolled again. He's actually going to just sticky off the point for himself. This Uber's lasting for so long, actually. They might have baited in Artist. Artist is going to actually fall. Habib actually getting shot in the back by Soapy too. So Soapy, huge play there, killing Habib, and they just have point time. They're going to have to go all on the point, but that's just... Wait, they have to kill these scouts, right?
3 for 3.
Wait,
A lot of
the pistol?
Splash.
Oh, he got knocked up. It was the... They were on the point when he got knocked up by like a. You know how Metalworks? The
This
point is
capture
very close.
hitbox is wonky.
The cap hitbox is very, very low. So if you're a scout and you jump, it doesn't count as you're on the point anymore. That's it's the Metalworks cap zone. If you jump once on scout, you're off the cap zone, and that's literally how they lost that round.
Yeah, the height is different from all the other caps, and I think in the pool, right? Every other cap in the, even the Koth maps, it's the same height except for Metalworks, which is a bit lower. But that's definitely an example of it, the difference of it, as we see a different mid Ash actually bomb. Oh, never mind, it's just fake. I thought he was gonna bomb
falling
right
to
off the bat,
35.
they are so weak right off the bat. They're actually going straight onto Howard as well, but unable to find the mark. Some different 20cc players are going to weaken. Oh my god, Kobe's finding him all scrunched up on top of each other. Habib and High Five falling as 20cc are just basically locked inside their own house. They're getting piped by Logan, eating the packs and barely escaping, trying to survive. Kobe's on the chase, but unable to collect the frags. The arrows are ringing true from the side of Howard. Space Mate walking down the bridge.
Artist is so hurt, he's gonna die.
Trying to get on a low guy. The rocket will get the frag to walk back in. Maybe getting Kobe on the pack as it respawns in time, but Brandslam needs an arrow, so it's going to slow things down. G6 still have some presence, but they do not have Hermetic
Kobe's
available,
going
but
for
Kobe in the ramp room area. Has to be careful. Scouts there as well, trying to fight Brandsam. Bot mode a bit weak and will get cleaned up. The rest of G6 backing up, using that as the one frag to escape, and Kobe off angle helps Caps kill High Five. So if you don't drop down, it drops down into an entire team. Will indeed die as Logan's been watching a trap in house this entire time, not really find too much.
He's in the skyblock, or it's Kobe. He's going in. He gets vaporized.
It worked the first time.
It did work the first time, but that time air piked by Habib. That was that was unfortunate for him, but you know, miss all the shots you don't take, and that's gonna be. I feel like this is the first time in the match 20cc's really had something actually going their way.
Yeah, but it was only from the backlines of their own part of the map. They still have a lot of room to trek, and they do have an ad to work with. Question is how many kills would they go this Uber? Looking like they'll ring it straight through the bridge. Habib going in, he gets juggled by Soapy, so they'll certainly get Soapy, or actually Kobe, sorry, as he's overstayed his welcome, but it's only one frag.
They're immediately refighting. They don't even have Uber yet.
90%. They gotta lock this down and get the force properly, but if that means they do that, they can't really get the cap.
This is a weird scenario, because they can't, they're trying to edge the cap.
And be safe.
Yeah, okay, they're gonna use out and they're gonna try to scatter here, but they're all leaving in house, and it might be a meat grinder. Habib might just live, or they might not get anything. Actually, they haven't gotten any kills yet. They do have Ash behind, so that is a kill they could theoretically get. But even if they all run behind to hunt down Ash, they're just gonna cap second.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. They're leaving too, so that's even a bigger play advantage from the side of 20cc, and I think G6 know that Caps showing face. They are going to be able to finally clean up Ash in the backline, but they've already given up so much room here on two that there's no much more that they can really do at this point. So backing up to last, cutting the losses from letting the guy go behind, and 20cc have an ad after all said and done. And it's ready to go. They're looking towards main, and they might have just, they're ripping it right off the bat.
No nothing. The gun's just getting set up right now. Habib's not even shooting it. They get off engineer. Soapy gonna die pretty much immediately. Although Kobe could be able to shoot Habib in the back. Habib gonna get bowed up, but he's still 32 HP. The pyro is dead. Three down, and 20cc would have to have a severe crumble in order. And that's a good rocket onto the scout armor.
Yep,
oh,
Uber
they
comes
actually got
out,
used. They got it in time. I
time.
didn't realize the Uber's was over. But the scout on the point. They didn't check. They have to stand on the point. That the cheesy scouts back there are gonna get respawned though, and they're still committing to this.
Not much more that 20cc can really do. The Duber has definitely saved G6. Log guy staying on the point the entire time. Bot mode on Spy, question mark? I think he was checking for them having a Spy before he left the spawn, so they know that no shenanigans are happening. As 20cc, they lost their opportunity to push last, or I guess it was kind of squandered. Second lost for sure, all the way back to mid, but they do have Uber. They did use first in that whole debacle, so they have some room to try to take back second as their own. Just gonna have to really work for it and see if they can have an Uber as a little bit better than the prior one. The last time they got a single soldier kill, it's fine, you want a bit more, and we'll see what they're about to receive. Trying to go deep, Habib maybe catching low again, popped up, not really deep enough to get those frags.
Yeah, where have I seen this one before? Soapy's a little hurt, so he can't do too much. I feel like the thing that happened last... Oh, Cap's actually eating a ton of damage, so the spam here is working very well. Actually going to lose Soapy on the backline, and Artist is going for a flank. Oh, the nukish, he got the force, and they ran backwards, and they lost pop mode. That's a disaster.
Pop mode died in ramp room, and the force happening more by the shadow. They are lose Ash, so that is something. But they might lose Kobe. He's over on the far right area, and Branson able to go for it and take him down. There is a player advantage for the side of 20cc if they play this fast enough as Soapy. He's here, he's arriving. He's able to make this a true and tried 4v4. Yeah, I think 20cc recognized the window, even though it's technically available.
They still have ad.
A way bit too small, yeah. Playing it safe, going for the ad. Gotta try to get a decent last push going here as got the gun, got the pyro. Pretty standard from the side of G6, I think, at this point. So we'll see what door 20cc pick.
I'm curious. It'd be funny if they like succeeded in the push where G6 was actually set up, and then just whiffed the one where G6 was not prepared at all, because that might be the circumstances. Caps accidentally goes to spectator. As still gonna fall, doesn't matter. Soapy gonna fall though, and they get 2 kills. Local guy is gonna fall though, 88%. Not ideal if you're Caps, and that is a full wipe, and that is a point on the board for 20ZC. They still have a ways to go to crawl back into this match, but that is a good start, making sure that they're not, gonna have a total disaster on this map.
And they have literally all the time in the world. They did a really good job of cleaning up the pyro pretty quickly. I don't remember which team it was that was running the pyro, and the other team that got their Ubers squished. But the first time we saw that was
the other team.
Uber.
It was the other way around.
They never got in. So the fact you can kill a pyro that fast definitely pays dividends. It's a free pick, even if you don't get tons of room. So we'll see how this mid rings out after that last.
Look at Logan,
so much damage from Habib. Oh my God, Kobe and the little guy have to take turns on who's gonna take the pack. Logan as well. He's 60
They do.
HP.
Look at what 20cc is just running around them. Ash is doing the thing where he jumps behind. They're actually all gonna chase him though, but they get Lol guy so quickly. Bot mode gonna fall. Logan's kind of quite in the middle of nowhere. Ash is still behind here, and he can kill pretty much. He can do whatever he wants.
Habib did so much at the beginning of that mid. It felt over before it began. Just
Kobe,
from the spam.
Kobe found Brand Slam. Brand Slam, unable to get the kill. Scout class is pretty good, and that
Time
is
to break dance.
That is what break dance. That is what 20cc needed in order to get back into this game. I feel like they needed that mid win.
This could be the thing that turns the tide. Last round could have been the catalyst to try to push themselves forward and even up the game. Caps is on pyro once again. See how quickly they are able to deal with this threat. Is taking a little damage. Guns
taking a little bit of
back
damage.
to spawn. Corner capping, Brand Slam, bring people forward, immediately die, no flash available for him. Was that an air shot across the map onto Soapy from Ash?
I didn't
what was
see.
that? Oh my God, that was nasty. High five, gonna be the last one left alive though, and despite the air shot, it is not enough for 20Z to win this last.
It is not enough. It is just Howard and Habib trying to hold this down, and Habib can't even really block the point, so they're gonna have Uber this set going into this mid, and they did win the mid, but they didn't get to the last push, and that might come back to bite them if G6 is gonna end up taking this round. We'll have to see. So Habib getting a little aggressive and has putting up sticky traps, but they actually are electing to go Valley, and it looks like they want to send. Oh, here comes the bomb. Okay.
Oh, Ash is in the sky. He's committing on a Lol guy.
Oh, that's a good force from Lol guy. Lol guy was about to turbo drop.
He would have dropped that 100%. That was too much
And
damage
Ash is still
incoming.
behind.
Almost gets that pack and buys even more time. He brought back 3, and they've not, kind of
Artist,
not really
look at
realizing
Artist
it.
is okay. Artist is just fake bombing. Soapy looks like he's gonna go for a play in the back line, and nobody. High five is able to spot it pretty early. Ooh, good jukes from Howard there. Gonna surf out, live with 50 HP on the back line. Soapy is gonna fall as he's trying to escape, and definitely. Oh, they actually are in the right config. Let's go.
Let's go.
We did it.
All right, well, one soldier down, not a whole lot of positioning. Disad as well. It's going to spell last hold for the side of G6.
Ooh, they're going early. I like that. I like that. They're going
They're
early. Before the sentry
bursting
set up, they're going in. They need to get point time soon, though. They're just getting on the cap now, but the level 1, they never shot it, and High Five got knocked off the point because the level 1.
And blasted him
They
back.
got Kobe, though.
Awkward positioning, the gun eventually died, but trying to clean up Soapy, he's so weak.
They got
Will
him.
eventually die. Bomb from Ash. Onto the demo, bring Logan back, getting some more cap time, bringing the scouts over towards it, but the Uber is going to be the nail in the coffin for this push. Once again, another deja vu moment where the Uber
Howard's
is going to
very
save
dead.
G6s, and Howard, he's
Right?
spinning in circles,
Okay.
but he's 100% dead.
The Howard spinning maneuver is so effective. I don't know why it's so effective, but Howard spinning in circles is like, it prolongs his life every time by 5 seconds.
Hey, if he doesn't know where he's going, they don't know where he's going.
It's really a spectacle to behold, but that is going to be another failed last one for 20ZC. It looks like G6 really had their last holds on lockdown this game. They have other than the one little oopsie one they've had a pretty decent number of last hold success. 20ZC.
They have to make sure that bare minimum you can buy enough time for these moments where you can get Uber to bail yourself out and you're golden. And that's been the case for like at least 2 times now.
Yeah, true. Why did it be question mark? I didn't see what happened. Oh,
What does he see? He's looking at Kobe and Sophie. Across the
okay.
way.
Probably. Kobe bombing through, making sure there's no stickies, actually finds them, knocks them away, so that's nice for him. As they're
Uber
going to
coming
Uber
through.
in, but there is no one even remote here. They
Yeah,
were
Beebs
very
in the
out of there.
skybox out of there as
Ash
well.
is behind, so that's Ash has been behind this whole game, and I feel like it's actually been, yeah, look at, they're sending everyone, they're sending multiple people
They're
back
dragging
from-
back 3. 3 people are chasing, and that's so much room. Cats might die here if he's not too careful.
I
Really low, 3
think
HP.
even if he is careful, he might die here. Oh my god,
Oh,
he
the
actually
loop-
lived.
The loop around. Barely able to survive. Ash getting it cleaned up as well. That was almost really bad for Caps, but he's able to shine through.
Yeah, Kobe gonna go down, drop down, preserve his life, and this is pretty sizable ad for 20ZC. The question is, do they actually wait for Ash? They're down a soldier, so there might be some flank plays on the way. Looks like they're just gonna let them go. They have stickies that they got launched in, but it might have actually launched high five in further than you would have normally, and somebody's going for a back cap on soldier.
I think it's just that's where he was standing and not really.
Oh,
going
actually,
for
there's
it.
two
It's just
behind.
a
Bob was
normal
behind
flank.
too.
Yeah. Overall, not only is there a fight over on 2, but there's a fight over on mid as well. Soapy's still alive. The bot mode died in the back line, so they do have to deal with the soldier behind them. Branslam, oh, he finds himself a team inside house, trying to escape, gonna get chased down by Cap, so that's gonna be another scout dead. As Habib died earlier, so there's no stickies really locked down. G6 walking in. They're still trying to find and deal with Soapy. He will eventually die inside the health pack area, but G6, they got the point. They still have the Uber after all said and done, and it's kind of a flip-flop of what we just saw, where he bursting through bridge with your Uber. And they
Definitely.
Goomba the soldier,
Artist is saving Grace as he didn't get air shot. That's his one salvage there.
Guys, I forced them.
I forced
Forced
them, didn't get frag videoed. What more can you ask for in the soldier class? Yeah, this is going to be a leapfrog situation. The question is, this is very, very big ad, so I wonder... Looks like we do have some very aggressive players in lobby. It's Kobe. Kobe might be a little caught out of backcraft. They actually are going to Uber in, so they're going to be able to clean up that Kobe kill. He is definitely a little caught in, and I guess, got the force. Good job, Kobe. They're going to get this cap, but this leapfrog is stressful if you're 20ZC.
It's definitely way more beneficial for G6, because one, the back cap threats, when you're at your own last trying to get out of it, it's huge. Ramp room can be really scary sometimes. And if you bring a demo Uber, you can't lock it down definitively. I mean, you can put a flank presence there, but they can technically lose, I suppose, if the execution is wrong. And for G6, these normal Saxon and Ubers are way easier to work with. You don't have to pop if you don't want to. They do use, though. It seems like they're favoring going through the bridge, just bursting through, trying to get frags. But if they decide that they don't want to play it like that, they want to take it slower through alley, it's all within their right. While 20ZC don't really have that luxury of Ubering out slow, like just kind of walking through.
The doors
These
are tiny.
tiny doorways.
Yeah, they are
you can't
tiny
do
doors.
that.
Yeah, and if
So
they're gonna have to get a very, very good bomb out. Like we saw what happened last time. They even tried to Uber out and they still couldn't just because Sophie was in the power position. Looks like they're electing to go a different doorway this time. And that stickies have actually been cleared off of it. So Soldier's able to get through, called up, there's no stickies. But look at the depths they're taking to getting through the door. Sophie might be caught out here trying to go for a flank play, and he is. So they actually get through without using it, but they lose Habib. And they use.
yeah, able to get that force. But no dome, man, they can't really launch themselves towards the bridge area. So they've lost their soldiers G6, so they can't immediately go. But they are beginning to rotate just a tad. They know that there is an Uber available, and the soldiers are going to be able to roll out to meet them.
I think they're going to go Valley trying to use.
Yeah, it looks like that's the play. You do have the flank of 20C behind. They're starting a back cap.
Oh, this might be a big back cap. They have 3 times 3 in the point. They have to go back for that.
They definitely
they literally have to.
Here comes the flank and the combo. Whole squad.
Yeah, they sent literally everyone. This bought a lot of time, and they haven't. Okay, Ash is still behind too, which means look how close the point time is now. They have to deal with Ash. They have to either leave someone on the point or just deal with Ash, and they're gonna leave bot mode.
This Uber ad is just gonna disappear.
Yeah. They might be going fast. We'll see. Looks like they are gonna go Valley, and they are kind of expecting it. Artist is kind of fake bombing it. He is gonna live barely. Kind of red
from Logan. And the Uber coming in. Habib's caught. I don't think he expected the Uber. I think he thought it was gonna be slow. They were gonna get the Uber.
They're gonna have to use her. They can't get capped, right? Okay, they're gonna get capped.
Something.
Ash is still behind.
It's a solo though. It's all they get. I think Habib thought that, oh yeah, we have Uber, except you didn't. You were like 95. G6 pushing through the bridge.
Ash is going for the collapse though.
He's going for the collapse, but it's too slow. They already have his visioning. They're just turning around. All right, where's Ash now? We've gotten everyone except him, and he just dies immediately to bot mode.
I think Ash honestly might have been better off maybe going for the back cap, but hard to tell in the moment when your team's kind of wiping.
Yeah, heat of the moment decisions can be really rough sometimes. The biggest thing is G6 definitely played that as fast as possible to catch 20cc off guard, and they did just that. So really good ad for them to work with here. 3 minutes left, so we're not at the point where it's a win limit 4 per se, but they can make the hill even harder for 20cc to climb up if they want to be able to take this map. Uber ready to go. Getting ready to pick a door. It's looking like it's going to be either far left or through main. Classic, looking like main this time.
They're actually going. I was wondering if they're going to actually turtle it out, but they're going to try to get this extra round to see if they could go in. But there's no point time and no kills. They do have a decent point time, I suppose, but that's kind of it. They need to get kills. There's a lot of hurt players. High five is going to be a fall. Looking at the health. The health is so rough, and they're not going to be able to hold this.
Yeah, not enough health on the board. Howard's over by his spawn area, gets killed by bombing in Kobe, and that's another round on the board in favor of G6. 4-1. They are inches away from securing themselves a spot in this season's grand final. You just need one more round. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Just don't let 20ZC take another. I guess they can take another round, but don't let them pass you to 5. Don't get reverse swept. Don't repeat history's mistakes. In this map is yours, but 20ZC. They've seen G6 be in this spot before. They've seen what teams are capable of, and even though it was regular season, doesn't mean it can't happen in playoffs as we go into what could potentially be the final mid.
Soapy is going very far behind into the lobby. They're actually trying to get Howard as hard as possible. They would just want to not lose this, and they have definitely not lost this as they get Howard. They get Artist. They get Habib. They get High Five. It's just Ash and Grand Slam on a combined 50 HP, and they are falling. And they get Lol Guy, though. Ash on the very, very tail end of it gets Lol Guy, the one saving grace.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous if that frag was not secured by the side of Ash. And they still have some life in them. They know that with that being such a late death, anyone that actually begins this cap on 2 is not really going to be healed. They could poke and prod, and I think that's why you don't see any off classes for. Actually, no, High Five's on it. No, he's off of it. Yeah, they know there's no heals. They're poking and prodding. In fact, you can see the fact that you can see there's no cap time. You know that G6 is passive, so that medic frag means they do get to sit on 2. They technically have an ad that they can't use. It's just non-existent. But bot mode sniper is going to be a threat. It's going to be a while before we probably see him peek out, as he's kind of just hiding for now in case the team decides to dry or something odd like that. Just biding his time, just in case. Like, look at his positioning. This is a man that takes no risks. He is in his house just in case they dry. Like, it's even, they shouldn't dry, but just in case.
He is walking to the stickies, and he has no idea. He might get this. Yeah, and, you know, I reverse cursed it. I willed that into being by believing that he was going to walk into the stickies. So, good on Habib there. Sneaky trap, going to catch out Kobe means they can start getting forward here and try to do some damage. But bomb mode is on sniper in a very sneaky spot, and I don't think they know. Ash killed himself.
He bombed in and just did too much self-damage to himself, I guess. He bombed on top of the point. But, bomb mode's on the move. Sniper can be pretty scary in this position. You can't really get the health pack for your own, and he's revealed. He took the shot on a Habib, so the sniper exists.
Yeah, they know it. They can hear it. Bauman actually electing to take it lower, and that's an interesting, trying to see if he can shoot some ankles, perhaps. You might watch out, get spinning the Habib, no fear, just spinning the carpet sneaky behind him, but actually, he gets him.
Not quite hitting the mark.
Yeah,
That's a classic Metalworks, though. You have a sniper, so the medic is up against a wall, either on 2 or last, and you use that to go and push out.
Much easier to get the force there. A lot of stickies in Valley that I see in. 20ZC actually, they're gonna just take the exchange. They're Chads. They want to say, all right, we need to get something done. They have a sniper. Let's go kill the sniper. They're chasing him behind. They're chasing. Where are they going? They went different ways.
Howard's just alone. Howard's gonna die. High Five's trying to rescue him. It's too little, too late. He doesn't even get Soapy. Soapy's just taunting in a corner. I don't know. I guess they want to just end on the other side of the map, do something a bit odd to kind of throw them off, but that did not work. They got a sniper, and that's about it. Bomb from Ash to maybe salvage. Okay.
That was a clutch. All right, they are gonna wipe for that Howard, and they're gonna spawn, but they're gonna have Red for it. That they had no idea. No one looked up, and Ash just synced on one guy so hard.
So not really going to have an ad to work with for the side of G6. Once again, a victory, but a Pyrrhic victory is medic respawning. Going to be able to spawn with bot mode and start building, but there's already technically a 30% ad for the side of 20ZC. Don't think they're going to use it, though. 30% out of Metalworks last is a bit much for a situation like this. If you screw up, you're done. That's it. That's the game. You're down to the lowers, so playing it safe. They know that with the infinite overtime, that it doesn't matter if G6 run the clock. Running the clock actually works out in 20ZC's favor because it would lead to another mid-fight, and they get out of this prison that a lot of teams can view last being sometimes. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see them chill.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them chill either. They know they have the luxury of time here to go do whatever, pretty much whatever they want. As they're, blue team had a lot of off classes, red team not so much. I assume they're just in Soapy, maybe a scout, and then start doing the off classing.
Poking around his bot mode, takes some damage. Gotta try to spot, if you can, exactly how things are shaking out. Do you need to go deep for the sacks? Do you not? Where's the sentry gun? So he finds it, gives up his life port though. Arrow onto Brand, so he's not gonna die.
Wait, he lived. Oh, and it's
the curse.
Wait, they might get 3? Okay, they traded him out, and Caps. Oh, and he did live. So that's a 3 for 1, which that's a little tough to hold.
No scout.
They have Brand Slam on sniper.
Habib though, too far forward.
Right, Brand Slam's behind on sniper. No, he
ring out though.
They're just going for. Okay.
They're all over the map. They're in all different areas of lobby, and none of the fights are working out in their
Look at
favor.
the high
it's
five.
literally
Engineer
an Uber
exchange.
engineer.
Engineer high five Uber.
find a way onto Wolga to get him to force or something, but the Uber finally ring out, but that is such a better Uber from the side of the red team. And so much room as well. The gun's dead. Howard's going to try to hide in the dispenser to a degree, but will eventually die as point time is being gained by the side of G6. This could be their ticket to victory, trying to work their way through. Artist gets the spoon on the Logan. That's a consolation prize there, but they got to keep working with it. Bombs coming in from Kobe, killing Ash. Caps on top of the way. Brains has the block. Last one left alive, but will not be enough to stop the onslaught. G6 have won Metalworks 5-1. They've secured themselves a spot in the grand finals with the one map advantage, while 20ZC will play Froyotech tomorrow for third place elimination.
Definitely, and we'll have to see what time that is going to be. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but two matches tomorrow.
I think it's the same. It's
same 5? Okay.
5 p.m. and then the grand finals will be around 9-ish. Same thing.
All right, I guess we can look at logs real quick. I don't know, my brain's kind of fried personally. How do you feel, Jared?
I mean, it takes a lot of caffeine to get through endurance tests. As much as we go as much through an endurance test as some of the players do to a degree. Maybe not for the playing part, but for the mental capacity part. So I
head empty.
I sympathize with the sentiment. Yeah, you eventually become head empty. But before we take a look at the logs, anyone you expect to pop off? My money's on Kobe. I think Kobe's stats look insane.
Ooh, do you? Okay, I think Logan did pretty well too, personally. I feel like Logan might have had a good performance. Let me see. I'm looking, and Kobe and Logan with the same exact DPM. We're geniuses.
We're just built different.
Now we are literally just built different. They also nobody gets the correct score. So this
Logan
one
had 4 deaths.
Yeah, Logan. Me? I was wondering. I was gonna say, like, I feel like Logan hasn't died that much, and
that's extremely impressive.
19-4. Yeah, 19-4. He took barely top heal, so he wasn't even like getting Giga Tank too. Habib, on the other hand, 7-18, really getting left out to dry many times.
The thing that's extra impressive, but this is one of the more difficult maps to backwards transition as a demo man. And there was tons of leapfrogging, even though it was a G6 victory, 5-1. There were plenty of moments where 20cc had a moment to push, and G6 has to give up the space to a degree. So the fact that Logan's able to live through that much and still bring the impact with the damage is insane. Habib, you can definitely remember a lot of moments where he got caught out a little bit, and it's moments like that that can really define just how good you are at this map when you're put under the most pressure you possibly can and come out on top. So hats off to them.
Most definitely hats off to them. I don't know if there's going to be any interviews. We'll have to see if they come in.
I think probably just grands.
I was gonna say my brain's too fried for interviews. So, I think we have merch. I think we have maybe some more logs to discuss. I know we have merch. We have to,
Got to do the classic merch shout out. There's new merch, or there is going to be. I think Mocha's designing some stuff, so it should be nice to take a peek at the RGL store. Our shop.rgl.gg should be the link. Whether it's there now or there in a bit, I'm not sure. But oh yeah, there is Jay. Yeah, there's gonna be some merch, player drive support, etc., to incentivize helping out the scene and things like that. It's always nice to see the new designs. I think they're for the most part seasonal, so there's always something new. And this season, I think the designs are pretty good. Mocha did a good job. And I'm not even sure if she's done yet per se. Maybe she is, but even if she is, these are plenty. These are really great. So if any of these pique your interest, go ahead and check them out at the shop, and you can support your players, support the designers, etc., etc.
Yep. And speaking of etc., anything else further, Jared? Or
No, we play. We watch Froyo versus 20cc tomorrow at 5 p.m. EST. If that's not in your time zone, then put it into Google and figure out what your time zone is. The grands are going to be somewhere around 9, I would imagine. It depends on when the match actually ends of the lower bracket finals. But that's going to be it for us tonight for the most part. Any final shout-outs?
Yeah, shout out to the teams playing, great games. Shout out to Dolphin and on production with the marathon. Shout out to everyone for just the endurance test. Shout out to the viewers sticking with us, hopefully having a good time watching us, and yeah.
Yep, definitely shout out to all the viewers sitting through with us through all these games. Definitely a treat to watch a lot of them. There was a lot of good quality games today, even with all the funny shenanigans that happen in short bursts here and there. It's always a treat to watch, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of good games. I'm pretty sure most of the matchups, the rematch between Froyo and 20cc can be pretty hype. G6 in the grand finals with the one map ad, whoever their opponents may be, should definitely, whoever it is, it's definitely going to put up a fight against them. So I don't expect to see a single bad map tomorrow. So fingers crossed, and here's hoping that we see some really good games. But that's going to be all for tomorrow. Like we said, 5 p.m. EST, and then maybe somewhere around 9 as well. For tonight, that'll be it for us. I've been Jarrett, casting with Space Ghost, with Dolphin on production. Thank you, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Inside your head, I hope that it gets better soon. Get up before the afternoon.
Sunshine.